Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. We are expecting another potential significant tornado outbreak today across the Great Plains. Very similar to yesterday, just a lot more storms and a lot more action, I think, today across a large chunk of the Great Plains. And we are beginning right off the bat with multiple severe storms, and we're already starting to see multiple rotating storms as well. This storm is just southeast of Wichita Falls, Texas, and we are beginning to see some rotation just off to the west of Bellevue. If you look in the bottom middle of your screen, that is actually a live shot of a little bit of rotation there for Mark Dries. This storm is going to be moving in the direction of Nakona and Bellevue, also just northwest of Bowie, Texas. So if you are in this area, definitely stay weather aware. Right now, this storm is warned for ping pong ball sized hail. Also the threat for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving to the east-northeast. Let's go first off live. Let's go ahead and just jump right over to Mark Dries. This is a live shot of this storm right now. You can actually see the clouds are starting to get a little bit lower here. We're starting to get a definitive cloud base. We have seen a little bit of rotation here over the last several minutes with this storm, and I think within the next 20 minutes or so, we'll probably end up getting a tornado warning. And they have just put out a new severe thunderstorm warning for this, including areas like Waurika, Oklahoma, and as well as Henrietta in Texas. So if you are in this warning, make sure that you're staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible as the storm continues to track to the east-northeast. You also see it's a little bit gusty in terms of our winds right out in front of this storm. Very ominous skies right now. One other thing I do want to point out is that these storms are in an environment where there's a lot of cloud cover, so we will definitely have a little bit more of ominous skies today. Back over in Oklahoma, we have a few supercells that are really starting to ramp up right now, and one of which is starting to rotate just off to the northeast of Springer, and Connor Croft is near this storm. We'll keep an eye on him, but this storm is already starting to rotate just south of Sulphur, and we also have another area of rotation just off to the southwest of Gerty, Oklahoma. So again, these storms are starting to ramp up, they're starting to rotate, and I do think we're not too far away from starting to see our first tornado warnings of the day. Back over in northeast Oklahoma, we also have a slew of elevated thunderstorms producing damaging winds and a little bit of hail heading up towards Joplin, Missouri, Miami, and Oklahoma, and also tracking towards Oswego and Columbus back over in southeast Kansas. So if you are in this area, make sure that you're also staying away from windows. Also in Nebraska, I think we're about to have a potential tornado on the ground here in the next few minutes. We've had a strong area of rotation just off to the north of Grand Island. John McKinney, bottom right, is on one of those storms. Rotation's actually been pretty strong over the last few minutes near Cedar Rapids. That's tracking up towards Albion, Nebraska, and that'll eventually be going towards Newman Grove. So if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, be ready for hail and wind and a potential tornado threat. We'll go back to John McKinney here in a second. He is tracking the storm a little bit further down to the south, which is beginning to rotate just a little bit, heading up towards Clarks, Highway 30, and eventually going towards Columbus in Nebraska. And obviously you can see right off the bat, we have a slew of tornado watches. We actually have 4 separate tornado watches that are currently in effect. Let's go ahead and hop over to some of these tornado watches. Let me do slot 3 here. Let's go over to our tornado watches that are currently in effect. Again, there are currently 4 different ones, and I'm going to go from, I'll just go in order of the ones I have here. So we're going to go ahead and start with the one in Oklahoma. No PDS tornado watches, but we do have a tornado watch in effect for a large chunk of Oklahoma and northwest Arkansas, including Oklahoma City, Stillwater, Tulsa, Muskogee, Bartlesville, McAllister, Fort Smith, Arkansas. This goes until 7 o'clock tonight, where a few tornadoes are likely. Additionally, we are expecting widespread softball-sized hail, which is actually very strong wording for a hail threat. So make sure that you're protecting your vehicle. We could see widespread softball-sized hail here across Oklahoma and as well as northwestern Arkansas. Additionally, scattered damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour is also likely. So this is obviously a large area. There's about almost 5 million people in this tornado watch. So if you know any friends or family here, make sure that they're aware of this situation. We are expecting a potential for a major tornado outbreak today. Additionally, our tornado watch in Nebraska includes Omaha, Fremont, Norfolk, and as well as Columbus and Lincoln, and Beatrice goes until 9 o'clock tonight, where we are expecting the potential for a few tornadoes, scattered tennis ball sized hail, and also scattered damaging wind gusts around 70 miles per hour. And that's not it for tornado watches. We got another one. I mean, there's literally 4. We got another one across a large chunk of eastern Kansas and western Missouri. Also, that goes until 9 o'clock, which includes the potential for a few tornadoes in addition to widespread hail up to the size of apples, and then scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. And then back over to our last tornado watch for now. It is in North Texas. Does not include Dallas, Fort Worth, but does include Denton County and Collin County, Bowie, Bridgeport, Graham, where a few tornadoes are likely. Widespread softball-sized hail, and again, damaging winds up to 70 70 miles per hour is likely in this region. So we got 4 tornado watches currently in effect, and the most concerning storms right now are in southern Oklahoma and also the one that's just out here to the northwest of Bellevue, which we are beginning to see some rotation on. Again, this is a live shot from Mark Dries. Currently looking at this storm, we do at least have a lowering, and this is definitely has been rotating a little bit here over the last several minutes. So we'll have to keep an eye on the potential here for a tornado as this storm continues to track in the direction of Nocona, Texas, and also the Red River Valley. This is also Bob Pack who is on this right now. Let's go ahead and go over to Bob Pack. He is underneath this. If he loads, all right, he is in low signal. I'll give it a second to load. I'm gonna go back to Mark Dries, who is still looking at that lowering, and currently is low signal for him too. All right, we'll give it a second to load. But Bob Pack is actually underneath it. It looks like it is rotating right now. Let's see if I can try to get a stream up here. So this is a live shot here from Bob Pack. He's literally underneath this right now. So it is, again, starting to rotate a little bit. I'll try to put it up on full screen here. He's right underneath this mesocyclone that is beginning to rotate. And so this storm, again, may try to produce a tornado here soon. It is currently tracking the direction of Henrietta. The latest radar scan still showing a little meso right now northwest of Bellevue, Texas. And that'll be tracking the direction of Nocona. Also, back over in Oklahoma, we have a couple of rotating storms right now. The main one is going to be near Mill Creek. This is also producing golf ball-sized hail that is heading up in the direction of Highway 3 and is also tracking in the direction of Colgate. So if you're in this area, definitely stay weather aware. We're keeping an eye on the potential here for a tornado threat. This storm already has a hook echo. Golf ball sized hail again reported in Sulphur just moments ago. Also, Riley, code up the chat in my other monitor, please. Also, we have a few mesoscale discussions that have just come in from the Storm Prediction Center. Let's go right over to those. Again, there's a lot of updates. Again, we are starting to see a lot of storms rotating. I want to go ahead and go over to our mesoscale discussions as well. A lot of different updates from the Storm Prediction Center here on our threat of severe weather today. There's actually one back over in the southeast, but we're going to mostly focus on what's happening in the Great Plains here. First off, this is a pretty strong wording here. We are expecting the rapid intensification here of supercells with very large hail and an increasing tornado potential for a strong tornado. This ranges from 4 to 7 p.m. here across many areas in southern Oklahoma and also back into parts of North Texas. Notice that we could see the potential for strong tornadoes in addition to very high winds. There's also a threat again for upwards of softball plus sized hail in this region, so please make sure you're protecting your vehicle if you are in this area. We are expecting, again, a significant threat here for very large hail, damaging winds, and a strong tornado threat. We are having, again, if you look at satellite imagery, which is shown on here on the Storm Prediction Center's mesoscale discussion, you'll notice that there is a lot of clearing here out in front of our supercells, which means that the atmosphere right now is destabilizing very rapidly, and that means that we should start to see multiple supercells fire off here across North Texas and southern Oklahoma within the next hour or two. So you want to be ready for the potential for significant severe weather. Also, our other mesoscale discussion, which is going to be further off to the north. We already have a tornado watch for this area, but they have mentioned that there will likely be rapid intensification across areas like Kansas City, eastern Kansas, and even back over near Joplin, Missouri. Most probable peak intensity here, once again, upwards of 150 mile per hour tornadoes, which means intense tornadoes are possible, as well as scattered to numerous damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour, and then hail could be as large as 3.5 inches in diameter. So we are talking about a substantial hail threat once again across a fairly large area in the Central Plains. We have another mesoscale discussion, which is for Nebraska, which we are starting to see storms fire up here, and we already have one that is beginning to rotate a little bit just off to the north of Grand Island in Nebraska. But this is an area that we are watching for mainly a hail and wind threat. There's also a chance for an isolated tornado or two over the next few hours, and I do think Omaha, Nebraska does have a potential for that as well as these storms continue to fire up. And our last mesoscale discussion for the time being, this one was a little bit earlier, not really as relevant for right now, but it is kind of relevant because storms are now firing up in this region. We could see hail as large as the size of DVDs, that is 5 inches in diameter, just to the south and east of Oklahoma City over the next few hours. Strong tornadoes and also high winds are likely in this region, so make sure that you are staying weather aware. Also, There's another update. This was not in our video today, but we have a larger moderate risk of severe weather now. So the moderate risk has grown even further. It now includes Springfield, Joplin, southeastern Kansas, Fort Smith, Arkansas, and also Fayetteville there in northwestern Arkansas, where we are expecting the potential for multiple strong and long track tornadoes this afternoon and evening. So you want to make sure that you are staying weather aware and have multiple ways to receive alerts. It is going to be, I think, a very busy afternoon and as well as evening here across the central and southern plains. And even though it's going to be pretty messy, I still think we are talking about the potential for a major tornado outbreak. And unfortunately, today might be a bit more dangerous than yesterday because these tornadoes may not be as visible as what we saw yesterday. And if you're traveling on the roadway, for example, in a tornado warning, you might not even see the tornado coming. It's more because of these storms being high precipitation instead of our low precip storms from yesterday. Our tornado threat has also expanded. We have a large, moderate risk of strong and long track tornadoes from Joplin and Springfield, Missouri, all the way back towards the Texas and Oklahoma border near the Red River Valley, where we are expecting the potential for a few strong and long track tornadoes this afternoon, as long as our storm mode stays mostly discreet. The wind threat has also been upgraded. Be prepared for substantial damaging winds, especially if you're back over near Springfield and Joplin. They actually have a hatched area, which means that we could see damaging winds as high as 90 to 100 miles per hour here today, back over near Joplin and Springfield, and even back over just to the east of Oklahoma City. Substantial damaging winds is in the forecast today with our line of thunderstorms that'll be forming here over the next few hours. So be ready for a major wind threat, and then very large hail is possible literally anywhere from Omaha, Nebraska, back through Waco, Texas, where we could see hailstones as large as the size of DVDs. So again, a major hail threat, major wind threat, and also the potential for a major tornado threat is all on the table for today. All right, let's go over to, it looks like Bob Pack is coming up on this storm right now. Again, this is back over near Henrietta in Texas. This is a storm that has begun to rotate a little bit here over the last few minutes. And I'm going to try to see if we can just, let's do this. It's a little bit laggy for some reason here. There's still a live shot again of the storm right now, and it's also frozen here, but you can actually see again a lowering here just off to the northwest again of Dallas-Fort Worth near Henrietta. And so we are going to be keeping a close eye on Bob Pack here as he continues to approach this storm over the next few minutes. I'm going to see if we can fix the buffering on this. Maybe 1 second. Let's put on audio too. Yeah, that's what the storm looks like right now, just southeast of Henrietta. So again, ominous skies right now. We're going to refresh this and see if this works. There we go. A little bit better.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we now have a tornado warning on this storm. So that's a tornado warning for just southeast of Henrietta in Texas. Again, there is rotation. We've had a rotating, at least a little bit of rotation on this storm for quite some time. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Once again, this is going to be for Clay County in Texas, just southeast of Henrietta, just to the northwest of Bowie. I would assume the National Weather Service of Fort Worth will also issue a tornado warning for Nakona. Bottom left, bottom middle is a live shot of this tornado warning. So both of these storm chasers are on the storm, which is again beginning to rotate. We are definitely concerned again about the potential here for a tornado with this supercell as it tracks towards Nakona in Texas. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. And again, with a storm like this, it could easily produce a strong tornado. We have a hook gecko and as well as a pretty strong inflow, and it will likely be producing a tornado here within the next 15 to 20 minutes as it tracks in the direction of Nakona. This is again a live shot of the storm right now. It's very ominous. We're keeping an eye on Mark as well, who's also coming up on this. Let me go back over to... All right, we have low connection on both of them. We'll just keep bottom, middle, bottom, left for now. Also, John McKinney, bottom right, Nebraska. Very ominous skies there, too. We've had some rotation there as well. Let me see if we can go back to Bob here. See if I can fix this. Let's try that. Thank you, Unicorn, for the $10 super chat. And this is Bob Pack on the supercell that is currently tornado warned just northwest of Bellevue. Again, there is low signal. I'm trying to see if there's any other chasers that don't have low signal.
What is that?
What is that in the middle there? Cannot tell what that is in the middle. Might just be a large rain shaft. There's no velocity signature on radar that would make me believe that there is a tornado right now, but there's definitely a lowering back there. Go back to Bob in a second. There's definitely a lowering. Again, this is currently heading in the direction of Terrell in Oklahoma, and as well as Nakona, Texas. So if you are in this area, definitely make sure that you're staying weather aware. Be in your safe place. A live shot again of this tornado warning cell here, also producing ping pong to golf ball sized hail. Coming up in the direction of Nakona, Texas.
I'm trying to get up to 82.
Surprised the Storm Prediction Center didn't issue PDS watches. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised too. I'm a little bit surprised, but I don't think there was just... the problem is the storm mode today. The confidence for storm mode today is really the biggest thing that's preventing that, I think. Once again, this is live on our tornado warning here in northwestern North Texas. Just south of Henrietta. So we're keeping a very close eye on both Bob and also Mark bottom left of your screens on this storm. Have a hail core also just southeast of Henrietta near 287. This is currently tracking the direction again of Terrell and going also towards Nakona in Texas. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. We've also been watching a storm east of Sulphur that has had some rotation. Overall struggling a little bit. There's still a little mezzo there. Watch for this storm. We're probably going to get a tornado warning in a moment near Gertie in Oklahoma. We actually have rotation developing on this storm heading up towards Calvin and eventually going towards McAllister. So a new tornado warning possible on that storm in the next few minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have a spotter network report of a brief tornado on our southern cell in Nebraska. We have storm chasers on this, and I have not seen a tornado yet. However, there's probably a tornado warning coming soon for the towns of Fullerton and Genoa in Nebraska.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Another thing I want to point out, too, we have Freddie McKinney, who's going to be storm chasing here. We're keeping an eye on him. He's going to be coming towards those storms. John McKinney, bottom right, is also on this, and so if he's actually on this storm right now near Fullerton, so if there is something, we'll definitely go to him. I also want to point out the storm near Albion has a pretty defined mezzo right now, coming up towards Albion and Newman Grove here in eastern Nebraska. So this storm's beginning to rotate and actually could produce a tornado here in the near term. I do think our tornado threat is more elevated here over the next few hours. We're not far from our low pressure system, and there's a lot more vorticity and spin in this area, which should allow for a little bit more of a tornado risk in eastern Nebraska. This is John.
A new tornado warning.
Who's on that storm. Yeah, we just got a new tornado warning in Oklahoma. Not seeing anything quite yet. There were low clouds earlier. There was a lowering a little bit earlier as well. We're going to keep an eye on him. New tornado warnings for Oklahoma. This is going to be back over near Calvin. All right, Calvin, just west of Ashland, heading in the direction of 375. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is for Gertie, Calvin, also tracking in the direction of McAllister. All right, so if you're over in McAllister, be ready for this storm. It is tracking to the east-northeast right now at approximately 35 miles per hour. Hughes, Cole, and Pontotoc counties in Oklahoma are included in this warning. Also, it looks like, by the way, Bob Pack is currently driving into a hail core, bottom middle of your screen, but he is a little bit in low connection right now. Also, it looks like Ryan Scholl is starting to get a lowering back over in Nebraska. But he's behind some trees. Once he gets back out in front of those, we're going to go to that. But this tornado warning is very valid. Again, we have definitely some rotation here near Highway 48. Gertie is in the path of this in the next 5 minutes, and then it'll be going towards Stewart and Calvin. So if you're in Stewart or Calvin, you need to be in your safe place right now. That is radar-indicated rotation. Back over in North Texas, we have a tornado warning again for Bellevue. We've had a hook echo on this storm for quite some time. It has now gotten a little bit less organized for a tornado risk, but it is still a concern going up towards Nakona. There is ping pong ball-sized hail and also 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds that is currently passing in the direction of Nakona. Also, it sounds like Ryan Scholl actually made that tornado report. Let's go over to... Oh, wow, look at this. This is Ryan Scholl's view back over in Nebraska. Riley, can you get his exact location for me real quick? Because he doesn't have his power dot. I think yeah, I'm pretty sure he's on the storm just to the north of Central City.
On to the left, it's dry. I don't see it dropping. Otherwise, I would be stopping right now.
Definitely have a wall cloud here.
Is it? I don't see anything. We're gonna keep driving.
Thank you, Madison, for the super chat. Tuning in from Northwest Arkansas, hunkering down and staying in place until it's all clear. Thanks for the coverage. No problem. It's gonna be a long afternoon, I think. It's gonna be a long afternoon. It's also over to John McKinney. He's looking at the same exact storm, just a little bit more distant. I think they're actually on the same road. You can see that on the left side of your screen again, that lowering. It sounds like Ryan Scholl is the one that reported a at least a brief tornado.
Don't want that one. Not on the ground right now, though, so we're good.
Look how low those clouds are. This is right around the surface level. I personally think the tornado threat in eastern Nebraska is
find a road to pull off
more elevated.
Please.
Within the next couple hours. That is a large lowering. I'm surprised there's no tornado warning on this quite yet.
I don't see anything right now. I'm gonna try, though.
Hey, Cade, by the way, for the very generous super chat.
Yeah, that thing's rapidly
Also, they
rotating
accounted for the 10 gifted memberships.
Got some rapid motion back right in there.
This is the latest scan on
We are in front of it barely.
tornado warning in Oklahoma. Back over near Gertie. Very strong rotation right now. We got a really defined hook echo on radar, tracking up right now towards Calvin and Stewart. Also going towards Lamar here in Oklahoma. If you're in this tornado warning, again, you got to be in your safe place. This is a dangerous supercell, and it makes it even more dangerous that it is a high precip supercell, which may make it difficult to see an actual tornado. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I do think this storm to the south needs a tornado warning as well now. It's about 15-20 minutes behind the storm in front of it in terms of tornado genesis. So I would imagine that it's going to look very similar to it soon. So expect a tornado warning that may include Ada, Oklahoma here shortly.
All right, thank you for the update. Ryan Scholl is getting... Looks like it's starting to really rotate
You
right
see
now.
where the cloud cut in.
This is back over Nebraska. We still don't have a tornado warning on this storm. This is back over
It's not,
west of
I don't know if it's
Columbus.
gonna drop or not, but it's definitely trying.
Near Fullerton. This thing's really starting to wrap up.
Right behind the irrigation system. I'm gonna go a little bit further so I don't have this irrigation system in the way.
So yeah, that is definitely rotating.
You're gonna get, I don't want them. Road's muddy though.
We're gonna have a view again on here in a second.
It's like straight mud too.
Look at that. It's also upwards of ping pong ball sized hail here coming into Fullerton. Bro's car is like playing music. There we go. I don't know what that was. I think it was the seatbelt thing. Hey Melinda for the sewer chat. Enjoying your liquid deaths? I'm having a second one. It's actually not that bad. Freddie McKinney's also coming up on this as well. We're gonna put him bottom left whenever, or we're gonna go back to radar. We'll put him bottom left. He's coming up on this right now. I think he's going to a different roadway, but we'll have him in here in a second. Once again, we have multiple tornado warnings right now. One in Texas, one in Oklahoma. we are expecting again the potential for a tornado outbreak today across a fairly large area, and we already have one tornado warning, which is very concerning right now in Oklahoma, coming up on Gertie, going towards Stewart and Calvin near Atwood. Again, no couplet quite yet on radar, but there's strong rotation currently tracking up in the direction of 270 Calvin and Stewart. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. If you are in this tornado warning, this is going to be tracking up in the direction of Lamar and Stewart over the next few minutes, just to the west of McAllister. We also have a tornado warning once again for Clay County, Texas. Still have some broad rotation right now, tracking up in the direction of Nakona. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to be in your safe place. This is still a dangerous storm right now that is tracking to the northeast. If you're back over in Nakona, be ready for golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a potential for a tornado as this storm continues to move to the east, northeast, and northeast, going in the direction of Leon in Oklahoma. Back over in southeastern Kansas, northeastern Oklahoma, we still have a damaging wind and hail threat that has been rather significant for the last couple hours. Just off to the west of Joplin, we are expecting a more elevated threat for damaging winds to continue, especially in this region. So be ready again for the potential for some significant damaging winds as this continues to track to the northeast towards Pittsburgh. Winds could be as high as 70 miles per hour. And then back over near Kansas City, just some elevated storms right now. Nothing severe yet as of now, but again, that's going to change, I think, in the next hour or two. And then off to the west of Omaha, we have two rotating storms, one near Fullerton and another one near Albion. We're keeping a very close eye on those as they continue to track towards Newman Grove and also Madison and Columbus. So again, bottom middle of your screen, that is a live shot right now in our tornado warning near Bellevue. And then bottom right of your screen is John McKinney in Nebraska. And then Freddie is bottom left, which I'm actually going to change that to Mark, who's on the storm in Texas. So Freddie will come back in a few minutes, though. Whatever John McKinney's looking at is sus. It looked like just some sus clouds there. I don't think that was a tornado, but that was... I'm going to try to go full cam to him in a second, but that definitely looks suspicious. All right, let's see. This is... Let's go over to Mark, currently on our Texas tornado warning. Looks like Mark has to turn around. I think there's a couple chasers here. They're both struggling on road networks. Bob Pack is also looking at this storm right now. Again, this is tornado warning right now near Bellevue. Just ominous skies from this view. He's on the south side of the warning.
If I tried to, I'd end up in Oklahoma.
As of now, I don't really see much, at least from this perspective. Let's go back over to John McKinney. Yeah, I mean, there's still a wall cloud here. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Again, back over in eastern Nebraska, just north of Grand Island. Keeping bottom left of your, or bottom right of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have had a chaser report of a brief tornado on the ground in Oklahoma. This is our northern cell west of Gertie. The tornado has now lifted, but it's probably going to produce again as it goes up toward the town of Calvin, Oklahoma.
Hey, Riley, for the update.
Tornado warning has been issued.
These storms are very concerning right now in Oklahoma. The one here near Gertie is rapidly rotating. This is probably going to plant a pretty big tornado here in the near term. So if you're in this area, you got to be ready to be. You got to be in your safe place right now if you're in the tornado warning. Very strong rotation heading up towards 270 Calvin and Stewart, just to the south of Atwood in Oklahoma. We also have a brand new tornado warning, which includes Ada, Oklahoma. This is another storm that is rapidly rotating, heading up towards Gertie and Calvin. It's literally a train right now of discrete supercells here, or semi-discrete. They're both next to each other, currently tracking up in the direction of Calvin, just west of McAllister. Unfortunately, this supercell looks very concerning. I mean, if you look at the shape of it on radar, it looks like a pretty classic looking supercell here. Very strong inflow, in addition to a large hook echo. And I personally think this thing's about to drop a big tornado. Velocities are really strong right now, coming up towards the town of Calvin in Oklahoma, and as well as Atwood.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've just put a tornado warning on our storm that John McKinney is on bottom right of your screen. It looks like it's really rotating right now near Fullerton, going towards Genoa, going towards Highway 39. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. This is what it looks like right now.
I've got a warning here, emergency warning. What's this?
So they just issued a tornado warning on this near Fullerton. This is really starting to rotate.
Got a tornado warning.
There is a tornado. Yep, there is a tornado warning on this.
Yeah, tornado warning.
All right, we have a confirmed tornado.
Yeah, well, I'm in it, so
We have a confirmed tornado warning. This just got issued. I don't know why it didn't pop up my screen. This is now a confirmed tornado warning. So back over in Calvin, Stewart, and Gertie, this is a confirmed tornado warning for Hughes and Pontotoc counties in Oklahoma. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. As I've already mentioned, this could be a significant tornado. The velocities are very strong right now on the east side of Allen, tracking up towards Calvin in Oklahoma. So get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Once again, Gertie, Calvin, Allen, Atwood, Lamar, Horntown, and Stewart, Oklahoma. We have a dangerous tornado in progress moving to the northeast. Again, it was reported as a brief tornado, but assuming this drops again, which it probably will, this will likely end up being a pretty large tornado. The velocities are very strong right now, tracking off to the northeast. So again, please be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. And it looks like we may have a CC drop. I'm not sold on that yet. That might be hail, but at the bare minimum, the velocities are very strong right now, tracking up towards Calvin, Oklahoma. Also, the storm back off to the southwest of Ada. We still have an area of rotation here. It's probably going to take a few minutes for this thing to really tighten up and get going, but it is rotating right now near Fitzhugh, going towards Stonewall, Highway 48, and Highway 1. We also still have a tornado warning in northwestern North Texas. Rotation's broad as of right now, coming up on Nocona. If you are in Nocona, Texas, be ready for a potential tornado risk here as this storm moves to the east-northeast. It's also producing golf ball-sized hail and as well as 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So yeah, and dangerous storm right now moving to the east-northeast. We also got severe warnings popping up near Kansas City. 60-mile-per-hour winds, or not even 60-mile-per-hour winds, but half-dollar sized hail currently happening right outside of Kansas City. Pretty populated area here, going up towards Cameron and Lawson. So be ready for some half-dollar sized hail. Wind threat low for right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there is a CC drop correlated with a ZDR drop, which means this is a real CC drop. There's a tornado on the ground headed towards the town of Calvin, Oklahoma.
Hey, for the update, there is definitely a tornado. We now have a CC drop that's very clear, heading up in the direction of Calvin, and unfortunately, this could be a strong, potentially intense tornado right now, heading up towards Calvin. The velocities are very strong, and again, this is going to be approaching the northwest side of Gertie, Oklahoma over the next few minutes, just to the southeast of Allen, Oklahoma. Long term, this is going to be tracking in the direction of Eufaula, as well as Canadian, Carlton Landing, and also just off to the west of McAllister. We also have a splitting updraft here that is moving towards Henrietta, which is hence why they just issued a severe warning for those in Henrietta and Okmulgee. That is mainly for hail and wind. That is currently moving to the north-northeast. And also back over in Nebraska, we still have a wall cloud here on that tornado warning. That's back over in Nance County, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. Go back to Ryan here in a few minutes. But yeah, again, tornado is definitely in progress right now. This is currently tracking towards Calvin and Stewart. It is a very classic looking supercell, and this could be producing a strong to intense tornado heading up towards Calvin and Stewart. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Also, we just got a new mesoscale discussion back over in northeast Arkansas near Memphis, Tennessee, where isolated hail and wind is possible, but a watch is unlikely. So if you're back over in this area, just a heads up. Isolated threat back over there to the east. Also, we just had half-dollar sized hail reported in Horntown, Oklahoma, so we definitely have hail falling with this storm, currently tracking up towards Lamar. It's the latest velocity scan right now near Allen, Oklahoma. Still have a tornado in progress on the east side of Allen, Oklahoma. Again, tracking towards Calvin. Heads up, by the way, this is going to be heading up towards Atwood over the next few minutes. And once it gets closer to Atwood, there is the United States Postal Office in the track of this back over on the south side of Atwood. Also, about 3 to 4 dozen homes are in the path of this in the next several minutes, assuming that this does stay on the ground. And then it's also heading up towards Calvin. And Calvin is a slightly more populated area. The Calvin High School, a Dollar General, in addition to the Calvin Peanut Co. Flea Market, and also Granny's Garden is in the path of this here near the Y Tavern in Calvin, Oklahoma. So there are a lot of places in the path of this here just over the next few minutes. So this is back over in Nebraska, but it's not loading. All right, we'll give it a second. It's back over in Nebraska. Don's audio is a little bit glitchy here, but that again is a large area of low clouds. This storm already produced a brief tornado from a report earlier. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is the latest radar scan here just outside of Atwood, Oklahoma. Again, this could be a substantial tornado right now about to hit the town of Calvin and Atwood. The velocities are very strong right now. We have 90-mile-per-hour winds just going towards the radar. So this could be, again, a strong to intense tornado right now heading up in the direction of Calvin in Oklahoma. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is an extremely dangerous storm right now. If there is a tornado, we could easily have a strong to intense tornado heading up towards Calvin, Horntown, Lamar, and as well as Stewart over the next few minutes. We still have a CC drop. It's not super definitive, but it could be just going through some farmland right now. But again, this is likely a substantial tornado right now heading to Calvin, Oklahoma. The one behind it, south of Ada, is not...
This is an emergency
go.
alert. A large and strong
Riley, it's a
tornado
PDS.
is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, this is now a PDS tornado warning for Oklahoma. The velocities, again, are off the charts. Currently heading in the direction of Calvin. This is an extremely dangerous situation for the town of Calvin, Oklahoma. Again, well, it is literally a particularly dangerous situation, which means a large and extremely dangerous tornado is currently in progress. Heading up in the direction of Lamar and Horntown. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is heading up again towards Highway 75, just northwest of Stewart, and it's going to be going towards Lamar, and then in the long term it'll be going towards Highway 375, also going towards Canadian. So those are some of the places in the direct path of this tornado. You need to be in your storm shelter if you can possibly get there right now, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is an extremely dangerous tornado heading to the northeast. Velocities are still very strong. Our tornado will be located right here in this hook echo. And then it's going to be coming up right into the town of Calvin, unfortunately, in the next few minutes. And in Calvin, the town of Calvin might be taking a direct hit from a major tornado in the next few minutes, and that includes the Dollar General in Calvin. There's also a Park West RV Court. There's an RV park here. If you're in that RV park, you got to get to a sturdy structure or get into a ditch. You're not going to survive in an RV from a tornado like this. Going to the town of Calvin, and also the Calvin Quick Stop. There's also the Calvin Peanut Cove Flea Market, and then we also have the TJ's and Y Tavern that's in the path of this. Those are restaurants. There's also a haunted trail. There's a cemetery in the town, and also Granny's Garden, and there's also the Hughes County District 3 barn on the east side of town. So there are a lot of places in the path of this significant tornado right now. Heading up into Calvin, we have a definitive debris signature right now. That is, again, our tornado that is in progress. It might not be hitting that much right now. I think it's right now in an open field. So as long as it is in an open field, we're not going to get a big debris signature. It is going to probably get larger over the next couple minutes. It's also coming up on the Alvin HVAC Service Company, which is also near the Okaname Reservoir. So that's where it's coming up on right now. But we do have a debris signature coming up right now, again, on Atwood. Once again, particularly dangerous situation here for Atwood, Horntown, and Lamar, and also Calvin. Eventually going towards areas like Henrietta, Eufaula, Canadian, and Chicota, or Chicota. By the way, real quickly, this back over in Nebraska. I'm going to give it a second to load. Ryan Scholl has a view still of that wall cloud on that Nance County, Nebraska tornado warning. Be bottom right here in a second. All right. That's what it looks like right now. It's back over in Nebraska.
Yeah, schools are in session right now as well.
Oh, yeah, there's a wall cut here. It's not really rotating too much right now.
back.
I do think the Nebraska threat, again, will be more elevated over the next hour or two. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. All right, here's the latest radar scan. I'm not seeing that big of a debris signature right now near Atwood. The velocities are still very strong right now, heading up into the town of Calvin. Also, the tornado warning for Ada has been just updated. It is a little bit smaller now, but again, we still have an area of rotation. It's pretty broad, heading up towards Gertie, just west of Ashland. So if you're in this warning, again, make sure that you're in your safe place. Also, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. We have a lot of splitting storms right now that are also pushing a bit more off to the west. So just southeast of Shawnee, new warning for golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds just to the south of I-40 around Ada in Oklahoma. So if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, be ready for hail and wind over the next few minutes. There's a report of a large rotating, or at least a large wall cloud right now near Belcherville, Texas. That's back over near Nakona. Bob Pack bottom middle is currently coming up on this storm, and Mark Drees bottom left is also currently positioning for this storm. This is, again, currently at least being reported as a rotating wall cloud that is heading in the direction of Nakona. Let's see if there's any other chasers that have a view of this. This is going towards Nakona right now. Again, area of rotations near 82. And this storm definitely could try to drop another tornado as it moves east, as it approaches the Red River Valley. It is moving in the direction of a fairly favorable environment here over the next hour or two, going in the direction of Wilson, Ardmore, Marietta, and Thackerville. It's a very discreet supercell. We also have some more storms firing off just to the west of Dallas, Fort Worth. We'll have to keep an eye on these. Again, our tornado threat is very elevated with discrete supercells today. And as I've already pointed out, our environment here in North Texas and southern Oklahoma is fairly favorable for tornadoes in general. If we go back over to our satellite imagery right now, go to the satellite. This is for the southern plains specifically, but if you look at the satellite imagery right now, you'll notice all the clearing that we've had over the last few hours, especially even back up towards Fort Smith in Oklahoma, or Fort Smith in Arkansas, like eastern Oklahoma there. We've had a fairly favorable area for destabilization because we don't really have that much cloud cover. There's a lot of daylight heating happening right now, so a huge area is currently dealing with this destabilization, which will help to allow for more discrete supercells and even potentially more significant tornadoes here today. So that's definitely a concern. Obviously, a lot of cloud cover back off to the east, but that should continue to clear out here over the next few hours across parts of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and as well as Kansas. Back over to our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Again, we still have a PDS tornado warning. We think there is still a tornado in progress, and if we still have a tornado, it will be coming up into the town of Calvin over the next few minutes right now near Highway 1. Latest scan is showing the strongest rotation now just crossing over Highway 1, now moving towards Crossroads, Oklahoma, going towards Horntown, Lamar, just southeast of Holdenville. So again, a potentially significant tornado is in progress. We don't know if it's still on the ground, but if it is, it's going to be near Atwood, moving off to the northeast. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so one interesting piece of information is we actually had a lot of schools around our moderate risk get out early today. Joplin was one school district that released at 1 p.m. today. I believe there's a few more as well. I've heard reports that some of the schools in Tulsa getting out early as well. So that's a good thing that we're getting students home earlier across our moderate risk today. We're already seeing storms start to play out and intensify, and there's even more. We just saw another storm near Sulphur, Oklahoma, sort of fire up in the last 15-20 minutes here, and it's already starting to rotate, even though it's very, very small. I do think we could see a situation here where we would kind of have three dominant supercells, with the two that are currently tornado warned and the one to its south that work their way east across our moderate risk region today. These could stay tornadic all the way up and towards Fort Smith, Arkansas, because the environment goes all the way over to the edge of our moderate risk. So if you guys are on the far east side of this risk, don't be looking at these storms and be like, okay, they're going to be gone by the time I get here. There's not that much to worry about. Stay weather aware today throughout the entirety of the risk, just because this is one of those risks that can change ever so quickly.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. I don't know what John's looking at here.
Can't tell.
John McKinney's
Got a
back
road to
over in
go
Nebraska right now. This is back up on our tornado warning that's off to the west of Columbus. Looks very ominous there. We're going to keep him bottom right of your screen. We do have a tornado warning once again west of Columbus near Fullerton. That one's been broadly rotating. The one up near Albion has been rotating as well this entire time, heading up towards Newman Grove in Madison. So be ready for that. Back over to the west of York, we also have severe storms firing up here with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which is all currently tracking off to the east and northeast in the direction of Osceola. That looks like a lowering still here. So we got low clouds, a lowering near Genoa, going up towards Columbus and Nebraska. I think our tornado near Calvin in Oklahoma is recycling. The velocities have gone slightly broader, but it is starting to rotate more.
What?
Hey, Wagon for the super chat. Dallas, Texas, severe weather timestamp. Timing's mostly going to be between now and approximately like 9 to 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah. Maybe I'm on the wrong range.
John McKinney, yeah, somebody just sent check. John McKinney's so good. He actually captured the wedge tornado back over in western Nebraska about a couple weeks back. So he's had some really good intercepts.
I'm actually just up in there too close.
Here recently.
Might have to go for the southern one.
All right, the PDS tornado warning was just downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated rotation here for Calvin and Atwood and Horntown and Lamar. So no longer a PDS tornado warning, but there is still strong rotation. Again, I do think it's recycling, and it could be gearing up to produce another big tornado here over the next few minutes as it comes up on Horntown, Lamar, Highway 75 here in Oklahoma. So yeah, if you're in this tornado warning, I would continue to heed the warning here. It is still a significant supercell, and it is still very organized. I mean, again, we still got a large hook echo on this thing, very strong inflow as well coming out of the southeast. Still a very concerning supercell right now that is tracking in the direction of Henrietta, just northwest of McAllister. Keep in mind, by the way, if you're in McAllister, I think I had somebody ask in the chat about McAllister. Right now, no imminent tornado threat, but we'll have to keep an eye on the storm near Ada for that potential for a tornado threat. There's also a storm right now near Sulphur that already has a little hook shape to it, and there's already a broad mezzo. So I'll have to keep an eye on the storm near Sulphur. There's also a little uptick in lightning near Sulphur heading towards Hickory, Rough, and Fitzhugh. So definitely another storm that we need to keep a very close eye on. The one back over on the Texas and Oklahoma border is a substantial storm right now. This is now producing upwards of 2.75 inch diameter hail. So we are now talking about baseball sized hail that is falling here near Nocona, Texas. This is a major hailstorm that is heading towards Leon, Nocona, and Wilson, right along the Red River Valley. It already has had a wall cloud and it has been rotating, so we have to keep an eye on this. Bottom middle of your screen is Bob Pack. He's still looking at this storm. And then Connor, bottom left, is coming up on this big hailstorm. So this is, again, a pretty big storm right now moving into southern Oklahoma, going in the direction of Ardmore as well over the next few minutes. So again, make sure that you're staying away from windows if you are in this area. We also got a storm firing up near Winthrop that is also starting to ramp up a little bit. That should be more of a hailstorm. The one near Jacksboro will probably end up being a bit more of a tornado risk if it's able to start to organize here over the next little bit. That one's going to be just to the south of our other supercell, still in a very favorable environment. The one problem that this storm near Henrietta might run into is that this storm just used up that environment, so it might struggle a little bit more south of Henrietta. It'll be probably more of a hail threat as it goes towards 81. Yeah, this storm, again, near Nocona is definitely still pretty concerning. Definitely still have some broad rotation aloft. I don't think we have a tornado like imminent right now for Nocona, but it is definitely rotating going towards Leon. All right, back to Oklahoma. We have another report of quarter-sized hail near Gertie in Oklahoma. The latest radar scan is still showing some pretty strong rotation near Crossroads on the northwest side of Calvin, heading up towards Highway 75, 1330 Road, Lamar, and Horntown. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place still. This was just warned as a PDS tornado warning and could produce another significant tornado as it moves off to the northeast. There's also a lot of lightning with this storm, which a lot of the time when we have a lot of lightning with supercells, it does quite frequently indicate that we have some sort of potential rotation or intensification of rotation on a supercell, which could lead to a tornado. So we definitely need to keep an eye on this. Thank you, Hayden, for the super chat. Just want to say thank you. I was watching your stream last night and was able to contact my family that was asleep in Frisco when that brief tornado popped up. Yeah, we had a tornado, I think, back over actually near McKinney. So there's at least been, we at least had one tornado confirmed from yesterday, and it was in Gordon, Texas. Obviously, we're going to have a lot more from where that came from, though. It's back over in Nebraska. Still have a bit of a wall cloud here. Again, back over north of Grand Island on our tornado warning near Fullerton.
Yeah, and so many people I know.
Just a little inflow coming in from the right. It's not very strong.
Trained weather's golf ball sized hail.
Hey, Brett, for the super chat.
They're going to put a new severe thunderstorm warning out. They're going to cancel the tornado warning. Or they're going to let it expire.
Very low here.
Yeah, it's raining again. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for tuning in.
Thank you, Matt, for becoming a 1-month member. Will the tornado warning storm hit Muskogee? It's going.
It's so rain right
Where's
now,
Muskogee
man.
again? It's going in that direction. Yeah, these storms in Oklahoma are going in that direction right now. Hey, Doctor, for the super chat. Any rotation with the storm near Ottawa, Kansas? We don't have anything really rotating in Kansas right now. It's all elevated. Within the next hour, though, we should start to see a more significant threat of severe weather.
Some of us are trained weather
Ramp up.
spotters.
Once again, this is a wall cloud here, just north of Grand Island in Nebraska. I think Freddy's also going to be coming up on a wall cloud here in a couple minutes.
I don't think it's going to do anything. I think we're going to drop south. Highway drops south. This that other storm.
Just a very
Hopefully.
low. It's not really rotating very much. It's very, if anything, it's very broadly rotating. And so it's not a super big concern yet, but we'll definitely have to keep an eye on it. This is what's happening back over in southeast Kansas. I'm much more concerned right now for Kansas with our wind threat. We actually have significant damaging winds right now just off to the northwest of Pittsburgh going towards Fort Scott in Nevada here in western Missouri. So again, get ready for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's a huge surge of wind right now near Walnut, Garrard, and Arma, currently tracking up towards Fort Scott. And also back over near Kansas City, it's mostly hail. Nothing rotating up here as of right now. It's all hail, elevated storms. There is a chance for a tornado with this line as it continues to organize, but it'll probably take an hour, if I had to guess, for it to really ramp up and produce the potential for a tornado. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we did get more information on our London, Kentucky tornado from a few days ago. So it's not officially in the damage assessment toolkit yet, but that is because they have rated it an EF3 plus tornado. So this means that it has wind speeds of at least 165 miles per hour. And they are calling out an additional survey team that's got a lot of engineers on it to sort of go in and look at all of these high-end damaged buildings. And they're going to sort of basically 3D model what those buildings look like to determine how strong the wind speeds really were. So this normally is a process that takes 2 to 3 days. So for the next 2 to 3 days, we're going to assume that this tornado has wind speeds of greater than 165 miles per hour, but it will take a couple of days before we get that final rating.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. Also, they actually have put in damage photos, at least one, into the damage assessment toolkit. This is one of them. This was just to the southeast of Russell Springs. This was not in London or Somerset, but it was west of Somerset. And this is when the tornado really began. This is when it ramped up, and this was actually an EF3 damage indicator. Once again, this tornado did produce major damage, and it also, unfortunately, took the lives of approximately 20 people here in the London and Somerset areas. And you can see this building was literally destroyed. I mean, this home is, going to have to be substantially rebuilt. So unfortunately, this is some of the damage that we've already seen, and there will likely be more photos from where this came from here over the next few days. But yeah, definitely not what you want to see there. Also, oh, all right, there we go. Never mind. Hey, James, for becoming a member. All right, here's the latest radar scan in Oklahoma. We still got 2 rotating storms right now, one near Atwood and one near Horntown. Both of them, the rotation is on the weaker side of things. The one in Horntown does not look as concerning. I think one of the problems that it's running into is that there's just so much convection here. So it might take a little bit more time to organize. The storm near Sulphur, not really rotating much yet. There's been a little bit of broad rotation, but nothing too crazy as of now. Back over along the Texas and Oklahoma border, we have a baseball-sized hailstorm currently tracking towards Leon, Wilson, and Ardmore and Marietta in southern Oklahoma. So be ready again for up to baseball-sized hail. I honestly would not be surprised if this storm at some point in the near future got upwards of softball to even DVD-sized hail. I'm just being honest. I honestly think this storm could be a monster hailstorm heading towards Ardmore and also Marietta.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we are receiving chaser reports of a tornado on the ground south of Horntown, Oklahoma. This is the northern tornado warning in Oklahoma.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So this is back over near Horntown. They just issued a new tornado warning. So assuming we have a tornado, it'd be right along Highway 75, coming up towards Horntown, Lamar, Carson, and then eventually going towards Dustin. Just to the south of Wetumpka. So again, a new tornado is in progress, heading off to the northeast. The velocities are not as intense as earlier, but there is definitely still enough rotation here for there to be some sort of tornado moving towards Lamar. It'll eventually track up towards Dustin, and then in the long term, it'll be going towards Henrietta. Back up near Okmulgee in Oklahoma right now, we're worried more about our hail threat. This is a splitting storm. This is what we call a left splitter. It's moving to the north, and it's going to be more of a hail and wind threat if you're back up near Okmulgee. Low tornado risk, but obviously 2-inch sized hail can definitely be destructive here. That is, again, currently tracking off to the northeast here, or northeast, excuse me, over the next few minutes. Also, this is a view right now. It looks like, let me go back to Freddie here. He has a...
It's definitely ramping up here. Pavement ends.
So lowering here. This is Freddie back over in Nebraska.
Okay, so the pavement
He's currently located just northwest of
here,
York.
but it's still a nice gravel road.
We'll have to keep an eye on him. He's going to be bottom middle. We got multiple storms right now in Nebraska. They have canceled the tornado warning west of Columbus, but we're still talking about a pretty numerous area right now of 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail off to the northwest of Lincoln. So be ready for that. Actually, let me go back here real quick. Yeah, we still have multiple areas of rotation. They're all pretty broad right now. We obviously, bottom middle, have a large wall cloud. See that right there?
Wall cloud right now. Lots of scud. Cows.
The wind shear should increase over the next hour, and if these storms can stay discreet.
Yeah, copy that. It is.
If this can stay discreet, the tornado threat would definitely be more elevated.
South chat, and then we're going to shoot west.
Bandoki, welcome to the Storm Society.
Welcome in there. Yes, welcome in. This one, oh, dude, this one, I think, it just has the look. It has the look of a tornado producer. Look at how it's getting kind of elongated, and it's trying to hook. It's actually trying to hook here right now.
Keep an eye on him over the next few minutes. Latest radar scan still showing some rotation near Horntown. We just had a report a few minutes ago from a storm chaser that there was at least some sort of brief tornado on the ground near Horntown. Velocities are still on the stronger side of things, heading up towards Lamar and then eventually going towards Dustin. So again, seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. The one near Gertie is a large, broad area of rotation at this point, not as organized. I think it's going to take a little bit of time for that storm to organize again as it moves to the east. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning in North Texas. That's west of Bridgeport near Jacksboro for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Back up near Nakona, the storm is producing massive hail. Again, baseball-sized hail currently moving in the direction of Wilson and Marietta. And it also has a chance of producing a tornado if it's able to stay discreet, which right now it is. So as it continues to move towards the Red River, I do think the tornado threat will be increasing with this storm.
This is looking pretty good right now. Look at how low it is over there.
Freddie has a huge wall cloud. Probably about a almost 2-mile wide wall cloud there in Nebraska.
She is dropping.
Yeah, I agree. That thing has the look.
Just northwest of York.
Only 5 miles to 34.
See if he gets past these trees here.
Paved option. 5 miles to 34. Definitely glad we started headed south.
It's probably about 1 to 2 miles wide there, but again, it's not really rapidly rotating yet. Just broad rotation.
The new MD just came in there. What is that?
Thank you, Toby, for becoming a member.
There?
Thank you, Leah, for the 10 gifted memberships. Really
I think
appreciate that, Toby.
just
Leah.
dropped. Yeah, maybe more cows. Moo-moos. We're just gonna get right up underneath it here in a second, chat.
Dang, you can actually start to see
That's huge.
Structure.
Oh,
So right
she's
above
a
the-
beauty.
Any info on the wedge in Kansas last night? We don't have any information yet on our Kansas tornadoes.
Oh yeah, look at that little scud.
Yeah,
coming
just
down.
a little bit. I'm not getting
We'll have
the text
information
in
throughout the day, though.
but
Throughout this
give me
live
just
stream,
a
we'll
minute.
definitely have more
That's
information.
cool.
All right, copy that, Charlie. Get a little lower back in there.
Mm-hmm. That scud finger off.
You can see the mezzo, by the way. I mean, there's definitely a mezzo right there. And obviously, the wall
There we
cloud
go,
coming down.
guys. We got
That's a huge
ourselves
wall cloud.
Supercell storm here, and this is looking pretty nice. I think our tornado threat is steadily increasing, and that is a nice little scud finger there.
That one
It
that's
looks-
kind of straight up and
Yep,
down.
yep.
I zoomed in on it, like, what is that?
Yeah, it kind of looks like yeah, it looks a little sus back in there.
Looking like a little ice cream cone coming
It's not
down.
a funnel, yeah, it's more of an ice cream cone. But it is rising there. Rising scud in there. You see that?
Uh-huh. We
Definitely got some rising scud in there.
Another little ice cream cone coming down.
All right, really quickly, I do want to take you guys over to this mesoscale discussion that we were.
All right, so again, that is Freddie on the storm in Nebraska. Definitely a large wall cloud. We'll continue to keep an eye on it. By the way, new report coming out of just west of Nocona, back over in Ringgold, Texas, of golf ball sized hail. That is according to emergency management. Our hail core right now is now located just off to the north of Nocona. That is tracking in the direction of Wilson. Connor, Croft bottom left of your screen, is actually going to be punching possibly into the hail core. If not, he might just go south of this to avoid getting his car damaged. So that might be a better idea. We'll see what he does. But he's currently going in the direction of that supercell, currently moving to the east-northeast. Back over in southern Oklahoma, we still have multiple storms that are rotating, in addition to a lot of hail and wind. Back off to the west of McAllister, still an area of rotation right now near Horntown, coming up on Lamar, going towards Dustin, just to the west of Hannah, south and east as well of Wetumpka. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. About 10 minutes ago, there was a chaser that reported a tornado here, so there could still be a tornado at any time. It's not as strong as before, but it is definitely still rotating, and a tornado is a tornado. It can still cause damage. The one near Atwood is a large, broad area of rotation. Actually, at this point, if we have a tornado, it'd probably be very rain-wrapped near Crossroads. I don't think this tornado warning will be continuing. I think it's going to be just mainly this tornado warning for the time being. And then get back over south of Tulsa, we have splitting storms that are producing 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, and also up to golf ball to 2-inch sized hail, which is the size of an Easter egg, heading up towards Tulsa, Broken Bow, and also Sepulpa. And I definitely not pronouncing that right. Back over in Oklahoma. And then back near our Kansas and Missouri border, we have a long area of thunderstorm activity, mostly a cluster that is producing 70 mile per hour damaging winds and up to ping pong ball sized hail. Heading up towards Gardner, Belton, and just west of I-49. Tornado threat is low out of this activity for the time being, but it honestly will probably increase within the next hour for a more QLCS-based tornado threat. And then just off to the north of Kansas City, we have multiple storms that are currently producing hail, but the tornado threat is on the lower side of things as of right now. And then back over Nebraska, this is near our surface low, and again, multiple storms are rotating. Freddie McKinney bottom middle still has a large wall cloud. Again, this storm is definitely looking interesting near Aurora, near Highway 34, going towards Stromsburg in York. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. And then further off to the north, there is still some rotation on our storm near Columbus and as well as Newman Grove. And so those could get tornado warned at some point here in the near future. This one definitely looks interesting, though. The one that Freddie's on, there is literally a large hook reaching out. We have an outflow boundary right here. So this is going to kind of have to reach out a little bit further to try to produce a potential for a tornado. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Nelson, northwest of Superior, also for $50 sized hail and 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Connor just said he was going to park. All right, yeah, he is parked now. So he's going to wait for the storm to come to him. Thank you, boys, for coming to Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Scott, for the $10 super chat. Keep up the great work. I'm learning from you. That's awesome. Appreciate the super chat. Again, Freddie does have still a large wall cloud. Not rotating a whole lot right now, but
he's out here chasing today, too. He likes the one to the north right now. I don't really like the one to the north. I like the one we're on here right now. It's got a nice hook developing on it.
Yeah, it does. I'm just
Chad, do you guys see that hook?
calling that out. Or allowed to call that out.
so we're just looking at on radar.
Hook on it.
Does Ardmore need to worry? I would not say you have to worry, but you should be prepared. So
A new tornado warning has been issued.
You need to be prepared because, again, I do think there will be a threat for baseball-sized hail in the vicinity of Ardmore here in the next hour. Again, the big hail core is literally heading towards you, and the supercell itself is heading that direction. So if the rotation starts ramping up again on the south side of the storm, we definitely could see a tornado threat. But for right now, it's not looking super imminent that a tornado is coming. All right, new tornado warning for Hughes County in Oklahoma. That is for our other area of rotation just to the southeast of Holdenville. It's a broad area of rotation just out the Horntown. Again, we basically have back-to-back areas of rotation right now near Highway 75 and Calvin. Both moving to the northeast, going towards Highway 375 just to the east of Wewoka. So seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible as this storm continues to move northeast. Hey, Mike, also for the super chat. I appreciate that. All right, Riley has a update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so we just got a ton of different tornadoes confirmed from the 15th in Wisconsin. So the first of which is an EFU, which means it basically EF unaffected because it really didn't do that much. They don't know the wind mount, or they don't know how strong the winds were. They don't know how long it was. They don't know how wide it was. They just know, hey, there was a tornado here. So this was the Portage, Columbia County tornado, and this was on the ground for about a minute. We also had tornado, an EF0 in Rock Springs in Sauk counties in Wisconsin. The peak winds for this were 70 miles an hour. We don't know the length for this one, but we do know that it was 20 yards wide. Another one, this time getting a little bit stronger. We have an EF1 tornado with peak wind speeds of 95 miles an hour. This was on the ground for 1.55 miles before it occluded with a maximum width of 50 yards. The majority of this tornado was in Dodge County, Wisconsin. We have another one in Dodge County, Wisconsin. This was another EF1 that was a peak wind speeds of 90 miles per hour and was on the ground for 6.71 miles and had a max width of 100 yards. And we still have 3 left. We had another EF1 north of Juneau. This was also 95 miles an hour on the ground for 4.26 miles with a max width of 75 yards. We had another EF2, 120 mile per hour wind speeds with this one on the ground for almost 10 miles and reached a max width of 300 yards. This was in Mayville and Dodge counties. And then our final tornado was another EF in Juneau and Dodge counties. This was another EF2 with a peak wind speeds of 120 miles an hour on the ground for almost 12 miles and a peak width of 500 yards.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. That was from our May 15th severe weather outbreak and actually tornado outbreak. We did end up having more than 6 tornadoes, and there was, I think, about 10 or 12 from that day. I could be wrong, but there was a bunch. Also in Michigan as well. That was when we had that line of storms go right through the state of Michigan as well at nighttime, which is pretty dangerous. All right, back to live radar again. We do have 2 tornado warnings in effect right now in Oklahoma, and then we have one in I don't know where the other one is. Oh, the other one was just canceled, I think. So we are technically at 2 tornado warnings. The other one's gonna be allowed to expire in 5 minutes. It will say 3 tornado warnings, but we technically have 2 right now. The main 2 are the ones near Highway 75 near Calvin. Still 2 areas of rotation currently tracking to the northeast, going towards Highway 375, just south of I-40. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this area of tornado warnings, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as this storm continues to track to the northeast. What is Freddy looking at?
Go ahead and take this.
That looks sus. That's back. This back over in Nebraska.
Just take this north.
Just west of York.
Road here. Yeah, it should be.
Oh yeah.
It's a good little road here.
Goes from paved to gravel real quick.
It might just be scud.
Go ahead and take this up here, but yeah, that's looking interesting to the left. It's definitely trying to acquire more focused area of rotation.
By the way, what somebody asked if I was drinking soda. It's Liquid Death. Somebody mailed me a bunch of these.
Not looked at velocities here yet.
They're actually pretty good.
Velocities are doing. Nothing crazy yet on velocities here.
Looks like a hand reaching out of the sky right now.
Severe warning storm down south there too. Interestingly enough, got another one way down south.
Storm does have a little hook to it. Again, it's not really latched to our outflow yet, but
Soft here a little bit.
can latch to the outflow. It could go tornadic at some point here soon, going towards York, Nebraska.
Nothing, like concentrated.
What happens? I'm actually gonna set the A7's focus.
Copy that.
Maybe we go a little bit further. Yeah, I guess I'll just take it a little further up.
All right, we'll go back to
All right,
live
well, these
radar.
guys are getting in position.
Back over to live radar. This is what we're looking at. Again, back over west of York. Storm is trying to latch to that outflow. And if it can, this is our outflow boundary right here on radar. If it can latch to the outflow, there's a potential that this could produce a tornado. It is still a little bit more outflowy right now, but if it can get in front, it definitely could produce a tornado threat. We've had a little bit of rotation with our storms also near Newman Grove and Columbus. It's been pretty broad at this point. Still a little bit of rotation near Genoa, currently tracking towards Oconee and Columbus. So if you're in this area, continue to stay weather aware. More of a hail and wind threat right now. Just to the south of Madison. There's also a camera up here, which is working right now. Let's go back down to the south We have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings now. We're up to 29 warnings already. 29 severe thunderstorm warnings across much of northwestern Missouri and eastern Kansas. A lot of this right now is for 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, and also up to ping pong ball sized hail. A more significant threat of wind and hail right now is tracking towards the Kansas City metro area. So be ready for this if you're back over in the Kansas City area for wind and hail, again up to 70 miles per hour. Back off toward the north of Kansas City, these are all hailstorms. Really not much of a wind threat as of right now, just to the north of Kansas City, going up towards Leon and Centerville. So continue to stay weather aware if you're over there. And also, we just got a new warning for Tulsa. So Tulsa, Oklahoma, get ready for a splitting supercell that is going to be producing 2-inch sized hail and 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds, currently tracking to the north-northeast, going towards Sapulpa and also Broken Bow, just to the southwest of Claremore in Oklahoma. And then back over to our tornado warnings back over here in kind of eastern central Oklahoma. Still some broad rotation near Horntown and a little bit of broad rotation southwest of Dustin. Yeah, I'm honestly not super concerned about these storms right now. They are really rain wrapped, but I do think what's going to happen is that these will all kind of merge together and it can become a more significant tornado threat in like an hour or so as this all moves in the direction of Muskogee. So that'd be what I'm more concerned about right now. Back over near Ada, Oklahoma, we also have a supercell here. This is mostly a hail and wind threat, really not rotating much at all on radar right now. This is also behind all of our other supercells, so the tornado threat should be lower.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have just issued a tornado warning on the storm. I believe this is Carter, Love, and Jefferson counties. So this is where Connor is. Connor's coming up on this right now. New tornado warning here just southwest of Ardmore. This is going to be north of Nakona. The storm's not just producing a potential for a tornado, but it's also producing the potential for baseball-sized hail, which is also heading in the direction of Ardmore. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building as this storm continues to move to the east over the next several minutes. Once again, this is going to be just to the west of Ardmore. So Ardmore, you're not included in this warning, but if you are just off to the west of Marietta or even in Marietta, you're basically on the cusp, if not in this tornado warning right now. So again, please seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning.
Yellow.
Yep. Back over in Nebraska. Freddie still has some sus clouds. We're going to keep an eye on him. Let me go back over to Tornado Pagey, who is also on the storm, along with Connor Croft, back over on the Oklahoma border here.
I think so too.
This is a live shot right now of this storm.
Or he's distressed.
Yeah, something wrong. That's what it is.
It's very calm. Look how calm it is.
Oh, do you think it has mad cow disease?
I don't know about that.
Hopefully the cow's okay. I want to go back over to Freddie real quick. He's kind of explaining what the storm is over here.
Rotation develop here. Right now, it's unclear where it's going to try to drop. Most likely will be somewhere right in front of us here. And then we have a bit of an occluded circulation back over here, but I think it's going to be probably right in here somewhere. Look at this rotating. It's all rotating.
Why does his arm look so long?
All right, let's go ahead and get up. Let's go ahead and get up there a little closer.
Let's do it.
Get up there a little closer here.
Bro, Freddie's arm looks so long.
I am getting a phone call. Getting a phone call from Tanner.
We go over to... Shoal has a pretty large lowering out in the distance too. This is back over again in Nebraska. We're gonna go to Connor. Let's go to Connor. He's on the tornado warning cell here along the...
Yeah, the area of interest is back up here in the rain.
This is back over along the Oklahoma-Texas border. Connor's literally going right into this thing right now. Rotation is literally like a mile to his northwest. He's on Highway 32. So be off to the right. If there's a tornado, be off to the right here. Pulling off to get a view here.
Area of interest is back up in here, guys.
I'm not going to make any decisions yet.
So the area of interest will be coming up on Highway 32 in Oklahoma, going towards Marietta and Lone Grove.
Southwest.
And be off to the right. This is also a more zoomed outlook from Tornado Pagey of the same exact storm. There's a little shelf there. You'd see that going across the screen. Area of interest, again, would be on the far right side of your screen.
Yeah, I'm not going to leave this one yet, but I am concerned that it's already outflow.
Alright, so Connor thinks this could already be outflowy.
I mean, there's like a whale's mouth about to cross over top of me, so again, I don't know how long I'm going to stay with this one, but probably not long.
Thank you, Kelly, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's go back over to Tornado Pagey. They're still a bit more zoomed out on this. It's the same exact tornadic supercell here, right along the Red River Valley.
Wow. This is a beautiful storm, guys.
I want to go back over to... Back over to Freddy. Freddy's view in Nebraska.
These roads are definitely a little bit...
Storm looks gnarly. It's back over to the south of the interstate, south of Grand Island.
Yeah, she's definitely looking better and better.
It has like
visually.
Two different curves. It's like on top.
Thank you, Pyretta, for becoming a member.
Of where the wall cloud is attached to, but then behind it, it's a little less. Like it goes from that
You mean like there's just different bases, or what?
We go back to Connor. Connor is
Mess. I'm glad we're not over there, guys.
looking right underneath the area of rotation. Again, I'm not seeing a lot of spin. It looks like it's spinning a little bit at the top. The wind's picking up on the bottom of your screen.
So I'm gonna go back the way I came.
So we are starting to see at least the winds pick up, likely from some of the RFD. From this storm right along the Oklahoma-Texas border near Leon, which is tornado warned. This is back over to Tornado Pagey on the same storm, again a few miles further east. Large shelf over top.
Yeah, look at radar.
Thank you, Odin, for the super chat. Thank you, Dippeldork, also for the $10 super chat. We had a floss today? I would have to actually remember. I mean, the structure is pretty beautiful. I don't see anything like rapidly rotating. I mean, it would have to be on the more in the middle right. It'd be not really rain wrapped. Just according to radar, the velocities are the strongest on Highway 32. So that would be kind of where they're looking right now. I don't see anything rapidly rotating, but we have a huge shelf. Definitely indicating damaging wind potential. And again, there's baseball-sized hail back in there.
Yeah. I think it's... So, have you looked at radar?
Yeah, I just looked.
Okay. I think it's probably going to hand off to that back one.
Like right here.
Yeah.
Back over to Connor, who's now still looking at the area of rotation or the area of interest. He's just going a bit further to the east to get a bit more out in front of it again. Once again, this area of rotation is going in the direction of Ardmore. Hey, while that's happening, this is actually kind of crazy. This is Ryan Scholl's view back over in Nebraska. Look at that shelf cloud. Getting the exact location right now. It's just to the east of Grand Island, near Stromsburg. Another crazy structure shot.
Incredible storm, man. Hold on, I gotta put you guys on the point.
Hey, Tommy, as well as Pitts,
look at
become
that.
members.
Look at this thing. It's huge. Beautiful supercell, man.
This is the one in Texas.
Ah, sorry, folks.
Whoa, we just got dropped. This is the tornado warning here on the Oklahoma and Texas border. And again, this is the one that's tornado warned. Look at this structure.
Yeah, that's outflow.
They think it's outflowy too, and if it's outflow driven, then the tornado threat's low.
For now.
It's at least low in the short term.
The cows are safe.
Cool air coming out.
Can you put that back up?
Look at the flies.
Oh, we got a lot of crazy views of the storm right now. Let's see here. Which one is?
Back up north.
As soon as you see that inflow.
All right. Back to live radar again. This is our tornado warning right now along the Texas-Oklahoma border. Does not include any part of Texas. Again, the main area of rotation is pretty rain-wrapped. Just to the north of Highway 32, heading up in the direction of Ardmore. Be ready in Ardmore for a potential tornado risk. Definitely a damaging wind threat and also a large hail threat. Baseball-sized hail is still likely with this storm as it continues to track towards Ardmore, just to the south of Wilson. We are watching more storms fire off right now, just off to the west of Dallas-Fort Worth, east and southeast of Wichita Falls. These are mainly wind and hail threats right now. Tennis ball sized hail is already falling near Henrietta, and that is currently going to be tracking in the direction of Nakona over the next few minutes. So be ready for a big hail threat with this as it continues to move to the east-northeast. And then back over to the north in Oklahoma, we still have 2 tornado warnings in effect. We got one south of Henrietta, or both of them actually south of Henrietta. I'm not seeing really much rotation here. Strongest area of rotation will be coming up into Dustin right now, also heading towards 375. So again, potential tornado risk right now heading off to the northeast, but generally speaking, it's not really rotating a ton compared to what we had earlier in the stream. And then just to the south of Kansas City, we have mostly a wind threat currently heading up in the direction of Kansas City. Also up to ping pong ball sized hail is also heading towards Kansas City, Gardner, Belton, just to the west of Grain Valley. A bunch of hailstorms currently just to the east of St. Joseph. And then back over in Nebraska, we got a slew of hail and windstorms, and then we've also had some rotation at times. A little bit of rotation west of Columbus still, and then where Freddie is, we've been watching a storm that's been trying to latch to our outflow boundary, and if that can happen, we could get a tornado out of that. So bottom middle, bottom right, bottom left. Every view that we have right now looks scary. So, I mean, that's just the nature, I guess, of our storms right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So just a little piece of information on what I've been noticing from a lot of our chaser feeds on our tornado warning here near the Texas-Oklahoma border. So we were talking about how still it looks on Bryce's and Paige's feed. It sounds like this storm does still have inflow, but it's very, very weak. And this is a really good thing in terms of our tornado potential. If this storm is not pulling a really strong inflow region, it's not going to have the energy that it needs to sustain a strong mesocyclone, and it will not produce a tornado. There's been 3 or 4 different chasers who are honestly leaving this storm because of how weak the inflow is. So storm chasers leaving a storm is always a good thing because it means it's probably not going to be tornadic. So that's why we haven't seen this storm produce a tornado, even though it's been tornado warned. And this is good news because I think it will not get its act together by the time it gets to areas like Ardmore, Oklahoma. However, there is still a possibility that it could get its inflow notch back. So we're going to have to monitor it.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. I do agree, and I'm looking at this right now on radar. Again, the velocities don't look too crazy. The latest scan looks crazier, but I do think there is going to be some hail contamination from this. But we do still have a little bit of rotation on this. I think more than anything, though, it is more of a wind threat and a hail threat moving towards Ardmore. They have issued a new large severe thunderstorm warning for Ardmore, back up just south of Pauls Valley. That is mainly for the threat of ping pong ball-sized hail and also 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I gotta say, if we go back over to Freddie right now, he has just an unbelievable looking storm right now. This is back over just to the south of Grand Island, or just east of Grand Island in Nebraska. Crazy little structure here.
The tornado warned it up there.
Not rotating a whole lot yet, but it looks
There's kind of some couplets to the
looks gnarly
there as well. Kind of up.
Thank you, Kendra, for becoming a member, and also thank you, Dakota, for the super chat.
It's still rotating here, though.
Dakota, we're using Radar Omega. I don't know if that's what you're asking. You can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android.
It does.
Also, this is Ryan Scholl. He is looking at, I believe, a similar storm.
Weird.
There's also...
I don't think we're gonna move here. We're in a really, really good spot right now.
I think this one is starting to rotate a little bit now too. This is the same storm that Freddy's on. It's with the hook.
We're gonna watch that area of potential rotation move into our location.
Freddy's right behind it. Look at this.
Yeah, there's.
If this one doesn't get reorganized, that is a play that you guys have.
The middle right.
Yeah, that's probably going to be what I'm going to do.
It's really look at how circular this entire thing is. We got like a whole mesocyclone here, just very broadly rotating.
Because now that's the tail end Charlie. We got a new Charlie in town.
Another Charlie? Thank you, Preston, for becoming a member.
Yeah, we got a new Charlie.
Possibility for high risk? There's really no possibility.
Here, so this is going to be our east option.
Just because you guys said that, I'm going to make sure that storm doesn't do it.
Alright.
So yeah, it's both Freddie and Ryan Scholl both on that storm in Nebraska that is trying to rotate. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for Ryan Terrell, just off to the west of Nakona. That is for tennis ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is a tornado possible label on this. We have a few storm chasers in this general vicinity. I think Connor's going towards it as well. So I'll be keeping a close eye on all of those chasers. This storm definitely has a chance, I think, of producing a tornado at some point down the road as it comes up towards Nakona in Texas. Again, that is going in the direction of Montague County here, currently in Clay County, Texas. Tornado warning still does continue here. It goes for 33 minutes unless they cancel it. Again, we do think this is outflowy, which means that it probably will not be producing a tornado, at least in the near term, until inflow comes back into the storm, which it is running into another storm that's back over at Ardmore. So rain cool air could also hurt this storm as it continues to track towards Ardmore, but it'll be something to still keep an eye on. And then also another hailstorm just north of Gainesville, $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds near Lake Texoma, northwest there of Sherman. And then just off to the east of Oklahoma City, there's a bunch of storms here that, I mean, they're literally everywhere. These are, there's literally storms everywhere here that are producing wind and hail. We still have a couple tornado warnings in effect here for at least the next 18 minutes or so. Main area of rotation would actually be coming up on Henrietta right now. It is a broad area of rotation, so there's a chance that they issue a tornado warning for Henrietta, but I'm not super confident that they will. But at this point, the area of rotation has really moved outside of our tornado warnings. Maybe one there west of Dustin, but a more defined one just to the south of Henrietta. Very broad, currently moving towards Sholter, Huffman, and again Henrietta in Oklahoma. Back up in Tulsa, ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds is coming up here in the next 15 minutes, so be ready for this near Broken Arrow and as well as Tulsa, southwest of Claremore. We also have a damage report in Sherman, Kansas. There are multiple large trees down on Northwest Bellevue Road and Northwest 110th in Cherokee County. Time is based by radar at 2:48 p.m. We also got a little storm now firing up just to the west of Manhattan, Kansas. This isn't really rotating yet, but this is producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I do think our tornado risk will begin to increase here soon for our storms that are now firing up back over in Kansas. And we are starting to see, again, more storms that are firing up here west across parts of eastern Nebraska. Rotation's actually picking up a little bit back off to the west of Columbus in Nebraska. It's still broad, but definitely some strong velocities going towards and away from the radar. So we may get a tornado warning at some point here in the near future for Platte Center near Columbus. So heads up if you're in Columbus, Nebraska as of right now. And the storm that Freddie's on still has that large hook, but so far has really struggled to actually get any sort of rotation. Bottom middle still looks really, sus. We've been using the word sus quite a bit recently. All right, back to Texas here. Hey, you need to burn for the super chat. New meso for Iowa. Whenever we get new mesoscale discussions and stuff, can you guys add me on Discord and watches? Can't really multitask with all the mesoscale discussions. This is our latest NATOcast outlook for today. This is, again, an experimental tool that has been used for years now that has been actually fairly accurate with predicting where our most significant tornado threat is. And they did have a 30% at one point today, and it's back down to like just a few areas of a 15% tornado risks across parts of Oklahoma. And then back over here in North Texas, which I honestly think North Texas could get interesting in the next hour or two. There is a 10% tornado risk with the Storm Prediction Center also agrees with that. And the 10% hatch goes all the way up towards Kansas City and Joplin and even back over south of St. Louis there. So generally speaking, I mean, this is probably going to end up being what happens today with our tornado threat. And for comparison, this is the Storm Prediction Center's tornado risk outlook for right now. It is a large 15% tornado risk from the Red River Valley all the way back up towards Springfield and as well as back up into Joplin, Missouri. And also just south of Kansas City. And then our 10% hatch tornado risk, which is where strong long track tornadoes are possible today. That is anywhere from Kansas City all the way back towards Dallas, Fort Worth. So again, it is a fairly large area here for today. Also goes back over towards Poplar Bluff, back over in southeastern Missouri. So that's another area that we'll have to keep an eye on for the potential for maybe a strong tornado. That'll be probably later today, like this evening, if you're back over here in like southeast Missouri. That was a terrible circle, but you know what I'm talking about. Also, heads up, the wind threat was upgraded. Again, I wasn't able to really, actually, it's been upgraded further. So they've upgraded this wind threat from the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook to include a larger area. So our 45% wind risk, which is actually pretty rare, we have a 45% wind risk within a 25-mile radius that now includes anywhere in eastern Oklahoma, northwestern Arkansas, southwestern Missouri, and southeast Kansas. So this has grown from our latest outlook. Again, our moderate risk of severe weather is driven by strong and long track tornadoes, destructive hail, and as well as high winds now. I mean, everything is now piling up, so we basically have a moderate risk for everything now across the board. This is a region that we could see damaging winds as high as 100 miles per hour here over the next several hours as some lines of thunderstorms develop. Again, we're going to have multiple discrete supercells, but we'll also have clusters that, you know, cluster together essentially, and that'll lead to the potential for some pretty high winds, again, as high as 100 miles per hour. And I'm going to try to pull up the future radar so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat. We would run out of names if we were naming tornadoes. This is the latest ARRR model run for today. And notice how we have multiple discrete supercells here over the next few hours that'll be rotating, producing the potential for tornadoes. Pictured here is 6 o'clock, so we got a bunch of storms here near Joplin, also near Fort Smith. And then another round of storms will fire off, by the way. If you're near Oklahoma City, we got more storms coming. So if you're in Oklahoma City, if you're back over, even in Dallas, Fort Worth, like we have another round of storms that'll form, even if you've already seen a storm today near our dry line. So heads up, we're not done with severe weather in Oklahoma City. By 7 to 8 o'clock, these storms will continue to push east, and we'll be talking about a large area of wind, hail, and also tornadoes, especially in this environment here. I think our greatest chance for tornadoes will especially be across parts of western Arkansas as we go into this evening, and then also some high winds, and also near northeast Texas. And then after midnight, the threat is pretty low. But again, over the next several hours is really going to be the peak. Between now up until about 8 o'clock or so will be the highest threat of tornadoes, high winds, and destructive hail. So the next 4 hours is definitely a time frame that you want to be staying weather aware and having multiple ways to receive alerts. I know we only have 2 tornado warnings right now, which is nowhere near the amount we got to yesterday, but that doesn't mean we're not going to see a bunch of tornado warnings here in the next hour or two. I do think truly that we'll start to see this threat really ramp up here very soon. By the way, this hailstorm right now coming up on Terrell and as well as in Nacona in Texas, this is a significant hailstorm. The latest couple scans showing a big hail core coming up on Ringgold. We just literally had golf ball sized hail a few minutes ago in Ringgold, and there's now more hail coming. So this storm is definitely far from done when it comes to the hail threat moving into Ringgold, Texas as of right now. Let's go back over to Freddie. Oh, maybe not. All right. Hey, Lawrence, the super chat. Walmart HQs in Bentonville, Arkansas. What's the timing? The timing's literally any time between about 5 o'clock until about like 11. You have a pretty large time frame there. So far, the storms in Nebraska haven't really done a whole lot other than wind and hail, but we are starting to see rotation now picking up just to the northwest of Osceola. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Just off to the south of Osceola, or west of Osceola, south there of Columbus. Another area of rotation starting to develop there. And we also have a little bit of rotation near Oconee, heading towards Platte Center. So I think the tornado threat may ramp up here over the next hour. Again, this is near our surface low. There's a lot more wind shear and also a lot more vorticity. Should help to amplify our tornado threat a little bit. Also, Connor Croft, who is bottom left of your screen, he is currently en route, I believe, possibly for this big supercell west of Nacona, if not the one near Bowie. The one near Bowie is also getting a little mezzo on it. So we got a little bit of rotation right now, heading up towards Bowie, Texas, going towards Munster, and also tracking in the direction of 82 over the next few minutes. And we still have a tornado warning right now for just southwest of Ardmore. We actually have a couplet, it looks like, forming. That could also be hail contamination. I want to go over here. This is crazy. I'm going to see if Vince is on there. I'm going to see if he has anything here. This is Ryan Schull. If he gets beyond the trees, this structure in Nebraska is insane. I'm going to wait till he gets beyond the trees. Also, I'm going to try to see if we have Vince on this. Vince doesn't have a view quite yet. I never knew there were this many trees in Nebraska. Hey, V-Rusk for becoming a member. What time could DFW get bad? Anytime from about now until about 11 o'clock is the main time frame. If I had to take a guess here, I do think what we're seeing here, look at all the trees down, by the way, bottom right of your screen. I don't know if there was like a tornado there or something else, but a bunch of trees down. I do think the storm back over near Wilson is still probably outflowy. I'm waiting to see what Vince has. All right, Vince is here. Let me do Vince in 3. So Vince is coming up on the tornado warning cell right now here near Ardmore. I'll have to give it a second to load. There it is. So he's coming into it right now. This is what it looks like. Yeah, I'll be honest, unless this is like really rain-wrapped rotation, this looks really outflowy. It also looks really elevated.
I'm inclined to believe
so probably a very low tornado risk. Even though radar's showing some rotation from the western radar site, that's probably hail contamination.
Yep, they're all garbage. I'm honestly wondering if like it's just like, what do you even do? Do you just go to tomorrow at this point? I mean, I understand, you know, last night happened, but this is a different situation here. Like, I really think that blob that just went through Oklahoma just tainted that environment real bad, I bet.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Also keep an eye on that one to the east as well. It's a little in front of everything.
Vince Waltie's also inside the Radar Mega app. You can watch him inside the app, in addition to like another dozen storm chasers. With the top link in the description below on iOS and Android.
Just at a glance.
So yeah, he's driving in the storm right now. Another person I want to go to here is, we're going to give it a second to load, but Mark Dries is back over on our storm somewhere. I don't know where his location went. Hayden, can you give me the location of Mark? I don't know where it went. He's not on the map for some reason. Like, disappeared. He's looking at something. Any idea on Fort Smith impact time? Probably around 5 to 11 o'clock. And right now, the storms in eastern Oklahoma, they're going to take, again, probably another hour to even get to you. These ones are pretty much fully tracking to the northeast towards Muskogee. And mainly a hail and wind risk as of right now. There is a tornado risk still with the storm south of Henrietta, which, again, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation, but we at least still have a little bit of rotation here just outside of our tornado warning now, south of Henrietta, going towards Chicotah, just to the west of Eufaula. So, generally speaking, we still have some rotation on this. I do think there's a chance now that it's just too messy. Again, one of the biggest problems with today's setup, what we talked about even in our videos, is the potential for over convection. And so far, we're definitely seeing that with these supercells that are back out here in eastern Oklahoma. But if any storm can stay discreet, especially these ones in Texas, I really think these ones in Texas have a better shot at producing significant severe weather long term. If these ones can stay discreet, there will be a much more significant threat, I think, for a tornado threat. The one that's back over near Bowie, again, still has a little hook, hail core, and there's a little bit of a mezzo on it now, right over Bowie. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. There's at least some broad rotational left, and I think the tornado threat will start to increase a little bit here over the next hour or two as it heads towards Munster and Gainesville. That's Cook County for reference. We have multiple damage reports now. We got a line of storms right now coming up towards Kansas City. We got more damage reports coming out of southeastern Kansas. In Uniontown, there are power outages reported by a rural company. And then also back over in Walnut, Kansas, reports of multiple large trees down in Crawford County, which the time is based by radar, so about 3 o'clock, so that was about 50 minutes ago. And then one more damage report near Pittsburgh, just outside Pittsburgh, near McCoon, Kansas, which multiple large trees are down. And unfortunately, we do have a significant wind threat coming towards Kansas City right now. The highest winds are east of Garnett, and that will be coming up towards the Belton, and also going towards Harrisonville, and then probably going right towards Overland Park in Kansas City here soon. So be ready for some pretty high winds as this line continues to push to the north and north-northeast over the next several minutes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, just a little information on why storms aren't performing as well as they could be right now. So I'm not trying to say that this is a bust by any means, because this is just what's causing an issue right now, and this is something that can change. But this is a map of our current dew points, and because we have so much convection going out in the middle of our warm sector, we are seeing a heavily decreased dew point values. So they're still conducive to produce a tornado. They're above 60 degrees, which is what we normally need. But when they get so close to the temperatures, it becomes hard for storms to really grow, because it needs that difference between the dew point temperature and the air temperature to actually grow the storm up. We're working on making our own map of the spreads between dew points and temperatures right now, so hopefully we can show that soon. But we really need to see the dew point temperatures and the temperatures spread apart again in order to see these storms go upscale. So when they're moving into this environment, we're kind of seeing these storms weaken just because there's not a lot of energy for them to continue existing.
Hey, Riley for the update. Ryan Scholl has a pretty gnarly view of the storm in Nebraska.
Middle of the road again.
Looks pretty elevated right now. This did have a wall cloud earlier. And might be ramping up again. I have rotation right now just to the north of Osceola. It's right underneath this thing.
I've been doing this since 2022.
Bro's been doing it since 2022. He has the receipts. He's experienced.
Look at this HP monster. Holy cow, this thing's a beast.
Juicy wall cloud? Oh my goodness. Oh, we're going back to the juicy wall clouds. Hey, Troy for the $10 super chat.
Nope, this is not a new storm. This is the same one.
By the way, this is live over in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now.
Wow, look at that back there, man.
Tulsa, Oklahoma's about to get hit by some high winds. If there are any more cameras that have a view of this, let me know. I think this is probably the main one. But this is back over in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now, where we got high winds that are going to be coming in the next few minutes. Potentially 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds and golf ball sized hail. And I do have a concern that there is an overpass right here, and there will probably be people that park underneath it, if I had to guess. So definitely not something that you want to see. I'm pretty sure people are already parking under the overpass as we speak. It looks like there are cars already pulled over there on the middle left. So I don't know if we're going to get any view of that. If there's a camera that has a view of that, Hayden, let me know. But we might have to do some shames if that's the case. An now flowy t-shirt. The whiskey for the super chat. We might have a camera. Let me one second.
Probably some hail back there, yeah, but mostly rain.
Oh, I don't need the cam links. They're in the program. Looks like. Oh my goodness, we have it. We need shames. Shames are needed. It's right now live in Oklahoma, or in Tulsa right now. I think those cars are parked under the overpass. I mean, here comes the wind, by the way. The wind's picking up. So we got 60 to 70 mile per hour winds coming into Tulsa right now. And then you got all the cars parked under the overpass. Unbelievable. All right, well, there's some promising signs. These people are actually driving. I don't know how long that's going to last, though. I'm not going to lie. I don't feel like it's going to last forever. Especially if we start seeing some golf balls fly out of the sky. There's going to be people that park underneath that overpass. This is also another shot here from Tulsa. Oh, that's not Tulsa. Give me one second. There are some people parked right there on the right underneath this overpass. This is also live in Tulsa on the overpass, so this is right above where that camera is. And hopefully the people are actually moving from under that overpass now. It doesn't look like it. There's a couple people there that are just not inching up. There have been reports of quarters falling out of the storm near Broken Arrow and Jenks over the last few minutes. All right, well, there's some promising signs. They're driving. You can just tell how scared these people are to get out of the overpass from how slowly they're pulling up. That's definitely promising. Hopefully it stays that way. We're gonna keep that bottom middle of your screen. That is once again live in Tulsa. Which right now we got high winds and hail coming in. The biggest hail core is on the southeast side of Tulsa. Which, for reference, There are a lot of cameras in Tulsa. If you guys see any cameras on the southeast side of Tulsa, let me know. I think this is on the southeast side of Tulsa. So the hail should start falling in the next minute or so. Back on the southeast side of Tulsa near Southern Plaza, and as well as coming up on Oak Brook Village going towards Garnett and as well as Dawson. Catoosa is also in the path of that hail core. So there is going to be hail over the next couple minutes coming into this area, and it's warned now for 2-inch sized hail. So it's actually been upgraded. We're now up to 2-inch sized hail here, coming up towards Claremore over the next few minutes. Yeah, just put in cams chat if there's any more cams. There are a few more on the southeast side. So we should be seeing some up to 2-inch sized hail over the next few minutes here on the east and southeast side of Tulsa, possibly even into the downtown area of Tulsa. That could be potentially, damaging to vehicles out there. We could see some, dents on cars. It wouldn't really shatter glass, but it's definitely large enough to cause some dents. By the way, we actually have no tornado warnings. I just noticed that. So we no longer have any tornado warnings now. Shocking, actually. We have none right now as of 4 o'clock, but we still have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in place, and a bunch of which that are still significant. And we are still watching a few rotating storms, mainly back over in Texas and also in southern Oklahoma, that are all currently tracking in the direction of Ardmore, Gainesville, just north and west of Denton. Biggest concern right now is hail and wind. We could see hail up to the size of baseballs out of some of these storms as they continue to move to the northeast. By the way, look at this thing on radar right here. That is a dry line that is setting up. That is the mix between our moist and dry air. And you can actually see the dry line on radar, which is where storms are kind of initiating near. So that little line there that's stretching from Wichita Falls back up towards Norman is the dry line, which is actually kind of cool to see. Back over live inside of Tulsa. The winds have been picking up here over the last couple minutes. And again, 2-inch sized hail is possible as well. Golf ball sized hail was just reported on the south side of Tulsa, so we should see that at any moment here. Should see that at any moment here. There's also another camera that's going to be in this. I'm going to put it up in 2 seconds. It's another live shot. You got the McDonald's right there here in Tulsa. Just got a video from a friend in Tulsa with golf ball sized hail. If you guys have any photos or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. There's also a link down below. The biggest hail would be on I-44 now, coming up on the north side of Broken Arrow. Looks like there's another camera I'm going to put up on here. This one is on the east side. I'll give that one a second to load. I think it just loaded. This is going to be where the hail core is. We haven't seen any, hail fall yet. I think the wind's picking up in the McDonald's. So the wind's picking up. We still got 60 to 65 mile per hour winds moving through I-44 right now. And there you go. Cars are parking into the overpass right there. Once again on the bottom right of your screen. Shame. There's at least 2 or 3 vehicles that have just parked there. The wind's picking up. You can see it going across your screen. Some of the rain curtains. So some high winds. And once again, you can see the semi-truck going by them too. This is the problem. If that semi-truck parks, bro, there's no way. Oh my goodness. Here we go. I mean, it's ridiculous. Again, we got a semi now parking there. And this is now, that's the right lane, by the way. That is not the shoulder. And even if you're on the shoulder, you shouldn't be doing that. Now everybody's parking under this overpass. And now it's all backing up. I mean, this is literally unbelievable. And look how strong the winds are, by the way. They're around 60 to 70 miles per hour. Do we have another camera looking at this? This is the one, Memorial South. Now all of a sudden, everybody starts to move now. Still got people parked on the shoulder. Definitely around 60-mile-per-hour winds at least. At least around 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe up to 70. Well, while this is happening, this is a live shot of the storm in Nebraska. Changing gears. This one has had some broad rotation on radar. Hey, Florida, for the $10 super chat.
Nope, I didn't.
Also, the Brandon for the super
I crossed
chat.
into the warm air, actually. That's why. I crossed into warm air. Yeah, it was a boundary. I crossed the boundary, all of a sudden it warmed up like 7 degrees. That would do it. I was so confused for a second, though, that's for sure. We zoom in. Wait, no, zoom in. Yeah, I can't really do it that much, though. That's about as much as I can do. We're going to be turning north here in about, what, 3-4 miles?
Were there traffic lights there? Was that what it was? There's no way. I find it hard to believe that... Okay, first off, if we go to this photo, I'm pretty sure I'm still right here. If we go to this photo, I mean, if there's a traffic light, why is nobody else over here? You know? Like, everybody stopped right here. I don't think there's a traffic light right here, like, underneath the underpass. So I don't think these people are all stopping at a traffic light right here. Like, the traffic light's probably further up. So... that's at least from my knowledge. Even if there is a traffic light up here, the first camera we showed there was a traffic light, but this one there, I mean, if there's a traffic light, it's further up. So, and everybody literally parked, including the semi, underneath here. Like, they just came to a full stop. So again, you're not supposed to do this, and I to educate everybody, because this is a big thing that keeps happening every time, like, we look at a traffic camera. During any severe warning, even if it's a marginal severe warning like this one, parking under an overpass is very dangerous for many reasons. Again, if you are a person traveling on the highway or a roadway, and you park under the overpass, especially on a lane, even if it's on the shoulder, but on a lane, you are risking people behind you literally slamming on their brakes with low visibility, not seeing you, and all of a sudden it's just going to come to a complete stop, right? The other thing is, too, you are in a wind tunnel. So if we have 70, 80-mile-per-hour winds, or even, you know, a tornado, you're literally going to be under a debris filter. All the wind is going to filter underneath here, and it's going to even be more dangerous. So once again, I'm pretty sure there's no light here. Again, there's no evidence that they were stopping because of a traffic light here. They are definitely stopping because of the wind and hail, which was picking up at the time. So yeah. I mean, again, the first camera, there was a light, so that made a bit more sense. But there were still people back underneath the underpass way before the light, and there was plenty of space for them to pull up. So again, this is very dangerous to do, though. Never do it. Again, I don't know why people do it. I guess people feel safer, especially if there's hail. They don't want their car being damaged or whatever. But, like, it's just not worth you being selfish for tens of other cars or even hundreds of other cars that are behind you. So again, the shame thing isn't like it's more of just a meme at this point. It's not like an actual, like, we're shaming everybody. But, like, I mean, generally speaking, you should never do that. If you guys get permission on any photos, let me know. There's still somebody parked under the thing on the bottom right, too. Latest few updates on this storm, that it is still producing up to 2-inch sized hail. The worst of the hail is heading up towards Ardmore, Uloga, and as well as Foyle and Chelsea. And also, we've had golf ball sized hail reported on the south side of Tulsa over the last few minutes. We have 2 different reports here from Public. On the south side of Tulsa, from golf ball sized hail that has fallen. That is now coming up on Owasso and going towards Ardmore over the next few minutes, going towards Foyle and as well as Chelsea. So again, significant severe weather here continuing in and around Tulsa. These storms are splitting. They're moving off to the north and northeast, so the tornado threat is much lower out of this activity. It is more of a hail and wind risk as of right now, moving up into the direction of Coffeyville in southeastern Kansas. We also got storms now firing up just off to the west of Joplin, Missouri. Currently, these are not super concerning, but they are producing half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. These little black circles on radar Omega are actually damage reports, and unfortunately, we've already had damage in this area, and we got more storms now firing up on top of this that are currently moving off to the northeast, going towards Nevada, and as well as just south of Fort Scott. We also have more severe warnings firing up now just to the east and northeast of Kansas City. Damaging winds and hail is continuing across a pretty large area here around Kansas City, going back up towards Chillicothe, west of Kirksville. So be ready for hail and wind as these storms continue to move northeast. This is likely going to become one big line of storms in the next hour or two. Highest winds are currently moving up in the direction of Lee's, Summit, and Belton. A huge surge of wind actually going right towards Belton in Missouri and Lee Summit. Also, if you guys see any traffic cams on this, just put them in cams. This is going to be back over near Belton in western Missouri. But in Kansas City, we are talking more about a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat. Also, ping pong ball-sized hail is possible in Kansas City. Kansas City, also look for cams there too. So Kansas City and also going towards Belton, high winds and also large hail. And then back over just west of Omaha, we still got a severe storm here. A couple of them actually, one near Platte Center, the other one south of Columbus, mainly for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. A little bit of rotation just to the northwest of Columbus, and then a little bit of rotation, but more of a wind threat just to the northwest of Rising City, currently moving to the east. And back over in Texas and as well as just to the south of Oklahoma City, we got one big supercell that has just fired off here just to the south of Oklahoma City, mainly with ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. If this storm can split off to the east, it'll produce more of a tornado risk, but for now it's more of a hail and wind threat moving to the northeast. And then back over in northwestern North Texas, we do have a storm right now producing golf ball sized hail and a little bit of rotation just off to the west of Munster, which is tracking the direction of Thackerville and Gainesville. And Freddie is on that storm in Nebraska. We'll go back to him in a minute. You got a decent view there of the storm on the leading edge. There's another view. Again, this is what we were just talking about. Is this still happening? Yeah, it's still happening. This is back over in Tulsa. Give me 1 second to pull it up here. This is exactly what you do not do, as we were just alluding to. This is, again, ridiculous. There are people parked under the overpass, again, in Tulsa. It's on US 169. I mean, that's literally the left or the right lane. I think there's 2 lanes there that are blocked because of people parked. Maybe 2, if not 1. I don't even see any hail falling. I mean, if there's any hail, it's very minimal. It's really not destructive. It's... unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Is this Kansas City? I don't think I have that. Oh, I do have that camera. This is... I think that's just traffic. I could be wrong. All right, I'm going to put that in 2. I'll put that in 1. Once again, cars parked under the overpass. Never do this. Also, a little update on this storm right now. We do have hail that is falling right over Skiatook, going up towards Ochalata here, just northeast or north of Tulsa here. And that is a little bit more of a hail core that's formed over the last couple minutes west of Collinsville. All the hail really right now is now north of Tulsa. That is mostly around ping pong balls to golf balls. That is moving up towards Nowata and Chelsea and Foyle over the next several minutes. So again, if you are in this area, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows. And if you're driving, just keep driving or get off the road and go into a gas station or something. I mean, there's no reason to be parking under an overpass. And I mean, look, yeah, there's literally, I mean, there's only 1 lane right now open. I mean, you see this? There's literally 1 lane open right now in US 169 because there's 3 lanes, or the shoulder and also the left 2, or the right 2 lanes are both blocked. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, this is what creates traffic and accidents during severe storms. I think we actually have another view of this that's a little bit better. Give me 1 second. They'll show it more fully. Yeah, this one has a view of the traffic backing up. This is exactly what we do not do during severe storms. Hey, Casey, for the sewer chat. I mean, this is, I mean, just being brutally honest, this is just selfish. Like, literally, it literally does nothing for anybody else behind you. It's so dangerous. And, I mean, the traffic's backed up for at least a mile, it looks like. It's really crazy to me, though, that every time we've been live recently, this has happened. And this is not a tornado warning cell. It's producing ping pong ball sized hail, which might put a couple dents into your car, and then 60-mile-per-hour winds. Like, I don't know. I don't understand why people do it. I guess people feel safer under an overpass. It's like, I mean, it's almost like standing, I mean, like, you should never do this, but like standing under a tree when there's a thunderstorm, like that is also very dangerous. You might feel like you're protected, you know, from that like thing over you, but lightning strikes trees, right? I mean, this is like the same situation, but with wind. Wind is going to filter under the overpass. People might feel like they're safe there, but you're really not, you know? So it looks like the lanes have finally starting to clear up now, but man, that's crazy. Also, bottom left of your screen is a live shot there in Kansas City. Wow, this is crazy right here. This is Ryan Scholl on the Nebraska storm.
This is incredible. Wow! You kidding me? It's insane.
Crazy
Look at your guys'
structure.
view. Wow! Look at this thing! You guys gotta be kidding me! You gotta be kidding me! Wow! This is insane! What a storm! Shout out Nebraska. 50-mile drive from my hometown.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
This structure is insane. The storm has had some rotation. I mean, again, there's still a chance for a tornado. It's more of a hail and wind threat right now, but the structure is actually insane.
You gotta be kidding me. We're gonna stop for a second.
Wow.
Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me.
The blue tinge, for those that are wondering, is mostly coming from our water droplets reflecting or refracting. Essentially with our sunlight at a certain angle to this storm. You get that kind of like blue tinge. It's not as blue as we usually see it. Pretty crazy. By the way, we have more. Let me put shoal bottom right. First off, this was a traffic cam moments ago back over in Oklahoma City. This is just absurd. Look at the hail falling. I mean, there's hail falling, but it's literally no more than quarter size by the looks of it right here. But wait, there's more. I mean, there is. It literally, it's nonstop. It's insane. I mean, it's every play. This is a different overpass, I'm pretty sure. This wasn't even the one we were looking at. I could be mistaken. I don't think this is the same one. It might have been, but if not, I mean, this is just unbelievable. It's just nonstop. And apparently back over in Kansas City, I guess the same thing was happening bottom left, but that might just be normal traffic. I don't know for sure about the bottom left one. I think that just might be normal traffic, but if not, might be people parked under there too. We're back over to Shoal here. Joel's coming up on some crazy structure. Actually, Freddy has some crazy structure too. He's underneath this thing too.
Here looks like.
Sheesh. Back over Nebraska.
I don't know.
Your Columbus going up towards Scholier.
Definitely other chasers.
Or Schuyler.
I actually have your chance here. What? To flood them? now he's taking off too fast. About to get some pretty good outflow here in a second. Pretty good gust.
That's unfortunate timing.
That was pretty good timing.
Oh.
Hey, Charlie, what do you think of
Riley,
the
look at cams.
southern cell right now?
Hey, John for the super chat. Appreciate that. And I'll say Dan for the super chat. I agree, Dan.
Nah, never mind.
I do agree.
There was one scan where it just had the semblance of a little couplet.
Also, Connor is on our storm back over in Bowie, Texas. So look at that storm right now. Connor's really quiet, so it must mean it's not really doing much.
North
They
of the
just
road.
did that thing like we crossed some sort of boundary, so I don't know what's going on.
Pretty big hail with this storm. 2-inch diameter hail.
There it is, guys. Looks pretty decent.
Towards Munster. All right, he says it's decent, so there's a
Don't see
chance.
a lot of rotation. I'm gonna go up to 82 and get right under it here in a second, though.
Then you asked if the sewer chat petition to make an under the overpass compilation at the end of storm season and said it's a Hall of the Men game. Music with increasingly stupid cam footage as music ramps up. That'd be pretty funny. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, we do have a little bit of a lowering out here. I mean, this storm is right now discrete. There's a little bit of rotation on radar. It's more of a hail concern right now, but it definitely could become tornadic as it goes towards Thackerville. It's what's more to the right could become more concerning here.
And the main one thought might be a little bit further north. I'm gonna turn around here and get on
Why is there
Also,
ads? I don't need ads, bro.
Shoal still has a pretty crazy view of this structure up here in southern Nebraska.
Bellwood doesn't have it north. I need it north. We're stuck south of the Platte. We're stuck south of the Platte River and all the way until Schuyler. Fun.
You think any supercells will hit Dallas-Fort Worth? It's possible. It's conditional, but it is possible. I do think it is possible. Put, what camera is this? We'll put this bottom right. And then we're gonna put Connor back on the bottom left. All right. Right now we have no tornado warnings. Again, we got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings across the board at 29 as of right now. Also, we have a tree down report back over in Atwood, Oklahoma. This is where we had a tornado earlier. It was approximately 8 inches in diameter at 3:28 p.m. We've had a bunch of hail reports over the last hour or two as well with all these storms. Again, one of the biggest concerns with today's severe weather setup, even if we do not see a bunch of tornadoes here in the next hour, we are talking about a ton of hail, especially along the Red River Valley between Ada and as well as Wichita Falls. All of these storms continuing to basically train together could also produce a localized flooding threat in southern Oklahoma as well. Back over near Oklahoma City, we need to watch this storm closely because it's going towards a pretty highly populated area. Not really much of a tornado risk, but it is producing some hail up to the size of ping pong balls coming up into Norman, Oklahoma City, just to the west of Noble and west of Slaughterville. That'll be heading up again towards Oklahoma City over the next several minutes. Off to the west of Fort Smith, we also have another significant storm producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds that is going to be heading off towards Siloam Springs and eventually towards Fayetteville and Bentonville. So be ready for a significant wind threat as this continues to track to the east. The velocities on this are showing very strong winds, actually measuring at around 70 to 80 miles per hour, going right into the town of Muskogee, Oklahoma right now. So be ready for high winds as this continues to move to the east. Definitely a concern there for northwestern Arkansas. I know a lot of you are tuning in from northwest Arkansas near Bentonville and Fayetteville. This is probably the main storm right now. We could see something else fire out in front of it, but this definitely looks very concerning for a big wind and hail threat. Also, north of Tulsa, this storm is now clearing out of Tulsa, but is still producing high winds and hail as it continues to move towards Nowata and is also tracking the direction of Veneta. And we also have a storm west of Joplin that is now up to 2-inch sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not really rotating much right now, but is producing at least some hail and wind going up towards Lamar. We got a slew of warnings right now around Kansas City. If we have any cameras in Kansas City, put them in cams. One of them is bottom right already, but right now we got a lot of hail and wind currently heading up towards Grain Valley, Richmond, Lawson. It is a mess over here though, and you can see bottom right of your screen. I mean, there's a lot of traffic, more likely than not due to the weather that is happening there. The winds have been picking up a ton just over the last few minutes. This is a live shot right now of the wind picking up in Kansas City on US 69. And so far, I'm not seeing any crazy parking under the overpass shenanigans right now, but a lot of traffic, probably just due to the weather and probably normal for this time of the day anyways. It's 4:30, so it makes sense that we have some traffic here. But the wind's definitely picking up. Could also have upwards of 2-inch sized hail coming up into Kansas City right now. We have had some reports of golf ball sized hail near Overland Park over the last several minutes going up towards Liberty. There's actually tennis ball sized hail reported about an hour ago in Kearney, Missouri. So these storms are definitely producing quite a bit of severe hazards right now. Whoa. Connor Croft has a big wall cloud. Back over in Texas. I gotta get this on screen. You can see bottom left of your screen. It's back over in Bowie, Texas. Huge wall cloud.
What's going on in there? Any rotation?
I don't know if it's rotating a whole lot, but it's a large lowering. While we're looking at this in Texas, also this is shoal with still crazy structure in Nebraska.
This thing's insane, dude.
Big hail shaft back in there too.
Car took a few pics.
Keep an eye on shoal. Let's go back over to Connor.
Oh wait,
It's like the most it's the most like stagnant low-level mezzo I've ever seen. Looks like a chalker, but this thing is like stagnant in the low levels. It's like zero low-level rotation.
Hey, D8 for the or DB for the super chat. I think the main concern for Joplin will be wind and hail. There's still a chance for a tornado. It's going to depend on the storms further to your, honestly, further down to your south and west. Man, I can't believe the structure. Structure's just crazy. It's gotten even more blue. It's back over in Nebraska. This structure's just insane.
Point 4. We're pretty much putting ourselves in the bear's cage here. Drone wouldn't help in this situation, that's for sure.
Hey, Jeremy, for the super chat, do you anticipate applying for an AMS seal of approval for your channel? I don't know. We'll see.
Stop. Hold off right here. Give it a little bit of time. We're so close that drone wouldn't help.
Does Shoal have a drone? Talking about a drone, I didn't know he had one if he has one.
There's some. It just looks so gnarly back there.
How's St. Louis? St. Louis will be mainly a wind threat, and that's going to be late tonight. Hey, John, also for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that.
This is actually so freaking insane.
Shout out to Roger and as well as Billy with the Venmo donations.
Whoa!
Wow. That was a big CG.
I got that.
Hey, no, I don't have that camera for some reason. So I typed it in wrong.
Love that. Love that so much.
I don't see the camera in the program.
Any rotation might be trying to do it on top of our heads. So.
Oh, nope, I found it.
Wow, I cannot believe this.
So it looks like right now in
I
Kansas
know we're
City.
gonna have to run, though.
Look how high the winds are right now in Kansas City. 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's on Lewis and Clark Viaduct on I-70 westbound. That's 70-mile-per-hour winds heading right through Kansas City right now. Camera is shaking. If you're in Kansas City, stay away from windows. Power outages are definitely possible. Significant wind risk going right through the downtown area of Kansas City. If there are more cams, let me know. Back over to live radar. The worst of the wind right now for Kansas City is going to be literally now on really right in downtown. It's coming up towards Buckner, as well as Liberty, Kearney, and as well as Richmond with 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading that direction. Actually, no, it's 80-mile-per-hour winds. This has just been upgraded. It is a destructive line of thunderstorms producing 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds here in and around Kansas City. Power outages are likely with this as it continues to move to the northeast. So you need to be staying away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is an extremely dangerous situation for those in Kansas City and Grain Valley. Probably going to have a lot of flying, trash cans. You could have trampolines that go flying, and there definitely could be some flying debris that could even hit windows, so it's a good idea to stay away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. There's also a report as of 4:19 p.m. in Olathe, Kansas, that there are transformers that have blown out back over in Olathe, just to the southwest of Kansas City. So this is a significant line of storms right now moving through Kansas City, going towards Richmond and Lawson over the next several minutes. I think we have another live shot of this as well. But this is another live shot here. This is on I-29 northbound. When it's starting to pick up a little bit here as well. It's on one of the Missouri dot cameras, so this is actually in Missouri now, just east of Kansas City. While that's happening, let me go over to Shoal real quick. Shoal has a lot of dust being kicked up in Nebraska.
Velocity showing some interesting rotation. But I don't know if it's actually going to do anything. We need a crossing across the frickin' Platte River. We don't have a crossing across the Platte River. It's the one thing we don't have right now.
Yeah, the storm that Shoal's on is actually getting more interesting, going in the direction of North Bend,
Nebraska,
and eventually going towards Omaha in the long term. Bottom right of your screen, we actually have a hook that's kind of reaching out a little bit now. There's a little bit of rotation, I'd say. I don't think it's imminent, but definitely something to keep an eye on. Freddie's also positioning on this, so we'll have a view with Freddie McKinney here shortly. Alright, we'll keep an eye on him. Riley has an update. Oh, never mind. I'll give him a second because he's eating. Are you good? Alright. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So just an update on sort of our overall tornado environment and what we're looking at as we continue through the rest of the day. So the setup that we have today, most of our storms are firing off a dry line, and we've already seen a number of storms sort of convect. I mean, we've been looking at all of these storms in Oklahoma for a majority of the day, and storm mode right now is not really favoring tornadoes, which is, of course, a good thing. But there's a lot of people who I already see that are writing this event off and saying, okay, we're done. It was a bus, pack it up and go home. And I don't think that's exactly true. If we take a look at mesoscale analysis, we actually still have a very favorable tornado environment. This is something that we've been looking at the last few days. This is our violent tornado parameter. And once again, for I don't even know how many days in a row now, we do have that region of purple violent tornado parameter, which is a very, very favorable value. And we have storms in this area right now, and we could see even more storms convect and go into this area. So if we take a look at the HRRR, this is kind of what it looks like right now. And these storms are going to move off to the east, obviously, and then we're going to get a little bit more storms that convect back behind the line that we already have. Assuming the temperatures and the dew points stay a good bit apart like we talked about earlier, and we do have spreads, these storms could potentially be tornadic. And we're actually seeing something like that right now try to happen. We have this storm in Oklahoma City. It's not tornadic right now, but you can actually see this boundary going north to south. That is our dry line. If this storm manages to keep following the dry line, it will basically be in the prime environment to grow and grow. And sooner or later, it may turn right off of our dry line. And it's at that point that it would become a tornado producer. Right now, we only have one of these storms, but the HRRR fires like another 6 or 7 of them. I do not think there's going to be 6 or 7 tornadic supercells, but I would imagine that at least one of them becomes tornadic. We do have the same sort of thing going down, or same sort of thing going on in Texas right now, where we do have our dry line also down here and more areas of storms convecting along it. These ones actually looked a lot stronger and a lot better about 20 minutes ago, and they've sort of weakened, but the HRRR does key into convection also occurring down here throughout the night tonight. So anything that we see sort of scrape through our moderate risk or our enhanced risk, no matter what time it is today, there is a chance that it could produce a tornado as long as it is not behind this front.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Look at Shoal back over here in Nebraska. This storm's getting more organized, and
Let's get a tad bit closer.
It still looks gnarly.
Again, we're literally running right along the.
All right, your screen coming up towards Shoalier and North Bend. Still looks wild. Going towards North Bend, Webster, and Prague out here in eastern.
Service sucks out here. I can't control that. Quality is only dependent on the service. So. I don't
chugging all
that.
the sugar you can, bro. I've had. Okay, for the record, this has no sugar. All right, this literally says, I don't know where it says it. Oh, 0 sugar. Literally says it on the logo, and I almost just dropped out of my mic. And there's a bug on the screen. That is creepy, bro. Bro's got a bug on the camera.
This thing's freaking incredible.
That scared me. Riley has a
This is insane.
update. Yep. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I'm looking northeast of Muskogee, Oklahoma. There's a couplet on radar here right over the town of Fort Gibson. I do not think it's producing a tornado right now, but it could be the next scan. So let's go ahead and assume that we're going to get a tornado warning going to the northeast. This would include probably Fort Gibson, OK, and Hulbert, Oklahoma.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, this is definitely rotating right now. Heading off to the direction of Tukwila and Hulbert. Eventually going towards, I can't pronounce these places. West is Stillwell going towards Siloam Springs and Colcord out here in eastern Oklahoma. So again, there is definitely rotation right over the town of Fort Gibson, and we may get a new tornado warning here in just a moment. Heading up towards Tukwila and Hulbert. So if you're in this warning, definitely assume that we may have a tornado dropping in the next few minutes, and I would seek shelter. If at the minimum, even if we did not have a tornado, we do have 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds that is currently tracking in the direction of Tukwila or Tahlequah. All right, we got it now. Tequila. All right, it's not tequila.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've issued a tornado warning on this storm for Carter, or actually, no, this is a different storm, I think. Carter and Love County. I think that's southern Oklahoma. Might be this one over here near Tishomingo. I guess I'll just wait a second. All right, yeah, that's actually that's way back further down to the south. This is all the way back down to the south near the Red River Valley. This is going to be up near Leon and Marietta. I'm not sure about this one, but seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This storm's moving up towards Ardmore and Dixon. And has had a wall cloud at times. We've seen that with Connor over the last few minutes, and there could still be something here going up towards Marietta and I-35 just south of Ardmore. And the storm that's over here just to the west of Atoka, this one also looks like it's starting to rotate. Definitely something to watch for here as well, going towards Wapanuka. Colgate and Atoka also in the path of that. A little bit of a broad mezzo there just to the south of Mill Creek. I wouldn't say it's imminent, but it's definitely starting to organize, and that could definitely become a concern as that moves off to the northeast. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm surprised we haven't gotten a tornado warning yet for the storm near Fort Gibson. There's definitely rotation. Literally right over Fort Gibson right now, moving up towards Tahlequah. And it looks like we may have had a power outage on the Kansas traffic cams because that camera just went out. Shoal still has an insane structure out here. Nebraska.
new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning for Cole, Atoka, and Johnston counties in Oklahoma. That will be this storm that we are looking at here near Holbert, I believe. We are back up to 2 tornado warnings. We had a little lull in the tornado warnings. Now we're back up to 2. Nope, that's further south. All right, that's Colgate. So this is going to be Colgate, Atoka, and as well as Wepanuka. Area of rotations right now coming up towards Atoka and Lehigh over the next few minutes. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently tracking to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. I think we have a storm chaser on this. I'm going to try to get them on screen here in a second if they have anything. All right, we got them there. All right, we're going to keep a close eye on them. Strongest area of rotation, though, again, just southwest of Wepanuka, and again, going towards Colgate and Atoka. We should really still have a tornado warning, in my opinion, on this storm near Holbert and Tahlequah. Still got a really strong, I mean, it's not really strong, but we at least have strong winds going away from the radar and then winds coming towards the radar. A little broad right now, but I mean, it is definitely rotating and could drop a tornado really at any time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've also just issued a tornado warning back up in Nebraska, so we're now up to 3. That new tornado warning will be near Schuler. Freddie McKinney right here is actually going to be coming up on this here in the next few minutes. This is for Schuler in eastern Nebraska, just to the west of North Bend. So just like that, we're up to 3 tornado warnings. If you are in this area, seek shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Ryan Schull, bottom middle of your screen, is currently looking at that storm, and we're going to keep an eye on him. And then Freddie, in a few minutes, will be having a look at this as well. But again, large hook echo and also a strong inflow and also a big hail core. So it's a mix of everything right now coming up on Schuler in Nebraska, or Schuyler. Apparently this is Schuyler. All right, I guess this is Schuyler, Nebraska. So if you're in Schuyler, Nebraska, near Richland, you need to be in your safe place. So look at this storm right now from Ryan Schull's perspective.
Oh my gosh!
Currently positioning on this.
Go, go, go. Got a tornado warning supercell heading straight for Schuyler, Nebraska. If you live in Schuyler, you need to be taking shelter immediately. I have no reason to calm down today. I don't care. I don't care to calm down. I get excited over these things for a good reason.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on him. Freddie, bottom right, is also going to be coming up on it over the next few minutes. Definitely a dangerous storm out here in eastern Nebraska. Back over in southern Oklahoma, again, we got 2 tornado warnings as of right now. We actually have, a strong area of rotation right now near Wepanuka, going up towards Lehigh and Colgate. Again, that's pretty strong. Definitely could get a tornado with this as it approaches Atoka and Stringtown over the next few minutes. So seek shelter. One of the stronger areas of rotation that we currently have on radar. And also back up in eastern Oklahoma. Let me go back to this one. All right, we're now up to 4 tornado warnings. They just issued a new one for Cole, Atoka, Pontotoc, and Johnson counties.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So another tornado warning has just been issued. So we're now up to 4. I have to wait for it to pop up. I think it's down here. We are now going into a very busy period probably here over the next couple of hours. Make sure that you're staying weather aware. It is definitely getting active very quickly. We have another tornado warning here. That is again, there's multiple areas of rotation on this supercell. We got one right over Wepanuka, and then we got another one now forming near Mill Creek, which is currently tracking towards Colgate. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. So basically, multiple areas now in southern Oklahoma are under tornado warnings. The one that's south of Ardmore, in my opinion, is not nearly as impressive, but we do have a little area of rotation that is going to be moving over the Red River here over the next few minutes. By the way, we just had a report of 4.5-inch diameter hail on this storm that's going towards Ardmore. So we currently have destructive hail that is moving over the Red River right now near just 7 miles north of St. Joe. 4.5-inch diameter hail is just reported. So we got massive hail falling out of the storm. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go back over to here. Latest radar scan, we still have a strong area of rotation right now, moving into Wapanuka, going towards Lehigh and Colgate. If you are in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. We just saw a bug on stream, and then we had 4 tornado warnings. Nah, you're not wrong. We could actually get another tornado warning near Lee. I think it's Lehigh or Lee or Lay. Back over here near Clarkson, Nebraska. We have another area of rotation here that's heading up towards Dodge. The other area of rotation that's going into Schuyler is not really too strong right now. It's right near our outflow boundary, but we have a big hail core and still a strong inflow. So again, if this hook can reach out to our outflow, there's a potential that we could get a significant tornado at some point on this storm as it continues to move towards North Bend and as well as Rogers and Webster here in eastern Nebraska. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Jane has this. All right, let me look. I don't see him on the map for some reason. Is he on the Riley? Is he on the one west or east? West or east rotation. This is a live shot right now of this storm from Jane Pappenheim in Oklahoma. I'm trying to get the exact location. It is going to be near... Okay, so he's looking at the one near Wapanuka, which could be dropping a tornado right now.
Came so close. Can't confirm. I just brought my drone in. I'm trying to get back up into town here. I'm on 48 south of Wakabanako, or whatever the heck it is.
So he's driving into this right now, back over near Wapanuka.
I'm basically right on it, like it's just to the left of the highway.
It's very strong rotation on radar. There's low signal. We'll go back to him in a second. But once again, this is the storm right now. It's near Wapanuka. The rotation's right over Bromide Junction, going up towards Olney and Lehigh. So if you are in this warning, again, get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a potentially dangerous storm right now. Again, this has pretty strong rotation, especially compared to what we've had before on other storms. This is not far from what we had at the beginning of the stream today on our Oklahoma tornado warning cell. So we definitely need to keep a close eye on this as it continues to move up towards Colgate. Apparently, Jaden almost drove up into it, so he's turning around. It's not on the ground yet, but it's close to being on the ground. Going up towards Kiowa. By the way, Freddie's looking at our tornado warning cell now, back over in Nebraska. This one looks like from a distance.
It is, yeah.
Converge with other chasers, but you can see it from a distance here.
It's coming right for the loves. Everybody loves loves. Oh, here we got some. Got this truck. Sorry, truck. Sorry, truck.
I'll keep an eye on him. We'll keep him bottom right. He's a little bit further back on that storm. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I believe there's a tornado on the ground unwarned. This is the one that we were talking about earlier near Woodell. This is a Tulsa radar site, and it's heading up towards the town of Tahlequah.
Yeah, this storm definitely looks concerning. This back over near Tahlequah here in eastern Oklahoma. We do have a small little couplet on radar. Possible tornado right now moving into Tahlequah near Green Country Estates. So this can be tracking up in the direction of Briggs and Eldon in eastern Oklahoma. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. Possible tornado right now heading up into town, and there is a debris signature. So we have an unwarned tornado. We've been talking about this for a long time. An unwarned tornado right now heading up towards Tahlequah. If you're in the town of Tahlequah, Oklahoma, you got to be in your safe place. If you have friends or family in Tahlequah, please make sure that they're aware of this. It's not a huge tornado right now, at least from what we're seeing, but there is a tornado here currently unwarned going up into Tahlequah, Briggs, and Eldon. Green Country Estates is also in the path of this, eventually going towards Siloam Springs and Elm Springs in northwestern Arkansas. The storm over here in Nebraska looks crazy, by the way. Got a huge inflow tail on the right.
Oh, heck yeah.
Freddie just panned to it a second ago, but there is a huge inflow tail on the right.
Heck yeah. Horizontal.
They're getting selfies right now.
Let's go, Tanner.
Freddie's famous, I guess. Once again, we do think there is a tornado in progress heading towards Tahlequah in Oklahoma. This looks like a tornado that is unwarned. And yeah, this is definitely, I mean, there's almost no way this is not a tornado. I think there is a tornado right now heading up into Tahlequah. Let's see if we can verify with a different radar site. This one will not verify it. It's a little bit too far away, but there's definitely at least some sort of small or weak tornado right now heading up towards Tahlequah. Velocities are very strong as well. Still got a very large area of convergence coming up into Tahlequah in Oklahoma. We go back to Freddie.
Coming right at us.
A large lowering out here in eastern Nebraska.
Yeah, little teases. Hey, there's kind of like a.
What was going on with the
kind
camera?
of like a bowl right there.
I agree.
Why does it look like a bowl?
We got a little fish in the bowl. What is the thing
Yeah,
on the
but.
camera showing me?
Yeah,
Taking a selfie in a
I've been
tornado
through this
warning?
rodeo a couple times now. This is my first bowl of the day, so I'm just getting excited for it, you know.
Kind of interesting. It needs like a little nudge or something.
It needs a little nudge. Somebody go nudge it.
I mean, people in
There
chat.
we go.
People in chat yesterday.
Someone go nudge it right now. Get
Yeah,
out
right
there.
Yeah, right.
What they mean by nudging, by the way, in case you don't know, is when like a storm. Basically, we have a supercell. Let's just say it's this supercell right here, and we get like a little nudger from behind, like a little storm that kind of pushes it more forward. It's kind of basically what they're talking about. Latest radar scan, I still believe there might be a tornado right now coming up into Tahlequah. It does not look strong by any means, but there is a little CC drop near our velocities couplet. There is likely a weak tornado of some sort right now moving to Tahlequah that is unwarned. Again, we've been talking about this storm for a long time now, and it still looks like it could be producing a tornado. Velocity is also very strong. It is producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds that are heading up towards Siloam Springs. We have a slew of tornado warnings right now across southern Oklahoma, one of which is right now north of Wapanuka, going towards Colgate and Lehigh. Seek shelter, again, if you're in this warning. Strong rotation moving to the northeast, and if this does drop, it could be a strong tornado in this environment. This is a very favorable environment, as we've talked about a lot, for strong tornadoes, and this storm right now going towards Colgate definitely has that look to it. It's going to be going towards Lehigh, just west of Stringtown, so seek shelter if you are in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead. Wait 1 second, my thing's frozen. All right, go. Oh, where am I? What the heck? Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so a couple of updates here. The warning around, or the severe thunderstorm warning around our tornado warnings in Oklahoma have been upgraded to 80-mile-per-hour winds. So this includes the towns of Colgate and Ada, Oklahoma. Also, our tornado warning for Ardmore, Oklahoma is within a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's tagged with softball-sized hail. Also, up in Kansas, we are receiving reports out of Iola that there are a few vehicles trapped in floodwaters along Highway 54. I do think the flood risk is going to start to increase a little bit over the next couple of hours. We do have a moderate risk for flash flooding today from the Weather Prediction Center in parts of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, a lot of stuff happening. First off, we do have softball-sized hail now warned here in southern Oklahoma, and the reason why is because moments ago we just had 4.5-inch sized hail reported just off to the east of Nocona, Texas, which is now going up towards Leon. And so this is a very dangerous storm right now, moving to the northeast, going towards Ardmore, Springer, eventually going towards Mill Creek and Tishomingo. We still have a very strong area of rotation coming up towards Colgate, Oklahoma. This could again be a strong tornado if it does drop, heading up towards Lehigh. And then back over near Tahlequah, the rotation here has definitely been ramping up. Again, I don't think there's a tornado anymore, but the velocities are still strong enough where another tornado is possible going towards Siloam Springs in Arkansas. Also, Freddie still has a really good shot here of this storm up in Nebraska that's tornado warned.
Yeah, it almost, it might try to do it actually.
It's definitely organizing.
Hey, yeah, if you guys live in Schuyler, Nebraska right now, I'd be taking cover. This is coming.
I believe they
straight
finally
up
issued a tornado warning for the storm near Tahlequah. Yeah, they have issued a tornado warning now for Tahlequah, Oklahoma. It already probably produced a tornado and now is producing a threat for another
Maybe a
tornado.
little cut coming around too now.
Heading up towards Siloam Springs.
Yeah.
In Arkansas.
For sure.
I can see the left edge now.
Yeah.
Also, we have a life-threatening situation right now back over in southern Oklahoma. This is going to be back where we have a bunch of tornado warnings as well, but this is an extremely dangerous situation due to 80-mile-per-hour winds for 63,000 people from Sulphur, Oklahoma, back through Wardville, Stewart, Calvin, and Spalding. So stay away from windows. If you're not in a tornado warning in this area, you need to treat this as if it's a tornado warning, as there is a threat for significant damaging winds here over the next several minutes coming up into parts of Stewart and Calvin. Here's your brand new tornado warning. This is once again going to be for those in Watts, Tahlequah, which is where we just had a tornado on the southwest side of Tahlequah. Now the velocities are still not really tight right now, but they are broad, but they're also very strong. We have very strong winds going away from the radar and also going towards the radar. And I think it's only a matter of time until this thing produces a potentially significant tornado heading up towards Siloam Springs, Elm Springs, and then long term, this is going towards Fayetteville and as well as Bella Vista. So be ready for this if you're over in northwestern Arkansas for a potential significant tornado threat. Back down to the south near Colgate, we still have very strong rotation right now coming up on Lehigh. Again, Lehigh is in the path of significant rotation and a potential tornado, which is going to try to drop here in the near term, heading up in the direction of Colgate over the next several minutes. So again, seek shelter if you are in this warning. We might have a link to somebody here, or a chaser on this. 1 second. Also, bottom middle of your screen and bottom right, that's both on the Nebraska storm right now. All right, we have a chaser on this storm. We're keeping an eye on them. Hey, Quark for the super chat. Cheese curd-sized tail just west of Des Moines 10 minutes ago. Thank you for the report. Let's go back over to Freddie.
Wow, those are the tornado sirens.
You actually hear the tornado sirens here. This back over Nebraska on our tornado warning that's near Schuyler.
That inflow is kind of crazy.
Bottom right of your screen is what the storm looks like.
It's kind of sticky out. A little humid. Oh, yeah.
That one was getting a lot more like textured, Freddie.
Oh, yeah, it's getting a little textury.
It's
getting
weird.
very rain-wrapped right now.
Before, wasn't it kind of going a little north? And now it's
yeah, it's basically just going east. But see, the RFD is surging right here. And this is wrapping all the way back in.
That's why the rain's coming around, because the RFD just surged.
Yep.
It's probably going to try and produce.
Yep. It's going to probably put it
If
coming
it does
right
produce,
at
we
us.
gotta go.
Eh.
Guys, we might have a significant tornado right now dropping in southeastern Oklahoma. This is back over near Colgate. This looks awfully similar to the tornado warning that we had to begin today. Back over to the north of Colgate. It wasn't even that much further north. It was just east of Ada. Very similar area, and unfortunately, the velocities are really strong. We can't yet confirm a tornado, but the velocities are very strong, and I do think that this is only moments away from producing a tornado as it comes up just to the northwest of Atoka. So you need to be taking this very seriously. Again, if you're in Colgate, get to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, your bathroom, whatever's the lowest floor possible. If you have like a minute right now if you're in Colgate. If you got a mattress, put that over top of you, put a helmet on top of you, whatever you got to do to stay safe here. Unfortunately, this looks like a pretty dangerous situation right now. We don't have a tornado quite yet, but the velocities are really strong, and we legitimately could have a tornado at any time here as this comes up into Colgate, Oklahoma. Down the road, it is going towards Kiowa, Savannah, McAllister, and Ashland. So it's going to continue to move to the northeast over the next 15 to 20 minutes, and it does not look like it's going to be weakening in the near term, even though it's a very high precip area of rotation. And there could legitimately be a tornado at any time. Latest scan is showing, again, the couplet just off to the west of Lehigh by about a mile. Again, I cannot fully assure that that is a tornado on the CC. I don't think it is yet, but we definitely have very strong rotation here coming up towards Colgate and Centrahoma over the next few minutes. Let me see what's up here as well. The western tornado warning as well does not look that concerning near Witch Hole. Not too concerned about that storm as of right now. If we have a tornado, this is going to be coming up on the Colgate airport over the next few minutes, and as well as the Sonic Drive-In. There's also the Gonzalez Mexican restaurant, and also the Choctaw County or Country Market, as well as the Highway Inn Express, which is a hotel on the south side of town. And there's also some baseball fields on the south side of town that are in the path of a potential tornado. It's also going towards Lehigh and Phillips. Phillips is a small little community between Colgate and Lehigh, and there is a couple of there's multiple homes there. There's also an RV park, and once again, if you are in an RV park or in a mobile home, those are not safe during a storm like this. What you got to be doing is getting either into a sturdy structure or getting into a ditch, because a mobile home will not survive a strong tornado if we do get one here. There's also in Lehigh a RV park down there too, in addition to the fire department and the United States Postal Service, which is also in the path of this potential tornado, assuming again that we have a tornado, which again I'm almost certain we are going to have a tornado here at any moment coming up towards Colgate. And we have a chaser located right here, and if they have something, we're going to pull them up. Freddie, by the way, he's right underneath this storm back over in Nebraska.
I wonder where Brandon's gone to.
Doesn't look like it's rotating a ton right now.
That's what I was saying earlier. All we need is Brandon.
Yeah, where's Brandon at? He just pops out of nowhere here. Hey, Brandon, where are you at, man?
I'm on the northeast side of Schuyler here, just on right at the highway, pretty much, Highway 30 east.
We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is very important for those in Oklahoma and as well as even parts of Texas. So the latest mesoscale discussion: favorable corridor for supercell intensification over the next few hours with associated increase in tornado potential. Notice our most probable peak intensity guidance from the Storm Prediction Center still indicates that we could see strong, intense, potentially violent tornadoes here over the next few hours, in addition to large hail up to the size of almost 4.5 inches in diameter, which is, for the record, upwards of grapefruit-sized hail, and then upwards of 90-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So all of those threats are currently in play right now across southeast Oklahoma and right along the Red River Valley, just to the north there of Dallas-Fort Worth. Latest radar scan still showing strong rotation right now coming into Colgate over the next few minutes, and as well as Lehigh. So again, if you are in this warning, you got to seek shelter. We got a hook echo and an inflow coming out of the south. Velocities haven't updated yet. They should here in just a second. Back over to the east now of Tahlequah. We still have an area of at least broad rotation that is currently tracking towards Westville and Watson, eastern Oklahoma. Once again, this will be tracking towards Elm Springs, Rogers, Fayetteville, Bella Vista, and Centerton here over the next 15 to 25 minutes. Be ready if you're in northwestern Arkansas for at least damaging winds, if not a potential tornado risk heading up in the direction of northwestern Arkansas. And then our other tornado warning in Nebraska near Schuyler goes for 12 more minutes. Still have a little hook here. The outflow is still out in front of the hook, so as long as that is the case, this is probably going to remain a low tornado concern. But whenever this hook reaches out to the outflow, if it does, we could see a strong tornado threat here. Big hail core as well on the north side of Schuyler, heading up towards Rogers and North Bend. Bottom middle and bottom right is a live view of that. Also, tornado warning does continue for Ardmore. Again, I've not really seen much here that would indicate that we have an imminent tornado concern here, but we do have a couple chasers on this. I'm going to see if they have anything. Nothing as of right now. The hook is right now near Leon. We also just had baseball-sized hail confirmed back over near Leon. So this is still producing big hail coming up on I-35 between Ardmore and Marietta. So be ready for a big hailstorm here over the next few minutes. Latest radar scan still showing strong rotation coming up on Lehigh and Colgate. No tornado confirmed as of now. Again, we have a couple storm chasers on this, and I've not seen anything yet. And again, if they have anything, we're going to pull them up. But as of now, nothing confirmed yet. This tornado warning still does continue for this area near Colgate, Lehigh, and Central Oklahoma. You need to be in your safe place again if you are in these areas, because if a tornado does drop, it could be on the stronger side of things as it comes up on Colgate. We do not have a debris signature either. Again, it's coming up right now towards Lehigh. Look at this. Looks like it's back over in Nebraska. Winds are picking up.
Oh, absolutely ripping.
It's back over on our tornado warning cell in Nebraska.
Holy cow.
You can't even see anything anymore. Look how windy it is. That's like 70, 80 mile per hour winds. It's like hurricane force.
Can't hold any longer.
Literally hurricane force winds here. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there is probably a strong tornado northeast of Tahlequah right now. This warning was just upgraded to radar indicated, but there is a very strong TDS on this storm. So if we're to the northeast of Tahlequah, let's be underground or taking shelter now.
Yeah, right now there is a couplet and there is a tornado debris signature. So we have a tornado in progress right now, northeast of Tahlequah. That's heading up towards Proctor, Chance, and Strawberry Springs. So if you're in this warning, you need to be in your safe place. A potential strong tornado just dropped here north of Briggs. Again, you can see the debris signature pop up on radar over the last couple scans. So again, big debris signature there over the north side of Briggs. Seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. The latest velocity scan is a little bit broader, but there is a CC drop. So potential strong tornado heading towards Westville and Watts over the next few minutes. Once again, this is back over Nebraska. We have huge wind speeds right now back over.
Look at the winds roll.
This is back over near Schuyler. This is going to be the storm, by the way, going towards Omaha. So if you're tuning in Omaha, this is probably what you're going to be seeing in an hour or two. At least high winds and also some large hail. There's also a tornado warning here.
Oh, the rain bands are flying right now.
I do think this thing is not far from actually becoming tornadic. It's going to take a little bit of time since it's still behind the outflow, but if it catches up, it could produce a tornado. Freddy actually has... looks like a lowering. He did a second ago. I'm going to go back to him in a second. Bottom right of your screen is where Freddy is. Latest radar scan. Again, we still have a tornado debris signature right now over the northeast side of Tahlequah, coming up in the direction of Proctor. Velocities were pretty strong here. Likely a strong tornado just northeast of Tahlequah just a few moments ago. Also, watch out here to the north of this storm. We actually have more rotation starting to develop further north, west of Siloam Springs. So we're starting to see an increased amount of rotation, even though it's all pretty much rain-wrapped right now, heading up in the direction of Colcord and Siloam Springs. So again, tornado threat is increasing right now in northeastern Oklahoma, heading in the direction of northwestern Arkansas and as well southwest Missouri over the next hour or two. So be ready again for high winds and the potential for a tornado or two as this continues to move to the northeast. I think we have a chaser on the storm back over near Colgate. Let me go back to this. This is a live shot right now of the storm that is currently tornadic back over. Let me go to here. This is back over in Colgate right now. In a second. This is a live shot from Colgate. Scott Peak. See the low clouds right there in the middle of your screen. We do not have a tornado, it doesn't look like actively, but the velocities are still very strong coming up into Colgate over the next few minutes. Looking right at the area of rotation.
Rain free area where we are. Yeah, I say let's get east.
Turn around right in front of me.
Copy that.
All right, so he's going to reposition again. He's on this storm right now near Colgate. Definitely rotation. We don't know if it is on the ground still, but he is right now in Colgate. It's also getting pretty heavily rain wrapped. The rotation right now, again, coming up into Colgate, going up towards Kiowa here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Even if there's not a tornado, it is an extremely dangerous situation for high winds. We have 80-mile-per-hour winds that are moving into the town of Colgate, just north of Atoka. Again, going towards Highway 69, just to the south and west of Ashland. Also, we got a bunch of storm chasers right now coming up on this tornado warning cell along the border here of... I wish we had more camera slots. We really need more. There's so many chasers on stuff right now. This is back over west of Marietta. This is Vince Welty, who's also on Radar Omega. This is the tornado warning here, right along the Red River Valley, which is also producing upwards of tennis ball to baseball sized hail. I don't see anything really too crazy right now, but if we had a tornado, it would be right down the road on the right. I think Connor's also coming up on this. Oops. I guess I'm on Ryan Scholl now, for whatever reason.
Oh my god.
Ryan Scholl's on the Nebraska tornado warning. Wow. Bottom right of your screen is the Colgate storm. If we have a tornado, it's going right into Colgate right now in Oklahoma. Storm looks wild.
Green bean machine.
There's definitely a lot of motion in the clouds. You can see it kind of like in like small areas. There's a little bit of spin. It's a lot of vorticity. Nothing really that's like imminent for a tornado here, I think, but it's definitely spinning. It's definitely windy. And there's definitely hail back in there, that's for sure. And there's also that blue tinge, which again comes from our sun coming in at an angle where we can actually get blue color in our, you know, rain shaft here. Almost kind of green, kind of blue. I mean, you could kind of go either way. It's also Freddy's view.
Smiley little fellow saying, hey.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Storm looks mean.
Cybertruck's behind us.
Cybertruck?
Why is there a Cybertruck behind us right now?
Or we got a fridge driving on the road.
Why is there a Cybertruck back behind us? Oh, here comes.
I just gave them.
Here comes here. What? Why did this?
All right, quick little. We're gonna go back through our tornado warnings here. We'll keep them bottom middle, bottom left. We'll also have Scott Peak bottom right, who is on the tornado warning cell in near Colgate. If I can get Connor off here, so that's bottom left. Back to our storm in eastern Oklahoma first. We had a tornado here briefly a few minutes ago, back over just to the east of Tahlequah. That is no longer on the ground. But if we have anything, it would be coming up towards Westville and Watts. And it's actually it was upgraded to confirmed. I didn't even notice that. I don't know why our observed tornado warnings aren't posting right. But this is a confirmed tornado now. Southwest Asylum Springs. So we've had a debris signature to the east of Tahlequah. If we still have a tornado, this is our debris signature. I think at this point, if the tornado is probably occluded or lifted, but if the tornado is still on the ground, it's going to be coming up towards Proctor over the next few minutes, just to the west of Westville. Back over to the south on our Colgate tornado warning, the velocities are not nearly as strong as before, but we still have an area of rotation over the town of Colgate, Oklahoma, that is currently tracking up towards Kiowa, just to the west of Stringtown, and we have another storm right behind it that is also rotating. So we basically got a double whammy if you're in Colgate. Even if you're in Colgate and you think you're done after this rotation, you're not. You got another storm behind you that is also rotating. And honestly, Colgate, you might even get more storms that are rotating later, especially if these continue to track in your direction. Literally, you could have as many as 3 or 4 rotating storms today with the track of these storms. And back over in Nebraska, we do not have a tornado warning anymore for the storm near Schuyler going towards Rogers, but it is still at least rotating a little bit in the mid-levels. Still high winds as well, and a large shelf cloud that's going to be rolling towards North Bend and Morse Bluff here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. Back over near Kansas City and northeast Kansas, we have a mess of storms, as I've mentioned before. Mostly wind and hail as of right now. A tornado risk may start to increase in the next hour or two back over near Topeka and also north of Osage City. We'll have another radar scan on this storm here in just a moment. And no active tornado as of yet near Colgate or near Wapanuka, but there is still rotation on both of these storms moving to the northeast. We just got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Pittsburgh County in Oklahoma. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Back over to
Here comes the hail.
Seasoning chicken.
Back over to Freddy in Nebraska.
Here comes the hail.
Our new business is a storm chasing food truck. We chase tornadoes and deliver.
What the heck was that? Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we've had another 4 tornadoes confirmed in the NWS Fort Worth region from Sunday. We had an EF0 near Morton Valley, another EF0 near Santo, another EF0 south of Santo, and an EFU southeast of Santo. So obviously all of these are very weak tornadoes. We didn't even get a single EF1, but that is up to 5 total tornadoes in the NWS Fort Worth area.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that was that just came on screen, but that was interesting. All right, north of Colgate again, we still have a strong area of rotation. The latest scan has actually strengthened this again. This is a highly rain-wrapped area of rotation. Definitely a concern. Riley, you're unmuted on Zoom again. Thank you. Latest radar scan showing strong rotation over the north side of Colgate, north of Lehigh, heading up towards Kiowa and Savannah, just to the south and west of Ashland. Lots of lightning as well, heading up towards Highway 69, going towards 375. So again, this is still a dangerous storm. It could drop a big tornado. Again, we had a storm like this earlier that was rotating very rapidly like this one. It is rain wrapped though, so I don't know if we're gonna be able to see it. Scott Peak, bottom left, is again positioning right now on that storm. And we have multiple areas of rotation right now in northeastern Oklahoma. The tornado that we had west of Westville has occluded. It is no longer on the ground. Just to the west of Siloam Springs, we have an area of rotation over near Colcord that could actually get tornado warned here soon. That's going towards Bella Vista and Centerton. So keep an eye on that if you're back over in far northwestern Arkansas. But that is definitely rotating a little bit right now, heading off to the northeast towards I-49 over the next few minutes. Also back over in northwestern North Texas, we have multiple storms right now producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is currently tracking towards Gainesville, also going in the direction of Ardmore. I mean, if you're in Ardmore, you're probably going to get more and more severe weather here over the next hour or two. So if you're back over your Ardmore, be ready for more severe weather on top of what we're already seeing right now with the storm that is producing golf ball sized hail coming up on I-35. We still have a tornado warning for Marietta, I-35 and Ardmore. We don't actually have any chasers that are on the screen right now, but as of now, we're not seeing anything with either Connor or Vince on this storm or Storm Under Media. They're all kind of looking just at the storm structure. It looks pretty elevated as of right now, so it should be more of a hail threat here near Ardmore for the next hour. And this storm has produced up to 4.5-inch diameter hail, so it's still a very significant storm. All right, this is back over to Nebraska until we get a new radar scan here in Oklahoma.
There's a little slickery here.
Clouds are very low.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of point the.
Also, Shoals View.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning. It's gonna be for Hughes, Cole, and Atoka counties. The tornado warnings literally never end here.
I gotta say hi to.
The tornado warnings literally never end here near Colgate. We have another tornado warning. I think this is the third time. If you're in Colgate, I mean, if you don't already know that you're under a tornado warning, that's crazy because now you've had three in the last 30 minutes. You're under 3 separate tornado warnings right now. Your phone's probably going crazy. If you have dogs, they're probably going crazy too. We have another tornado warning here. This is for our area of rotation just northeast of Colgate, going up in the direction of Kiowa and Ashland. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Again, rotation's pretty strong right now, tracking up towards Kiowa, Savannah, and then eventually going towards McAllister. We also have rain-wrapped rotation behind this that is also going into the town of Colgate. So again, if you are in Colgate, you need to continue to stay in your safe place because we have another area of rotation to your southwest that could also try to drop a tornado here over the next few minutes as that tracks to the northeast, just to the west of Stringtown. So we are sitting at 5 tornado warnings, all of which are in Oklahoma right now. We could get a 6th tornado warning here in a moment for this area of rotation over Colcord, which is going to actually be going into northwest Arkansas here in a few minutes, heading towards Bella Vista and Centerton. Hey, Stacy for the super chat. And also thank you, Mark, for becoming a member. This warning has been downgraded, by the way. We no longer have a confirmed tornado. It's back down to radar indicated here near Westville. But rotation is ramping up again right in our hook echo near Highway 62. So tornado could drop again here as that moves towards Watts, as well as Westville here over the next several minutes, eventually going towards Fayetteville, Elm Springs, and as well as Rogers, Centerton, Bella Vista. You're all on the path here of this storm. Likely going to continue to see a tornado threat here as that moves into northwestern Arkansas. Also, we just had a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Back over in Fitztown, Oklahoma. That was along Highway 3W between Stonewall and Aloso. All right, we have another tornado warning. That is going to be northeast of Colgate. So Colgate, you get a break from having new tornado warnings. This one is going to be back over to the southwest of McAllister. That's going up towards Savannah. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Again, it's a different CWA region, which means a different National Weather Service has to issue this tornado warning, which is why there are 2 separate polygons here. We have 4 polygons all totaled for really 2 different areas of rotation. But again, if you're in this warning, definitely seek shelter as this continues to move to the northeast. Latest radar scan is showing stronger rotation now coming up on Highway 131. And Scott Peak bottom left is currently positioning out in front of this. It is likely going to be a rain-wrapped tornado if we have one. Hey, Sandra, for the very generous $50 super chat, please keep Ardmore up to date. Our local weather sucks. Well, we are keeping you up to date. Right now, Ardmore, the biggest concern is up to our golf ball size tail. The tornado threat very low right now for Ardmore. The storm is rotating to your south, even if it is rotating, which again, I've not seen. I mean, we have multiple chasers on it. I'm not seeing anything here that's rotating, so.
A new tornado warning.
I think this tornado warning is probably good to expire or just be canceled. We also have a tornado warning now in Kansas and Missouri. So our first one of the day for Kansas and Missouri has just been issued. That is this one right here. So that's near Fort Scott. We have a couplet right here near Fort Scott heading up towards Nevada, just to the west of Walker. Just east of Highway 69, west of Nevada. We've also been watching a higher wind threat and hail threat going towards El Dorado Springs. That's not really rotating yet, but the storm southwest Fort Scott is definitely rotating. Got a stronger area of rotation right now that is heading up towards Richards. So seek shelter if you are in this warning. We go back over to Freddie here just for a second. Quick update on our storm here in Nebraska.
Bro, I don't even know. Dude, look at
Michael Scott.
Michael Scott.
Oh my God.
What is that? All right, that's interesting. All right. Well, they're on this storm in Nebraska. It's actually getting a hook now. I mean, this thing actually might be tornadic here soon. We are definitely starting to see a little hook trying to reach out now, and there's also, it's right along the outflow, and there's also strong inflow. So this thing could definitely produce a tornado here in the near term as it goes towards Hooper and Webster. We also got a new tornado warning. That's going to be going towards Bella Vista, just outside of Bentonville here in northwestern Arkansas. The couplet is definitely starting to come together right now, heading towards Sulphur Springs, Gravette, and Decatur in northwest Arkansas. We have a strong area of RFD right now, which is our rear flank downdraft, which is pushing into Cherokee City and also Iona and as well as Decatur. And then our inflow isn't as strong, but we definitely have a little bit of an inflow coming into it. And if we had a tornado, it would be located right about there. So that's going to be coming up towards Gravette, Arkansas over the next few minutes near Maysville, and then eventually tracking towards I-49 and Bella Vista. Also, we just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center back over in southwest Kansas, which is an area that we had multiple wedge tornadoes yesterday. This is for isolated instances of large hail and localized severe gusts, which are possible over the next few hours. So some golf ball sized hail and a little bit of damaging wind gust potential possible. Nothing like yesterday there in southwestern Kansas. Also, further to the south of our new tornado warning, west of Fayetteville,
a new tornado warning.
We still have an area of rotation
issued
here that is looking pretty nasty. It's heading off towards White Rock, Farmington, and Fayetteville over the next several minutes. We are now up to 9 tornado warnings. We have a new one for Nebraska, as I've just talked about like 2 seconds ago. New tornado warning here. Both Freddie McKinney and Ryan Schuller are on this bottom right of your screen. Again, this is reaching out quite a bit and is likely to be producing a tornado in the next few minutes as it goes towards North Bend and eventually towards Hooper and Fremont. Keep in mind that this is just to the northwest of Omaha. So this is definitely a concern, especially since it is going towards a slightly more populated area over the next few minutes. This is for Pawnee and Richardson counties in Nebraska. It should pop up at any second here. Or no. They did not issue a tornado warning on that. They issued it further south. My apologies. I assumed it too early. The new tornado warning is down near Du Bois and also Pawnee City. I still think the northern one needs a tornado warning. But for Pawnee City and Du Bois, further south, we have an area of strong rotation crossing over the Kansas and Nebraska border, coming up towards Humboldt and Dawson. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. I still think this northern one will need a tornado warning at some point here soon. Golf ball size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main concern. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I'm looking south of the Topeka radar site. There's a tight couplet just west of the town of Eskridge. Definitely need a tornado warning on this thing. It'll be heading up towards the town of Keene. Actually, it looks like it's occluding very far north. It actually looks like it's heading towards Hessdale in that last scan.
Yeah, this needs a tornado warning too. We likely have a tornado in progress right now. There is a small CC drop that possibly is a tornado. Can't fully verify, but very tight rotation. Just crossed over Highway 4 west of Eskridge. Possibly an unwarned tornado here, not far from the radar site, just south of Newberry in Kansas and southeast of Manhattan. So if you're tuning in from anywhere in the severe warning, I'd be in your safe place. We have another area of rotation as well, just off to the west of Wilmington, which is also going towards Eskridge right now. So there's two different areas of rotation on this storm, one of which is likely producing a tornado as we speak right over Highway 4, which is going to be tracking possibly to the north. And yeah, this is literally tracking to the north, almost northwest towards the town of Hessdale. So almost a drunk NATO here. We don't usually see tornadoes go in that direction. This storm is literally, yeah, it's literally a drunk NATO. It's occluding back into our rain too, so it's not going to be visible more than likely. Yeah, we need a tornado warning on that. There, it looks like that's a tornado. We definitely have a debris signature here. So, and tornado is in progress near Highway 4, unwarned. It's a small one probably, but just west of Eskridge. Back over to Scott City, Kansas. This is 9 minutes old. The radar's behind. We go to this radar site. We still have some strong rotation southeast of Fort Scott, Kansas. It's about to cross into Missouri over the next few minutes. That's heading up towards Highway 54 and eventually going towards Walker and Nevada. We also have an area of rotation near Nevada. It's a very large but broad area of circulation here. It's not enough for a warning yet. That's going to be tracking up towards El Dorado Springs over the next few minutes. Let me just quickly check in on Freddie here. He's on that Nebraska storm.
Shoot,
Look how fast the clouds are moving.
Look right here. Look at this. Right here.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
right
is on the ground. Seek shelter
That's a funnel
immediately.
right in front of us. We got a funnel.
This might be trying to drop a tornado.
Right in front of us here.
It's a little funnel cloud right there. That's trying to drop a tornado right now in Nebraska.
Trying to drop here.
This is just off the west of Fremont.
Trying to drop here by Rogers. Look at the funnel coming down.
It's literally that is a funnel.
What's happening here?
Look at that thing. It's coming down.
That may be a tornado.
Tornado's trying to drop right now. That's near North Bend. That's dropping. We got a tornado possibly on the ground.
A tornado coming down right now.
That's literally happening right in front of us. This is literally coming up on North Bend right now, Nebraska.
Hey.
Also confirmed tornado for Hughes Cole in Atoka Counties, Oklahoma. We got a tornado in progress in Nebraska, unwarned.
Right in front of us.
This is unwarned right now near North Bend and Morse Bluff.
Are you actually kidding me right now? Tornado on the ground here, guys, by Rogers, Nebraska. This needs to be tornado warned.
This is going right towards North Bend and Webster. It's right behind the trees right now.
Pull out here real quick.
Just to the west of Fremont. It's right there on the right.
It's gonna be out your window here in a second.
Yep, I'm looking.
There's no tornado warning on this. If you know any friends or family in North Bend, make sure that they're in their safe place. This is a large tornado. A huge tornado in progress right now in Nebraska.
Right there in progress.
A huge tornado right now coming towards North Bend.
Right here, guys. Rogers, Nebraska.
It looks like a multi-vortex.
Damaging tornado right now. Rogers, Nebraska. Look at
it's coming up towards North Bend.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Still in progress. It's lifting up debris now. This is again Freddie McKinney. He's also on YouTube and also inside the Radar Omega app. This is coming up on North Bend. There is still no tornado warning. We have a tornado in progress. Non-condensed right now, heading up towards Webster, North Bend, and Nebraska, west of Omaha. I think it's still down. They're not zooming in on it, but I'm pretty sure it's still down on the right.
Yeah, I'm here.
It's still on the ground.
Is it still on the ground?
It's still on the ground. Yeah, you can see it right there. It's still on the ground.
Issue with your stream, like not even pushing to your screen. Do you know what you did to fix it? Because we're starting to have that same issue. Hit that tornado?
Yeah, the tornado's about to cross the road here.
This is a big time tornado right now near North Bend, Nebraska.
Sorry, I got a tornado in progress here, like a quarter mile away. What I did was just reset.
A couple of on radars right over Highway 30. It's right next to Freddie.
Remote into your computer and reset your OBS.
There's still no tornado warning on this.
I literally just waited and it just eventually fixed itself. But yeah, you might want to just restart your OBS. Still on the ground.
This is an urgent alert.
They have just put a tornado warning on it.
Ground. Seek shelter immediately.
It is still on the ground. It's a non-condensed tornado. It's picking up debris. This is near North Bend, Morse Bluff, just south of Webster, Nebraska.
Yeah, it did. It's right here. It's right here.
pretty sure I actually have family that live in that town, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's not strong. It's
not
just
strong
to the
at all.
right. Are we almost in it here?
Almost. It's pretty far out there.
Yep.
It's kind of by the railroad tracks down the road.
It's caught up to the outflow. It took a while.
Where is it? I can't see it, bro.
Do 1:30.
1:30. Oh yeah, right here. Here it is. Look at the debris and
Yeah,
launch.
it's still there. It's in the middle.
That's such a loose.
It's multiple vortex. Multiple vortex here.
The debris signature is over Freddy.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, good work, Charlie, getting the report out there.
This is an urgent alert.
We have
A
3
tornado
tornadoes
is
in
on the
progress.
ground.
Another one in
Seek
Pittsburgh,
shelter
Oklahoma.
immediately.
I think it's east now. It should be translating east here. Look up overhead. It's right in front of us.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I got it.
It's right here. Might want to roll your window up in case debris comes in. We got debris here. All right, basically inside the tornado now.
It's really like it's really rotating in the clouds right now.
Look to your right. See anything to your right?
Nope, nothing.
We're in the circulation.
It's actually
Not sure if it's on the ground anymore. We haven't seen it in a minute. If it's on the ground, it's right along Highway 30 near North Bend.
Inside the weak tornado here right now.
It's fully consolidated for a second there.
It may have lifted,
Where is it? We're under it.
but it may drop again. Going back to live
debris
radar
falling
here.
out of-
This is what it looks like on live radar. Again, this hook extends all the way out to our outflow boundary now, and that's why this just produced a tornado. And so this tornado would be basically over Freddy. So they're basically in it right now. It's just I think it has occluded. And so this can be coming up on Highway 79 near North Bend over the next few minutes, going up in the direction of Hooper and as well as just north of Fremont. So again, this is a storm that's going to continue to produce, I think, a tornado threat here for the next little while, as long as it can stay up to date here with this outflow as it continues to move east-northeast. We also just got 2 more confirmed tornado warnings. We have a new one back over in southeastern Oklahoma. This is gonna be back over near Kiowa. Strong area of rotation heading up towards Kiowa and Savannah, going towards McAllister. Seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. If we have a tornado, it's going right towards Savannah and then eventually towards McAllister, which McAllister is not in a tornado warning right now, but you would be eventually in the path of that. We also have 2 tornado warnings right along the Arkansas and Oklahoma border. Main area of rotation is west of Prairie Grove. That's going towards Elm Springs and Fayetteville, and another one that's going towards Bella Vista over the next few minutes. So seek shelter if you're in those tornado warnings. Those could drop at any time. And then going back over to the northwest of Joplin and Springfield near Fort Scott, we still have a tight area of rotation that could be dropping a tornado at any moment, heading to the west there of Nevada over the next few minutes. And then just around Junction City, we still have I'm pretty sure we still have an unwarned tornado in progress northwest of Eskridge. We still have a couplet here that's moving to the north towards Hessdale. So again, seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning, or in that severe warning, excuse me. There is no tornado warning still on that storm. And then still have rotation here to Boyce going into southeastern Nebraska. That one does not look super concerning as of right now. Latest radar scan still showing a hook reaching out here near North Bend. It is rapidly rotating. Look at this.
Taking cover here.
Freddy is underneath a large area of rotation. Look at this right here. This is near North Bend, Nebraska.
Cranking right here.
This thing is cranking. I mean, it's literally rapidly rotating right above his head.
I'm gonna move up a little closer in a second.
This thing is rapidly rotating across, like literally above him.
That is one low scud thing.
That is crazy.
Oh yeah, it's trying to drop right here. Really, really trying to drop. Is that a funnel to the right, or what is that? I see a cone-shaped thing, but
That looks like a bowl.
it's hard to tell where it's gonna actually drop.
This thing's definitely gearing up for another tornado. The initial one lifted.
Is it out your window?
Velocities are really strong aloft. Like there's like rapid motion in the low levels.
Loose scud, but rapid motion.
Yeah, in front of us, rotating hard. It's so hard to find it. So hard to find the spot.
Again, rapidly rotating in the low levels here. Assuming this stays with the outflow, it's going to be able to produce a tornado.
Cranking though to the right.
Still see it rotating.
Wow, that was surprising, Brandon.
Waiting for velocity to update on radar.
Eli.
That's what it looks like right now on live radar. And if we have a tornado, it would be right over near North Bend, which we don't have one actively, at least from what we're seeing, but there could be one at any time as this parallels Highway 30 going towards Fremont and eventually going towards Hooper. Just off to the northwest again of Omaha, which is an area that's already had multiple tornadoes this year. Again, the strongest rotation will be over the northwest side of North Bend right now. Brian Scholl, bottom right, is also on the storm, so we have two different chasers that are currently on this storm that are keeping a very close eye on it in case another tornado does drop. We want to quickly go back down to Oklahoma on our confirmed tornado warning southwest of McAllister. Again, we could have a strong tornado if there is one still on the ground right now going towards McAllister, Oklahoma. The biggest question mark is that we don't know if there is still a tornado here, and we don't have a clear debris signature with us being a radar hole. But the velocities are very strong here. They have just downgraded the warning to radar indicated, so it's no longer confirmed, but there could be a tornado anytime going towards Savannah and McAllister in Oklahoma. Let's go back to Freddie.
Yeah, that thing just dropped out of freaking nowhere there just a second ago. All right, we'll shoot forward here just a little bit. Still to the right of the road.
A little bit of a
paralleling the road.
little lowering coming out of the clouds right out my window, kind of cone-ish shaped.
If it's rotating rapidly.
Latest scan has a couplet again. This might be trying to drop again.
Gotcha. Yeah, I see. I think I see what you're talking about there.
Good.
Some broad rotation there. Yeah, I see it. It's cranking right there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I think the reason it dropped before, the RFD surge just like hit it and it just dropped. Right now there's no RFD surge, but this right here just to the right, it is really rotating just to the right of the road.
Really rotating.
It wants to drop again. It wants to drop again here.
This is Ryan Scholl's view. He's out in front of this. You can see it rotating.
Area right there.
Right there in front of him.
Right in front of us. Rotating rapidly.
It is rotating rapidly.
Tornado. It's like, I don't think it's going to do it right here, though. Might have to head east.
So Freddie's kind of underneath it. This is Ryan Scholl in front of it. So this is rapidly rotating right now, coming up on North Bend, Nebraska. It's definitely trying.
That's a funnel. Big funnel. Big funnel. Definitely. Oh, no, sorry. Not funnel. Not funnel. It looked like one for a second. So tough to tell. Everything's rapidly rotating. That looked like a funnel, though. That whole thing there. It looks like just a match.
Freddie have something?
Yeah, what the heck?
Freddie.
Fogging up here.
There's a funnel right there. I'm pretty sure Ryan Scholl's right, though. I think there is a funnel back there.
I think he got
or either
it.
that or just really sus clouds, but
It's just not in the area of rotation.
it's crossing right in front of Scholl. Look how
Surprised
quickly
it
this is
hasn't dropped.
rotating.
Again.
Also, new tornado warnings for Vernon County, Missouri. Bottom right of your screen. Walker, Nevada. It's pretty broad rotation right now.
I always
but
want
could
to
tighten
trail
up.
right. I always want to just trail right behind the circulation if I can. I should be able to. So you're heading to the northeast. We're gonna back up County Road R. We're gonna go east on County Road R. Stop right here, though. I don't know if it's gonna do it now. It looks like it's gusting out. Be right there, though.
Freddie has a
front of us.
something. Oh, just good.
I think it's trying to drop a tornado again, pretty much over North Bend. Yeah, look at that rising scud there. Tornado sirens are blaring here in North Bend, Nebraska. Rapidly rotating wall cloud here. A lot of rotation, like it's not even just there where there's rotation, but like even in front of us.
Back to Scholl.
I think the main.
Scholl's on again. They're both on this storm near South Bend. Velocities on radar have not been as strong. It is definitely still rotating, but it's not as strong as it was initially when it did drop a tornado.
Yeah, it's spinning everywhere. Gotta keep my eyes peeled.
All right, while this is happening, I want to go back to live radar. We got a lot of other stuff happening too. We're back up to 8 tornado warnings. The one near Bella Vista, which is currently tracking towards southwest Missouri right now, still has rotation. It's crossing over I-49 in Arkansas near Bella Vista here over the next few minutes. If you are in this tornado warning, again, you got to be in your safe place, away from windows and lowest floor possible. It's difficult to tell whether this is on the ground or not, just purely because of how far away we are from the radar site. There is a camera, though, that is actually in where this storm is. And I'm going to keep an eye on it. If anything happens, I'll let you know. But it right now looks more like a wind threat crossing I-49. And then eventually I'll go into southwestern Missouri. Definitely rotating, though, in the mid-levels, heading off to the northeast. Just to the west of Fayetteville and as well as Springdale, we still have a broad area of rotation.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
That's heading in the direction of Tontit Town, eventually going towards Springdale. So if you're in this warning, again, make sure that you're seeking shelter. There may be a new tornado warning here soon going towards White Rock, as well as going in the direction of Johnson, as well as outside of Fayetteville. But again, more of a wind threat as of right now. We got a new confirmed tornado warning. That's going to be back over near Kiowa, Hartshorn, and as well as McAllister. That's tracking towards Wilburton, and this is a confirmed tornado as well. This is going to be, again, a fully rain-wrapped tornado moving to the northeast, so seek shelter. This again, a dangerous storm currently tracking to the northeast. Scott Peak, bottom left of your screen, is the only chaser from my knowledge that is actually on this storm right now, at least on the chasers that we have. So we'll keep an eye on him. He's bottom left. If there is a tornado, it's almost undoubtedly going to be rain-wrapped, going up in the direction of Savannah, McAllister, and also going in the direction of Hartshorn. Riley, by the way, no, just post it. I don't know. Just do the @ thing. It's fine. Or you can. I think on Buffer you can separately tag people. I'll message you.
You guys are awesome for tuning into the stream today. It's one of my better ones.
I'm gonna go back to Freddy, see if there's any update on the South Bend storm.
She's still rotating right in front of us.
Yeah, there's still some broad rotation at the top. It's not as rapid as before, but it is still rotating. See, it's spinning a little bit.
Still rotating right up here. Just to the right of the highway. It literally is just following 30 at this point.
The tornado in southeastern Oklahoma for Pittsburgh County is law enforcement confirmed, by the way.
I'm shocked at how quickly that all
Look at
happened.
velocity. Looks like there's kind of several eddies along.
This is Scott Peak on this tornado warning in southeast Oklahoma.
A new tornado warning.
See nothing.
So it's very ominous right now.
Calm down because there's nothing. No, there's nothing.
It's Pittsburgh County, Oklahoma. It's turning around. Low signal. Sorry, guys, for it being loud. Sorry. Sorry for the jump scare. Alright. Is it rotating above Freddy again? Looks like it's rotating again here. We'll go back to him in a second. We just got a new tornado warning. That's going to be for the area of near Elm Springs, also to southwest of Rogers. Brand new tornado warning here. Just to the northwest of Fayetteville. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. This is a pretty populated area here going up towards Elm Springs. Main area of rotation is crossing over the border right now, going up towards Elm Springs, Springdale, and eventually Lowell. Rogers will be in the track of this here in a little bit. It is not really strong rotation. It's on the broad side of things as of right now, but it could still produce a tornado at some point here in the near future as it moves to the east-northeast.
It's really trying still.
It's trying to drop another tornado here in Nebraska, back over near North Bend. We just got a severe warning, by the way, for Joplin and Carthage for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado possible. This is underneath Freddy. Freddy has a crazy view. He's right underneath it.
Got rotating. It's still rotating right in front of us.
Literally underneath him.
Way along this kind of.
Look how much it's literally rotating above his head right now.
Our reflectivity and we loop that, you can see how this hook is kind of starting to coil around. If this hook can get
literally
nice
rotating
and
above his
coiled
head
up,
right now. I don't know why this guy's talking. Need Freddy's audio.
It's a rotation to one spot, kind of like what we're getting on stream right now, increasing.
Literally rotating above his head right now.
Do it. Actually, another point is poking out of that right side of it, where that bull was.
Yep.
Velocities are starting to strengthen again. I think this thing's gearing up to try to drop another tornado. While that's happening, back over in southeastern Oklahoma, this is on our confirmed tornado warning. There could be a tornado in here. It is really windy, and there's literally no visibility. So an observed tornado warning back over near Kiowa and Savannah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's going up towards McAllister and as well as Hartshorn. I mean, this is crazy windy here. The storm's also warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds.
Hey,
on top of there being a tornado, reportedly via law enforcement.
Yeah, we saw a bull funnel.
I'm gonna go back to. I'm gonna go back to Freddy here. Still spinning above his head.
Those eddies on radar along the forward flank are really starting to consolidate with this last
We
velocity
might
scan.
be. Any way we could throw that 360 back up here, Eli? I think we're about to get a tornado right now.
Yep.
Can you do it really quick, bro? Really quick.
I'm going to try
Looks
to
like
do it
another
as
tornado's
fast as I
trying to
can.
drop right here.
Oh.
West of Fremont near North Bend.
The 360.
Okay, yeah,
Charger
we'll wait for you to
cap.
we find that, and then because we can't put it on unless that's on there. Yeah, I think it's on the ground. I think it's on the ground right now.
Oh,
there's
yeah, I think I
there's
see
ground
that.
circulation.
Okay,
There's
so there's
ground circulation up here.
likely a non-condensed tornado again here near North Bend.
What happened? I just put it down on the ground.
So there's likely
We have a
another tornado in
weak-
progress on this near North Bend.
Weak tornado here.
See it spinning again on the right. So it'd be right underneath that area on the right there.
Yeah, there's a tornado in progress right in front of us. I see ground circulation in front of us. We have a tornado here. There's the
A
funnel
new
overhead.
tornado warning has been
Yep.
issued.
Dude, I cannot find that piece.
All right, don't worry about it then. There's the bowl.
Right above him. I don't know where they haven't zoomed in on it yet. It's not making. It's making ground contact. It's not. It's a non-condensed
And
tornado
there's
here near
somebody
North
going
Bend.
in for the intercept. Yeah, tornado's right in front of us here. Jeez, all right, go
crazy, I
go
guess.
intercept it. Look at the bull. See the bull overhead? Uh-huh. Bull funnel overhead. It might try to plant.
Look at the bottom right of your screen, by the way. The velocities are literally right over his head.
A new
try to
tornado
plant right
warning
here.
has been issued.
I can't see any ground circulation anymore. But it might be on the ground. I can't tell.
So no, it was at least brief.
They're almost underneath it. Just gonna pull off here these kind of irrigation pivots here for a second.
All right.
Pull off here real quick.
We're gonna go back to him in a second. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I think there's unfortunately a strong tornado dropping near Kiowa, Oklahoma. The velocities really come together. There's a bit of a bounded weak echo region, which signals a very strong updraft right around the town of Pittsburgh. There's a tornado warning that's observed for this. It does not sound like the tornado is on the ground right now per storm chasers, but if it does drop, it would be probably strong as it goes up towards Hartshorn, Oklahoma.
Bottom left of your screen is a live shot from Scott Peak, who's on this storm, and we've already seen a huge amount of wind. The velocities look awfully strong. I mean, this is very strong rotation, and if we have a tornado, it's going to be coming right up towards Hartshorn and McAllister, and unfortunately, we are in a bit of a radar hole here, meaning that this is in an area that we are going to have some poor signal when it comes to our radar coverage, but I mean, you can see it from the other radar site, too. There's very strong rotation right now over the town of Pittsburgh and Kiowa, coming right up towards Blanco and eventually going towards Hartshorn, so you need to be in your safe place fearing this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is an extremely dangerous storm if it drops a tornado, as it could be on the larger side of things, and also on the stronger side of things, as it continues to move northeast. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, those strong winds that we saw on Scott's Peaks feed was the tornado. It's heavily rain wrapped on the ground and it's heading up northeast.
All right, so Scott Peak, when we were watching him a few minutes ago, that was actually the outskirts, or at least part of the tornado, possibly the RFD surge, but it was within the area of where our tornado was there, just off to the south of Kiowa, and this is now producing, it still is producing a tornado, and the velocities, again, are very strong right now, going up towards Blanco and Bond over the next few minutes. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. This is a very dangerous situation, and if we have a tornado right now, which we think we do, it's likely on the large and strong side of things. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, it sounds like, unfortunately, this tornado is heading through the northeast side of Pittsburgh right now. It is on the ground. It's probably going to go closer to the town of Blanco. Blanco, make sure you guys are in shelter.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. Unfortunately, this tornado, again, in progress. It's going to be on the east side of Pittsburgh right now, which is a small town here just east of Kiowa, and then it's going to be crossing over Highway 375 in a few minutes, and then eventually tracking towards Hartshorn. So you need to be in your storm shelter. If you're in that warning, if you have any friends or family there, please make sure that they're also in their safe place. Back over northwest of Fayetteville in Arkansas, we still have a broad area of rotation moving towards Elm Springs and 412 just south of Centerton and Rogers. Seek shelter if you're in this warning. It's not as strong as earlier, but there is at least some rotation here that is going to be tracking in the direction of Interstate 49. The rotation on the storm north of Bella Vista is weakened to the point where we do not need a tornado warning anymore south of Anderson. There's still some broad rotation, but it's not as strong as we once had. But be ready for high winds and potentially an embedded tornado or two at this line as it moves through Joplin, eventually going towards Springfield, and as well as Nixa back over to the south there of Springfield. Back over to the north, we also have strong rotation now back over near El Dorado Springs. This is in western Missouri. Strong area of rotation crossing over Highway 54 that is going to be going towards Roscoe. Latest scan, slightly broader now, not as strong as before, but this could drop a tornado at any moment as it tracks towards Highway O on the north side of El Dorado Springs. We also have strong rotation west of Mound City. So again, any of these storms that are right now rotating could produce strong tornadoes, especially down here to the south. This one also has strong rotation west of Moundville. Riley has another update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Matt, oh my lord. Last radar scan on this, a really large CC drop. This needs a PDS tornado warning as it goes into the town of Blanco. 100% on the ground, significant tornado.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, that's a huge tornado. We got a huge tornado right now in progress in Oklahoma. This is a large tornado in Oklahoma heading up towards Hartshorn. A huge debris signature. Scott Peak, bottom left, is on this storm. We're keeping an eye on him, but again, that is a huge tornado that unfortunately just hit the town of Pittsburgh. This literally needs to go PDS. Again, this is currently tracking towards Ark, Bond, and Craig within the next 5 minutes. This is not even close to our radar site. Riley will probably figure out how high this debris is being lifted up in a second, but this is not even close to our radar site. And the fact that we have this large of a debris signature is very concerning. This is obviously a significant tornado here. Let me go back over to Scott. He's inside of this tornado warning. I'm just going to see if he has anything right now. I don't know why his audio keeps doing that. Sorry, guys.
I don't know. The cell phone towers got knocked out or something. I don't even know what road we're supposed to be on. Can you tell me what road takes us east of Pittsburgh?
He's currently, just for reference, he's on the backside of this tornado. He's near Pittsburgh. He's on the west side of Pittsburgh. He could come up on some serious damage. You can see how windy it is. This isn't even where the tornado is. He's still a mile or two to the west of it. You see how windy this is. This entire RFD surge is surging into Kiowa, and as well as on the west side of Pittsburgh. So this is behind our tornado, and this is likely 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, if not even more significant than that.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This has just been upgraded to a PDS tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation for the towns of Savannah, McAllister, and Hartshorn in southeastern parts of Oklahoma. This is potentially an intense to violent tornado right now that is moving in the direction of Highway 270, Hartshorn, and McAllister. You need to be on the lowest floor humanly possible in a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Unfortunately, this looks very large on radar too, and it looks like it could be intense to violent. The velocities on radar are insane. The debris signature as well is huge right now. About to hit the town of Blanco here near Highway 375. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Max, the correlation coefficient is a little contaminated on all tilts, but this could be throwing debris in the air as far as 20,000 feet in the air.
All right, thank you for the update. So this is a significant tornado. If debris is being wafted up 20,000 feet into the atmosphere, that's obviously substantial here just to the south of McAllister. And keep in mind that this is a very healthy supercell right now. We have a very strong inflow coming out of the south, and also the tornado is huge, and it's on the rain wrap side of things, and that is how this thing has been this entire time. It's been rain wrapped. So this is a very dangerous situation. People are probably driving right now on Highway 375 that may have very little knowledge that there is a large tornado coming up right here on Highway 375. We saw this yesterday in Kansas where there was a large tornado that crossed over I-70. It was a wedge, and cars got flipped over. I'm not saying that's going to happen here, but it is entirely possible because of it being such a rain-wrapped area of rotation. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, our VROT is over 70 knots with a total gate-to-gate of over 140 miles per hour. This has crossed the threshold for a tornado emergency as this tornado continues off to the northeast.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So this has already crossed the threshold for a tornado emergency. Again, this could easily be a large, possibly wedge. We don't know for sure, but that we just got to assume worst case scenario right now because of what it looks like on radar. This is a substantial tornado that is now hitting the town of Blanco near Highway 375. It'll be coming up on Hartshorn here in about 10 minutes or so near Haleyville. If you're in any of those areas, you need to be in your storm shelter if you have one. If you're in a mobile home or an RV, you got to get into a sturdy structure ASAP or get into a ditch. This is a very dangerous tornado right now moving to the east, eventually going towards Wilburton. There's also the Flying A Ranch Airport that is on the east side of Hartshorn that is in the path of this. I'm guessing it is a local airport, probably no like commercial jets or anything there. This is a bit rural, but that is in the path of this. Back over in McAllister, if you're back over near the hotels right along Highway 69 near Angel's Diner, you are in the path of this you're potentially in the path of this tornado. It could go anywhere. Again, it could go directly to the northeast. It could go, occlude to the north towards McAllister. It could also go further east. We don't know. That's why you need to be in your safe place if you're anywhere in this tornado warning, as this is a very dangerous storm. All right, latest radar scan still shows again that huge tornado right now over the town of Blanco in Oklahoma. It's coming up on Bond and Craig in the next few minutes. Back over in Blanco, this has likely hit the United States Postal Service, and there's also there's multiple homes here as well in the town of Blanco. And then as it crosses Highway 375, it will be coming up on really just a lot of farmland for at least several minutes going towards Craig. There are a lot of farms here, a lot of trees, but there are some homes as well that are scattered around this area. And then once it gets closer to Hartshorn or McAllister, those are going to be the more populated areas that are included in this warning. This is back over to Scott, who is inside of this tornado warning. He is again on the back side of this. He is currently located near Kiowa. And I'm going to get his exact location again. FYI, the cam map is frozen right now.
So far, so good.
Alright, I'm trying to get his exact location. It looks like he's just north of this tornado. I think he's just north of it now. I think
How are our buildings here? Oh, there's some sheet metal.
There's some sheet metal.
Here, I'm gonna drop some sheet metal on the side of the road here. I'm gonna see if it hits something over here.
Hey, can somebody give me
a new
can somebody give me the exact location of Scott?
Issued.
It might be on the north side of this. This is the latest radar scan. Still a large tornado in progress. It's now crossing over Highway 375, coming up on Bond and Craig in about 5 minutes, just south of McAllister. Again, a significant tornado is currently in progress, moving to the east-northeast. So seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Let me go back to the other radar site. I mean, my goodness, look at the velocities from the Oklahoma City radar site. That's just insane. I mean, it's an insane amount of rotation. Just an update, Scott bottom left is in Pittsburgh, so that's his general location. He's in low signal, but he's starting to come up, it looks like, on some sort of damage here. Unfortunately, this is a fully rain-wrapped tornado, which again makes it very dangerous for people that are traveling right now here in southeastern Oklahoma near Hartshorn or Savannah. This is obviously an area that we legitimately have a large tornado that is not visible. If anybody's driving on the roadways, they're just going to drive right into it unless they're aware that there's a tornado warning. The latest scan shows that tornado now just to the southeast Savannah. It's basically traveling up Highway 63, but if you're in McAllister, I would still be in your safe place in case this thing does turn more to the north. We also have another area of rotation over Savannah that is tracking up towards Highway 69 into McAllister. So there's two areas of rotation right now. We got one coming up on McAllister that's strong, and then the other one that's near 375. I mean, there legitimately could be twins. We don't know about this one right now, but the one that's coming up on Hartshorn is definitely on the ground. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. I'm going to check on our Fayetteville storm. There is still some rotation near Elm Springs, Arkansas, but it is on the weaker side of things, not nearly as concerning. So far, from what I'm seeing on Scott's feed bottom left, is that there are a lot of leaves down. I'm not seeing anything significant so far. There was some sheet metal. Let's hope there's no major damage, but we don't know for sure yet. Also, we have strong rotation in western Missouri. We have a strong area of rotation east of Fort Scott, and then some broader rotation near El Dorado Springs, so continue to stay in your safe place if you're in those warnings. And then we also had a confirmed tornado not too long ago, just south of Humboldt in Nebraska. That's going towards Falls City. So radar indicated rotation for now, but there was a confirmed tornado there in southeastern Nebraska going towards Falls City here over the next few minutes. My goodness. Assuming that's not hail contamination, that is still a huge tornado that is heading up towards Hartshorn. This is once again a particularly dangerous situation here in southeastern Oklahoma. We have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is going to be tracking up towards Hartshorn over the next few minutes. It is fully rain wrapped, so seek shelter right along Highway 63. Keep in mind that there is a lot of contamination here. All right, there's a lot of contamination. So that all there is contamination. That's not debris. But this right here is our tornado. It'd be right where our tightest velocities are, right along Highway 63, and the CC drop is pretty indicative there. And there is damage. This is in Pittsburgh. So there's some damage. Looks like a big tree down on the roadway. Multiple trees down the roadway. And there is debris here. Trees are down. That's blocking the roads.
Right.
There's likely more significant damage ahead, if I had to guess. So our latest velocity scan as of 6 o'clock. We still have very strong rotation. Again, likely still a very large tornado heading up in the direction of Hartshorn over the next few minutes. Going towards Highway 270 just south and east of McAllister. I would assume that we're going to get a new tornado warning here in the next few minutes to include more areas out in front of this, like Wilburton. So if you're back over in Wilburton, if you're up near Stigler, be ready for a potential large tornado threat as this continues to move to the east-northeast. And as we mentioned already, this has met the criteria for a
new tornado
emergency. I'm not sure if they're going to issue one, but it did meet the criteria a few minutes ago there for a tornado emergency. There is a new tornado warning for Mays and Delaware counties in Oklahoma, which I don't think those counties have been included in anything so far today. We'll have that warning will pop up here in a second. I do want to point out, by the way, with this supercell, we still have a pretty clean inflow coming out of the south, which is helping this thing to rotate, even though it's fully rain wrapped. So just kind of an important detail there. All right, back off to the east of Tulsa. This is just south of Pryor Creek near Salina and also near Locust Grove. This is a new tornado warning. This storm honestly looks pretty concerning too. You can see over the last few scans, it's been clearing out a little clear slot and an inflow here just to the west of Locust Grove. So the velocities have been intensifying on this over the last few minutes. That is coming up on Locust Grove and then eventually going towards Salina and as well as 412. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Strong tornadoes possible with this, even though it's not as discreet as our southern storm. This was moments ago back over in McAllister on a traffic cam. So this is over in McAllister, which is currently included in our tornado warning, our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. So definitely pretty windy here. It's probably around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. This is on the north side of the tornado. And keep in mind, our velocities are reaching out very far right now on this PDS tornado warning. We have a very large wind field. And so with that said, we are going to have high winds literally circling all around this tornado. All around it. Is that a camera that's in this warning? Oh man, yeah, look at this. This is inside of our tornado warning. That's live. There's a semi on the bottom right that is in dangerous spot. This is live inside of our PDS tornado warning. Winds are very high. Tornado's likely very close to this. Got a semi pulled over on the right. Hopefully it doesn't get flipped over by the winds. This tornado is still in progress. It's about to hit the town of Hartshorn in southeastern Oklahoma here in a few minutes. It is still very windy. Tornado would likely be off to the right or off the top right now. Some lightning as well. This camera, for reference, is near McAllister, just south of McAllister. And there is another area of circulation that has just passed by this camera, too. There's actually 2 areas of rotation. All right, wind has calmed down a little bit on this camera. This is also moments ago on this. This was like what we just barely missed beforehand. Like, you can see how windy it is. Our tornado is literally somewhere right about where this is. I mean, this is insane. Look how fast the rain is all moving with the wind. That's easily 80, 90, 100 mile per hour winds there. And the tornado would be off there to the top somewhere. That's crazy. All right, latest radar scan on this storm is currently putting the tornado, if it's still on the ground, it's coming up into Hartshorn right now. We have a big hail core also out in front of this, something to keep an eye on there. Again, we have an area of rotation right now over McAllister, and then we have another one coming up into Hartshorn over the next few minutes. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in this warning. It's an extremely dangerous storm. Even if there's no longer a tornado here, it is still producing extremely high winds currently coming up into Hartshorn, and we still think there is a tornado. So there's likely still a tornado in progress right now, moving in the direction of Hartshorn. We don't have a clear debris signature anymore, but if it's still on the ground, it'd be coming up into Hartshorn right now. We check back in on the storm east of Tulsa here near Locust Grove. The Locust Grove storm, we have an inflow, but it looks like it's getting choked off already. Mostly wind right now near Locust Grove, around 70 miles per hour. Currently moving to the east-northeast. I also want to point out, there is actually a police officer, it looks like, going possibly in the direction of where there may be tornado damage. Not entirely sure. There is still a little bit windy up here in the McAllister, Oklahoma area. So just something to keep an eye on. Also, I think Scott Peak, who is on this storm, is currently going a different direction since there were multiple trees down the roadway. Back over in northwest Arkansas, we still have a tornado warning for Elm Springs. This will probably be canceled here in a few minutes. If you're in Elm Springs, just south of Bentonville, does not look nearly as concerning here, but continue to stay in your safe place.
This is an emergency
if you're in that
alert.
warning.
A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, this is a brand new, particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning for Pittsburgh, Latimer, and Haskell counties in Oklahoma. So this will be an extension to our current PDS tornado warning since this one expires in 6 minutes, and the rotation is going to be moving outside of our tornado warning polygon here in a few minutes anyway. This is going to be for Hartshorn and Wilburton. Going towards Quinton. If you are in this tornado warning and need to seek shelter, we still have very strong rotation off to the west of Hartshorn, going up towards Wilburton over the next few minutes. And also going towards Highway 2. So still an extremely dangerous situation right now in southeast Oklahoma, and unfortunately the worst part about this storm is that it is a rain-wrapped area of rotation. Also, I do want to give you guys a heads up in North Texas. It has been quiet here over the last few hours, but we do have more storms firing just off to the west of Dallas-Fort Worth. Mostly wind and hail right now, but we are keeping an eye on some of these discrete cells firing up, which could lead to a tornado threat here in the near term. So I'll have to keep an eye on this back over here just outside of McKinney, Denton, and as well as Fort Worth. All right, and we also have now another tornado warning. This one is going to be back over near Marietta and Thackerville. So tornado warning here. Rotation would be located probably back down near Mullins, if I had to guess. But I don't clearly see anything. But bottom right of your screen, I believe that's Vince. Yeah, Vince is on that. So Vince has a view of the storm. I would have to guess the rotation's back over here near Munster, which would be unwarned right now for North Texas. But I would presume we're going to get a tornado warning here in a moment near Gainesville to accompany that rotation. All right, back over into Missouri. We still have one tornado warning here, but the rotation has gotten broader near El Dorado Springs. Still keeping an eye on this. There is rotation going towards Osceola. We'll probably get a new tornado warning in a few minutes for Lowry City and Osceola. So if you're in any of those areas, I would be seeking shelter, getting away from windows, and getting on the lowest floor possible in case this thing does try to drop a tornado. And then in southeastern Nebraska, we still have a tornado warning here. This one will probably be canceled. The rotation's very weak, and it looks pretty outflow dominant at this point, going towards Falls City. And then also west of Omaha, we have a big hailstorm and windstorm, and rotation's actually trying to ramp up again. Got a hook echo and also an inflow near Hooper that is going to be going towards Herman and Blair. Not as significant as what we had before, but it is trying to ramp up again, and that could try to drop another tornado as it moves east. Right now, golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main concern on that storm. All right, back to Oklahoma. This is the latest radar scan. At this point, it is very difficult to tell exactly where our tornado is located, just purely because of the contamination. But I do think our tornado, assuming it's still on the ground, is coming right now into Hartshorn. We do not have a clear debris signature right now, but we do think the tornado is going to be entering into the west side of Hartshorn, Oklahoma, within the next couple of minutes, which would be coming up on the Twins Cafe. There's also a ton of homes here. Lindley's Grocery. There's also a Family Dollar. Also a Dollar General, a Hartshorn High School, in addition to Old Corral, Fat Daddy's Barbecue and Steakhouse is also in the path of this, and also the North Ward Elementary School. Obviously it's 6:12 p.m. Let's hope there's no after school activities happening right now, and hopefully everybody's at home and in a storm shelter or a basement right now and not currently at school, because that would be pretty dangerous if that was the case. It's also coming up on the Bear Manor Nursing Home, which is on the south side of town, assuming we have a tornado right now coming up into Hartshorn. We also have more damage. This is from Scott Peak. More damage from this tornado. Again, it looks relatively... again, we only can see... This is really the outskirts, I'd probably say, from the tornado that just happened, but there's power lines down and trees down all over the roadway.
There's some damage here, but
so that is some of the damage there, again, from this tornado so far. We only have very early glimpses so far of this damage. Latest radar scan showing very strong rotation, still in multiple locations. The main areas would be back up near McAllister, which again, some of this could be somewhat contaminated since we are in between radar sites. And then our main other two areas of rotation are near Hartshorn. So if we have a tornado, once again, it's coming up towards Wilburton and eventually going towards Red Oak. This does remain a PDS tornado warning, which means it is a particularly dangerous situation right now, going towards Stigler and eventually towards McCurtain and Red Oak over the next few minutes. So again, seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Back up in Nebraska, just real quickly checking with Freddie for just a second.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Looks like there's a lowering back there. This is the one northwest of Omaha. There could be a tornado warning for that storm here relatively soon. New tornado warning for St. Clair County in Missouri. That will be an extension, I believe. Yep, that's an extension for our initial area of rotation going towards Lowry City and Highway 13 west of Osceola. So again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get to a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in that warning. We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center for areas out in front of this. This is our latest mesoscale discussion. This is going to include a large chunk of eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. A new tornado watch will be needed here shortly, which also includes, again, eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. The most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is between 140 and 170 miles per hour, so intense to potentially violent tornadoes are still possible. Damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour, and then also the threat for hail up to the size of apples, maybe even up to the size of softballs. So again, likely tornado watch coming here within the next hour or so. I'd say we'll probably get one within the next hour. The current tornado watch that we have goes for only 45 more minutes, so they'll have to issue it probably in the next 35 to 45 minutes here, back over in western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. Scott Peak is reporting heavy damage. We have him on the bottom left of your screen. There is obviously a lot of damage right now back over near Savannah. And unfortunately, it looks like our rotation is tightening right over the town of Hartshorn. So we could have a big tornado right now moving into the town of Hartshorn, Oklahoma right now. A potentially large tornado is over the town of Hartshorn. This is the only area of rotation that we even have. Like in this entire storm that I'm at least visually seeing here. It's really right over Hartshorn. So unfortunately, we could have a significant tornado again going right over the town of Hartshorn. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we have just received word from the NWS that the London, Kentucky tornado has been rated an EF4 tornado. It's not in the damage assessment toolkit yet, but when it is, we'll have pictures of that.
Thank you for the update. That was a violent tornado that hit the London and Somerset areas in southeast Kentucky, and unfortunately that was a substantial tornado. That literally took the lives of like 20 people, I'm pretty sure. I think that was the official number. I don't know if that's been updated since then, but at least 20 people were hurt from that tornado or killed back over in London. Once again, if you are just tuning in, we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado in southeastern Oklahoma. Damage on the bottom left of your screen. And again, we're going to have more damage as this continues to, as we continue to have more chasers in the area as well. It's going towards Wilburton. Again, debris signature. I'm pretty sure that's a debris signature right over Hartshorn right now. Assuming we have a tornado, it's hitting the south side of town, and it's near the Bear Manor Nursing Home. And it's also near the Hartshorn Ball Field. And also near the McAllister Tractor Shop and near Dollar General. And it's also near the Fat Daddy's Barbecue and Steakhouse. So assuming this tornado is on the ground, which we think it still is, it's over the downtown area, which is really on the south side of Hartshorn, where our strongest area of rotation is. But keep in mind that we could have damage literally anywhere in Hartshorn, because our velocities are still very strong, wrapping all around this tornado in both directions, both going away from the radar and also going towards the radar. So very rapid and most likely intense to violent motion here over the town of Hartshorn. And this is going to continue to move into Wilburton here in about 10 minutes or so. So if you're in Wilburton, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. So our tornado is moving right into the town of Hartshorn right now. It's going to be coming up on Centerville, and that's a little small community northeast of Hartshorn. And then it's going to be hitting Wilburton in just a few minutes. It's taking a pretty nasty path here. There's a lot of, it's sort of rural areas of southeast Oklahoma, but, there are plenty of people that live, especially along Highway 270 here that connects Hartshorn back up towards Red Oak. And the tornado's basically going right along it right now. It's just a very populated area here in southeast Oklahoma. Next in line for this will be back over in Gowen, Oklahoma, which is right about here. The United States Postal Service and as well as the Gowen Baptist Church is in the path of this. There's also a pet grooming location that's in the path of this along US 270. And then eventually, once this gets closer to Wilburton, it will be hitting the Wilburton Municipal Airport. There's also a municipal airport with also a hangar there. And then it's going to be coming up on the New Life Church, and then eventually going in the direction of Wilburton, which is a very populated area. The latest scan is still showing a significant tornado. We have still a debris signature here. So the tornado unfortunately hit near that Burn Manor Nursery Home. We have to really hope that they did not take a direct hit, but that is right where this tornado was just located. And it's now going to be coming up towards the south side of Gowen and eventually going towards Blue Mountain, north of Higgins, and then eventually going towards Damon, Wilburton, and Ludi out here in eastern Oklahoma. It's eventually going to track into Wilburton. And again, Wilburton is a very populated area. This is one of the most populated areas in this current PDS tornado warning. If you have friends or family in Wilburton, please make sure that they are seeking shelter. getting away from windows and taking this very seriously. This is not a tornado that you want to try to look outside for and try to snap a TikTok video for. That is not what you should be doing right now. Again, this is a very dangerous tornado that's going to be moving into Wilburton over the next few minutes. And the velocity's just going towards the radar at 111 miles per hour in our tight couplet. So again, this could easily be an intense or violent tornado that's coming up into Wilburton. The gate to gate is at least 125 miles per hour, but I would have to believe that it is higher than that. Damage again, bottom left of your screen. We'll have another radar update here in a second. This is also, again, as I think I already mentioned this, but it is a fully rain-wrapped tornado. So even if you go outside to look for it, you're not going to see it. No point in going outside to try to look for this tornado, especially with how dangerous this tornado is right now moving towards Wilburton, Oklahoma. Also, the tornado warning east of Tulsa. This is northeast of Locust Grove. Very strong winds currently heading in the direction of Jay and Colcord. We don't really have a whole lot of rotation, or at least an inflow on the north side of this storm, but it is still rotating a little bit and could produce a tornado as it heads up towards Highway 59 and Jay, just off to the northwest of Springdale. All right, here's our latest radar scan, and yeah, I mean, this debris signature is getting bigger.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is bad. And according to Riley, there are damage photos that are coming out. We're going to try to see if we can show any of them, but it does appear as if this is an intense to violent tornado. This is definitely a significant tornado. There's no doubt about it. And it's a fully rain-wrapped tornado. The latest scan has a larger debris signature now, almost paralleling US 270, and it's going right towards Wilburton. If you're in Wilburton and you are in a mobile home or a trailer park, which there are some in Wilburton, you need to be getting to an underground area. You have to be getting into a sturdy structure. You just got to get somewhere other than your mobile home because it's not safe there. All right, this is a very dangerous tornado. And we think it's an intense to violent tornado, which means EF3 plus right now, moving up in the direction of Wilburton. The velocities are very strong. And it is showing no signs of slowing down, and it is fully rain-wrapped. There's once again some of the damage initially. We're going to have more damage photos here shortly, but that is just some of the initial damage. That's not even like where the tornado hit, I don't think even. I think it was further off to the east. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. Wilburton is about 5 minutes away from taking a direct hit from a potentially violent tornado. Some areas in the track of this, there's actually the Choctaw Casino that's in the path of this, including Eastern Oklahoma State College. So there is a college here. I don't know if they're still in session. I have no clue. Does anybody know in the chat, is Eastern Oklahoma State College in session, or are they out for the summer? Because they're right down the direct path of this tornado. It's going into Goin right now. It's about 6 to 7 minutes away from hitting Wilburton. This tornado is tracking right along US 270. All right, people are saying they're out, which is at least good. Hopefully they are out. So they are out in Wilburton. Latest radar scan is still showing extremely strong rotation right now coming up towards Wilburton. I mean, the gate-to-gate shear is very high, which means that our tornadoes, again, I still think this is intense to violent. It says 110 miles per hour for gate-to-gate shear. I really doubt that, especially with the damage that we're starting to see. The tornado is now directly hitting Goin as we speak. It is directly hitting the town of Goin, which is off to the west of Wilburton. And there are multiple homes in Goin. There's also the United States Postal Service and the Goin Baptist Church that are possibly taking a direct hit right now from this tornado. That is exactly where it'd be located as we're speaking right now. Again, keep in mind the radar does take a couple minutes to update. It is updating right now. We have the radar beam coming through here. Latest scan, the tornado's right over Goin. So it is hitting the town of Goen right now. Small town of Goen's taking a direct hit.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. This one is going to be for Adair, Seoquah, Muskogee, and Cherokee counties in Oklahoma. Will pop up in a moment. This has already crossed the threshold a couple of times for being a tornado emergency, but I don't think it's been long-lasting enough to put it out. Because I do think it lifted maybe briefly there west of Hartshorn and then dropped again. I mean, this is going to be borderline tornado emergency again if this thing really tightens. I mean, the velocity is, again, very strong wrapping around this. It looks like it's gearing up for even a stronger tornado here over the next few minutes as it goes into Wilburton. But this tornado is now over the town of Goen. New tornado warning west of Sallisaw. This one's also concerning. We have a strong area of rotation developing north of I-40, going towards Marble City, Gore, and just to the west and northwest of Vian. Just to the west of Sallisaw. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place as well. This one could also drop a strong tornado as it moves to the northeast, going directionally, eventually going towards Stillwell, Oklahoma, West Fork, Prairie Grove, and eventually Fayetteville. That's the long-term trajectory of this storm. Not saying it's going to be tornadic all the way till Fayetteville, but it could be. Especially with our environment today, is very favorable for tornadoes. We are about 5 minutes or less right now away from this tornado entering the west side of Wilburton. This is a very bad situation. Hopefully this lifts before it hits Wilburton, but there's no guarantees. You got a few minutes in, you got like 2 minutes in Wilburton. If you want to put a mattress over top of you or get a helmet on or get your closed-toed shoes after the tornado hits your location, assuming it hits your location, you know, you're going to want all that stuff ready to go if you can real quick. You got like 1 or 2 minutes until this tornado is really hitting the west side of town. And again, I say closed-toed shoes because you'll probably be walking on top of debris, assuming that this tornado is on the ground all the way through Wilburton, which it could. It's taking really a terrible route. Like, I mean, if this was any further south, it'd be going through a lot more farmland and whatnot in a very rural area. This is taking a path right along US 270, which unfortunately is the most populated area on 270 in this part of Oklahoma. It really could not be much worse than this. And this is still a significant tornado. We still have a big debris signature right now coming up on Bowers. This is within 5 minutes of Wilburton. And you should not wait 5 minutes to seek shelter in Wilburton. It's a fully rain-wrapped tornado, so do not look outside for this. I cannot stress that enough. Do not look outside for this. There's 1 pixel of winds just going towards the radar. That's at 121 miles per hour. That's only a single pixel. That's not looking at the winds going away from the radar, which we compare. It's not like a huge number here, but like, assuming we have a tornado still here, which again, we think we do, we have a big debris signature still. Assuming that this tornado is still going, it is probably, again, intense to violent. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we have another strong tornado on the ground on our northern tornado, or I guess our middle tornado warning in Oklahoma. This is the Gore, Oklahoma tornado. Gore, you're probably about a minute out from being hit by a tornado. We need to be in shelter.
Yep, we have another tornado in progress. This is north of Weber's Falls. This is our brand new tornado warning. Possibly a strong tornado heading up towards Paradise Hill, 10 Killer Ferry Lake, also going towards Marble City, and eventually towards Stillwell in the long term in eastern Oklahoma. So you need to be in your tornado shelter. If you're in this warning, get to your basement, closet, bathroom, whatever your safest place is, you need to be there right now near Gore. We got another tornado debris signature on radar east of 351. It's going to cross over Highway 10 near Main Street on the north side of Gore near the Arkansas River over the next couple of minutes. Looking to see what's in Gore. Unfortunately, this tornado is very close. It probably is actually next to it as we're speaking here. This is crossing over the Arkansas River. If it is still on the ground, which right now it looks smaller now, if it is still on the ground, this would actually be hitting the Gore High School. And it's also near the Harps Food Stores, the Sonic Drive-In, and the Tiki Cabana in Gore. So, assuming that this is still on the ground, it does not look as intense as before, but it could still be on the ground, or it may have just been a brief tornado, and it could actually cycle and produce a bigger tornado, because the velocities are getting even stronger here. So it just crossed over the river, which may have kind of weakened it here briefly, but it'll likely drop another tornado going towards Marble City, 10 Killer, Fairy Lake, and also going in the direction of Stillwell and Honey Hill. We still have a tornado in progress south of Bowers on US 270. The rotation has gotten somewhat broader over the last few minutes, but again, I would still 100% be wherever you're at right now, Wilburton, in your safe place, because like this is still
This is an urgent
very
alert.
dangerous storm.
A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new confirmed tornado warning. That is going to be for the northern, the more northern tornado warning that we have right now, just off to the west of Fort Smith near Marble City. So they've upgraded this to a confirmed tornado. The tornado right now is moving over the north side of Gore. This is near the Gore High School. It's coming up on Nochi Town and also Redbird Smith near Gore Landing. So seek shelter immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is again another tornado that's in progress. I don't personally think this is the main tornado. I think we're gonna have a new one that's even stronger here in a few minutes as it moves towards Vienna and Marble City. We also have a destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. That is going towards Concord, J, Siloam Springs, just west of Bella Vista. So this is an extremely dangerous situation near Grove, J, Colcord, just north of Siloam Springs, northwest of Fayetteville. Also, we still have a tornado warning along the Red River Valley, back over near Thackerville. I haven't seen much on this storm, but if you're in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, two things. So our storms in Missouri are starting to look a lot more significant. I'm really worried about our one going up towards Lowry City. Also, we did get confirmation that the people in the houses that were impacted by the tornado in Pittsburgh are okay. One of the houses, the residents are out and safe. The other one, they were on vacation.
That's good to hear. Thank you, Riley, for the update. Yeah, these storms in northwest Missouri are getting way more concerning. We actually have really strong rotation right now near Nevada, just north here, Milo, going towards Walker and Harwood. We also have a large area of strong rotation that's going to be going up towards Lowry City, just off to the west of Osceola. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. I've said it once and I'll keep saying it. This environment today is extremely favorable for strong tornadoes. And if either of these storms are able to mature, which they are not really organized, but they're really rapidly rotating still, assuming they stay organized, this is going to continue to be a significant threat of tornadoes, and those could also drop significant tornadoes as they move off to the northeast. So again, if you're in these tornado warnings, you need to be taking them very seriously. Also, back up in Nebraska, this storm's outflowy right now. We're keeping an eye on it, but it is outflow driven, not a tornado threat, at least significantly. Not a significant tornado threat as of right now, northwest of Omaha, Nebraska. All right, our latest radar scan northeast of Gore. We still have a debris signature, but it is way smaller than before. Likely still have some debris that is falling out from our initial tornado near Gore. The velocities are still very strong, and as I've said before, I think this is gearing up for a larger and stronger tornado over the next few minutes. As it approaches Marble City, Highway 82, it will eventually be tracking the direction of Stillwell. It's also going to be going in the direction of West Fork, Prairie Grove, and Fayetteville here in the next hour or so. So be ready if you're over in Fayetteville, Elkins, and as well as West Fork. We're also about to get a brand new tornado watch for eastern Oklahoma and western parts of Arkansas in the next probably 20 minutes or so, and that is because our initial watch right now is about to expire. We also have a little rare mesoscale discussion that was just issued. It's a very small area, corridor for strong tornadoes through 8 to 9 p.m. This is near Potow, east of McAllister, south of Tahlequah, southeast of Muskogee, and near Fort Smith, Arkansas. Once again, most probable peak intensity for tornadoes is anywhere from 140 to 170 miles per hour. That is intense to potentially violent still for our tornadoes. In addition to that, damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour and hail up to the size of 3.5 inches is possible as this continues to track to the east and northeast. We have multiple discrete supercells right now that are ongoing, and then we also have multiple areas of strong rotation, anywhere from literally southwest Missouri all the way back over here into eastern parts of Oklahoma. All right, we are seeing a large area of rotation now coming up into Wilburton. Not entirely sure if I don't think we still have the same tornado anymore, but it is still a very dangerous storm. It is radar indicated PDS right now. I think we actually might have a new area of rotation near Bowers, unless that's contaminated. But if not, we at least have a very large area of strong winds around Wilburton, which could turn into another large tornado as this heads towards Red Oak. But again, if you're in Wilburton, you need to continue to stay in your safe place right now as the storm moves overhead of you over the next few minutes. Also, no longer a debris signature anymore east of Gore. So no longer a tornado at this point, but it is recycling. It's likely going to drop a new tornado in the next few minutes as it goes towards Marble City. And again, if we get a tornado with this storm, it's likely going to be on the large side of things and probably strong. Just going to take a little bit of time. We got a little bit of convection actually firing out in front of this storm. So as long as that's happening, it'll probably be a little bit weak for the next few minutes. But once everything merges together, this will definitely be on the stronger side of things, going towards Highway 59, as well as going through up towards Stillwell. Thank you, Matthew, for the super chat. Thank you for keeping everybody safe. I appreciate that. Once again, if you guys do see any photos or videos, by the way, on Twitter or on Facebook, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. We're going to try to show you guys some of the photos of the Pittsburgh area here from recently. Scott Peak, bottom left of your screen, is still in this general area. So we are keeping an eye on him. Hey, Hayden, can you send me that Justin link again in cams? Hey, Hagen, from coming to Maximum Velocity member. Radar's fairly unreliable. Well, we're in a radar hole. We are actually not far, though, from our radar site now. It's gotten a lot closer. So we are in a better position when it comes to radar coverage. Before, we were relying on literally 3 different, or really just these 2 radar sites. I've always mentioned this, but we really need a radar site like right here. Like that would be perfect. I do want to throw this out there. We actually have 2 areas of rotation right now west of Marble City. We got one west of Marble City, and we got another one just to the northwest of Marble City. And so there could be another tornado warning here soon for our northern area of rotation, which is strengthening. That would be just staying south of Tahlequah, heading up towards 62 west of Stillwell. So there's a chance that we get another tornado warning here in just a few minutes for this area of rotation. It's hugging the north side of our tornado warning polygon. And that's also kind of wrapping back in here. You kind of see the hook. You kind of make it out on radar a little bit and the inflow. And this one's also trying to organize. Once the rain clears out in front of this thing's going to probably ramp up and produce a tornado once it gets closer to Stillwell. So it's going to be probably about 10 to 15 minutes until this thing really plants something big. But I mean, again, stay in your safe place in case that happens sooner. Back over near Wilburton, we still have a large area of very strong velocities coming up into Wilburton right now that is moving in the direction of Red Oak and also McCurtain. It is still a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. I would assume we're going to get a new tornado warning here in the next couple of minutes, which would include Red Oak and McCurtain. So be ready to go to your safe place if you're in Red Oak or McCurtain right now. Also, looks like we have more damage here. More damage here in... Let me get the exact location. This is Scott Peak. This is on the east side of Kiowa. He is now in the town of Pittsburgh. So we're coming up into Pittsburgh where there is damage from this large tornado that just ripped through this area. We do have some trees down there.
It's impossible to miss the damage. You'll see all the power lines down, and then I continued down the road, curved to the right, and pulled over. Copy that.
He's going to be driving up into the damage here in the next, I think, 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, southeast on Pittsburgh Road. Just southeast.
Hey, Daniel, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you also, Paul, and as well as Robert for the PayPal donations. Need a radar site in Durant? We actually have a radar site in Durant. I think it's just private. That's the problem. We'll keep Scott on the bottom left of your screen, and then once he gets closer, we'll go back to in full cam him. But he's coming up into the damage right now. And once again, this tornado ripped right through Pittsburgh, Kiowa, also Blanco, Bond, and it went right through Hartshorn too. And it could drop another big tornado here in the next few minutes. It is still rotating a lot, coming up towards Red Oak and McCurtain. I'm definitely getting a lot more concerned about these storms back up near Marble City and Stillwell. The velocities are really strong on this, currently moving to the northeast. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Mac. So just an update on why we may be seeing increased tornado potential. So we did get that mesoscale discussion for this area saying that, hey, we're going to see elevated tornado potential. They said that that's going to be a couple intense supercells. Those are the 2 that we have right now. And they're going to continue to produce likely strong to intense tornadoes. The reasoning for that is the environment that we have right now is actually not the prime environment that we're going to see throughout the day. So this is a look at our HRRR. I'm going to zoom in on Oklahoma here. Give me a second. And we're going to see the lower level jets start to translate further off to the north. So our storms are currently located right around it here in this area. However, our strongest lower level jet is still off to the south. Over the next couple of hours, as the sun starts to go down, we're actually going to see that region of strong low level jets start to lift off to the north, right to where these storms are currently located. You can kind of actually see the storms taking advantage of this increased lower level jet in that region of Oklahoma and Arkansas, and this will make them produce even more tornadoes. It's going to make the storms spin even quicker, and they're going to continue to do that as they travel off further to the east. Unfortunately, this is going to put these storms in the area of Fort Smith as they sort of reach their peak probable intensity. So in Fort Smith, we should already be preparing to possibly have a tornado warning. If you don't have a plan in place, let's go ahead and start making one now, and be prepared to possibly see a tornado warning an hour or two from now. More updates out of Pittsburgh. It does sound like this did miss the majority of the town. It really only impacted 2 houses, so we are good there. There's no reports of injuries. We're going to have some more imagery for those. Where's the tornado? Apparently, we have a tornado near Alta Vista, Kansas. Let me go here. All right.
All right, so there's apparently a tornado near Alta Vista, Kansas. Where is that? I got a location. Oh, I see it. Yeah, we have another tornado. Looks like a tornado in progress. Unwarned tornado east of Alta Vista. Velocities are very tight. And this is another tornado. I mean, we had a tornado like literally, I don't know, an hour ago in the same general area, and we have now another one. This is probably a, let me look at the gate to gate here. This is definitely a tornado. We have a tornado in progress east of Alta Vista. Again, not warned right now. So if you're in this warning, or in this severe warning, you need to be in your safe place. If you have friends or family here east of Alta Vista, Kansas, just west of Eskridge, make sure that they are aware of this, because there is literally a tornado in progress. It is not warned right now. We had one like this about an hour ago, and just southeast of this radar site that did something very similar. It was on the ground for like 10-15 minutes, and it barely moved. But this is definitely hitting some places here near Highway 4. You're unmuted, Riley. You're unmuted. But this is a tornado again in progress right now, tracking up in the direction of Highway 99. Also, Scott Peak is coming up on damage, and that looks substantial. This is back over in Pittsburgh from our tornado that has been a PDS tornado warning for quite some time. And so there is a lot of damage here. So this is just the first glimpse of the damage that we have here. And you'd only have to assume that there is worse damage than this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Also, new tornado warning has been issued for McCurtain Stigler, west of Putau, near Wilburton and Red Oak. It's a large, broad area of rotation now. It's not nearly as strong as before, but if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Oh my goodness. That is major damage.
Copy that, Jordan.
That is major damage.
It's back up.
This is back over in Pittsburgh from our large tornado.
Yeah, I would just hit a spurt where we were. Alright, we're good.
You say, Scott?
I copy your last transmission.
This is not what you want to see. So again, there's major damage from this tornado. Back over in Pittsburgh. Right over here near Kiowa, and also south of McAllister. Unfortunately, that is not the only damage either. This is another view again. It's a little bit low connection here, but you can just see there is a devastation here. Just full devastation, at least for one home. There's probably more than that. This is also a tornado that crossed north of Reynolds earlier. This was sent in by Zach Jones on Twitter. This is near Highway 69, right beyond the tree line. This was about 35 minutes ago or so. All right, we also have another tornado warning in Kansas. They did issue a tornado warning south of Alma. This is a tornado. We have a tornado in progress right now in Kansas, just to the west of Hestdale. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Strong area of rotation, tracking towards Highway 4 and 99 right now. It's also going to be moving in the direction of Hestdale over the next few minutes, just west of Eskridge. So again, another tornado is currently in progress, just south of the radar site here. Going towards Hestdale. That is a tight couplet. Debris signatures right over Highway 4 right now. I see a couple. There's a couple little homes here, it looks like. At least one home or farm. So this is definitely hitting at least a few structures. We also have strong rotation right now, ramping up back over near Osceola in Missouri and also near Lowry City. So again, strong rotation right now, moving up that direction. This is a broad area of rotation, or it's a broad area of rotation, but very strong velocities, which means that this could definitely produce a strong tornado as it continues to move northeast in the direction of Lowry City over the next few minutes, eventually going in the direction of Warsaw and also Truman Reservoir. So if you're in this area, definitely be ready for this. Again, that's moving off to the northeast. Our southern radar site also shows a strong area of velocities and also like a broad rotation, but still strong velocities. So a strong tornado is possible out of that as it comes towards Lowry City. The rotation back down near El Dorado Springs is broader as of right now, moving towards the north side of Humansville. But we'll keep an eye on that. That's off to the northwest of Bolivar, Missouri. Back to our tornado warnings. Oh, man, we have a tornado. We have a big tornado right now. This is a new large tornado in progress. Northwest of Flute Springs and west of Branch. New tornado in progress. This is likely a large tornado that has just dropped. We've been talking about this for several minutes. It has now cycled, and it is now producing a likely significant tornado in progress. Southeast of Cookson, going up towards Bunch, Lyons, and eventually towards Stillwell, just north of Marble City. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this tornado on the ground north of Marble City does need a PDS warning. Stillwell, make sure we're in shelter now. Unfortunately, the environment here is prime for tornadoes to stay on the ground for a long time, so we cannot guarantee that this thing will lift by the time it gets to Stillwell. So Stillwell, be in shelter now as long as anyone inside the warning already.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Again, this is northwest of Fort Smith, Arkansas. This is in eastern Oklahoma. Again, we have a large tornado in progress. The debris signature is even larger on the latest scan. This is right now in the northwest side of Bunch, just south of Caney Ridge, just southeast of Dry Creek. It's going directly towards the town of Stillwell, Oklahoma. All right, Stillwell, Oklahoma is in the direct path of this large tornado. This needs to be PDS for sure. The warning right now is still radar indicated. We should get a PDS warning at any second. The southern tornado warning is still technically PDS, even though the tornado is now lifted. It's just a large, broad area of rotation right now. We just got a new tornado watch. Once we get that, somebody ping me on Discord. We just got a new tornado watch for Oklahoma and Arkansas. Huge tornado once again in progress here in eastern Oklahoma. This is a new one. We'll have a PDS warning at any moment. Here's our new tornado watch that is in effect for eastern Oklahoma, a little bit of northeast Texas, and much of western and northern Arkansas. This is for Mountain Home, Fayetteville, Russellville, Hot Springs, Fort Smith. Little Rock is not included in this. Texarkana, Durant, McAllister, Fort Smith, Muskogee. Goes until 2 a.m. Central Time. Several tornadoes are likely. Widespread hail up to softball-sized hail is likely. And then widespread damaging wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is also likely. So again, this is a significant, watch, because again, we've already had a lot of significant tornadoes. We've had now 2 different ones in Oklahoma. This is our second at least, maybe our third. And we are going to continue to see this threat evolve here over the next few hours. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, the new probabilities on this tornado watch are 80-60, so this is just as significant as a situation as it was from our original tornado watch.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So this is again an upgrade basically over our watch, and unfortunately it's closing on 7 o'clock. And I do want to point out that we are getting closer to nighttime, which means that our threat of tornadoes is not far from turning into a nighttime tornado threat, which is exactly what we do not want, but it's going to happen here shortly. So yeah, unfortunately that's where we're at right now. This is definitely turning into a more dangerous situation here within the next couple hours. Nocturnal tornadoes are terrible. We had a huge wedge last night in southern Kansas that happened all at night. And yeah, they have upgraded this tornado warning to observed, by the way, so they've not gone ahead and made this PDS, even though it does meet the criteria for a PDS tornado warning. The latest radar scan does not show as large of a tornado. It still shows a debris signature. Velocities are still very strong, and I want to point this out here. Even if it does occlude here and lifts, there could be another strong tornado as it comes up towards Stillwell, going in the direction of Honey Hill as well. So you need to be in your safe place. If you're over in Stillwell, get ready. Have that tornado action plan ready to go. And yeah, again, if you're in a mobile home or an RV park, find that sturdy structure now. You want to get there now because this is a very dangerous storm that could be producing a significant tornado once it enters town. Even if it's not producing a significant tornado in Stillwell, it will be producing very high winds in Stillwell.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning for Adair and Cherokee counties, which is actually going to be for another area of rotation. So that's going to be the one here, just off to the west of Stillwell, going up towards Highway 51 and 62. So there is a potential chance that we could have tornadoes near each other here. We could even have twin tornadoes within proximity. So again, if you're over in Stillwell, you need to seek shelter now. Westville, Oklahoma, you also need to be in your safe place. And just outside of Watts, you need to be in your safe place in eastern Oklahoma. Also, they have canceled the tornado warning near the Red River Valley. So we got multiple storms right now in North Texas. Majority of these are golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind producers. We even have another view of that debris signature. This is from another radar site. I mean, there's clearly a tornado, obviously. We already know that, but this has already met the criteria for a PDS warning. This is once again some of the damage from our tornado just about 45 minutes ago near Pittsburgh in Oklahoma. This is where we had a PDS tornado warning, which is technically still ongoing for 8 more minutes. I just think the National Weather Service hasn't had a chance to cancel it. No longer is a PDS tornado warning, or it's still a PDS tornado warning, but no longer is actually on the ground. But that's some of the damage, at least to one home. Pretty much all destroyed here. Very little left. You can actually see the kitchen, it looks like, to that building.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, new observed tornado warning. That's for Adair County, Oklahoma, and Washington County in Arkansas. So that's going to be for this tornado that's going towards Stillwell right now. Heading up towards West Fork and Prairie Grove, and eventually towards Fayetteville. And there is a tornado in progress. We have a debris signature. It's going to be going to Stillwell in the next 5 minutes, and then we'll eventually track in the direction of Honey Hill. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we're receiving more news out of Pittsburgh, Oklahoma. It sounds like there are actually houses that have not been checked, maybe as many as 5 houses. Search and rescue is ongoing in the area, and there are people on the way to those houses, so I will have an update on those once they get checked.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So that is the latest out of Pittsburgh, which again is where this storm right here produced a huge tornado and is continuing to produce the potential for another tornado as it goes towards Fort Smith. It has gotten a lot more disorganized, but we definitely still have rotation. I mean, there's still rotation inside of this supercell. If it can organize again, it will produce another threat for a significant tornado. So if you're near Fort Smith, this is at least your heads up or early warning that this storm is heading your direction. Not saying it's going to produce a tornado, but it will be producing damaging winds and the potential for a tornado. And in this environment, a strong tornado is a possibility. So continue to stay weather aware if you are over in Fort Smith. This is our latest radar scan on our confirmed tornado near Stillwell. We do not have a clear debris signature anymore. This is as of 6:51, so 3 minutes old. The new one is a little bit smaller, but we still have very strong rotation in 2 different areas. So again, there is a potential that we get 2 strong tornadoes with this area of storm activity as it tracks into Stillwell, Honey Hill, and eventually towards Lincoln and Westville over the next few minutes. So again, if you're in this area, make sure that you are in your safe place. By the way, back over in Springfield and Joplin, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation right now. It's mostly wind, maybe a brief tornado in that line of storms. Back over in northwest or southwestern Missouri, northwest of Springfield, we still have a rotating storm here near Lowry City. It's a large, broad area of rotation. If this thing can stay a little bit more organized, which right now it's not, but if it can organize again, there is a potential for a more significant tornado going towards Warsaw. As I've mentioned a few times in today's live stream, one of the biggest problems with today's setup when it comes to tornadoes is over convection. We have a lot of storms out there, and that is one of the reasons why some of these storms have produced tornadoes and then they go away, or even not producing tornadoes at all. So that's one of the biggest fail modes that we've had so far today with some of these storms. Even then, we still have had a couple of large tornadoes now, and we are likely going to see more here over the next few hours. Also, just south of Alma in Kansas, we've had a tornado on the ground for a few minutes. It looks like it is weakening and occluding near Highway 4. That is tracking in the direction of Eskridge. So if you're in Eskridge, again, just be ready to go to your safe place. It'll probably occlude before it gets there, but it is going in that direction right now. Thank you, WL, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Max and crew, for all you do for the viewers and keeping us safe. I appreciate the super chat, and I'm glad I can help. We have 5 minutes left on our PDS tornado warning, which again it should just be canceled. Tornado warning that's further to the east is broader rotation as of right now. I'm honestly way more concerned about these storms to the north of Fort Smith right now that are going in the direction of Fayetteville and as well as Prairie Grove. It's a much more populated area in northwestern Arkansas that is in the path of these storms, and it's also highly rain wrapped. And if these things can organize within the next 20-30 minutes, it could be a big problem for Fayetteville, Elm Springs, and Prairie Grove. At the minimum, be prepared for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds across western and northwestern Arkansas. We have a huge line of thunderstorms that extends across a very large area here. Literally goes all the way from Springfield and even back off to the north of Springfield, all the way back down here into Fort Smith. And the reason why the Storm Prediction Center put out a 45% hatched risk for wind is because of this, line of thunderstorms that we have. It's going to continue to produce significant winds over the next several hours, and they could easily be as high as 80 to maybe 85, 90 miles per hour. Also, looks like Scott is coming up on some more damage here back over in Pittsburgh, excuse me, where this large tornado happened about 45 minutes ago.
Copy that.
Okay, brother. Thank you.
Okay.
Be safe, brother.
Yep, we'll do. We're streaming live right now, so whenever, I'll put it. I put one in the group chat that I was streaming live already, but let me. I'll go from there.
Okay. Be safe, man. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
There's at least one home that was in this area that has been almost destroyed. Again, we showed that a few moments ago. Probably coming up on more, especially with the officers in front of him.
I don't know if I put it in there. I think it's.
We'll keep him bottom left. All right, latest radar scan on our storm coming up towards Stillwell. Looks like we still have a small debris signature. It is now occluded, so we may have just had another brief tornado coming up towards Stillwell. This is still an observed tornado warning for those in Stillwell, Honey Hill, also near Highway 59 and 45 in western Arkansas in the near track of this. Still a large area of strong velocities. Nothing tight right now on radar that shows a tornado right now, but one could drop at any time as these continue to move to the east-northeast towards Stillwell and eventually going towards Lincoln in western Arkansas. We currently have 5 different tornado warnings in eastern Arkansas. We have 1 in Kansas, then we got 1 over in Missouri. And I do want to provide a quick update for those back over in Nebraska. The threat of tornadoes does appear to be low as of right now. We have a couple different storms that are producing wind and hail. If there were a storm to try to produce another tornado, it would probably be the one near Lincoln. The one north of Omaha has been pretty outflow dominant at this point. Very small hook and a very small inflow. So, yeah, Riley, you can post it then. Latest radar scan still showing some pretty strong rotation right now, coming up into Stillwell, Oklahoma. Shout out to Sandra with a very generous $50 Venmo. W's in the chat for Sandra. Really appreciate that. I've only been watching you for about a week, but you are amazing with your knowledge and due coverage. Thank you for what you do. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kimberly and Heather, also for the Venmo donations. I appreciate that. Thank you, Zoe, for the super chat. I think Iowa today is mainly a hail and wind risk. I honestly am kind of surprised that Iowa this is the threat across the board. Again, we have a large moderate risk of severe weather in place, and we are still only about halfway, maybe 3/4 of the way through this moderate risk, so we are still in a significant threat of severe weather. But I do want to point out that even up in Iowa, like, I just don't think we're going to see much. Maybe some isolated hail and wind over the next few hours. The tornado risk is very low. I'd say our greatest tornado threat within the next few hours will continue to be, I'm going to try to do a general outline. I mean, it's really just anywhere in this area. I don't really think we're going to see much more in Nebraska. I think it's going to be mainly this area, and this is more of a conditional area with dry line initiation. So I'm going to hatch it here. A little bit more conditional, depending on some dry line initiation, which does not appear super likely. We've had a few storms fire there, and then back over here, further to the east, our threat is definitely going to continue. And keep in mind that even like late tonight, these storms are going to make it to like St. Louis and even northeast Arkansas. And I do fully expect that these storms will be still significant even by the time they get closer to St. Louis. So something to keep in mind there. Keep an eye on Scott for any more damage. They have gone ahead and officially the tornado, the PDS tornado warning has officially expired. So we are back down now to a normal confirmed tornado warning. I wouldn't call it really normal, but it is back down now to a confirmed tornado warning here for the Stillwell area. All right, we're waiting for another radar scan here again. We still have a large area of rotation right now over Stillwell. Strong inflow coming from the north, going towards Prairie Grove, West Fork, and Fayetteville. We'll have a new radar scan here in a moment. Also, in case you guys already missed this, we just posted it on our Twitter and Facebook pages at Max Velocity WX. This is of significant tornado damage of a home earlier. Back over in Pittsburgh. So, unfortunately, I mean, this shows the kitchen. The only thing that's literally intact at this house, it looks like, is the kitchen. You got the microwave, you got some sort of like pantry right there, and that's it. So hopefully, if there was a family here or anybody here, hopefully they're okay. Because like literally this entire building was very heavily damaged. I'm not sure if this car is supposed to be here. I'm not sure if it was already parked there, I mean. I don't know if that was parked there before or just that's somebody that was helping out, but if that was somebody that was parked there, I'm kind of surprised that car didn't take any like major damage to it. Yeah, we've been posting a lot of stuff on our Twitter and Facebook pages. You can follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We're posting lots of frequent updates regarding everything that's happening today, so continue to follow those platforms. Again, we'll continue to keep you posted. We have people in the background posting stuff on them with updates regarding other stuff, even updates maybe that we're not even talking about on stream. I do think the potential for a tornado is starting to increase a little bit here, just off to the west of Gainesville. This back over in North Texas. Not really imminent, but we do have a little mezzo right now near Highway 81 that is going to be tracking the direction of I-35 just to the southwest of Gainesville. So this is going to be something to keep an eye on as that continues to move east. Not super concerned about this quite yet, but we're going to keep an eye on it. It is definitely producing some golf ball sized hail, 65-mile-per-hour winds. Again, currently tracking towards Gainesville over the next several minutes. The confirmed tornado warning was just downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated. Even with that said, I think this thing's going to drop another tornado in the next few minutes. We actually might, yeah, I think we have a tornado right now. Yeah, it looks like a tornado in progress now on the northwest side of Stillwell. Got a small little debris signature here. So small little debris signature here. We also have a tight couplet right now west of Evansville. So we got 2 tornadoes possibly dropping as we speak. Even though they've just downgraded the warning, there are 2 areas that we're looking at. Got 1 debris signature popping up, and then we got another couplet. So likely 2 tornadoes currently coming up towards the Arkansas and Oklahoma border, about to go towards Lincoln, Arkansas. So seek shelter. Again, you need to be in your safe place already if you're in Stillwell. The tornado is basically over top of you right now. We do have a damaged photo back over in Pittsburgh, Oklahoma. This is another damaged photo of just some more damage just in general here. So we got sheet metal all against a tree. This is the same home, by the way, that just barely has that kitchen intact. Large tree down. Sheet metal on the tree, as I just mentioned. You got a fence that is heavily damaged as well. And then this is another view of that. Look at that tree uprooted. Holy crap, look at this. Look at the tree uprooted. I don't know what the blue thing is underneath the tree, but like, that's actually crazy. It's where that large tornado hit in southeastern Oklahoma, again near Pittsburgh. Also the home, again, just pretty much destroyed. You can see the kitchen faintly in the background. Major tornado damage, though. Well, also, it looks like that looks like a pole or something that was rooted up there, too. Okay, for the super chat, is DFW okay? It's very conditional. I'll give it about a 20 to 30% chance of you having anything in DFW. Latest scan still showing a tornado in progress. Again, we do have a tornado in progress on the north side of Stillwell right now. If you are in Stillwell, be in your safe place. I'm going to see what's actually up here. It's coming up on Fairfield right now. So this tornado is going to be moving to Fairfield. It's going to be coming up on the Emilion Products store. Bigby Lawn Care. There's also the Fairfield Community Center and the Fairfield Baptist Church in the path of this.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is also just to the north of Stillwell, which may have just actually hit the Sonic Drive-In. So there's a Sonic and a Simple Simmons pizza store and a Hop-In. Also, the Adair County Fairgrounds was possibly just hit by this tornado on the north side of Stillwell. Also, not far from Marietta, which also we have some farms up here. There's a technology center also on the north side of town, very close to where this tornado would have just crossed. So very close to Sonic. Now coming up into Fairfield, near the Ozark Plateau National Wildlife Refuge. And then after that, it's coming up on Piney. And there's a lot of trees up here near Piney. The name literally lives up to what it is. There's a ton of trees. So this is going to be coming up on that area. And if this tornado stays on the ground, it'll be coming up on Lincoln. Lincoln, Arkansas is much more populated. So we gotta kind of hope that this does not make it to Lincoln. It's not really, it doesn't look like a strong tornado, but it is a tornado. We do have a tornado debris signature here. Velocity's got a little bit broader on the latest scan. It looks like we may have a new tornado threat trying to develop further east. And this has turned into a full-blown line of thunderstorms here in the Fort Smith area. So we got significant damaging winds right now coming up towards Fort Smith, in addition to the potential for a tornado or two as this continues to move towards Fort Smith. Are there cameras out here? I think there is an Oklahoma camera somewhere out here, right? On the highway? Might be tripping. No, there is. If any of those cameras work, let me know. Alright, there's one. There's a single one, and then we got Arkansas cams after that. Alright. Under the tornado watch in McKinney? Yeah, this tornado watch goes for another 2 hours. Let's look at the HRRR here real quick. See if it does show anything here. I mean, this is the most recent run. I'm gonna go back to like the 18Z. It's about 8 o'clock. There is a chance like something forms east of DFW. I think it's a low chance that even happening. I think it's a possibility, but generally speaking, the storms that we have in North Texas right now are probably going to be the main storms. There could be one more that fires, but I would have low confidence in that. HRRR is very bullish on there being just a full-blown line of storms moving towards St. Louis here late tonight and across most of Missouri and Arkansas. And again, we can still get supercells that produce strong tornadoes in this environment. Keep that in mind. We have a little bit of rain-wrapped rotation west of Fort Smith. It's not enough for a tornado warning yet, but it's something to keep an eye on. If you're back over in Fort Smith, be ready for a potential tornado risk heading your direction. It's more of a wind threat for now. Again, upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible. We could also see some spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge of this line, which is what we call a QLCS tornado risk. That's going to be something to keep an eye on as it comes up towards Cedarville and I-49 in western Arkansas here over the next hour or two, just to the west again of I-49. Does not look like we have a tornado in progress anymore near Stillwell. It was a pretty brief tornado, but we could get a new one as this continues to surge towards Prairie Grove and Fayetteville. And again, if you're in Fayetteville, we're looking at a high wind threat of around 70 miles per hour as this continues to move to the east-northeast. Oklahoma City Metro tonight. Well, the tornado watch has been canceled for most of Oklahoma City. I don't think we're going to see more storms initiate, even though we have a dry line here. I'd say the chances of more storms initiating right now in and around Oklahoma City is pretty low. It's not zero, but it's low. Also, a little update for Kansas. We actually have an outflow boundary that is shooting off from this area of thunderstorms near Alma and southwest of Topeka. The biggest concern right now is damaging winds. There is a low chance still of a tornado, and we actually could have a tornado trying to drop near Eskridge in a low precip area. So possible tornado there near Bradford. I'll have to keep an eye on that. We've already had 2 tornadoes here near Alta Vista today. So another one is possible. Also, the warning near Topeka has just been canceled. Hey, Hayden, can you look along I-70 west of Topeka? See if there's anything there, or near I-335. We also have high winds moving through Springfield right now. Nothing... Actually, look at Springfield. Look at Springfield. Springfield is dealing with 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now in Missouri. Or potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds. And yeah, it looks pretty high right now. Let me pull up this camera here. This is live right now inside of the 70-mile-per-hour wind storm here near Stratford and also on the east side of Springfield. So the winds are gusting. There is another camera out in front of this that should have higher winds here in a second in Stratford. We're just going to get a gauge for how high the winds are here. Sometimes these lines of storms are actually stronger than what we actually think they are. So bottom right, that camera will stay there for a moment. That's going to be in Stratford, which is about to be where we see 70-mile-per-hour winds from this line of storms. There is a low tornado risk right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
With this area of thunderstorm activity, it's fairly low, but we could still get a spin-up tornado with this line as it continues to move through Springfield, right along I-44 going towards Lebanon. New tornado warning for Henry County, Missouri. That is an extension of the tornado warning that we have up here near Lowry City. We have a strong area and a large area of rotation about to go into Tightwad and also Leesville, just to the west of Warsaw. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. It's just off to the west of Lincoln. It'll eventually go towards Core Camp over the next several minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. We'll go to that in a second. We got another camera in Springfield that is looking at the high winds. Let me go to that. It's live right now in Springfield, Missouri. Pretty high winds right now in Springfield. Probably around 70 miles per hour or so. We also have an underpass or an overpass, but I don't think anybody's parked under it, which is good. Another live shot. People are actually driving pretty fast right now on the highway here. It's on US 65. Thank you, Angie, for the super chat. We'll go over Missouri here in a second. We got a new tornado warning, which is a pretty populated area. This is going to be back over near Fayetteville. So Fayetteville, Arkansas, you are now included in a tornado warning. Prairie Grove, and as well as near West Fork. If you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. This storm has already had a history of producing at least 1, if not 2 tornadoes, and it could produce another one as it continues to move to the northeast. So seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning, going towards Elm Springs and Fayetteville over the next several minutes. We do not have a tornado actively. Well, actually, we might. Possible tornado. It's, again, a very weak one if we have one, but possible tornado there just northwest of Dutch Mills. That's coming up on Lincoln right now in Arkansas. So it would be a weak one, but there's a possible tornado there. It's still a large area of circulation that we're keeping an eye on. And again, any of this area could produce a tornado. We have another area of rotation too, going towards West Fork. So again, this is for Adair and Washington counties, and Washington County being in Arkansas and Adair County being in Oklahoma. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so I actually have an update on tomorrow's severe weather event that I want to cover quickly. NWS Nashville and NWS Birmingham are undergoing upgrades currently, and they will not be operating through tomorrow's severe weather outbreak. Knoxville, Morriston will be the backup for Nashville, and Atlanta will be the backup for Birmingham. But this also means that NOAA weather radios in the area will not be active. So if you are in either of the Nashville or Birmingham weather forecast areas and you rely on weather radios, your sole way to get warnings, you do not, it's not going to work tomorrow. So you need to have an ulterior method of getting warnings. Remember, you want at least two. Radio tomorrow will not be one of them. There's going to be obviously still normal warnings. It's just going to be issued by a different office and may take a little longer to get those warnings out.
Hey Riley, for the update. That is definitely concerning. And what else is also concerning is that we just had a tornado drop, and it is definitely more significant, heading towards the town of Lincoln, Arkansas. So if you're in Lincoln, Arkansas, you are in the path right now of a tornado that is currently moving towards Lincoln. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, in an interior room of your home or building. That is heading in the direction of Lincoln, Prairie Grove, and Fayetteville. So potential strong tornado right now is currently coming up on Lincoln. This is right over Snake Mountain right now. That is tight. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a strong tornado. Likely strong tornado, at least, going up into Lincoln right now. It's heading up towards Fayetteville, Arkansas. This is a pretty populated area that's in the path of this. This has just dropped in the last couple minutes. It is currently tracking in the direction of Prairie Grove. So Prairie Grove, you need to be in your safe place. Farmington, you need to be in your safe place. Very tight couplet right there. Moving to the east-northeast. This is also fully rain wrapped, so again, do not try to look outside for this thing. It's coming up into Lincoln, Arkansas over the next few minutes, and in the town of Lincoln, which is coming up here in the next few minutes.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
In the town of Lincoln, we have a Dollar General, a Burgerland, Family Dollar Tree, Harps Food Stores, and as well as the Arkansas Arkansas Country Doctor Museum is also in the path of this tornado. And again, we think that this is likely a strong tornado right now that is only minutes away from hitting the town of Lincoln. So you need to be in your safe place once again if you are in Lincoln. And the latest scan has it going away, so maybe that was quick. Might have been just a really quick, strong tornado right there. That literally occluded so fast. Wait for velocities to update. There's also rotation developing a little bit further down to the east and south of that area. We have to keep an eye on this. A big area of winds going away from the radar, and we could get some winds that come back out of our rear flank downdraft that could help to spin up a tornado. So, yeah, that occluded already. That was quick. That was a really quick tornado. We've had, I think, 4 different tornadoes, maybe 5 out of this, and it's all been really quick. Let me go back down to the south. Okay, this looks concerning. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I think we were about to talk about the same thing. I don't know for sure, though, but there's a tornado warning up by the Kansas City radar site. This is a tornado on the ground. There's a CC drop. It's just barely in the tornado warning. I hope, at least I hope we get a new tornado warning for this storm shortly, but tornado on the ground.
That was not what I was going to talk about, but yeah, we now have a tornado in progress back over here west of Warsaw, Missouri. Again, this is now a tornado in progress, and we also have strong rotation near Warsaw. So again, new tornado in progress right now south of Tightwad. CC drop is right over to the north of ZZ Road. It's near Finey, going towards Opportunity Farms. So you need to seek shelter. This is currently tracking right towards Warsaw, Missouri. Again, tornado is in progress right now, moving to the east. Seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. And honestly, if you're in Warsaw, you should seek shelter. I know you're not in the tornado warning right now, but this is going right towards you. The other thing I was going to talk about is south of Fort Smith. This storm looks somewhat concerning. It is beginning to rotate again. We got a hook echo and an inflow. This is right back to being a pretty concerning storm near Potow, just to the southwest of Fort Smith. So this might be about to drop a tornado as it heads towards Highway 71, just south of Highway 9, west of Hartford. So Huntington will eventually be in the path of this. We could get a tornado, though, in the next few minutes. The velocities have definitely been ramping up here. This is the one that produced a large tornado near Pittsburgh, which produced a lot of damage not too long ago. So it's definitely concerning. This is a significant tornado right now near Finney, or Finey. Back over in Kansas. Again, western Kansas, off to the far to the north of Springfield.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have gone ahead and put a confirmed tornado warning on this. That is going to be for those in Lincoln, Warsaw, and Cole Camp. I say, sorry, I didn't mean Kansas, Missouri. My bad. This is Missouri. I don't know why the heck I said Kansas. This is Missouri. Again, Missouri. West of Warsaw right now. It's coming up on Warsaw, Missouri, just southwest of Lincoln. Again, a strong tornado's in progress right now near Finey, going towards Opportunity Farms, Tackner, and near Racket. And there looks like there's a big community here near the South Grand River. Let me look what that is. Looks like a big home community of some sort there. That is a large community. There's a large community here. This is near Port Barry. Also near the, this is like next to a river.
This is an urgent alert.
And
a tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
There are a lot of homes that are in the path of this right now, right along Highway 7. So again, big debris signature right now near Finey. It's getting up towards Tackner and going towards Warsaw. And just to the south of Racket, we have a very tight area of rotation. This is likely a strong tornado that's about to hit a bunch of different homes. Again, if I zoom in here, you can see this is the large community. I don't know if there's a name for it. I don't see a name. Or it's the Bent Tree Harbor. That's the, I guess, the community name here. So this is about to be hit by a potentially strong tornado within the next couple of minutes. So seek shelter if you are in this warning. Latest scan is showing that tornado right near the river. So we can only hope that this is going into the river and it just weakens and does not actually hit all those homes, because that is a big community there for the Bent Tree Harbor. There's also the Long Shoal Marina and Restaurant that is near this. There's also the R&R Barbecue, in addition to a bunch of different lake resorts and RV parks that are just north of the river in Racket. So let's hope this does not go in that direction either. By the way, the velocities are really strong going into Warsaw. We definitely have high winds going into Warsaw right now. But debris signature is coming up onto the west side of the Bent Tree Harbor. Tornado would be hitting the community right now, assuming that it is still on the ground, which we think it is. By the way, back over in Lincoln, this is interesting. Don't think that's a tornado. I think that's contamination of some sort, but it looks like we have a new tornado dropping. Possibly a new tornado dropping right now, coming up on Prairie Grove, Arkansas. So if this is a tornado, which it is possible, I'm waiting for another scan to verify it, but if this is this might be another tornado coming up into Prairie Grove, Arkansas right now, going towards Walnut Grove and Greenland. So again, potential tornado right now moving up towards Prairie Grove. And that looks like a tornado. We actually could have twins. Near Prairie Grove. I think we have twin tornadoes. Yeah, that looks like twin tornadoes right now near Prairie Grove. So again, this is just outside of Prairie Grove, Arkansas. It's about to be moving into town. We got literally twin tornadoes in progress here. The storm's produced so many tornadoes now. We got another one. We got twin tornadoes right now heading up into Prairie Grove. You need to be in your safe place if you are in this warning. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is, this is actually kind of crazy. We literally have two tornadoes in progress right now moving into Prairie Grove. Also, let me go back to Missouri here. Just south of Sedalia, for reference, is where this tornado is located. We still have a significant tornado in progress right now near Racket. This is unfortunately about to hit multiple RV parks. So hopefully all those people are taking shelter in the RV parks in an actual sturdy structure, because this is heading right up into those RV parks, and it literally probably just hit them now. So the RV parks likely just took a direct hit from a tornado in Missouri. This back up near Max Camp and Racket. That's going up towards Lincoln and Cole Camp. Waiting for the velocities to update here, but this again could be still a strong tornado here east of Tightwad, going towards Lincoln near Highway 65 in Missouri. We go back to the twin tornadoes in Arkansas. I'll have another radar scan in a moment. Again, we still have 2 tornadoes in progress right now near Prairie Grove in Arkansas. They are literally within a mile. I mean, if we do the measuring tool here, they're literally within they're like a mile apart at most. Really a mile apart at most right now, moving into Prairie Grove, Arkansas. It's going to be moving up towards Fayetteville. The latest scan has a more dominant debris signature, so it looks like we have really 1 tornado now that is more dominant, heading towards the south and west side of Prairie Grove, Arkansas right now. By the way, this has been upgraded to observed. This is coming up on a lot of different homes in Prairie Grove. Prairie Grove has a lot of homes on the southwest side of town. It's also coming up on the Prairie Grove Aquatic Park and the Sabor a Mexico restaurant. Mel's Diner, Magnolia House is also in the path of this, which is another food place. Harp's Food Stores, Gabriella's Mexican Grill Restaurant. Those are some of the places in Prairie Grove, but there's a lot more homes that are currently in the path of this tornado. Also, look at the hook here that's formed here over the last few minutes. We definitely have more of an inflow now. It's much cleaner on this northern edge of our line coming up into Fayetteville. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have a tornado on the ground west of Shady Point. It's a very small CC drop, but definitely a tight couplet, definitely a tornado. So Shady Point, not under a tornado warning. Please be taking shelter. Unwarned tornado.
This needs a tornado warning. This is a possibly strong tornado. We got a big debris signature on this thing. We were talking about this a few minutes ago. There's no tornado warning on this, and I'm kind of surprised there isn't. We have a debris signature on this storm, and it could be a strong tornado heading up towards Panama and Shady Point in eastern Oklahoma. This is likely a strong and rain-wrapped tornado right now, and that is going to be heading right up into Shady Point over the next few minutes near Panama. So you need to be in your safe place right now in Panama and Shady Point. Tornado is in progress, eventually going towards Pensacola and Cameron. We actively have, I think, 3 different tornadoes in progress. We got one in Benton County, Missouri. We got this one that is unwarned near Panama in southeast Oklahoma, and then we have the other one that is near Fayetteville, or just southeast of, or southwest of Fayetteville. This is a more significant tornado now, by the way. The debris signature is growing in size right now on the south side of Prairie Grove, going towards Walnut Grove and Greenland. So this has grown in size. I would almost assume that this is strong. There's also a lot of homes on the south side of Prairie Grove that could be hit by this, and there's also the Prairie Grove Aquatic Park that is in the path of this. So big debris signature. It's also crossing over a few roadways near Blair Creek.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have gone ahead and made this a tornado warning now for Panama City and Shady Point. This is a confirmed tornado that is once again for Sequoia and as well as LaFleur counties here in Arkansas. So if you're in this warning, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. Again, this is a tornado in progress moving into Panama over the next few minutes, and then it will be going towards Tahona, Williams, and eventually towards Fort Coffee in southeastern Oklahoma. We go back up to Missouri. We still have a tornado in progress north of Racket. This just hit an RV park, and it's now coming up towards Lincoln, just to the west of Max Camp, going up towards Palo Pinto. So we still have a tornado in progress here in Missouri, northwest of Warsaw. That one's been tracking more to the north. It's not really going towards Warsaw right now. It's moving more to the northeast rather than east, and it will continue to produce a tornado as it goes up towards Lincoln. Also, back over near Springfield, we still have significant damaging winds around 60 miles per hour moving through the east side of Springfield near Ozark and Nixa. Continue to stay away from windows if you're in those areas. Keep in mind, by the way, that this tornado is, if it continues, which I don't know if it's going to get to Fort Smith, but if it continues, it will be going in the direction of Fort Smith. Fort Smith is dealing with a line of storms with damaging winds. This is a large area of convergence here, and I do think the tornado threat will actually probably go more to the east rather than towards Fort Smith. But continue to stay weather aware if you are in Fort Smith. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just an update on our storm near Shady Point. Along with the obvious tornado that's on the ground, it is also producing radar indicated 3.5 inch sized hail. There's a really strong CC drop associated with hail that's south of Shady Point right now. This will probably make its way up towards Fort Smith. So Fort Smith, you may be looking at some very, very large hail about an hour out. So Fort Smith, we have both a tornado and large hail coming towards you. So we need to be making preparations now to take shelter when these storms get here.
Yep, thank you for the update. There is a tornado in progress again on the south side of Panama and Oklahoma. Kind of luckily, this is not directly hitting a town, it looks like right now, but it is in between them on Highway 59. There is still a tornado here on the north side of Shady Point coming up on Tohono. Also, there is a big hail core on the west side of Potow that is heading up towards Cameron and Williams right now. So that is producing the threat of very large hail. It's warned for 2-inch diameter hail, but it definitely could be larger than that. It's going again in the direction of the south side of Fort Smith, and it's probably going to get ugly here pretty soon back over near Fort Smith.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Washington, Benton, and Madison counties in Arkansas, you're now included in a new confirmed tornado warning. So brand new confirmed tornado warning. That is going to be for Fayetteville, Hinsville, Huntsville, West Fork, back over near Greenland. If you're in this warning, you need to be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. And get to an interior room of your home or building. Riley, let me know, go into Arkansas cameras, and let me know if I need to have anything. There is one right now. This is right where the strongest rotation is over the interstate. You can see it's very low visibility right now, looking northbound. This is inside of our tornado warning. We have a strong area of rotation right near this camera on the Arkansas. I drive Arkansas camera here. There's multiple cameras here along the interstate. Wind should pick up at any second here. This is one live shot. Wind is starting to pick up. We have a little area of tighter rotation that's developing right over the interstate right now. It's pretty gusty here right now. I'm going to go back to radar. I'm going to try to line these cams up as well. This is the latest radar scan. Oh my goodness, we have a big tornado. Big tornado on the south side of Fayetteville. This is possibly going to go PDS. This is near Fayetteville. That camera was actually looking in the direction of that tornado. This is a large tornado, it looks like, just south of Fayetteville. This is 100% a tornado. That's a large tornado over Greenland. This is an extremely dangerous situation if you're in Fayetteville. You need to be in your safe place. We got a big debris signature that has just dropped literally over the interstate out of almost nowhere. I think there might be. This is a camera right in Greenland on exit 58. I think I just saw a power flash, but I put it on too late. This is literally in Greenland, which is where the tornado is. This is looking northbound, by the way, so the tornado would be back the other way. I'm not sure like what's going to happen here in the next minute, but the tornado is like right here. I'm gonna keep a close eye on it. We'll go back to it in a second. But again, we got a tornado in progress right now over Greenland. This is a strong tornado right now near Fayetteville, Arkansas. You need to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Big debris signature. This is literally over I-49 right now. It's big. This thing's getting bigger. This is coming up right towards the south side of Fayetteville right now. If you are in Fayetteville, you need to be in your safe place right now. You need to be in your safe place right now. This is a very dangerous tornado going up towards Fayetteville. It's a live shot. This is looking also northbound. The wind is really picking up right now. This is live inside of our tornado warning. This is right near where this tornado is right now, near Fayetteville. I think I just saw a power flash. Either that or lightning. The wind is really picking up. The tornado is about to hit this camera. Which one, Hayden? The one further south? I'm slightly further north. You can see the wind going back the other way. That is towards the tornado right now. It is extremely windy. We have a large tornado again coming up into the south side of Fayetteville right now. Tornado will be just off to the right. This tornado is extremely close to this camera. That was a power flash. There's a tornado on the right, I think. I'm pretty sure the tornado's off to the right. That was a huge power flash. So the tornado's gonna be off to the right. I'm pretty sure it just crossed by this camera, coming into the south side of Fayetteville right now in Arkansas. That was likely another power flash. I highly doubt that's lightning. Highly doubt that's lightning. There's a lot of people that live here. Fayetteville, Arkansas, you need to be in your tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. I'm giving you an idea of what it looks like out there right now. This is, again, we're getting multiple power flashes off to the right. There is a tornado here in progress. This is currently coming up into Fayetteville. This is what it looks like on live radar right now. Latest scan, bringing it slightly further to the east. Again, tornadoes can change directions. It's near Greenland. It's going up towards Baldwin. Greenland has just taken a direct hit from a likely strong tornado here. Currently coming up on Baldwin. You need to be in your tornado shelter. If you're in this warning, Fayetteville, I would seek shelter too. The tornado could change directions and go literally anywhere. Elkins, Hinsville, Huntsville, Springdale, you all need to be in your safe places right now. This is a tornado in progress, and it is a dangerous tornado. Again, we've had multiple power flashes in the last couple minutes on this camera. The tornado is off to the east of this camera, and this is continuing to, I mean, you can see how high the winds are here. This is all the RFD right now that is going into our circulation. South of Greenfield, okay. Or Greenland. This further south camera, right? So this is the furthest south camera. This is back over in Greenland right now. You cannot see anything anymore. You can see the wind and how strong it is right now from left to right. And the tornado would be off to the right there. This would be the best view of if we actually could see it, which there's almost no way that we could see it right now with how much rain is falling, in addition to how high the winds are. See how much the camera's shaking as well. It looks like a semi on the right that is traveling towards this tornado. He's got to be careful if that is a semi. The camera is literally buried in the rear flank downdraft surge. That is our RFD that is wrapping around our tornado right now. And so that is a live shot there. This is another live shot, still looking back over in Greenland. We've had multiple power flashes over the last few minutes. It looks like somebody pulled over here on wherever this roadway is going into Greenland, probably because they saw the tornado or saw a power flash. It's one of the two. Now they're starting to drive a little bit. It's not a good situation right now here, just to the south of Fayetteville. We got a significant tornado in progress that has now moved through the east side of Greenland and is currently coming up towards Baldwin, Robson Mountain, and eventually Elkins over the next few minutes. This is an extremely dangerous tornado right now. Again, I do think that this should be a PDS tornado warn cell, just purely due to the fact that this, I mean, it looks strong on radar. The velocities are very tight here. We got a big debris signature as well. And that's going to be going right into the southeast side of Fayetteville over the next couple minutes. And it could hit the downtown area too. I'm not ruling that out. It could occlude off to the north and still produce damage there. So keep that in mind. If you are in this warning, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a very dangerous tornado right now that is moving towards Goshen as well, Hinsville, and many other locations. We haven't seen any more power flashes on this camera in the last couple minutes. I do think the tornado passed off to the right, but the wind is picking up still. And also the rain is starting to pick up a lot more too. And looks like this might be from the line of storms. So we just saw a tornado, and now we're seeing really high winds. coming through, and the visibility has dropped down close to about a quarter of a mile. You can see the rain curtains now coming in. Even stronger RFD now moving into this area here near Fayetteville. If you're in Fayetteville, once again, you need to be in your safe place. Even if there's no tornado in the town, there could be again, but if there's no tornado in the town, we're going to be talking about high winds here, which could be destructive. See the rain curtains going left to right here. And this tornado, latest scan, still a significant tornado. Huge debris ball, again, coming right up to Baldwin. This should be PDS. Huge tornado coming up into Baldwin, near Robson Mountain right now, and it's going to be approaching Elkins over the next few minutes. See how high the winds are getting here in Greenland. Still going. There's a camera in Blue Springs Village that is going to be in the path of this too. We're going to keep an eye on that. It is extremely windy. I mean, this hurricane force winds right now going through Greenland. This is not even from the tornado anymore. This is literally, at least I don't think the tornado's here. I mean, this is off to the west. I think this is just from the line right now. I mean, it is extremely windy though. This is in Greenland. And the tornado's now northeast of Greenland, approaching Baldwin in Arkansas. And the tornado's now hitting Robson Mountain. So the tornado's now moving through the south. It's still in the southeast side here of Fayetteville. It is a rain-wrapped tornado. It is now going right through the Robson Mountain. It's approaching Baldwin and Elkins, and eventually going through Goshen over the next few minutes. All right, so if you're in Goshen, now is the time. You need to be in your safe place. This is a very dangerous tornado, once again, that is moving through the southeast side of Fayetteville. It is tracking up towards Hartwell and Mayfield over the next few minutes. It is dangerously close to Fayetteville. This could be almost, I mean, I wouldn't call it a catastrophe, but it would be a very bad situation if this went through Fayetteville. It's very close to it. It is just off to the southeast of Fayetteville. Coming up into Goshen over the next few minutes. Trying to get a location here for Baldwin. This is coming up on Harp's Food Stores right now. Your Highway 16. There are a ton of homes in Baldwin. There are a lot of homes in Baldwin. There's also the White River Nursery that is about to be directly hit by this tornado, which is located approximately here. So this tornado is likely about to directly hit the White River Nursery, and there's also a plumbing building there. And then eventually it's going towards Wyman and Goshen. And then up in Goshen, there's a Mexican restaurant, a Dollar General, and a Phillips 66 store that is in the path of this. This is back over in Greenland, which was just nearly hit by the tornado. I think the southeast side of Greenland was hit by this tornado. Not nearly as windy as before, but it is still windy. Visibility is very low. And again, I do think there is going to be some damage there in that area. Back over in Greenland, you can see the debris signature over the last several scans. It literally went through, actually, it looks like it went right through Greenland. So that camera was on the west side of Greenland, and it looks like it went right through Greenland, and they have just upgraded this. It is now officially a particularly dangerous situation. PDS tornado warning. And ignore
This
the
is an
bottom left. The
emergency
counties
alert.
are not right.
A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have upgraded this to a particularly dangerous situation. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is in progress in Arkansas. This is currently tracking in the direction of Hinsville. This is a huge tornado that is producing a lot of damage right now. It just went through Greenland and is now crossing into Harris. So Harris is taking a direct hit from this tornado just to the southeast of Fayetteville. It's going up towards Tuttle, Goshen, Crossroads, and Wesley over the next few minutes. You need to be in your tornado shelter if possible. If you don't have one, go to a basement, the lowest floor, away from as many walls, put as many walls between you as the outside as possible, and be away from windows. There are a lot of homes that are currently being hit by this, and in Harris, the Dollar General is likely taking a direct hit from this. There's also the Nellie B's Bakery, Sonic Drive-In, a Casey's, and a McDonald's, and a Harp's Food Stores that are all likely being hit by this tornado. I believe the Dollar General is right about here. So the Dollar General is taking a hit from this. The G's Meaty Buns is also being hit by this. And then back up near Elkins Sports Complex is also being directly hit by this tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, there's actually a tornado on the ground right by the radar site, KSRX. It's heading right for the radar site as well. We just lost the CC drop on that in the cone of silence around the radar, but definitely a tornado near Pacola and Bonanza.
All right, so this is south of Fort Smith. We have another tornado in progress near Cedar Knob, coming up on Enterprise, White Bluff, and Crescent, and eventually going towards Barling and as well as Fort Chaffee, going towards Massard. So this is south of Fort Smith. We have another tornado in progress. There's a hook echo and a strong inflow. Another very dangerous storm right now, just to the south of Fort Smith. You need to seek shelter if you're south of Fort Smith right now. This is also going in the direction of Lavaca and eventually Charleston. We still have a PDS tornado warning here just east of Fayetteville. Again, the tornado has missed Fayetteville by the looks of it. It is hitting many of the suburbs, which is where a lot of people live, back over near Baldwin, Elkins, and also near Tuttle. It's coming up on Goshen, Mayfield, and then eventually going towards Whitener. So again, this is still a very dangerous storm right now, moving to the east-northeast towards Crossroads. We also have a new tornado warning south of Sedalia. This was a confirmed tornado not long ago. It's now a large, broad area of rotation here in Missouri. It's heading up towards Cole Camp, Sedalia, and Smithton. And also, Omaha might be missed by most of the significant severe weather, which is good news. Let's go back down to the south. I don't see a debris signature as Riley was alluding to, but there is a tornado likely still on the ground here. Coming up on, it's going to be over Cedar Knob right now along the Arkansas and Oklahoma border, moving into Enterprise and then eventually moving into White Bluff. Barling's eventually in the path of that. Let's go back up to Goshen, which this is still our large tornado. It's hitting right now Harris. Harris, Arkansas is taking a direct hit from this tornado. Going up towards Crossroads and Wesley. Unfortunately, I do think that the Dollar General has been hit by this, and there's a bunch of homes that were likely just hit by this. And I mean, like a lot. There's like a lot of small homes in this area near Harris. So I think this tornado just directly hit a bunch of small homes. You know, any friends or family in Hinsville, Huntsville, south of Eureka Springs, please make sure that they're aware of this. This storm could go on to produce more tornadoes too, in addition to this one, as it continues to track up towards Green Forest and off to the west of Harrison. As it moves into northwestern Arkansas, I do want to point out that whenever we get a line of storms like this is honestly embedded in our line. Whenever we get these like little inflow notches and these like little Boeing segments, a lot of the time our most significant tornado threat comes out of the north side of our Boeing segment. And that is what we're exactly seeing right now. It is in this large Boeing area, and on the north side is usually where we get tornadoes. And that is currently where we are looking at this tornado. All right, so that's where we're probably going to continue to see the most significant tornado threat out of this segment of storms. Back over to the south of Fort Smith, it's a little bit of a different story. This is honestly more of a discrete cell, even though it's kind of embedded in our line. It's kind of stayed semi-discrete here near Fort Smith. They've just issued a massive severe thunderstorm warning for this entire area near Ozark, west of Boonville, and near Alma. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which is a considerable threat, in addition to there being a tornado possible label. The most recent radar scans are showing an area of rotation actually to the southwest of Fort Smith. That might go up to Fort Smith. There's a rain-wrapped area of rotation that is trying to go up towards Fort Smith right now. So we may get a tornado warning near Fort Smith in a few minutes. Wind is definitely the biggest concern. And then we have a tornado in progress coming up on Crescent and the radar site. Let's hope this thing lifts before it hits the radar site. That's going to be hitting White Bluff, Fort Chaffee, and Barling over the next few minutes here in far western Arkansas, just south of Fort Smith. Also, I'm not seeing much in North Texas right now, but we're keeping an eye on that. Yeah, it's heading right to our radar site. So, I mean, if we have a tornado hit the radar site, it could go out. Let's hope that does not happen, but it could, you know, literally go out. There's actually a camera, I believe, here near this. This is a live shot. I think I just saw I thought I just saw a power flash. I don't know for sure. This is back over near the Fort Smith, just south of Fort Smith on that tornado warning. You can see the wind picking up right here, right now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, it looks like our northern tornado warning is starting to hand off to a new rotation area further to the south. Unfortunately, it looks like this one will also produce a tornado if it's not already.
All right, thank you for the update. Once again, likely tornado right now going into White Bluff and Crescent. Further off to the north is where a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning currently resides. And as Riley just alluded to, there's likely a mesocyclone handoff happening, which means our initial tornado is occluding, and a new one will probably try to form a little bit further off here to the east, going towards Huntsville, and then eventually going towards Green Forest. So some of those are some of the areas that'll be in the path of this tornado. This is a live shot on US Highway 71 looking near the just south of Fort Smith on our other tornado warning. So this is a live shot. Again, looking southbound. This will be looking at our area of rotation. We likely have a tornado approaching Crescent, and I'm gonna be honest, it looks like there might be something back there. We don't really know for sure. I've seen multiple flashes. It could be lightning, it could be a power flash, but the tornado will be we're looking directly south, so the tornado will be in front of us here somewhere, and it's gonna be likely on the more rain wrap side of things. And yeah, it's almost impossible to tell what that exactly is, but I do still think there is a tornado in progress here just to the south of Fort Smith, coming up into Crescent, which is near the radar site. So looking at radar here, the tornado will be literally going to Crescent right now, if we still have it, near I-49 coming up on Fort Chaffee, Barling, and also going to Central City over the next few minutes, if it is still on the ground. Rotation's a bit broader southwest of Fort Smith, but we're still keeping a close eye on that. That would be going towards Fort Smith. The camera that we're looking at is looking this way, so it's looking towards the radar site. I'm going to go back to this. I'm going to see if there's another camera a little bit closer. I think this is the closest one, though. Yeah, this is the closest one here. I'm on that one, right, Hayden? Or is this a different one? Is there a different one? I see. Okay, so there's a different one. This right here. So again, the iDrive Arkansas camera, 0 Street, exit 11. This is also looking southbound, and again, if we had a tornado, it would be middle of your screen. It's going to be coming from right to left since we're looking southbound. This is near Chaffee. We're really only looking for a power flash. If we had a definitive power flash, then we definitely know there's a tornado. It's over the radar site, which you might think would be easy to see a tornado on a radar site, but it really isn't. Because we don't, if you look at radar here, it's literally inside, almost inside of our radar site. You can usually not get a clear debris signature with this. A lot of the time we have like this really small range near a radar site where this happens. And so before this reached, we had a clear debris signature here. And so now it's much more unclear, but it does look like a couplet right over Crescent coming up into Fort Chaffee in Central City. This camera's looking in the direction of that. It is, more than anything, just very low visibility, windy and rainy. I've had multiple lightning flashes as well. I do want to throw it out there, by the way. The tornado off to the north has not fully occluded yet. We still have a debris signature east of Fayetteville. This is just southeast of Goshen, so there is still a tornado in progress here on our PDS tornado warning. We have a mesocyclone handoff that is trying to happen, and if that happens, a new tornado will try to drop. This tornado is tracking up towards Hinsville, Huntsville.
A new tornado warning
and eventually going towards Highway 23. So there is still a debris signature here right over Wesley and Crossroads near 295. And this is our latest radar scan. If we have a tornado, which I think we might have a tornado, it would be right here near Fort Chaffee, coming up in Barlington and Central City. This is just southeast of Fort Smith once again. And the winds are really starting to pick up now on the southbound camera in the Fort Smith, just south of Fort Smith here, looking in the direction of where our tornado would be. We have a new tornado warning for Sedalia, Missouri. This is going to be all the way back up to the north. This is near Sedalia, just south of Marshall. No tornado as of right now, but it is a large area of broad circulation that is currently moving to the northeast. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. That's going towards Smithton, just west of Otterville. We also have a line of storms right now coming towards Kansas City. If you're in Kansas City, you got another round of severe weather ahead, with damaging winds being the main concern. Just southwest of Emporia, we also got more damaging winds right now heading towards Emporia, El Dorado, and near Augusta, in addition to large hail. So some storms have started to initiate along our dry line back off to the west. We definitely have a tornado. There's a tornado in progress near Fort Chaffee. This is definitely a tornado in progress. We got a big debris signature. It narrowly missed the radar site. It's coming up to Central City, Barling, Fort Chaffee, and eventually going towards Lavaca and Cross Lanes. This is likely going to get upgraded to a PDS tornado warning 2. This is a large and strong tornado right now east of Crescent in the radar site, heading up into Fort Chaffee and Barling over the next few minutes. This is a very populated area on the southeast side of Fort Smith. This is still a live shot on the southbound camera. I'm just curious if we'll have anything here, but I don't think we're going to. I think more than anything, we're just seeing the wind at this point, the heavy rain-wrapped nature of this storm. But yeah, this is definitely a tornado. This is 100% a tornado right now coming up into Barling. New radar scans coming in right now. This is likely going to be a new PDS tornado warning here in a second. The tornado now is moving into the south side of Fort Chaffee. This is a significant tornado right now hitting the south side of Fort Chaffee, Arkansas, near Barling. And it's about to hit Center City. Center City's about to take a hit from this. By the way, if you guys see any other cameras, let me know if there's anything else with anything. Latest scan has this tornado hitting Roberts Boulevard and Custer Boulevard. And it's about to go over Fort Street and then eventually go into Central City and then go towards Lavaca. We have a huge again, a strong tornado, likely large tornado in progress right over Custer Boulevard. I'm trying to get an idea of what's actually here.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So they've gone ahead and made this just a normal confirmed tornado warning, which again I think should be PDS here. Just to the southeast of Fort Smith going towards Lavaca. There are a lot of there's RV parks that are in this in addition to mobile homes. So there are mobile homes in this general area in addition to RV parks that are taking a direct hit from this tornado. Hopefully everybody's in a sturdy structure there because that RV park is going to take some big damage from this tornado. It's going to be going up towards Central City over the next few minutes, which there is a Baptist church that is there, and there are also more mobile homes that are in that area. This is pretty bad right now. It's going to be hitting more mobile homes as it goes up towards Central City over the next few minutes, and then eventually tracking into Lavaca. And once it hits Lavaca in Arkansas, it's a much more populated town. There are a lot of buildings, a lot of food places, including a Casey's, Farmer's Bank, and a Dollar General that are in downtown, and there's more mobile homes. So if you're in a mobile home right now, out in front of this tornado, you need to get to a sturdy structure or get into a ditch. Again, we have a big tornado on the ground right now, just to the south of Barling, and again, there is a big debris signature. I don't know how this is in PDS. We got a big debris signature right now near Central City. Coming up towards Lavaca over the next few minutes. Lavaca, you got less than 5 minutes until this thing is knocking on your doorstep. Unfortunately, though, this tornado is literally hitting a large mobile home area. There's a lot of mobile homes here. And it's now about to hit Central City. Lavaca is going to be in the path of this in a few minutes as well. Very strong inflow into large hook echo. This thing has like literally, it's not showing any signs of weakening at all. Got another radar scan. It's like a classic looking supercell along this line. The National Weather Service, by the way, was likely in shelter, which is probably why this is not currently PDS. The other warning, which is now expiring, is not currently upgraded, but I mean, again, the new warning covers it. So, the National Weather Service likely had to take shelter. Again, the tornado literally went right by the radar site here near Fort Smith. We still got a big tornado on the ground right now over Central City. And Riley also thinks that this should be PDS. I think it should be PDS. This is definitely a strong tornado moving up towards Lavaca over the next few minutes. This is further south of Fayetteville. The Fayetteville storm might drop a new tornado here in the next few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So they're issuing a new tornado warning for this. This one is definitely rotating again. This was PDS. It is no longer PDS, but it is rotating again and may drop another big tornado here soon. This is going up towards Berryville and Howe. Out here in northwestern Arkansas, just off to the east of Elm Springs. The new tornado warning is for Berryville, Howe, south of Eureka Springs, near Huntsville. So seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Velocity couplet is pretty tight on the latest scan. We may have a tornado at any moment here coming up towards Huntsville and Arkansas near Harmony. And we still have a significant tornado in progress right now in Central City. Again, this is not rain right here. This is a tornado debris signature. That is a tornado. That is literally fully debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere. That is not rain. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, our northern warning has a much tighter couplet on that last scan. No tornado on the ground yet, and there's probably going to be a lot of contamination just because the radar beam is traveling through both the storm to its south and then the one to its north. But I would expect a tornado shortly for this area as it heads up to Alabama.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, this back up near Huntsville, going up towards Howe and Green Forest and Berryville. Again, just off to the west of Harrison. This is a tornado embedded in a line of thunderstorms, and we will likely have a tornado at literally any moment here as this continues to track towards Green Forest, Arkansas. Southeast of Fort Smith, we still have a tornado in progress. This is now coming up into Lavaca. Unfortunately, this just hit a mobile home community just south of Barling, going towards Lavaca and Diamond Grove. Beverly's also in the path of this. Again, there is a tornado warning. It is confirmed. It is not PDS, even though I do think beforehand, at least, it should have been PDS. It does not look like they're going to issue a PDS warning, especially with the velocities being at least a little bit weaker, but there's definitely still a tornado here that's about to hit the town of Lavaca. And again, Lavaca has a lot of stuff. There's a lot of homes in Lavaca. In addition to that, you also got a few parks. You got multiple food restaurants like the Main Street Grill, Steffi's Pizza that's in the path of this. A Casita Mexican restaurant, Farmer's Bank, Breaking Bread, which is a Cajun restaurant, and then there's also a hospital, it looks like, or maybe not a hospital, Family Dental, excuse me, and also the Vodka Middle School and High School are in the path of this, and the elementary school.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, we have a tornado warning in Illinois and Missouri. That's far east. Okay, that is concerning. We have a discrete supercell south of St. Louis that actually has a meso and is actually rotating right now. So that is near Festus. Watch out, St. Louis. I mean, this is literally out of nowhere. We had a literally discrete supercell. It's tracking to the north towards Arnold and D. Perez and Clayton, and it is rotating. We have a mesocyclone on this thing and a hook echo. This is way far off to the east. I mean, this is nowhere near where we're expecting storms at 8 o'clock. But this storm is rotating. If you're back over to the south of St. Louis, make sure that you're staying aware of this, even if you're in St. Louis. It is rotating. And it will be more than anything going towards the west suburbs. Back over in Missouri, we still have a large broad area of rotation going towards Smithton and as well as Sedalia, excuse me, here in Missouri. Keeping an eye on this, but the rotation overall has been a lot broader. I don't think the tornado risk is as high on that storm. We actually could end up getting a tornado warning, though, further east. We have an area of rotation near Barnett going towards California and Missouri. So I'll have to keep an eye on that as that continues to go to the north. I'm just trying to look and see if I'm missing anything else that might be rotating. I think generally speaking, we've covered everything that's rotating right now. Let me go back to Fort Smith. Actually, let me go back to the other tornado warning here. Huntsville, there is probably a tornado in progress right now. I'm leaning towards there being a tornado right now over Huntsville. So this is likely a new tornado that's dropped near Huntsville, going up towards New Alabama and also Marble over the next few minutes. Dean is also in the path of this, going towards Gobbler, Dry Fork, Rudd, Middleton, and as well as Delmar. So we got a new tornado right now moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. Almost every single chaser right now is in North Texas, by the way. I'm just letting you guys know. There's literally almost no chasers in any part of Arkansas. Which is actually kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of crazy. By the way, we do have a new SPC outlook for today. We'll go to that in 2 seconds. Just waiting to see if we can get any more verification on there potentially being a tornado here. Not seeing really definitively.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado
There you
is
go.
on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, they have upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning for Green Forest, Berryville, also including areas like Howe, near Huntsville and Hinsville. So again, this is a confirmed tornado moving off to the northeast, going towards Green Forest and Howe. Seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. It would be right over Huntsville right now. This is a radar confirmed tornado right over Huntsville. And if it may have already occluded, but if it's still on the ground, it's going towards Alabama. And our tornado further down to the south near Lavaca, it looks like this one is no longer on the ground. They have downgraded it to radar indicated. So it looks like the town of Lavaca, we're getting high winds, but the tornado has likely lifted at this time, which is at least good news. Huge shout out to Catherine, Stesha, as well as Dennis with the Venmo donations. Appreciate the support, guys. Yeah, I do appreciate all the support. I literally cannot read all of it with all the warnings we've had, but I do appreciate you guys. The donations, becoming a member, all that stuff helps out the channel a lot. Helps us to be able to do what we do here on this channel. How is Kansas City? Mostly wind and hail here over the next couple hours. Tornado risk is lower up there. Most of the storms are outflow dominant over there. So the tornado threat is pretty low. Thank you, Mitchell, for becoming a member. How do we get to Alabama? We are not in Alabama. Like, at all. We are nowhere near Alabama. All right, latest radar scan on the supercell south of St. Louis. The rotation is still strong enough for there to be a tornado. Again, this is currently heading up towards St. Louis. There are cameras in this area. I'm going to try to get one on screen here. There are cameras right in the tornado warning. So if there's any view of this, we'll probably be able to see something. And this is one. I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know if Missouri cameras they pan them or not. Put it bottom right once it loads. But again, this is going to be tracking eventually towards St. Louis, and it's really basically paralleling I-55. We'll definitely have to keep a close eye on these storms here near St. Louis. I don't really think the tornado threat is going to be that substantial in this area, personally, because of these storms just being so far to the east of our low pressure system. Even though they're discrete, I think they're going to struggle a little bit with producing a tornado threat. But we'll obviously have to keep an eye on it just in case it does do something, because it is going towards a pretty highly populated area. I don't think the Storm Prediction Center has put out a mesoscale discussion for this area yet, but keep a close eye on this if you're near St. Louis for a potential tornado risk, and as well as hail and wind. It's just really one storm right now that's actually doing something on the southwest side of Festus. And the camera bottom right is inside the tornado warning. Riley, look at that storm. Tell me, do you think that looks like a tornado near Festus? I'm waiting for velocities to update. There could be a tornado near Olympian Village right now. This might be on the ground. I'm not fully sold. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm not sold that this is a tornado, but it is something that is attempting to produce a tornado near Festus. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is across northwestern and western Arkansas. Risk of tornadoes, possibly some strong and damaging winds, will continue to spread eastward over the next few hours. The most probable peak intensity from the Storm Prediction Center is that tornadoes could be still strong to intense. Very high winds are still likely, with damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour, and then hail as large as the size of tennis balls is still possible here, heading in the direction of Marshall, Harrison, Russellville, and near Fort Smith. So that is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. We also have a new update for our moderate risk of severe weather. So this is our new outlook for tonight from the Storm Prediction Center. Still have a large slight risk. The moderate risk has been trimmed down a lot. It mostly only includes now northwestern Arkansas, southwestern Missouri, and eastern Oklahoma. Enhanced risk goes all the way back up towards St. Louis and even in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Generally speaking, our main concerns for tonight remain damaging winds. We still have a 45% chance of damaging winds within a 25-mile radius across many areas in northwestern Arkansas, and we're actively seeing that right now. Intense squall line moving through. Large to very large hail will remain a concern for the next several hours, and then strong tornadoes remain possible all the way into the late evening and even into the overnight hours. Just to the south of St. Louis, back over north and west of Memphis, and also back towards Dallas-Fort Worth, and also near Fort Smith. All right, so that's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. We still have a moderate risk of severe weather that is in place. Huge shout out to Kat with the $50 super chat. Thanks for being so dedicated. Southeast Missouri has been battening down the hatches again. Yeah, your threat is definitely going to come a little bit later tonight for sure. A little bit later tonight for you guys over there in Festus. There's again a potential that we have a tornado with this storm near Festus, Missouri. We're keeping a close eye on it. Again, that is definitely a storm that we need to keep a very close eye on. Back over near Fort Smith, not seeing as much rotation anymore. This has become pretty outflowy, which means we're looking at more of a wind threat right now going towards Ozark. They'll probably end up canceling this tornado warning, but continue to stay in your safe place because high winds will continue. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds currently tracking across a large chunk of western and northwestern Arkansas right now. And I believe we still have a tornado northeast of Huntsville. Still have a little couplet here. Possible tornado still going here, coming up towards Green Forest, Highway 21. Also moving in the direction of Howe. So seek shelter again if you're in this tornado warning. This is a look at our Festus tornado warning. That is not it. This is a look right now at our Festus tornado warning. They are turning around the camera. That is a view there. You can actually see it. You can see the lowering there. It's actually rotating quite a bit. This is back over just to the south of St. Louis. It is definitely rotating. Hey, Hayden, try to look at cameras and give me the cameras out in front of it on the Festus one. There are more cameras here. There are some of them moving. That is a large wall cloud forming right now. The camera go back, please. I think this tornado is on the ground. But it looks like we have a debris signature on radar. I think it's on the ground. Why'd the camera go off of it? I'm literally 99% sure we have a tornado right now on the ground with this storm. Bro, whoever's moving this camera needs to move it back. The tornadoes, I'm like 99% sure we have a tornado down right now in this storm. We have I mean, like 99% sure. I'm waiting for velocities to update. Looks like we have a debris ball right here just to the south of Hamite. I mean, I could be wrong, but that looks pretty close to it. If not, it is. Tornado is down, so there's another camera. So this is a tornado confirmed. There is a confirmed tornado here in eastern Missouri that is heading in the direction of Festus. You know, seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We're keeping an eye on these traffic cams because that's our best view of it. Unfortunately, I don't know why that camera is not looking at the storm. I don't know why they changed the position of it. There's another camera, I think, that might be looking at it. Maybe not. Put another camera bottom middle. There's a tornado down, though, just west of Festus. It's coming up on Hamite and eventually going towards Mappaville and Peevely. So that is a debris signature on radar. We do have confirmation as well of ground contact via a news camera. Just to the west of Festus. And again, the velocities don't really match up very well with this, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this was on the stronger side of things. It's just too hard to tell. But that is a debris signature on radar. That is not rain. That is literally a debris signature. Riley, I can't show that one. That's Fox. It's a traffic cam, not a weather cam. Yeah, but there are people controlling these cameras, and I don't understand why we don't have. I just don't understand why I was looking at it and then went all the way back to being looking at the traffic, because we literally had a view of that tornado dropping. It was rapidly rotating. I'll have another radar scan in a second, but once again, this is a tornado down just south of St. Louis. You're over in St. Louis. I mean, you're not in the imminent concern, but this tornado is kind of going in that direction right now, towards Des Perez, Eureka, and also going the general direction of Arnold over the next several minutes. So seek shelter again if you are in this tornado warning near Festus, and then if you're back out in front of it, definitely be ready for this storm. All three cameras bottom middle of your screen are inside this tornado warning. It looks like the tornado is still down over Hematite. Now it's going to be moving into Mappaville in Missouri over the next couple minutes. So Mappaville is about to be hit by this in the next few minutes. Going towards Jarvis. Let me go back off to the west towards Sedalia. We still have a tornado warning for Sedalia in Missouri. And at this point, I am honestly not concerned about the Sedalia storm. It's not even really rotating right now. In my opinion, it's just a large area of wind. It's just circling around kind of like a mesoscale convective vortex almost up here. So tornado threat very low for Sedalia. I would say you're fine if you're in Sedalia right now. Just stay away from windows. I mean, the warning expires in 1 minute. So just wait a minute and you'll be good. We are getting some damage reports out of Lincoln, which is where we did have a tornado earlier. Back over in Lincoln, tree damage in Lincoln on Highway 65. The time is based off radar as of 7:30, and then just southwest of Warsaw, fire department is reporting multiple trees down in Iconium, and the time is based on radar. That is back over on multiple roadways. By the way, clipping it, I meant like if you can get a video of it and then post it on socials or something. This is back over in Lowry City, Missouri as well at 7 o'clock. Roof of a barn is blocking the southbound on 13.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
In Lowry City, also reports of significant damage. And we did have a tornado there earlier near Lowry City. And unfortunately, there's an RV park and there's also multiple homes that are in that area that were likely hit by that tornado. We have a new tornado warning for Webster and Wright counties in Missouri. Before we go to that, I just want to quickly check back in on our storm out here near Fort Smith. And the Fort Smith storm has a little area of rotation north of Charleston. So this isn't quite done yet. Going up towards Denning, Altus, and also Ozark near Branch. Main concern with this line is damaging winds, but we are still watching for embedded tornadoes in the line of thunderstorms. And we still have a strong area of rotation back up near Highway 412, just southwest of Green Forest, going up towards Howe. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. Our new tornado warning is east of Springfield. This is a QLCS tornado warning, which means a tornado embedded in a line of thunderstorms, which is currently tracking in the direction of the west side of Robodux and as well as just southwest of Plato. So if you're in this area, make sure that you are in your safe place. There's a spin-up tornado in the line. I still think we have a tornado in progress right now near Mappaville. They have not upgraded the warning, but we have had ground contact confirm with this, and it is still rotating right now west of Festus. It's going to be tracking up towards Pevely and Kimswick over the next few minutes, just to the south and west there of St. Louis. So again, seek shelter if you are in this warning. I don't know how accurate this is. I'm not going to even relay. I don't know if it's accurate, but I mean, somebody did say that the fire department relayed that the tornado may have lifted, which is possible, but there is definitely still debris. This was right before this tornado dropped. We had a rotating wall cloud on our camera, and it may have been a non-condensed tornado right here. This was when the traffic cam was looking at it, and unfortunately it panned back to the road, but that was the view of that wall cloud just a few minutes ago before it dropped. Sounds like scanner is also saying that it is lifted. So it looks like this tornado may not be on the ground anymore. We still have debris in the atmosphere from that tornado, but it did begin near Opolympian. I cannot speak. Village back over near Hematite, just west of Festus. But it could recycle. Keep that in mind. We definitely have rotation still. And this is a discrete supercell well out in front of all of our messy convection back off to the west. So it could try to drop another tornado here in the next few minutes. All right, let's go back to Arkansas. Just east of Fort Smith, and I got water because my voice is dying. Huge shout out to Bobby and as well as Deborah with a very generous $150 Venmo donations. W's in the chat for Deborah and Bobby. Really appreciate that. Deborah says, love your coverage. I really appreciate that. Thank you also, Catherine, for the generous Venmo donation. Really appreciate the support, guys. After tomorrow, I mean, today isn't the only day that we have severe weather, but after even tomorrow, my voice might be gone. We have another long day of severe weather ahead too tomorrow, not just today. Enhanced risk across the Ohio Valley and the Dixie Alley. Once again, this is our risk of severe weather for tonight, which has been condensed quite a bit. We still have a moderate risk of severe weather in place for parts of Arkansas, southwestern Missouri, and eastern Oklahoma. So the potential again for strong tornadoes still exists over the next few hours, very high winds, and also the potential also for very large hail. There was a funnel cloud for sure moments ago, just off to the southwest of St. Louis on that storm near Festus, by the way, which again was likely a tornado. Why is Fort Worth in the enhanced? There's literally nothing. You're in the enhanced risk of nothing. That's exactly what you're in. For the record, the enhanced risk of severe weather, I mean, it does include you, but it was conditional. I think a slight risk was probably fine for Dallas Fort Worth, to be honest. Riley, are you good for a minute? No? Okay. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, there's a tornado on the ground near Hartville. CC got a little smaller in that last scan. I do think it is still on the ground. This is our tornado warning northeast of Springfield.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So we have a tornado on the ground just to the southwest of Green Forest, just to the northeast of Huntsville, right, Arkansas? What one are you talking about?
The Springfield, Missouri.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We have a tornado in progress. This back over in... Okay, so this is northwest of Hartsville, east of Springfield. All right, so new tornadoes in progress. This is in Missouri. This is a QLCS spin up with our line. So that's going to be near Highway 38. It's coming up in the direction of Highway 5. You can see the small little TDS signature. That would be a tornado near Duncan. The most recent scan does have it as a smaller tornado. So likely a weak and low end tornado here that's moving in the direction of Loring. Also heading in the direction of Boyer and Durbin. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you are in this warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Arkansas. That is going to be back over in Carroll County. Oh no, where is it? Boone County and Marion counties in Arkansas. So they're going to continue this tornado warning as well. This one produced a large tornado not too long ago. It is moving currently off to the east-northeast. It is a line of thunderstorms. So seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. That is currently heading in the direction of Diamond City near Omaha. Bergman's also in the path of this. Sherman, Texas, mostly concerned right now about Sherman for a wind threat right now. Mainly a wind threat for Sherman, Texas. Also some half-dollar size tail possible. There's a little bit of rotation on this. No, just southwest of Sherman. I have to watch for that. There's a little bit of rotation there near Sherman. I definitely wouldn't rule out this doing something at some point here near Sherman, Texas. It's like a little mezzo forming on that. Definitely got to keep a close eye on that storm. They have canceled the tornado warning east of Fort Smith. It is a long line of storms now producing damaging winds. Still a potential for a tornado, though. We still have a little couplet that's there. It's not really couplet, but definitely still some rotation there north of Branch. Still could see a brief or a weak tornado move towards Altus over the next several minutes. And then back up near Green Forest is an area that we again have a new tornado warning. Large hook echo on radar, strong inflow. If we have a tornado, it would be coming up towards Harrison and Belafonte over the next few minutes. So seek shelter again if you are in this warning. Is Kansas City okay? Kansas City's got a line of storms coming, mainly wind. There is a chance of a tornado, though. Actually, this is what it looks like right now. back over near where this is just north of Kansas City on one of the Radar Omega Cyclone ports, which you can watch all of these cameras inside the Radar Omega app at the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. This is a live shot here from the Dragon Nation camera of a shelf cloud rolling in. This storm does have some broad rotation, and it's possible that it does spin up a tornado here over the next several minutes as it moves towards the Kansas City area. Let's go to the terminal radar site and check this out. Yeah, right here, actually. This is not far from this camera. Literally looks like it's rotating right there. I'm gonna keep that camera bottom left of your screen. There's legitimately a hook on this, actually, going towards agency. And Velocity's couplets coming together right now, coming up on Maxey, Pinkston, Saxton, and just south of St. Joseph. So, also we have another couplet right here, going towards Woodruff. I believe. Yeah, that's a couplet right there. Possible tornado right now coming up on the... This is north of Kansas City in northwestern Missouri. There could be a tornado right here, though, going towards Camden Point. So, again, a live shot here of that storm that is coming up towards Dragon City. If we had a tornado, it would be off to the right of this camera. I don't know if there's somebody controlling the camera, but if we can pan it right, that'd be great. The tornado will be off to the right near Maxey, going towards 229 and 29, which is the interstate. There are a couple cameras also up here. I'm seeing if any of them have a sky view or anything like that. There legit could be a tornado, though, near Maxey. The velocities have gone a lot stronger over the last few minutes. All right, we do have a camera. I'm going to put it bottom middle once we go back to that screen. All right, bottom middle is a camera there. Actually, I'm going to put that bottom left, and then we'll put the other one bottom middle. Flipping them around. All right, so again, rotation's ramping up. We don't have a tornado warning on this. I think a tornado warning is needed here, just south of St. Joseph, Kansas. This also needs a tornado warning. That is a tight couplet right now. Come up into Woodruff, and eventually going into Camden Point, just south of Newmarket. So if you're in any of these areas here, just to the north of Kansas City, just south of St. Joseph, I would be in your safe place. There are areas of circulation embedded in our line right now that are attempting to produce tornadoes. You can clearly see it on the terminal radar site. Large hook right here, and we got another hook right here. So 2 different hook echoes and strong inflows going into both of these storms. Yeah, this is a live shot from the Radar Omega Cyclone port here, just off to the west of I-29. Where there could be 2 different tornadoes dropping. And I'm going to be honest, I think we at least have one of these on the ground. The regional radar site doesn't really give us a great perspective of this because of it being a little bit further down to the south, a little bit more distant. The terminal radar site, which is basically next to these areas of rotation, does show a pretty clear couplet right now west of Camden Point. A little bit weaker on this latest scan. The one further back off to the north and just right of the middle camera there is right here near Maxey, and that one's definitely rotating. It's going to come up into Saxton and the south side of St. Joseph here in the next few minutes. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter. Hey, and look at any cameras up here near that couplet just south of St. Joseph. Let me know if any of them have sky views. I see one with one. Put at least one of them on here. The bottom left. All right, in addition to all of this, we just got a new tornado watch, which goes until 3 a.m. This includes St. Louis.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
St. Louis, Centralia, Carbondale, Cape Girardeau, Poplar Bluff, Branson, Springfield, Fort Leonard, Wood, Farmington, Jefferson City.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Few tornadoes likely, scattered 2-inch size tail, and widespread wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour is likely. They have gone ahead and issued tornado warnings on both of these areas of rotation. We got one now for Platte County and one for Buchanan County in Missouri. So if you're in either of these tornado warnings, seek shelter. The other one will pop up here in just a second. And we have a brand new tornado warning here. That is going to be for those in the south side of St. Joseph, going up towards Easton, and then another one near Camden Point. So they have issued both warnings at the same time here. This is live underneath one of this is underneath the northern tornado warning. If we had a tornado, it'd be off to the right. To be off to the right if we had a tornado on this storm. We actually have a really good view of this storm from one of the traffic cams. This is a live shot on mile marker 47. It's on I-29. This is going to be on our northern tornado warning, where we do have a strong area of rotation, which is coming right now up on the south side of St. Joseph. We also have a tighter couplet going up towards Camden Point. So again, 2 different tornadoes look imminent right now. Yeah, we got one right here, tight couplet north of Platte City in Missouri, going towards Camden Point in Newmarket. And then another one just off to the northwest of Agency, south of St. Joseph. If you're in St. Joseph, you need to be in your safe place in Kansas. This is currently heading towards Saxton. I know we have other tornado warnings, but those are honestly the two most concerning. Rotation in Harrison is still broad. Nothing confirmed as of right now in northwest Arkansas. They have canceled the tornado warning south of St. Louis. That one has really weakened. A lot of convection now popping up. Not as organized as before, but we'll keep an eye on those in case they do become tornadic again. We definitely could get something a bit more significant here, back up just south of St. Joseph. Velocities are very strong right now, just off to the west of Maxey. The couplet that we had back over near Camden Point, a little bit weaker, but might cycle into a new tornado going towards I-29. And then this is our closest radar site. We're kind of in a radar hole, but we don't have any debris signatures quite yet. That is not a debris signature. That is just contamination. If we look at the reflectivity, you'll clearly see the hook echo on radar. This thing's wrapping near Maxey. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we have a tornado right now coming up into Maxey, going up towards Saxton as well. So a live shot again from our tornado warning here. Guess we have another camera also looking at this. I'm going to put it up on screen. I'm going to put it bottom right. This actually, let's go live to this. This is live on the camera that is just to the south of this right now, barely south. I don't know if the camera has changed directions at all. I don't think it has, but the tornado, if we have one, it's off to the right. And you can see the wind, by the way. This camera is looking west. The wind is coming from behind the camera. So that means we have the inflow basically going up to this area of rotation. And so the tornado would be off to the right somewhere, just to the west of Agency. By the way, tornado warning has been canceled back over near Seymour, east of Springfield. That QLCS tornado spin up. I'm giving it a pretty... you can see the wind change of directions again. It's changing directions. It was just going from the south, and now it's going from the... I think it's going from the east now. So wind's changing directions quite a bit. If we have a tornado again, it'll be near Maxey.
A new tornado
going
warning
towards Saxton
has been issued.
and Evansville, just south of St. Joseph. Bottom left camera is probably gonna be our best shot of seeing it if it is on the ground. And then back over in Arkansas, we just got a new tornado warning. That is for Franklin County in Arkansas. Might be it is this, I think. There's a little area of rotation still going here near Ozark, Altus, and Denning, going towards Coal Hill and Hartman. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Wide Curse Village, I think is how you say it, is also in the path of this. So seek shelter immediately. That's near I-40, just west of Clarksville. We still have very strong rotation right now coming up towards I-29. Again, the bottom left camera is going to probably be the best shot of seeing. I'm still waiting to see if we get a better view here in a second. We have another photo coming in. Or video coming in. So American Weather Geek on Twitter. This is back over at the Drake Field Airport in Fayetteville. This is some of the first damage that we were seeing over in Fayetteville from our tornado earlier. This one we had a PDS tornado, or it was just after that when it became PDS. You can see a lot of trees down. Even got like a lawn, or like a little chair out in the lawn that was thrown from that tornado. And then over here, a lot of looks like sheet metal and some other stuff there in the field. And some other stuff, I can't really tell what that is back in the distance, but yeah. Unfortunately, a tornado happened just southeast of Fayetteville, Arkansas earlier, and there is at least some damage coming out of that now. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we need another tornado warning near Albion, Oklahoma. A little QLCS spin up here. It's this really small couplet. It's kind of hard to see on radar, but it could definitely produce a tornado. It's basically over the town of Whitesboro, Oklahoma right now. Actually, this might be... No, this is in Oklahoma. It's right near the Oklahoma-Arkansas border.
Hey, Riley, for the update. Yeah, there's rotation right now near Highway 63. A little QLCF spin up trying to happen here near Tallahena. That's going to be moving northeast eventually towards the Oklahoma and Arkansas border. That is currently tracking to the northeast right now. So be ready for that over here. Again, along the Arkansas and as well as Oklahoma border. Back off to the north, we still have 2 tornado warnings north of Oklahoma City. Again, these are pretty concerning in my opinion, especially the one near I-29. Velocities are still very strong right now near Maxey. That is heading up towards I-29, Saxon, and Evansville over the next few minutes. This is a live shot currently looking at our storm. It looks like a large wall cloud beyond the cell towers there, but I really can't fully tell yet. But if we have a tornado, it'd be right there in the middle. So this is looking directly at this. We'll have a better view in probably about 2 to 3 minutes once this storm gets a little bit closer to the interstate. You can see all the lightning there in the background. Hey, also Organic Sunshine for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that, and thank you for the generosity. Shout out to Alicia with the Venmo donation, and as well as Bobby. Appreciate the generosity. So again, middle of your screen is the area that we'd be looking for. Potential tornado here. Middle of your screen is a live shot with the wind that is right now moving through agency. And then bottom right, actually, let's go to this camera here. I believe bottom right. This is live on I-29 as well. Wind is really picking up. I think this is the one near Camden Point, if I'm not mistaken. See the wind picking up right now. There is a couplet on radar that would be right over 29. It's not really a couplet anymore. It's just a broader area of rotation. But we did have a couplet about 5 minutes ago. So it looks pretty windy here. Good amount of lightning out here in the distance. We're keeping a very close eye on that St. Joseph camera. If there aren't any more cameras, hey, just let me know on I-29. I think there's literally one that's about to be right over top of this thing. So once again, northwest Missouri, north of Kansas City. If you're back over in Kansas City, we are more concerned about the wind threat with this line. The tornado risk is a bit lower here, heading in the direction of Kansas City over the next few minutes near Smithville. All right, Riley has an update for us. Go ahead. Wait 1 second. All right, Riley, go ahead.
All right, Max. So I actually have a bunch of different survey updates. So the first of which is a straight line damaging wind update from a few days ago in Oklahoma, or yesterday actually in Alabama. So this was a straight line damaging wind event in Tuscaloosa. We had winds of estimated around 90 to 100 miles per hour for about a 22-minute duration. The next one is another tornado in Hayes County in Nebraska. So this was an EF2 tornado, and I have a bunch of different pictures of EF2 damage indicators. All of these are either a building and or some sort of farmhouse that was basically ripped off its structure. We also had power poles downed across the road as well. We had a bunch of instances of this significant tornado damage being visible, and this is the one that our chasers were on yesterday and were slightly confused whether or not this was actually a tornado on the ground or if it's just a wedge or a rain-like wedge. So these sprinklers here that we're looking at are actually what Jaden Pappenheim had saw and said, hey guys, I think there's a tornado. I just saw these sprinklers get lofted, and we can see this in the survey, and this was an EF2 damage indicator. The most interesting thing perhaps about this tornado is that it was May 18th when this tornado occurred, and this is our 100th EF2 tornado of 2025. We also had another update from NWS Goodland. This was from our Grinnell tornado yesterday, which was our probably 1.5 to 2 mile wide wedge. They have confirmed that there has been at least EF2 damage. They're still completing the survey, but they have a couple more spots to check before the final rating, but at least EF2 damage did occur.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, back to live radar, maybe not. I want to see what this looks like. All right, I don't see anything quite yet. We're back over into northwest Missouri first. I'm going to go back to the other storms. We still have rotation, literally crossed over the interstate here over the last couple minutes, and the camera might be looking at it now. It'd be in the middle left. Maybe that is it? Okay, maybe that's it. They're panning the camera everywhere. I don't know where this is looking anymore. That might be it right there. I can't really tell. That might be the wall cloud right here. The rotation here just south of Saxon, we crossing the interstate. And so I think this camera is now looking at it. Looks like a wall cloud, but there's a big light. I don't know if that was lightning or a power flash. If we had a tornado, it'd be on the left here. So this is now looking in the direction of the tornado. More flashes. I think that's lightning. If we had a tornado, it'd be on the left here. It is still rotating quite a bit here. I mean, there could be a tornado definitely coming up on Evansville and Garrettsburg here. Just north of Kansas City, south of St. Joseph. No doubt it's ominous. They have just condensed the warning. It is still radar indicated, so nothing confirmed as of right now. But if we had a tornado, again, be on the left somewhere, very low clouds. And again, that would be where the area of interest is. I don't think this is like a strong tornado by any means, but I do think it's possible that we could get a tornado of any kind here. Not seeing anything definitive. If we see something like flash on the ground, that's when we know there's like an actual tornado. Like if we see something really flash and spark up, that'd be a power flash. Don't clearly see that right now. Looks like a lot of lightning, but we do still have strong rotation. It's crossing over FF Road right now on the left side of your screen. The camera can pan a little bit more left. That'd probably be a bit better. Thank you, Renee, for the $10 Venmo donation for coffee. Appreciate that. I'm not a big coffee drinker, but I do appreciate the Venmo donation. I'll be having more Arizona iced tea. I've been having a lot of tea today. He has been the main thing. Once again, there could be a tornado, and if it's on the ground, it's going to be on the left side of our screen here near Evansville, just southeast of St. Joseph, Missouri. Latest scan is a little bit broader here. Camera's panning out. They're moving the camera. Clouds are very low. That's for sure. It wouldn't really take much for this to produce a tornado, especially with the inflow that we have as well. And the inflow is definitely there. Bottom right of your screen is what the storm looks like on reflectivity. You really can't see it anymore on the terminal radar site, but you can kind of see there's a hook shape and an inflow, and then the velocities are pretty strong right now. That's near Highway 169 going towards now Easton. If the velocities stay as strong as they are right now, they'll probably issue a new tornado warning for Easton and Hempel in northwestern Missouri. That is not for certain yet. Definitely have to wait and see. Put that camera bottom right, by the way. Thank you, Yor, for the very generous $100 super chat. W's in the chat for Yor. Appreciate that. Great professional coverage from you and Riley. Hope you take good care of your voice and health with these long streams you're doing. Very much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, we're trying. Appreciate the super chat. I'm getting hungry. I need food. Might be Popeyes for dinner tonight. The tornado warning over near Ozark and Coal Hill in Arkansas, not looking super concerning as of right now. We're still keeping a close eye on it as it continues to move east. Back over in North Texas, that storm near Sherman is not really rotating much anymore. It's mostly just wind and hail right now across North Texas near Whitesboro and Sherman. Might have a tornado trying to drop right now near Highway 1 going towards Heavener in Oklahoma. It's going to be something to keep an eye on. Apparently, Freddie McKinney just got cheese curds, by the way, and I'm actually really jealous. They look really good.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be in Missouri. So, a new tornado warning. That's for Iron and Washington counties in Missouri. Also, we have a severe warning now for St. Louis. If you're over in St. Louis, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and golf ball-sized hail is coming here over the next few minutes. All right, new tornado warning south of St. Louis. This one's going to be near Verbatim. Very strong rotation, actually. There's a large mesocyclone on this going towards Caledonia, Potosi, west of Bismarck. So again, get to your safe place if you're in this warning. That is a relatively strong area of rotation that is currently tracking to the north-northeast, and it will be going in the direction of Potosi in Missouri, and then eventually going in the direction of Festus and Sullivan in the long term. That is another discrete supercell that is fired up out in front of our massive cluster of storms off to the west. So that is definitely concerning. And then back over in St. Louis, we got a big hail and windstorm right now coming through the west side of St. Louis right now. So if you are in St. Louis, again, make sure that you are staying away from windows at the minimum. Big hailstorm coming through right now. And if I had to take a wild guess, we probably have people under overpasses, just like, you know, yesterday or 2 days ago or 3 days ago, whatever day it was. We had a huge backup of people in St. Louis the other day from people parking under overpasses because of a tornado warning and even just a severe warning. So possible, again, that's happening right now in St. Louis. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So this is just an update on what to expect from the rest of the night in parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas. So this is the HRRR on Radar Omega. We do have our line here that we are currently watching move through. There's actually expected to be some brief redevelopment behind this later on tonight. I do not think this is going to pose much of a tornado threat, if any, but it will pose a significant damaging wind threat as it makes its way through, probably between around midnight and 3 a.m. tonight. So you guys are not done here in eastern Oklahoma with severe weather for the night. There's going to be additional redevelopment. So please don't think you're done once the storms get through, and be prepared for a second wave of severe weather.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. This back over in St. Louis. This is live. Not this, but the other camera. It is very windy in St. Louis. It is definitely 70-mile-per-hour winds. Live shot here on the west side of St. Louis near Clayton. It is very windy right now. Definitely 70-mile-per-hour winds. You can see how slow the cars are going here on the roadway, too. They have slowed down immensely here over the last couple minutes. So it is extremely windy in St. Louis. And I don't think there is a tornado, but I do think that there is very high winds. And there's really a low chance of there being a tornado with this being a left splitter. It's another live shot, too, in St. Louis. Very windy. I mean, man, it is definitely windy here. We apparently got a shame camera, by the way. We got a shame camera. If you are in the St. Louis area, definitely stay away from windows. High winds are coming through right now. Bottom left of your screen, there are cars parked under an overpass. Need the shame spam in the chat. It's also a live shot, another really windy camera. Again, this is all across the west side of St. Louis right now. 70-mile-per-hour winds, golf ball-sized hail falling with this storm. It's also about to get really windy here. This is on I-70, or 170, excuse me, at Page, mile marker 4. We'll go to that in a second. It's still really windy here. Look at the rain curtains. Thank you, Eller, for the super chat. Cars parking under the overpass merch soon. Apparently that might be in the works. I'm not sure. I heard about that 2 seconds ago. So that actually might already be in the works. We still have really high winds. This is another. Actually, this is over in St. Joseph. This isn't even over here. This is over in northwestern Missouri. I just noticed this is another camera that's showing high winds over there. This is nowhere near the winds that we have currently in St. Louis, but it's very windy. This is another live shot in St. Louis. You can see the wind is ripping. That car pulled over on the right side because of how windy it is. Very windy. All right, pulling off to the side like this, not under an overpass. I mean, I guess it's okay. But, like, if you're under an overpass, it's different. There's no shame here. All right, we're not shaming this person. Not shaming this driver. But it's definitely 70-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Again, this is in St. Louis, mainly on the west side. Look how windy it is. Man, the camera's shaking like crazy. It's crazy windy here. I mean, look at velocities. It doesn't even look that crazy on radar. It just is that high. And the cars going currently the other direction, they are slowing down like crazy. None of them right now are driving that fast. They're going like 20 miles per hour tops probably right now. Yeah, this is crazy. Thank you, our hands for the super chat. I appreciate that. Glad it can help. There's another camera coming up too that'll have a better view of all the wind. There's a bunch of cameras that are in this path. This is another one. This is on I-70 at St. Charles Rock. It's still very windy right now. Bottom left, bottom right, like that. So yeah, the highest winds right now are moving through the northwest side of St. Louis, moving towards Florissant, St. Charles, Alton, and eventually going towards Grafton. So if you are in this area, make sure that you're staying away from windows on the lowest floor possible. Looks like actually one of the cameras just literally went out. So there is definitely at least some isolated power outages right now in the vicinity of St. Louis. There's also golf ball sized hail falling with the storm as well. So we do have significant hail currently moving off to the north that is tracking into Florissant, going towards Alton, Godfrey, also tracking in the direction of Grafton. Crazy storm over here. TJ with the sewer chat just said St. Louis is the new windy city. I mean, it pretty much is. It's been very windy the last few days. There are more cameras. We're just trying to pull them up. This issued a large, considerable, severe thunderstorm warning for a large chunk of Missouri. That's going to be for our line of storms back off to the west. By the way, tornado warning back over near Kansas City. That is now ended. We still have a tornado warning near Verbatim, which still has a large area of strong rotation west of Iron Lake going towards Potosi. This could still drop a tornado at any time, so if you're in this warning, make sure that you are seeking shelter. Again, this could produce a strong tornado if it does drop going up towards Potosi, once again, here in eastern Missouri. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, this is absolutely crazy. I don't know if I've seen this before, but we got another special severe weather outlook from the SPC around 8:30 tonight. This is obviously the same risk area that you already talked about, but they did mention that this has a chance for widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force. So obviously hurricane force winds, those are going to be part of the risk with our threat tonight, and also several tornadoes, a few intense, and up to baseball-sized hail. So hurricane force winds are are in the play tonight across our moderate risk region. This is straight from the SPC, and normally we don't see them use this kind of wording, especially for a wind threat. But yeah, hurricane force winds.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is definitely scary. Again, we have a long line of thunderstorms that is firing off. Back off to the west, or it's really organizing. It's been going for a while, just more than anything organizing now. So our threat for severe weather is far from over. Again, we got a huge line of thunderstorms now that is formed. And additionally, as this thing all organizes here, anywhere from Springfield all the way back into southeast Oklahoma and even North Texas, our threat of severe weather is actually going to increase here. We're going to be talking about more of an increased threat of actually embedded tornadoes in our line of thunderstorms. So be ready for that threat here across this large area over the next few hours as this continues to move to the north, or to the east, across Arkansas and Missouri. And it does look like, unfortunately, there may have been some sort of accident here. This is from our storm. They are panning it off, but there was an accident here back over in, I think this is St. Louis. I think this is St. Louis. This is where we just had high winds. So possibly some sort of hydroplaning incident here. Hopefully everybody's okay. We have had reports as of recently of upwards of golf ball sized hail just off to the west of St. Louis. Again, this hail core is right now moving up in the direction of St. Charles, Alton, also going towards Grafton and Godfrey in western Illinois. So continue to stay in your safe place again if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning. The highest winds now are crossing over I-270 here just off to the north of St. Louis, and then we'll be moving into western Illinois within the next few minutes or so. There's another camera, I think, coming up. I'm going to put that on screen just in case it has something. Still very windy. Still very windy. Hurricane force winds, by the way, if you don't know what hurricane force winds are, they are 75 plus mile per hour winds. So when we use the terminology hurricane force winds happening on like a night like tonight, that literally just means that we have, again, basically 75 plus mile per hour winds. Keep in mind that our risk for wind today was hatched, which means that 75 plus mile per hour winds are possible anyway. So you can see that here. So anywhere in this corridor, mainly in this area, though, is where we could have the potential still for significant damaging winds exceeding 75 miles per hour. So that is all that means. Is DFW back in the risk again? Not really. I don't think anything's going to happen to Dallas-Fort Worth. I'm going to be honest. The tornado watch ends in 5 minutes. DFW is one of the places the last 5 days, I think, that we've thought there would be significant severe weather, and there just purely hasn't. It's actually been really quiet in Dallas-Fort Worth recently, which is kind of surprising. I'm not going to lie. Like, we really thought it would get crazy here over the last few days, and it just, again, it has not been that crazy at all. But actually pretty tame. Back over in Oklahoma, we do have a little area of rotation right now near Highway 59 that is coming up towards Waldron, Arkansas here in the next 15 minutes. That is moving to the east-northeast. So couple it again just south of Heavener, going up towards Magazine, Havana, and as well as Waldron over the next several minutes. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning along the Red River Valley. That is for quarter-sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds just to the west of Boswell. Only tornado warning right now is over in southeast Missouri. Also back over near Kansas City. Let's go back to this real quick. Kansas City, we still have some rotation east of I-29 that is currently tracking towards Cameron. So we're keeping an eye on that. That's a broad, large area of rotation here. Highway 36 moving east. And then still a little couplet as well northwest of Plattsburgh. That's moving towards Cameron, Kansas. So a low tornado potential out of that. More than anything, significant damaging winds around 70 miles per hour is currently moving to the east towards Grain Valley and as well as going towards Belton and Overland Park. So if you're in the Kansas City area, be ready for high winds. And the outflow boundary is pretty far out in front of the line, so we're really not looking at much of a tornado risk in Kansas City, but more than anything, damaging winds will likely be significant here over the next hour or so as this continues to move east. Thank you, Angel, for the $50 super chat. Really appreciate the generosity. Edwardsville, Illinois, tornado risk. I think across most of Illinois, the risk is pretty low, but back over, like this just east of St. Louis, I think the risk is low. It's not zero, but it's on the low side of things. The greatest threat would be really far southwestern Illinois tonight. Uh-oh. We got people parking under overpasses again. This back over in St. Louis. We got multiple instances of this, by the way. One on the left side of your screen. We need shames in the chat. There are people parked under the overpass there. There's a bunch of them. And then this on the highway. It's even worse. And we have another one, I think, too. Oh, that is one. All right. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. There's a TDS on our tornado warned storm in Missouri.
Thank you for the update. So we have a tornado in progress now in Missouri. So a new tornado has just dropped west of Caledonia.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have just upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning. So again, confirmed tornado now east of Verbinum, going up towards Caledonia and Potosi. So again, seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. If you are in this tornado warning, just off to the west of Caledonia, just off to the west of Irondale as well. Again, this is a discrete supercell, and as long as it stays discrete, the potential for a tornado will be elevated with this, and we could still see a strong tornado in this environment. So definitely a dangerous storm right now, moving off to the northeast. So the debris signature right now is near Maxwell's Mill, currently tracking in the direction of Hortontown, and then eventually going up towards Sunlight, just outside of Belgrade. And that is a significant tornado. We have a large tornado in progress now going up towards Hortontown. Right now moving directly to the north. It's going to be going right up into Hortontown over the next few minutes. This is a significant tornado in progress once again here in the town, just north of the town of Maxwell's Mill. It's going right up P Road. So a big tornado is now in progress. It's going to be, this is not as rain wrapped as our other tornadoes. It's actually probably photogenic, but it being nighttime makes this even more dangerous. So if you are in this warning, seek shelter. You need to get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous tornado right now, tracking to the north, eventually going towards Potosi. Potosi will eventually be in the path of this, which is a bit more populated. We got some callouts here for this area. This is just north of Enough, by the way, and west of Peoria. So as it tracks up this road, there are multiple farms and homes along the road. Doesn't seem like a hugely populated area, but at some point here near Old, I think Route C, I think that's the roadway, there are a lot of homes in one general vicinity, which is up near Hortontown. And once this tornado gets there, that's gonna be right up here, there are a lot of smaller homes there. I don't see mobile homes, but I do see a lot of smaller homes. So please, again, if you're in those areas, be in your safe place. That's a tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Again, significant tornado right now, tracking right up this roadway, going also towards Wright Cemetery. And it's also gonna be tracking up, again, P Road, eventually going also towards another cemetery called the High Point Missionary Ridge Cemetery. And then really the biggest concern is once this gets to Potosi, assuming this is still on the ground, Potosi is a much more populated area. And so hopefully this does not go towards Potosi, and hopefully it just stays in a very rural area. But right now it is tracking towards Potosi. All right, we do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be across northwest Missouri. Tornado probabilities right now are still a little bit more elevated here. Severe threat is expected to continue for at least a couple more hours in and around the Kansas City area and just north of Kansas City. They've also noted that the tornado and wind damage threat is expected to be the highest over the next 1 to 2 hours in this blue hatched area, which is basically in and around the Kansas City area and just north of Kansas City. Most probable peak intensity of tornadoes still around 100 to 130 miles per hour, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and then golf ball sized hail is also possible. All right, we do have a new radar scan coming in right now. So radar update in just a second. Thank you, Dippeldork, for the super chat. Yeah, you'll have to remind me. I'm not going to remember. Latest scan is even bigger. This could go PDS. This could literally go PDS. Huge debris signature right now near Hortontown. It's about to cross into Delbridge and Quaker here, just southwest of Potosi, Missouri. Not good. Going in towards Potosi. It's kind of scary, by the way, that this is literally the only discrete cell. Like, this is just such a random discrete cell that is formed out here in eastern Missouri. By the way, over in Jefferson City, I had somebody just say they had lost power in Jefferson City. It's mostly 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, assuming your power grid is like a wet napkin, as Riley would call it, that is why the power has gone out. So, the winds aren't super strong. They're around 60. But obviously, stay away from windows. Yeah, if this goes PDS again, that would mean a particularly dangerous situation here if that were to be if this were to be upgraded. Yeah, we do have a significant tornado in progress right now, just to the west of Caledonia in Missouri. What am I saying? Going up towards possibly Potosi. It could go basically anywhere here. It's mostly going north, but it could turn to the right too. So the town of Potosi, I'd be ready to go to your safe place. Have that tornado action plan ready to go, because this is a significant tornado right now. Mostly wind as well west across Arkansas and southeastern Oklahoma right now. I'm not seeing really much of a tornado risk. Honestly, Texas, again, Texas has been tame. Texas is chilling. Really not been much over there today. All right, we'll have another radar scan in a second. This, I'm pretty sure, meets PDS criteria. So. This would be in the ballpark of being a PDS tornado warning right now. Going up towards Potosi. Thank you, Sean, for the $10 super chat. My mom is in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. What's the outlook for her? I mean, the main concern really for everybody in Arkansas tonight will be damaging winds, which is going to be pretty numerous to widespread, so make sure that you're protecting loose line items, all that good stuff. Wow. This tornado is even bigger. This is a huge debris signature. There's a lot of trees here, which is probably what's being picked up right now. I mean, this is just a huge tornado. Just northwest of Enough. It's near the North DD trailhead. There's also a campground, just, I think, to the east of, yeah, just east of this tornado, there's a campground. There are a couple homes in this area, unfortunately. It looks like a couple farms, and I think those are taking a direct hit right now. There's a couple on these roadways. I mean, this is a huge debris signature, though. I mean, it's literally a debris ball. So once again, for Washington County, Missouri, where we do have a confirmed, probably large and strong tornado just southwest of Potosi, west of Bismarck. It's currently tracking due north, going towards 185. As I was saying, though, Arkansas, mostly a wind threat. There is a chance for a couple more tornadoes tonight, especially if we get more discrete supercells. Right now, it's a large line of thunderstorms that's currently moving through most of Arkansas. But if we get anything discrete that fires out in front of it, which we've seen a couple of attempts at convection, that could create the potential for maybe a strong tornado threat to return. But not guaranteed, just something to keep an eye on. We do have a little couplet north of Clarksville, just a little area of rotation. I don't even call it a couplet, just a little area of rotation near Clarksville. Something to keep an eye on here on this kind of almost Boeing segment here back up near Clarksville. Could get a low tornado QLCS tornado threat going towards Highway 7 north of Hector. I'm not super concerned about it right now, but probably like a 20% chance of a tornado here in the next like 30 minutes for like this general area. Nothing crazy, but something to keep an eye on. East of Springfield, we are also starting to see, it looks like, some areas of rotation in our line. We're starting to get multiple areas of rotation in this line now, near Ava and Norwood. So I'll have to keep an eye on this as that goes towards West Plains, and as well as South Fork, Gainesville, eventually in the path of that. Thank you, Moten, for the coverage. Thank you very much for all the great coverage. I appreciate that. No problem at all. Thank you, Yvette, for the super chat. How's Decatur, Texas look? Decatur, Texas is, I think, chilling tonight. You are chilling tonight. Once again, if you're just tuning in, tornado is on the ground right now in Washington County, Missouri. It is a fairly large tornado, and probably on the stronger side of things, heading up towards Potosi. The latest scan shows this debris signature even larger. Again, the one thing with this tornado is that it is hitting a lot of trees, so it is going to be looking very large. It might look like it's hitting a bunch of homes or something. It is not, actually. It's actually just hitting a ton of trees right now. There are a couple homes here, though, that are probably being hit by this right now, and it's likely a large tornado. I don't see how it really wouldn't be a large tornado in this case. So, likely a large tornado heading up towards Highway C near Palmer, and then eventually tracking towards Bates Creek, Camp Shirley, and Levy, just southwest of Potosi. The storm's moving northeast at about 28 miles per hour, so it's not very fast. We have a little mezzo also near Salem that we have to keep. We'll have to keep an eye on. So a little bit of rotation with this storm near Salem. The only problem is it has a lot more convection to deal with down to the south, so that could hinder its development in the long term. Hey, Travis for the super chat. And Garrett for the super chat. How does St. Louis look tonight? St. Louis has already just seen really one of probably multiple storms tonight. We're going to have another round of storms out of the west here soon. Might have one more discrete cell before eventually a line of storms comes through with mainly a wind threat. But tornadoes are still possible with the line and even with the storms beforehand. And here, shout out to Gwen with the $50 Venmo donation. W's in the chat for Gwen. I really appreciate that. And also thank you, Corey, for the $100 Venmo. Arizona Tea and Popeye's Chicken. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate that. I'm starving. My food arrives in like, I think, 10 minutes or something. So hungry. Before today's stream, I had the worst McDonald's meal of all time. I'm not even kidding. Still got, it looks like an accident. Oops, what did I just do? This is possibly from hydroplaning back over near St. Louis. We don't know for sure, but... It's on the bottom right. We had high winds go through St. Louis a moment ago, too. Hey, she's up for the super chat. Thank you so much for keeping us safe, and your stream is so interesting. Well, I'm glad I can help. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Zippy, also for the super chat. Also need Leo for the super chat. Don't forget to eat. I'm about to eat. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we have a few more tornadoes added to the DAT. We did get an additional EF3 west of McCook, Nebraska. Actually, I believe this is in Nebraska. No damage images on this yet. However, we do know that it had a peak wind speed of 140 miles per hour. This was just south of the EF2 that we talked about earlier. That was our 100th EF2 of the year. This was our 99th EF2 of the year over here by St. Francis. This is one of the tornadoes that Storm Chaser Freddie McKinney had on our feed yesterday. This was a peak wind speed of 133 miles per hour. In addition, I do want to talk a little bit about our risk tomorrow. So as of now, we have a large enhanced risk with a very decently sized 10% hatch risk of tornadoes, a 45 non-sig chance of damaging winds, and a 15 normal wind. I do think we're actually going to see an upgrade to this. Our last HER run has came in very bullish for tomorrow's setup. So we're going to sort of walk through this and what to expect tomorrow. So we already talked about this, but we're going to cover it again. We do have another area of convection that's still expected to fire in Oklahoma and work its way off to the east. This could actually end up somewhat limiting our overall severe risk tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to do too much, unfortunately. As I continue to drag the slider off, I'm on the 1Z. I got to switch to the 0Z. As we continue to look further off into the future, we can see we sort of have some early morning convection go through a majority of our warm sector, but this is actually modeled to go through a little quicker than what we thought it was at the last few ARRR runs. And then we see this nice line of semi-discrete supercells fire from Kentucky all the way down to like central Mississippi and the northern border of Louisiana. Unfortunately, I do think that this does raise an elevated tornado risk for what we have right now. We may see the addition of a small region of 15 hatch tornado potential in Mississippi and Tennessee tomorrow. This would include Memphis and possibly all the way towards Nashville. There is a really good environment here for tornadoes, unfortunately. The storms will be in an STP value of up to 9. I think I saw values earlier as high as 16 or 17. It would be a relatively short-lived tornado threat. I think our peak tornado window would be more around the early afternoon instead of into the late nighttime hours like we have been seeing recently. One other thing that I want to cover quick here is the overall reports from today. So we are up to 4 different official tornado reports. All of these are video confirmed tornado reports at this point in time. We have 110 wind reports. 3 of those were over 65 knots. We also have 114 hail reports. 17 of those are 2+ inches in diameter. I believe our biggest hail report was 4.5 inches today. Let me see if I can find that in here. Yeah. Actually, no, that was 4 minutes. Oh, yeah, here it is. 4.5-inch diameter hail, 7 miles south of St. John in Montague, Tennessee. So that was a DVD-sized hailstone that we saw in Tennessee. And I think we did get lucky in Texas with the way that our convection sort of played out, because it very well could have lasted a little bit longer. But for some reason, our storms did struggle and go into a very linear mode early on. And that sort of saved our tornado threat in the DFW area. Yes, if I can click on it. All right. I have to turn everything off here, but I can't talk about radar. And I got to turn weather alerts back on. One of the 1 million features of the Radar Mega app. We do still have the wrong Outlook on. There we go. So right now we do still have 1 tornado warning that is up here in Missouri. I don't think this tornado's on the ground anymore. I need to look at no, it definitely looks like there's some debris fallout still. So this is, oh, I'm not used to radar on this program. Yeah.
Alrighty. So again, we do still have a tornado in progress southwest of Potosi. It's not as large as before, but it is still in progress right now, coming up towards Potosi near Mineral Point. And this is near Highway 8 again in Missouri. So if you are on this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Tornado right now is going to be coming up towards Potosi, Missouri over the next few minutes. This is our only active tornado warning, by the way. Everything else is wind right now. We are still keeping an eye on the potential for damaging winds and even a QLCS tornado spin up with this line of storms in western Arkansas over the next few hours as that heads in the direction of Russellville. So Russellville, be ready for high winds. In addition to that, west of Hot Springs, get ready for high winds as this line continues to push to the east. And then just to the southeast of Springfield, we also have a line here that is starting to get some spin ups here. Got some little QLCS tornado spin-ups that are trying to happen with this line here near Norwood. That is all tracking towards Mountain View, and then the long term, this line will likely impact areas near Poplar Bluff, Cape Girardeau, and as well as Sykeston, which unfortunately these areas were hit hard the other day from our deadly tornado outbreak, and it looks like we're going to get another round of storms here tonight across southeastern Missouri. Be nice to Riley? What was I being mean to Riley? I was just done eating. At least for now. My chicken sandwich looks really weird. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know if it's cooked right. Like, it does not look cooked right. Not from Popeyes. I'm definitely sus of this chicken sandwich. I'm not gonna lie. The fries always slap at Popeyes. Hashtag not an ad, by the way. I wish it was. Fries are overcooked. It's over. GG's. I really wish you didn't have to talk about St. Louis. We've had to talk about St. Louis twice now, I think. Maybe at least twice in the last, like, week. It's been 2 different times we've talked about you guys. And I don't know if that's ever going to wind down anytime soon. You know? I don't think that's wind down anytime soon. Back over in Kansas City, we no longer have severe storms moving into St. Louis, mostly just gusty winds right now. It's very outflow dominant. So after this line of storms rolls through, you guys are pretty much done. Still got a line of storms that's a bit more intense heading towards Chillicothe. That is mainly for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Sorry, actually, that's for 70-mile-per-hour winds. That is also for a tornado. There is also a tornado possible label on this. We have a couple areas of rotation, one near Cameron and another one going towards Kingston and Polo. Something to keep an eye on there. Still have a confirmed tornado warning here. The latest scan does not really show much of a debris signature anymore. It does look like this tornado is likely lifted. We have some convection just off to the east that is hindering its overall development. So, generally speaking, the tornado threat, at least lower for now on this tornado warning. Hey, Illyria for the $20 super chat. PDS chicken sandwich warning. Get one that's fully cooked. Well, I kind of thought Popeyes would come through and they just didn't. Hey, Cody for the super chat. Is Joplin clear? Yeah, you're clear. You can go to sleep in Joplin. Get in that nice, comfortable bed tonight. Hey, Sue for becoming a maximum velocity member. As Riley alluded to just a few minutes ago, I do want to go over this again real quick, but we're going to be live again tomorrow for another outbreak of severe weather. So obviously, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe down below. Again, we do weather coverage just like this all the time. But I do think we'll be live again tomorrow for probably a long time again, just like today. We've already been live a bunch this week, but this is what it looks like right now as we go into tomorrow. And a lot of storms rolls through during the morning hours. Then by early afternoon, we get a bunch of storms that fire up around 1, 2, 3 o'clock in Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, back over into western Tennessee, where damaging winds, large hail, and strong tornadoes are all going to be in play. It's not a super long window, but it'll probably last for several hours here, so definitely stay weather aware. Greatest concern right now, in my opinion, is right in that corridor right there. So starting in northeast Arkansas, going back through Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi, pretty much exactly where they have a 10% hatch tornado risk. So definitely a day that you want to stay weather aware for. If you're over to the east, and by the way, this is even what we're looking at tonight. Over the next few hours, we still have a fairly favorable environment for tornadoes. By 10 to 11 o'clock, the environment's actually very favorable in southeast Missouri. So if we have any storms out there, they will likely be rotating, and we're going to have storms there in a few hours. So definitely something we need to keep an eye on here is southeast Missouri later this evening for the potential for strong tornadoes. And the tornado threat is elevated back over in Arkansas, but I don't think we're going to have many storms that use up that environment there. Generally speaking, I think wind is the main concern for Arkansas. And then tomorrow, the resparking of more tornadoes across the Mississippi River Valley back into the Tennessee Valley is expected. Hey, Jorge for the super chat. When does the Caleb saxophone album drop? You'd have to ask Riley. Riley, read that. I don't know what that is. That's his social media thing. Hey, Doug, for the super chat for the caffeine fund. W. I've been drinking way more than enough caffeine recently. Trust me. No, I mean, I haven't been drinking that much. I'm not gonna lie. I've been drinking that much caffeine. I mean, maybe like a soda a day and like a couple teas a day. That's really about it. Not like I'm drinking energy drinks. All right. All right, this tornado has fully lifted, but we have another mesocyclone that's developing on the south storm. There's a legitimate chance we get another tornado that drops just south of Potosi. We just had one near Hortontown, and there's likely another one going to drop here soon going up towards Potosi, basically in the same exact area. Thank you, your mother, for the super chat. Rotation in Hannibal, Missouri. Let me look. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation actually up here. That's actually very recent. Got a little bit of rotation here just to the west of Hannibal, coming up on I-172 in western Illinois near Payson, south of Quincy, south of Palmyra. So there's a little bit of rotation here. We'll have to keep an eye on that as it moves northeast. We'll be moving to western Illinois here over the next few minutes. Just south of St. Louis, nothing severe as of right now, but really we're watching for this activity, all this activity really, over the next several minutes. More of a line of thunderstorms moving east, but we have a couple of discrete cells out in front of this. A little bit of rotation also near Salem. That one probably not going to get tornado warning, though. I don't think it's really going to rotate much more beyond this because it's just so messy over here west of Verbenham. The main concern will be these little discrete supercells that have fired off here, and if any more form further to the east, we'll have to watch for that. Thank you, Corsi, for the super chat. Been watching you since 120,000 subscribers. To think you're at 1.1 more million subscribers in less than 2 years since I found you is insane. I mean, literally about a year ago from today, we were at like 120. So, I mean, it's been basically a year. Springfield, Missouri is clear. Thank you, JC, for the super chat. Georgia's fine for tonight. Isolated hail and wind is the only concern today. And same thing with tomorrow. Thank you, Y Guy, for the super chat. Thank you, Max. Keep our anxieties down tonight here in Springfield, Missouri. Love these lives. Glad I can help. We do them all the time, literally. We've been live, I think, for 40 hours in the last 5 days, if I'm not mistaken. We've basically been live 8 hours a day. Still watching this new area of rotation that is just to the south of Potosi, west of Caledonia right now in Missouri. Could drop a new tornado here soon. And back over in Arkansas, we got a massive line of thunderstorms right now rolling across the state. It's mostly outflow driven, so it's mostly hail and wind. Not really much of a tornado risk here as of right now. It's a low tornado risk, at least for right now. If any storms can get close to the outflow, we could get an isolated tornado. There's like a little hook maybe here, but it's not really too definitive. Just southwest of Waldron. We had some photos. This is KHP Trooper Ted on Twitter. This back over in Grinnell, Kansas. And very devastating, to say the least. Or sorry, did I say Todd? Sorry, KHP Trooper Todd on Twitter. This was in Grinnell. We had a wedge tornado hit this area yesterday in southern Kansas, and that is obviously devastating damage across the board. I mean, things are just destroyed. I mean, man, that's just terrible. Where we had a wedge yesterday. Look at this truck right here. Hey, it literally looks like a war zone. It's another photo. Just devastating. Wow. This is the worst one. I mean, like, literally just flattened homes. We had, I think, 4 different wedge tornadoes yesterday, and we will not have ratings for most of them until probably the next day or two. But, yeah. I see a slab. Yeah, right here. Completely ripped off of its foundation. That's just crazy. That was Grinnell, Kansas from yesterday. Or a wedge tornado. We'll probably get a new tornado warning here in a moment for the southwest side of Potosi. This is no longer on the ground. It hasn't been in like 20 minutes, but they still have it as an observed tornado warning. Watching the storm west of Farmington right now. Our only active tornado warning. Thank you, Demon, and also Rachel for becoming members. Welcome to the Velocities. Shout out to Brittany with the Venmo donation. Zachary also for the Venmo donation. And Gwen. Appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you. Incredible work, and hope you have some good methods of distressing after streams. I don't usually have time to de-stress after streams. At least in Outbreak stretches like this, there's no distressing. It's literally just you keep going. You sleep, you make a video, and then you get up and you go live again. And then you make a video. That's basically it. One of the damage indicators, by the way, on that tornado in Grinnell, could actually bring this up to a Is that EF4 winds? Is that low end EF4? Yeah, okay. So basically, there is a damage indicator on there, which was the barked hardwoods from those the photos that Todd had that I just showed you guys a second ago. KHP Trooper Todd. There was actually a damage indicator there that did reminisce an EF4 tornado. So it's possible that we do get an EF4 tornado rating on the Grinnell tornado. But again, we will not officially know until the National Weather Service does their survey. But likely going to end up being, I mean, at the minimum EF3, just based off the damage indicators that we can see. And again, there are damage indicators that we can base this off of. So, hey, Christina for the super chat. My family lives in Kansas, Missouri. It's been an eventful couple of days. Yeah, hopefully after tonight it's done. Let's hope. You know, it does suck is that we actually have more storms that are ongoing here back over in the same areas that were hit by the, you know, we had a wedge tornado last night for a long period of time. I'm gonna see if we can get a photo real quick. Riley, give me Capucci's photo that I can show. But we had a wedge tornado last night go across southern parts of Kansas, and it was on the ground for like 3 hours. It lifted a couple times. It was basically on the ground for almost a continuous 3 hours. And we have more storms happening there now, and you know they're pretty much in the middle of cleanup efforts and stuff like that. So this is a photo from my weather, Matthew Capucci, meteorologist as well. And that was the huge wedge tornado. We were not able to, we didn't have this ready to go on last night's stream. But that's what it looked like last night back over here in southern Kansas. One of the many wedges, by the way. We had like 3 or 4 different ones. So this was, again, a huge tornado that was on the ground for well over, again, like an hour or two. So it was at least on the ground for an hour. And it was on the ground 2 separate times. New severe thunderstorm warning for Quincy and Hannibal. That's back up here along the Missouri and Illinois border. Area of rotation is currently coming up on I-172 towards Payson, southwest of Camp Point. So seek shelter if you're in this warning for wind, and there's still a potential for a tornado as this moves northeast. Thank you, Landon and as well as Madison for the super chats. You can look at tornado damage and ratings and stuff on the damage assessment toolkit. You can look it up on Google. Thank you, Madison, also for the super chat. Late, but I was really sweet when you told the viewer in Joplin that they could go to sleep safely. Yeah, I mean, that's just the facts. I don't know what to tell you. Well, you might tell me that, do you want me to say, like, oh, we got a big round of storms coming up in, like, 6 years? You know, I mean, there's nothing really coming. We got a couple storms that have actually fired on our dry line, but, like, these are probably not going to do much. This environment's already been used up so much. The odds of this really being anything more than isolated hail and wind is very low. And the HRRR doesn't have it on the models at all. It's more about meso-analysis right now, and I don't think there's really much here with these storms that are just firing off in northeast Oklahoma. All right, tornado warning's now officially been lifted. For the first time in, I think, 7 hours, we have no, or maybe not 7 hours, but at least the first time in like 5.5 hours, we don't have any tornado warnings. That's wild. Thank you, Modern, for the super chat. How bad do you think Farmington in Missouri is going to be is at the moment? Let me look where Farmington is. Farmington's chilling probably for at least a couple hours. It's going to be a little bit of a waiting game until this line of storms comes, or if we did a discrete supercell in southeastern Missouri, which right now the odds of that are still on the low side of things. We have multiple areas of rotation still in this line of thunderstorms, and we could get a spin-up tornado at any time with this line as it moves towards Mountain View, and they may happen in between radar scans, so just something to keep in mind here. All moving towards Mountain View, Winona, West Plains, Sherrill. You guys are all in the path currently of a QLCS tornado threat that is currently moving to the east. Thank you, Caleb, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Hey, Sandy, also for the super chat. What is it like for the Queen, Arkansas tonight, just north of Texarkana? Mostly wind. I think the tornado risk in general is going to be pretty low. Mostly wind. All right, I'm gonna draw a line for everybody. There's a lot of people asking questions. Are we clear? I'm gonna draw a line, maybe even a circle, if you will. And the line's gonna represent where we are clear of severe, not like clear of severe weather, but clear of at least tornadoes right now. All right. Try to draw a line here. Maybe like right about here. I don't know why. Ignore whatever I just did there. It's gonna be anywhere basically off to the west and north of this line. All right, you guys are basically done. This is more of just wind and hail, by the way. I'm just drawing it just for reference. So, it's a smirkle. Little smirkle. We just got a damage report back over in Brushy Knob, Missouri, from law enforcement. There's a tree down on C Highway just north of Skyline. The time is based via radar. We do still have rotation southwest of St. Louis on the storm just west of Farmington, going towards Potosi. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as that continues to move northeast. It's not tornado warned as of right now, but we had a similar look to our storm just a few minutes ago that was rotating. So could get a tornado warning on this at some point here soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, you know, the timing is just like that sometimes. We now have a new tornado warning for Potosi, west of DeSoto. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Rotation on the latest scan is even tighter, by the way, so it has gotten stronger. Hey, Vicky, for becoming a member. This happened with our tornado emergency last night, too.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
For the record. Well, all of a sudden, we're back up to 2 tornado warnings. We got one here in Missouri. Got another one near Hannibal and Payson. That's going to be for Adams and Pike counties in Illinois and Marion counties in Missouri. So this is going to be near Hannibal, Payson, Burton, and Richfield, just south of Quincy. So a pretty populated area here. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Long term, this is going up towards Camp Point as well as Clayton. There definitely could be a tornado at any time. It's very hard to tell what this is actually doing on our radar here because we are in a bit of a radar hole. But I do think there's definitely this is definitely rotating. There's no doubt about that. Just hard to tell to what extent with this radar hole here in northeastern Missouri. Just south and east of Quincy. Hey, Create for the $20 super chat. Thanks for all you do. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. It's back over to the southwest of St. Louis. Latest radar scan still showing a strong area of rotation near Potosi. Unfortunately, Potosi is a more populated area compared to the last tornado that we had. So this tornado, if we have one, it'll be coming up on Highway 8 near Potosi, which again is much more populated here just southwest of St. Louis. So seek shelter if you are in this warning. And we may have a tornado at any moment. This thing is clearing out very quickly. We got an inflow and a hook. Not really much convection right now out in front of this storm or even behind or out to the west. There's still convection a little bit out in front of it, but it has a pretty clear opening here where there is a clean inflow. So there's a pretty high chance, I'd say, that we're going to get a tornado in the next few minutes. Thank you, Tara, for the super chat. Memphis, Tennessee tonight. I think it'll be mostly isolated wind late tonight.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Just like that, we're up to 3 tornado warnings. New ones for Crawford County, Missouri. I have no clue where Crawford County is. Thank you, Sarah, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for the support. Okay, where's the tornado warning? Oh, there it is. All right. This is going to be for Cuba near I-44. So Cuba I-44 is in this tornado warning. There's actually, I think, a camera in this tornado warning. We're going to put it bottom middle of your screen or bottom left. Bottom middle. That's a live shot right now inside of our tornado warning near Cuba on I-44 near Bourbon. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Area of rotation, again, right over Cuba. It's not really that strong yet, not really that tight, but it is coming together a little bit here. Scan over scan coming up on I-44 over the next few minutes. And again, if we have a tornado, it'll be hitting Cuba here momentarily. And I think we're very close to having a tornado on the ground near Potosi. So if you're in Potosi, seek shelter. And we have 3 tornado warnings, 1 up near Quincy and Hannibal, right along the Missouri and Illinois border, and then 2 just to the southwest of St. Louis. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so there are a couple of widespread tornado warnings right now, and I want to talk about how much longer we can expect that tornado warning risk to continue. So if we look at mesoscale analysis right now, this is the significant tornado parameter, and we can see that we do have a widespread region of a good amount of significant tornado parameter ahead of our line. We can see on the HRRR that we are going to continue to see storms sort of make their way north into this area. I don't think it's really the line that's going to have the majority of the tornado threat, more so that it is these sort of messy pop-up mini supercells that we're going to see. And that's kind of what we're seeing now with our 3 tornado warnings that we have. The SPC does have a watch out for this area, and I don't think we mentioned the probs, but it is a relatively high probability watch. We do have a 70-40 watch. So the one that we saw down to the south was a 70 or 80-60 watch. So this one's slightly lower, but it's still quite significant.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. All right, back to live radar. Again, we have strong rotation right now coming up on Potosi in Missouri. So strong area of rotation near Potosi. And potential for a strong tornado with this. If it does drop, it is discrete. Moving off to the north-northeast. The one near Cuba is not nearly as concerning, but we're keeping a close eye on it. It's a broad, weak area of rotation right now. And the one up near Hannibal and just south of Quincy is also on the stronger side of things, but it is also probably contaminated, with this being just so far off to the north of our radar site. We don't have really a great view of it, but if you are in this warning, seek shelter, as we don't have great radar coverage of this, and it could be on the ground at legitimately any time. It is a discrete cell here right along the right along the Missouri and Illinois border. I was about to say Mississippi. We're nowhere near Mississippi. I don't think we're far from a tornado now near Potosi. I'll have to keep a very close eye on this. Thank you also, Laura, for the $20 Venmo. Really appreciate that. And also thank you, Brittany, for the Venmo. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Brayden, for the super chat. Is it safe in Iowa for the night? Yeah, Iowa's not going to probably see much. I'm going to be honest, like, I said this like at the top of the stream. I think I've said this multiple times. I didn't really think I was going to see much. The only thing I'd be keeping an eye on is this right here. It's spinning a little bit. We got like a little bit of like almost like a little meso spin kind of just in a broad area here. We could get some isolated damaging winds, maybe a low tornado risk south of Des Moines, but like I'm not super duper concerned about this. I would say the chances are pretty low of severe weather. Thank you, Caleb, for the super chat. Does Riley have a cat? He does. Thank you, Big, for the super chat. Funnel cloud visible from my house in Potosi. Cannot confirm a touchdown. Thank you for the report. Stay safe in Potosi. I mean, this tornado, again, if we have a tornado, it'll be going right towards Potosi. If not, it would at least be just staying barely to the west. It's going to be a close call. I mean, again, tornadoes can turn right. They can turn left. We've seen it happen time and time again. We don't have a debris signature yet, which is good news. I mean, that I highly doubt is a debris signature. It's nothing clear as of right now. But the velocities are still very strong. This has a very similar look to our last tornado that we just had like 20-30 minutes ago on the same storm. So I am concerned that this could drop another tornado here near Potosi in the next few minutes. By the way, in case you guys have not already heard, our London tornado that happened in Kentucky has at least been rated a low-end EF4. At least they've found damage in the low EF4 spectrum. And it's still taking some time to survey it since it was such a long tornado, so they're still surveying everything and just... Again, there's nothing officially out yet, but By the way, this is a few minutes ago, or not a few minutes ago, but it was like 45 minutes ago back over in St. Louis. This is a video of the high winds going through St. Louis a little while ago, in addition, golf ball sized hail, and the shame of cars being parked under an overpass. I think we're awfully close to having a tornado on the ground near Potosi. Awfully close. Good shout out to Dustin for from Dustin. Dustin says, "Looks like my cat loves to watch you." W. We're always watching the traffic cam. All right, latest radar scan. Still no debris signature. The velocities are still very strong, though. I mean, this is awfully close to producing a tornado right now near Highway 8, just on the west side of Potosi near Bates Creek Camp, just east of Shirley. Thank you, BJ, for the $20 super chat. Please use this to get some treats for Cheese Curd and Riley's Kitty. Appreciate that. Thank you also, your mother, again, for a super chat. Your mother. About St. Paul, Missouri. I don't know where St. Paul is, but I'm just going to give you like a general rundown of Missouri right now. Our greatest threat of severe weather is mostly to the east of this line now. We still have one line of storms that's kind of weakening right now east of St. Joseph, so damaging wind's the main concern out of that. This is the corridor where I think strong tornadoes are still in play, especially if we get anything discrete like we have right now. Generally speaking, though, anywhere off to the north, the chances are lower of strong tornadoes. It's mostly wind and hail, isolated tornado threat. Same thing back off to the west, especially with this line of storms that's back out here near West Plains. This will be predominantly a QLCS tornado threat in addition to high winds. And for the record, we are definitely starting to see some rotation in this line. We definitely could start to get some tornado warnings on this line of thunderstorms, but we'll have to wait and see. But there is definitely rotation on this line of thunderstorms. Striking towards Mountain View. I'm asking for permission on those. Hey, Brando, for the super chat. I think DeSoto will be hit by the Potosi storm, hoping it will go west. DeSoto's not really in the track of this. If we, for some reason, get another storm, this has happened already once. If we get another cell that forms right off to the east of it, like it's trying to right now west of Farmington, there is a chance that we get another sort of tornadic supercell just off to the east. So it's possible that happens, but otherwise, I would say right now the chances are low, at least for now. But we'll see how this evolves here just to the east of Potosi. Hey, Mashia for the super chat. The rain here in Des Moines has caused a lot of flash flooding. We've had manholes lifted on some streets. Why do you think they didn't put out a flash flood warning out? That is a good question. Might not be enough rain. I mean, there's probably a lot of rain, but it might not be in enough of a period of time. Like, it might not be heavy enough for them to issue it. And if it's local, it might be localized too. I'm not entirely sure what the situation is up there, but if it's localized and it's only been like an inch or two of rain, they won't usually issue flash flood warnings for that. There might be a flood watch. There might be like a flood advisory or something, but that's just my guess. These are some photos from Arobe on Twitter. This is back out of Greenland and as well as Lincoln in Arkansas. So these are some of the first damage photos that we are seeing from our tornado that hit earlier today, back over in northwest Arkansas. Definitely significant damage here. Look at the garage, too. Roof was basically partially taken off there. All sorts of stuff in the road here. Bunch of sheet metal. We got branches all over the place, which is pretty typical with a tornado. A lot of damage. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want to briefly talk about our flash flooding risk. So we've already seen a large area of flash flood warnings issued back behind our line, but this line is starting to take more of a northeast motion. This is going to lead to a lot of training precipitation that goes over the same areas. We've actually seen an increase to the area that's under moderate risk for excessive rainfall today. So we have this large moderate risk in Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. And our most recent addition is this one up here near Kansas City. So earlier near Kansas City, we saw storms stall and already dump a bunch of precipitation, and we're still seeing storms occur in that area. So this is the HRRR, and we're just looking at the more or how much more precipitation we could get from our event today. I'm just going to drag the slider all the way out to the end. So this is 18 hours from now, and we can see that we have a peak of 7 inches of precipitation that could fall here in the northeast corner of Arkansas. We have widespread values around 3 as well, even up to areas in Minnesota, basically anywhere along our system here, all the way up to our parent low pressure that's up in Canada could see flash flooding from this. The biggest flash flooding risk is going to be south of the Iowa border, just because the rain's going to be falling. Up here in the north, it's going to be more stratiform long-term flooding, so we may see more stuff like river flooding and slow rain there, but the biggest flash flood risk is down here in the south.
All right, thank you for the update. The rotation over Potosi has gotten broader over the last few minutes, so that does not look nearly as concerning. I'm trying to finish my Popeyes fries. How do I share pictures? You can add us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. You can also message me on Facebook as well. The links to Facebook and Twitter are all down below. Thank you, D, for the $20 super chat. More details about Wentzville, Missouri. You guys are probably going to be mostly wind tonight. And even then, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot of, like, I think generally speaking, like, our discrete supercells are lifting north. A lot of our convection in general is lifting north, and our line of storms is also kind of lifting more to the north. So this clearing area will allow for more discrete supercells. There could be one that sneaks up there near Wentzville, but I think mainly an isolated damaging wind threat is the main concern. Yeah, overall, like St. Louis area, wind and hail are the main concern. There's still a chance for a tornado if one of these storms is able to stay discrete, like the one we have currently. Which right now, the rotation's got a little bit broader on the west side of Potosi. It's not as strong as before, but it is still rotating, and it could still produce a tornado threat as it continues to move towards the west side here. But it's right now west Potosi, going towards Fletcher, and then it'll eventually go towards Highway 30, just to the west of DeSoto. By the way, this is kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think today's event would have as many people watching as as of yesterday. I thought yesterday would be even crazier, but today, this is our 7th stream of all time, severe weather coverage wise, that has ever hit 1 million views. And again, they've only happened this year, so I do want to thank everybody for sharing the stream, getting the word out there, and hopefully I've been able to help you guys out today. There's been a lot of crazy tornadoes. Obviously, it's still far from done, but we've obviously had a bunch of large tornadoes today. Most of them were in mostly rural areas, luckily. I know we had on Friday a deadly tornado outbreak that was also in like St. Louis. We had multiple other tornadoes in highly populated areas, so luckily today there were slightly more rural than Friday, but even then we still had multiple tornadoes. Yesterday was even crazier when it came to all the tornadoes that we had, but we really appreciate everybody getting the word out there, trusting me to provide you guys with weather information. Same thing with Riley as well. We've been working really hard to improve everything on the live streams as well, and it's a very, very time consuming too, doing everything on the behind the scenes side. So continuing to improve our live streams little by little, and hopefully later this summer we can even make more big and drastic improvements. We have a lot of things that we're planning on this summer. So, including a brand new weather studio. Thank you, Riley. Riley, what the fuck? I don't know what I'm saying. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we have an update out of Nebraska from yesterday. This is actually thunderstorm wind damage. Actually, this is 2 days ago, the 17th in Nebraska. So this is from Hitchcock County. We had some straight line damaging winds. It was about a 2-mile path, and we had winds of up to 112 miles per hour. So this was associated with the RFD of one of our tornado-producing storms. A garage and another outbuilding were destroyed.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. Thank you, Lori, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Nancy, for the super chat. How's Wichita, Kansas look for the rest of the night? Wichita, Kansas, you guys are pretty much chilling. There's a couple of strong storms. That's really about it. Christian for the super chat. Thoughts on Morrilton, Conway area? What state are we talking about, Christian? Are we talking about Missouri? Guys, I'm smirking because of something else. Nothing that you guys need to know about. Just nothing. Absolutely nothing. Before Riley came on. Thank you, Lobster, for the super chat. Thank you, for Marion, Illinois. I literally just had a spaz of words come right before Riley came on. Marion, Illinois, mainly going to be a wind threat after midnight. There's a chance of an isolated discrete supercell before hand, though. Again, between now and about 12 or 1. But line of storms will probably arrive around 1 o'clock or so. This is the HRRR model for the next several hours. This is the most recent run that has just come through. So it does show a couple of discrete supercells being possible or semi-discrete through about 1 a.m. or so. And then eventually by 2 to 3 in the morning, this line continues to push east, producing mainly a wind threat just southeast of St. Louis. And then by 4 to 5 in the morning, that line will continue to push into the Ohio Valley and Tennessee Valley. And honestly, tomorrow looks like it could easily at least produce a few tornadoes and large hail and damaging winds. This line of storms will probably weaken and clear out fast enough, and that should allow for the potential for maybe a small-scale tornado outbreak tomorrow. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. What does Festus, Missouri look like? Right now, you guys are fine. The biggest concern will be wind. If we get a discrete supercell to fire up over here, which we're keeping an eye on, nothing organized yet, but if something fires, there could be a potential for an isolated tornado. Also, shout out to Jim with a very generous PayPal donation. I really appreciate that. And also Patricia. Thank you, Max and Laura, for the Venmo donations. And thank you, Eclipse, for the $20 super chat. What's the word on Van Buren, Missouri? Van Buren, Missouri. Mostly wind. I don't think we're going to have any discrete supercells fire up there or even semi-discrete. More of a line of storms for you guys. Mainly a wind threat around 60 to 70 miles per hour. There is a threat of a tornado still. And I mean, again, there's still several areas of rotation. We cannot confirm any of these on radar that if any tornadoes have really dropped, because a lot of these that do drop in a line of thunderstorms like this are very quick. And we're also too far away from the radar site to really verify that. So... Thank you, Quick, for the super chat. What do you think Hot Springs, Arkansas is going to get? Probably 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. There's a low tornado risk, but these storms have been, for the most part, outflow driven. So as long as they're outflow driven, there's a very low chance of a tornado here. They also Victoria for the super chat, or Karen as well as Victoria for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, we got a huge line of storms though rolling right across Arkansas. We actually might have a camera of something here. Let me look. We still have 2 tornado warnings in effect, one of which is southwest of St. Louis. Again, the rotation's been broader near Potosi. That's going on again toward the north at about 25, 30 miles per hour. Rotation also further back off to the north near Payson, Illinois, just southeast of Quincy. There is still rotation here. It's not as strong as it was before, but we are watching mainly for a wind and hail threat out of this. Low tornado risk as this continues to push to the east. We'll be going in the direction of Camp Point here over the next several minutes. There's a camera in Arkansas. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Might have a wind view of something. Hey, Trevor for the super chat. When will these storms reach Cape Girardeau? Probably around, I'll give it around midnight, 1 in the morning for arrival. By the way, guys, I'm just going to let you guys know we're probably going to have a video tomorrow morning. I've had a video every single day. We're probably going to have another one tomorrow. So I don't know what. I mean, literally, it's just going to be for those that are asking about tomorrow, we're going to have a video probably at 6 a.m. tomorrow going over everything that you need to know about the threat of severe weather. I have no clue to what extent. No clue. I legitimately don't know what we're going to do for that, but we'll talk about at least tomorrow's threat in detail, and then we'll talk about other stuff that's happening too. Beyond tomorrow. Where'd the camera just go? Oh, here it is. This is what it looks like right now in Russellville, Arkansas. This is a live shot looking westbound. This is right on the edge of the line of thunderstorms. The wind's been picking up over the last few minutes. You can actually see the wind there on the bottom of your screen picking up. It's on the iDrive Arkansas traffic cam. Local pages are saying there was a confirmed tornado touchdown in Potosi. There may have been a brief one. There was a much larger one southwest of Potosi earlier. Hey, Kyle for the super chat. Yeah, I think it'll be probably fine. Just be weather aware. Have a way to receive warnings, that sort of stuff. I think it'll be all right over there. Definitely pretty windy. The wind should pick up here in a second. It's actually starting to pick up right now. Here comes the wind. It's around 60 miles per hour right now along the highway. Thank you, Mike, for the $10 super chat. There isn't anything tropical, I don't think, right now. Like, at all. Thank you, Delmar, for the super chat. My family loves watching y'all. Wondering what Sulphur Springs, Texas looks like for tonight. I don't think there'll be anything in Sulphur Springs tonight. Should be pretty chill. Thank you, Teddy, for the super chat. Just a friendly note, I know it's from a bit ago. The suburbs outside of St. Louis de Peers is De Pere. Oh, it's De Pere? I appreciate that. I'll hopefully remember for next time, honestly. That's actually, it's kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. I don't pronounce any places right. We get about if I had to guess, I probably have a D in pronunciations across the board right now. Probably a D. It's probably what we're sitting at right now. It is windy though. Again, here in Arkansas. This is Russellville again in Arkansas. Pretty high winds on the iDrive Arkansas traffic cam. Right around 60 miles per hour or so. Definitely not much higher than 60. So this line right now is going to be pushing along I-40 towards Conway and Little Rock over the next half hour to an hour. Still a chance of a tornado with this line as it moves east, but it's mostly wind for right now. It's a large line. Why is this chat so fast? I can't read. Thank you, Fidget, for the super chat. While that convection balances out, are there other areas to still be weather aware in? I mean, generally speaking, anywhere we could still see damaging winds and a couple more tornadoes. I think the highest risk right now for tornadoes is in this general vicinity. Mainly in northeast Arkansas. I'm going to draw the circle again, but mainly northeast Arkansas, around St. Louis, southwestern Illinois, and southeast Missouri. But this isn't the only area that can see tornadoes. It's just generally where the highest tornado threat is. East of Springfield, we still have a line of thunderstorms moving through Mountain View, which this just got a new warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible label. So this threat of severe weather is going to continue here. Moving the direction of Ellington, Piedmont, and as well as Verbenham. Also, Doniphan's in the track of that. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. It's been an interesting early season in the St. Louis area. As we're speaking about St. Louis, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. Not in St. Louis, but just north of St. Louis. That's for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got a few more storms firing up around this area, too. Couple little we got multiple updrafts going up right now around St. Louis. It's very high. A lot of convection starting to pop up, a lot of moisture. So we're probably going to continue to see more storms in this area. And if we continue to see a lot more storm coverage like this, the tornado threat would be lower. But keep in mind, the storm over here is still north of Potosi, still has a little bit of rotation. It's not as much as before, but a little bit of rotation here, moving up into the direction of DeSoto and Festus. Just west of 67. The one up near Quincy and Hannibal probably going to be canceled. The velocities on this have really weakened over the last several minutes. Not seeing really much rotation anymore. It's near Payson, going towards Burton and Camp Point. They'll probably cancel this tornado warning, and then our only tornado warning after that would be this one. Unless they issue one on the one near Verbenham, which has a little bit of rotation. But again, any discrete cells that fire up out in front of the line here will have a better shot at producing tornadoes. Just had a report over in Sabaco, Arkansas. According to emergency management, 60-mile-per-hour winds were reported in that area by county emergency management. So this line is still producing around 60-mile-per-hour winds as it approaches Little Rock here in the next hour, Conway, and as well as Hot Springs Village. Nice new haircut. Thank you. I got this haircut like 2 weeks ago, I think now. I do appreciate it. Actually, literally 2 weeks ago today, I think I got this haircut. Or maybe 2 weeks ago from yesterday. It's actually, it's growing in. It's not doing too shabby. That was the goal with it. Hey, Devon for the super chat. How's it looking for Coral City, Illinois for the night? About to go to bed? I think the main concern across all of Illinois is isolated damaging winds and hail. Not including Chicago, by the way. It's a low tornado risk that's mainly going to be in southwestern Illinois. They have just updated the tornado warning for Washington County, Missouri. It is still radar indicated. Smaller area. If you're in Potosi, you can get out of your safe place. If you are near Fletcher, just outside of Fletcher, near Richwood's Hurricane, which I don't think we're seeing a hurricane here, but if you're in Hurricane, Cruz Mill or Rabbittville, continue to stay in your safe place. As this continues to move off to the north-northeast. It's moving north-northeast at 30 miles per hour as of right now. Have you seen the damage in St. Louis? Are you talking about from the tornado the other day? We can pull it up. Actually, I think it got removed from the DAT. Nope, it's here. Actually, they updated this. This is the tornado that hit St. Louis the other day. They actually expanded this. So this hit St. Louis in the downtown area a few days ago on, I think it was Friday. And they actually expanded this. Originally, they didn't have it crossing the river, and it did. And I thought it did on radar, too. So they actually have expanded the EF3 track here, so it goes all the way up towards Glen Carbon, Illinois. So they have expanded the track. And again, we have a lot of damage like across this entire area. And this is one of the photos. Look at that. Entire structure collapse there. That was a 1 or 2 story residence. Yeah, I mean, just multiple buildings were destroyed in this area, or at least heavily damaged. See if we can get one in Greaterville here. Yeah, I mean, it's literally, I mean, a lot of these photos are looking, they're not looking at the same thing, they're just looking at similar building structures here. Let's check out this random DAT up, or that little damage up there. And that's also EF3 damage. That's actually a pretty good view there of a building just half destroyed, roof completely ripped off. It's crazy how much damage this building took, and this damage doesn't even look like it was touched. It's actually crazy. Hey, Melissa, for becoming a member. Any other EF3 damage indicators that I just didn't see here? I think that's really it. There are a few more damage I mean, there's a bunch of damage photos on here. Like, there's like dozens. I'm not going to go through all of them, but those are some of the main ones that I'm seeing on here. This is Greaterville one. I'm going to do one more. If it loads. Wow. Yeah, that's significant damage. This is all from the, again, tornado that happened in St. Louis just a few days ago. Hey, Tyler, for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you also, Mike, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Brian, for the super chat. Hey, Dion, also for becoming a member. Dude, why is everybody spamming Worcestershire sauce in the chat? Worcestershire sauce? And I'm very sure that's how you say it. Might be one thing I know how to pronounce. How do you say Worcestershire sauce?
It's typically pronounced Worcestershire, or sometimes just Worcester. The Shire part is often shortened, so you can say Worcester sauce, and you'll be good.
Alrighty.
Glad to help. If you need any...
No, go off. Bye-bye. Thank you, Logan, for the super chat as well. We've already gone over Missouri like a bunch of times, guys. I mean, I've gone over it like multiple times for the general area and everything. I'm not going to do every single town location. It's repetitive. Latest radar scan on our tornado warning here near Fletcher. Still have some strong rotation. This actually has intensified over the last few scans. At least on the latest scan, it's much stronger. Could get a tornado over the next few minutes near Cruz Mill, going up towards near Rabbittville, going up towards Fletcher, just southeast of Hurricane and Richwoods. Eventually going towards Grubville, Cedar Hill Lakes, and just east of St. Clair. So this supercell isn't quite done yet. It's actually organizing again. Got inflow coming in from the south. This will eventually go towards Eureka in the long term. It's pretty slow, so it's going to take some time to get to the western St. Louis suburbs, but it's definitely still rotating. Thank you, Handful Letters, for the super chat. It is not my birthday. Have another radar scan in a second. Northern tornado warning will probably be allowed to expire here in a few minutes. It expires in 4 minutes. The southern one, it goes for another 4 minutes as well. They'll probably issue a new tornado warning in a moment here in Missouri, just west of DeSoto. If I had to guess, this will probably be our approximate tornado warning polygon. Be something like this. Maybe a little bit further to the left.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a tornado warning in Arkansas. Tornado warning for Arkansas. That's going to be for Stone, Van Buren, Searcy, Cleburne, and Pope counties. It's probably this right here. Going towards Clinton. Yeah, it is. All right, so going towards Clinton and Fairfield Bay. If you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Once again, that is near Clinton and Fairfield Bay here in Arkansas. Just south of Leslie, and again, off to the north of Little Rock. Thank you, Bell, for the super chat. Thank you for the great coverage tonight, Max. I'm loving the new shame game in the chat. Apparently, we're going to do shame t-shirts at some point or something. I don't know. Be kind of funny. We have a cool concept for it. Wow. NATO cast tomorrow. Man, it's not that crazy, but NATO cast has multiple areas where we could see strong tornadoes. Pretty similar to the outlook the SPC has, just has a 15% up here. Even has a little one in Kentucky. So, guys, can we stop saying happy birthday to me? I'm going to ban the word happy and birthday in my chat. It's not my birthday. Hey, Jared, for the super chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning now for Washington, Franklin, and Jefferson counties in Missouri. It'll look a little bit like this. Nope, a little bit larger. Just to the south and east of St. Clair, this is a discrete supercell. Could produce a strong tornado if it does drop, heading up towards Highway 30 over the next few minutes. Just south of Eureka. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning away from windows and to get on the lowest floor possible. Hey, Coral, for becoming a member. Hey, interrogation for this chat. Do I enjoy sriracha? Talk about sriracha sauce? I've never actually had it, I don't think. Back over in Kansas right now. We got a pretty big DBZ value here over here, southeast of Abilene. This storm kind of popped up out of nowhere. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds just south of Chapman, southeast of Abilene, going up towards Junction City. Storm has blown up over the last few minutes. We've gotten some more damage reports from our line of thunderstorms near Ava. Mostly trees down from this line, so expect trees to be down if you're back over near Mountain View. Yeah, we got a lot of trees down there. So again, a lot of thunderstorms quickly approaching southeastern Missouri here over the next hour or so. It's going to be mostly a damaging wind threat, which will knock down trees, could knock out power as well, so have flashlights ready to go and all that good stuff. Line of storms will continue to push in the direction of Fredericktown, Poplar Bluff, with the potential for damaging winds and also a threat for a tornado or two with this line as it continues to push to the east. Once again, it is a QLCS tornado threat, which means tornadoes are embedded in a line of thunderstorms, which means we really can't see them on radar unless we're much closer to a radar site. So we're not going to be able to see any tornadoes on radar, but there could easily be a tornado or two in this line, and they're usually pretty quick. But nonetheless, a tornado is a tornado. Latest scan, we still have strong rotation right now near Fletcher going up towards Cedar Hill Lakes. So seek shelter if you are in this warning. A little bit more populated than what we've been talking about here for the last little while. Hey, DC for the $10 super chat. How's Foreman, Arkansas looking? Most of Arkansas is wind. Yeah, and I'm just generally speaking, I can't do every single town location because it would take the entire stream. But generally speaking, we're talking mainly about a wind threat. I think if you're anywhere down in here, the wind threat and tornado threat are way lower. It's slightly more elevated for our tornado threat in this corridor here for the next couple hours. And then further down to the south and west of Little Rock, the threat, generally speaking, should be mainly wind with an isolated spin-up tornado. We have a little bit more wind shear in this environment that's further off here to the north and northeast of Arkansas, so that should help to propel our tornado threat just a little bit more. We do still have a tornado warning in Arkansas, by the way, near Clinton. Strongest rotation south of Leslie going towards Fairfield Bay. Mountain View eventually in the path of this. Concord's also going to be in the path this down the road. Could have a tornado at any time. Velocities are on the stronger side of things. Keep in mind, even with a line of thunderstorms, we can still see a strong tornado, and it's not impossible that a tornado is strong with this line as well. That's the only really that's really the only area of rotation that we have throughout this entire line right now, by the way. It's just that. Everything else is mostly wind. Latest scan still showing very strong rotation right now near Fletcher, just west of DeSoto. We might be moments away from a new tornado dropping here just southwest of St. Louis. Be moments away. Thank you, Max, for the Venmo donation. Max is 8'9", not 6'9". I'm actually 8'7". 8'7".
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Washington County in Missouri. That's the storm right behind the one going towards St. Louis. Just to the southwest of Potosi. Going up towards Potosi, and it's literally tracking the same line as our other storm. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building as this continues to track to the north-northeast. This is the third tornado warning that Hortontown, Belgrade, and Potosi have been under. And it's the third different storm, by the way. They're not the same. They are all different. We may have the beginning of a tornado debris signature here near Fletcher. That might be the beginning of one. Velocities are very tight. Again, this could be a tornado right now coming up near Fletcher. Not for certain, but there may be a tornado near Fletcher. It's going up towards Cedar Hill Lakes over the next several minutes. And eventually, I'm going to be tracking up towards Eureka, just outside of St. Louis. I don't know if I already said this, but thank you, Christian, for becoming a member. Where's my cat? No clue? Not in here. All right, latest scan, the velocities are a bit broader, so maybe a brief tornado. Doesn't look like it's on the ground anymore. If it is, we'll see what the next velocity scan holds, but it definitely looks a little bit weaker on this latest scan. Thank you, Anna, for becoming a minimum velocity member. How many tacos confirmed today? Today's not tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. It's Monday, right? Today's Mesoscale Madness Monday. And then Wednesday is Wacky Weather Wednesday. Then we got tossing trampolines on tall trees Thursday. And then we have flying fences Friday. Scary storm Saturday. Suspicious storm Sunday. Or maybe sus storm Sunday. We should actually call Sundays sus storm Sundays. We got a name for every day of the week. We honestly need to make like merch for every single day. Honestly, like I've always had names for every day of the week, but like we've never done anything with it. I just say them. A lot of the time in videos, I also just say it's tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, and then people are caught off guard. They're like, "What did this guy just say? Is this guy okay?"
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a confirmed tornado near Fletcher. This is a radar confirmed tornado. Alrighty. Well, if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Going up towards Grubville. It's also going towards Cedar Hill Lakes, Lonedale, and Lubbering. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I probably know what they're saying this is based off of. It's likely what this was. I think it was a really brief tornado, if I had to guess. Because the latest scan's broader. I'm waiting for another velocity scan here, but I mean, again, take it seriously though. This definitely could be a tornado. If it is on the ground, definitely could be a slightly stronger tornado. Further down to the south, we also have strong rotation coming up on Potosi right now, Missouri. Hey, Brian, for the super chat, Monsoon Monday. Mesoscale Madness Monday makes way more sense. Keep in mind that it is nighttime. Obviously, everybody should know that. But, I mean, it is nighttime. So if you're in this area, definitely don't look outside for this tornado, even though it might be tempting. And assuming we have a tornado on the ground, the velocities are still strong enough for there to be a tornado. If we have one, it's going to be on the east side of Hurricane. Maupin and then eventually Grubville in the path of this. Cedar Hill Lakes. Then eventually this is going to be going towards Eureka. It's a very slow moving storm. It's moving north at about 25 miles per hour. So assuming that it keeps at that pace, rotation wouldn't be into Eureka for probably another 40 minutes or so. It's a little bit more time until it gets there. Thank you, Karen, for the super chat. Do you see supercells popping up around Sykeston before the line moves in? Not necessarily. I don't think storms are going to really fire up down here. Like, we might have a couple cells, but nothing, in my opinion, that's going to scale into anything concerning. The line of storms is honestly the biggest concern for those over near Poplar Bluff and Sykeston. Actually, our camera's over in Poplar Bluff. We're going to at least get one of them on. That bottom middle. Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Definitely have a tornado on the ground now. I think. Wait, is that a tornado? Yeah, we definitely have a tornado now. There's literally a CC drop. All right, well, that's more clear now than before. This is as of the latest scan. Tornado is definitely in progress now. East of Richwoods, coming up towards Maupin and just west of Fletcher. It's going right up WW Roadway, moving to the north-northeast. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Definitely have a tornado in progress here. And it's a discrete supercell. It's very small, but it is still going, heading up towards Highway 30. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I was going to talk about our new tornado warning west of Hot Springs, Arkansas, but they just warned it, so you should be able to see that couplet there.
Alrighty, this is back over near Odin. Little area of rotation has been developing over the last few minutes just off to the west of Little Rock, going towards Sims. Highway 88, 27, 298, all in the path of that. So again, this is our area of rotation. We're right back up to 4 tornado warnings. This one's another one that's embedded in our line of thunderstorms. So make sure that you're seeking shelter if you're in Odin, just north of Mount Ida, near Highway 270. No debris signature as of right now, but we're going to keep an eye on that. Also, north of Little Rock, we still have a tornado warning near Clinton and Fairfield Bay. This one's been on the stronger side of things for quite some time. No tornado debris signature at this point, but still strong enough for there to be a tornado as it approaches Highway 65. Down the road, if this storm continues to rotate, Mountain View, Batesville, South Side are the main locations in the near term as that continues to push to the east. All right, latest scan. We definitely have a tornado right now, just northwest of Fletcher. So tornado debris signature, very clear and evident right now, just northwest of Fletcher in Missouri. Let's see what's actually here. So this tornado would have just hit there's a lot of trees here. This tornado will be coming up towards the den at Dittmer, which is like it looks like a hotel, or not really a hotel, but like a lodge or something like that. There are some mobile homes in the path of this. There's also the DeSoto Rural Fire Department back up here near Grubville. That is in the general path of this. If this does make it to Grubville, Grubville has a lot more homes up there. Nothing super, like, I don't see any businesses. It's just a lot of homes there. So that's generally what's in that area. There's also a BP gas station back up near Highway 30 that's in the path of this, if it stays on the ground. Clearview Sales and Service is also in the path of this, assuming it stays on the ground. Keep in mind that this storm is going in the direction of the western side of the St. Louis suburbs. I'm not saying it will impact St. Louis, but areas back over near Eureka, just stay weather aware here. Tornado threat is a little bit more elevated for your area if this storm can stay discreet, which right now it's getting kind of messy, more messy than we just had a few minutes ago, but it should continue to produce a tornado for the next few minutes. The southern storm's also rotating over Potosi. That one's going in that general same direction towards Eureka in Missouri. So we'll have to keep an eye on that back up west of St. Louis. They're following basically the same path. We'll have another radar scan here in just about 30 seconds or less. Thank you, Kay, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you also, Key, for the $10 super chat. You must be tired. It's been an active month. It has been very active. Latest radar scans showing the tornado is still in progress. It is ripping right now northwest of Fletcher. It's not a huge tornado. It's definitely a small one, but it's producing damage right now near Mopin, near Highway WW. I think there's just a lot of trees here. Like I'm looking at the map to see if there's anything right now that is being hit by this, and it looks like a lot of trees. It may have just gone by a lake, which actually does have a little home on the lake, so hopefully that home's okay. There are a couple homes. It's just very rural there. Yeah, there are like a few different neighborhoods. They're very small. Biggest thing is that there are a lot of trees. Thank you, GM, for becoming a maximum velocity member. How bad of a summer will St. Louis have this year? I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, are you talking about temperatures? Are you talking about temperatures? Or are you talking about like severe weather? Hey, Manly, for the $10 super chat, we can get a threat level update for Chesterfield, Missouri. I would say it's mostly going to be wind. There's a low tornado risk. It's a low tornado risk up there. It should be mostly an isolated wind threat for your area. Potosi storm is still rotating. Again, if you're in Potosi, now's the time to be in your safe place if you're not already there. Rotation's going to be basically over top of you over the next couple minutes here in Missouri near Mineral Point, just to the west of Bone Terror. And then our active tornado right now is coming up towards Grubville, Ormond, and eventually going towards Cedar Hill Lakes, assuming it stays on the ground, which velocities are much weaker now, but there's still a TDS, so there's still a tornado here, at least for the time being, heading up towards Grubville. Thank you also, Mike, for becoming a member. Also, Jeannie for becoming a member. Latest radar scan, the tornado debris signature is a bit smaller, so it likely is occluding right now over a few different neighborhoods here near Ditch Creek in Missouri. That's just southeast of Mopin. It's going up again towards Grubville right now and Cedar Hill Lakes, just southwest of Scottsdale. Back over in St. Louis, we got more storms firing off right now. Nothing severe, but right over St. Louis, a little bit of thunderstorm activity near St. Louis, O'Fallon, Collinsville, just outside of Belleville, and Clayton, and as well as De Perez, I think is what the pronunciation was. Coming up on St. Charles, if this does something similar to the last storm we just had that went through St. Louis, this could actually produce a little bit of isolated hail and wind. The one north of St. Louis is actually beginning to rotate a little bit.
Been issued.
A little bit of rotation on this thing, just to the west of Godfrey. That's going to be tracking up towards Jerseyville, Kane, and Medora, just west of Brighton. We have a new tornado warning. This is a massive tornado warning. Holy crap. New tornado warning. This is going to be for our QLCS tornado spin-ups. Back over in Verbenham, west of Farmington, south of Sullivan, south of I-44, and southeast of Cuba. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This includes Reynolds, Iron, Washington, and Crawford counties in Missouri. Believe it or not, even though it's a large warning, it only includes about 9,100 people, but that's for Keysville, Cook Station, Davisville, Shirley, Belgrade, Verbenham, Bixby, as well as Black, Centerville, and Bunker, excuse me. They haven't issued a tornado warning. This is the other National Weather Service office. They have not issued a tornado warning here. They might. I don't think they will, though. It is QLCS spin-ups. They are, again, tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. We still have multiple areas of rotation that are heading in that direction of Verbenham and eventually towards Ironton. Hey, Freddie, for the super chat, is there anything in Iowa for the next few days? Probably not. We're going to have a little quiet period, I think, over the next few days. Thank you, Meredith, also for becoming a maximum velocity member. Let me go back to Arkansas. We've been mostly looking at Missouri. Back over in Arkansas, we still have a strong area of rotation just off to the west of Clinton right now. Seek shelter once again if you're near Highway 65 or Clinton. If this does drop, it would be a likely strong tornado going towards Fairfield Bay and Shirley. That's also just southwest of Mountain View, northwest of Heber Springs. We also have another tornado warning near Odin, which this is still rotating a little bit. I'm not honestly that concerned about this storm. I think it's very weak rotation, to be honest. But if we get a tornado, we'll be going into Odin, Highway 298, just west of Hot Springs. The line of storms has also broken up a little bit in Arkansas. We got one really defined segment, which really basically goes all the way up into Missouri. It's actually a long line. I can't really quite see it on this entire radar site, but you can kind of see a little bit better from the Springfield radar site. Very defined line of thunderstorms, very organized, and then it's kind of broken out here to the west of Little Rock. So generally speaking, our more significant threat will likely be further north. But we will still see damaging winds and at least a low tornado risk with this line in this segment as it pushes towards Little Rock over the next few hours. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning back over near Paris, Texas for half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Moving east. And we just got a random storm that's decided to fire up in northwestern North Texas, just outside of Bowie. But not too concerned about that as of right now. All right, looks like if we have a tornado, it's probably occluded now. We still have a small debris signature over a few neighborhoods, but I think that's debris fallout at this point. So the tornado is likely done here just south of Grubville, but continue to stay in your safe place in case any debris goes flying near your location. And also in case it does drop a new tornado, the strongest rotation is actually over Grubville now, going towards Catawissa. There is definitely some rotation also just north of St. Louis near Godfrey. It's pretty broad right now, but we'll keep an eye on it. A little bit of rotation there. Could get tornado warning at some point in the near future. Hey, Parker, for the $20 super chat. How are things looking in central Arkansas? And also, huge congrats on becoming a meteorologist. I appreciate that. Generally speaking, wind. Low tornado risk still. I just looked at Bowie, Texas. It's just isolated hail if that storm goes severe. Mainly a strong storm right now. Still rotating over Potosi. We don't have anything confirmed as of right now, but strong little mezzo here over Potosi, Missouri, heading up in the direction of Somerset, just west of DeSoto. They'll eventually be going towards Highway 21. Also basically tracking up 47. We'll probably get a new tornado warning here soon. Not yet, but probably in about 5 minutes or so. There may be a new tornado warning going up in the direction of DeSoto. It's literally going right behind our storm that just produced a tornado, so we'll likely get a new tornado warning here soon. It looks messy out here, though, I gotta say. Very messy setup. Basically, what we were forecasting today is what's happening. Very messy here across eastern Missouri and western Illinois. Hey, DJ, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Nashville, Tennessee, tornado tomorrow. I think the tornado risk is definitely going to be a bit more elevated, even in Tennessee. It'll definitely be a bit more elevated out there in western, or even western and central Tennessee. I think that's the most elevated area. I will have a video again tomorrow morning talking more about it. Shout out to Chili with the $20 super chat. I have a girlfriend who lives in North Little Rock, and I live in RVA. A bit of an oddball. Why are there all the chasers in Texas? I honestly, I don't really know. I'm not like a chaser, so I don't know what goes into the sighting process. Like, if I was a chaser today, I would have probably been somewhere in, like, I don't know, southeast Oklahoma, but also the chasing terrain is just, meh. So it's kind of one of those things you have to ask a chaser. Like, I'm not a chaser. I don't really know. Like, I'm not like in the chasing mentality. For the record, I would have chased Southwest Kansas yesterday, and we also had like 3 wedges down there. Now that's kind of saying it after the fact, but that was what was the area that I thought would actually, produce yesterday. I don't have like a single town name though that I would have started at or something like that. Thank you, Milicia, for the super chat. Again, we do have a confirmed tornado warning here just to the northwest of DeSoto. That tornado is now occluded, and they'll likely actually, they'll probably downgrade the warning first, and then they'll probably cancel the warning after that. The main storm now is the one south and west of DeSoto that is starting to really wrap up and rotate. We're starting to see stronger rotation here of a Potosi coming up on Somerset, DeSoto, just to the southwest of Festus. We've already had a tornado on the west side of Festus earlier. and we just had a tornado just west of Festus. I mean, like over in this tornado warning polygon, and this one may try to produce a tornado as it approaches DeSoto over the next several minutes. Chrome asks about central Illinois. I think wind is the main concern for central Illinois. There's a very low tornado risk. If you're in the tornado watch, that's generally where I think an isolated tornado is possible. But if you're in like Decatur, Taylorville, or Effingham, the threat of a tornado is much lower. It should be mainly wind. Huge shout out to Ryan with the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that, Ryan. Thank you. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So we have another tornado added to the DAT. This was from the 18th, so yesterday. This was west or east of Greenwood, Mississippi. This is actually the largest tornado I've seen confirmed over the last couple of days, even though it was only an EF1 tornado with a maximum wind speed of 105 miles an hour. Its peak width was 1,100 yards. I think the second largest was this tornado over here in Nebraska, which was confirmed at 1,000 yards. Of course, we are yet to see our tornado that went through or around Greensburg, Kansas yesterday be added to the DAT. I think some of these surveys are just going to take a really long time because of how many or how much information they have to compile. But so far, that is the widest tornado out of this last stretch of severe weather.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. That's actually crazy because if we, I'm trying to find the tweet. I made a tweet about this. Like it was like that tornado happened, by the way, like 4 or 5 in the morning. I was literally up at 3 in the morning Central Time, by the way. It was 4 a.m. my time. There was literally a tornado warning for Greenwood and Winona and North Carrollton. It's actually crazy. This did produce a tornado. It was a very random tornado warning. There again, this was May 18th in the early morning, so it was May 18th when this happened. But yeah, that's actually kind of crazy. By the way, 1,100 yards for those that are wondering. I got to do a conversion for that, but let me do a conversion real quick. That is approximately 0.265 miles wide of an EF1, by the way. So almost one. It's basically a little over half mile wide that we had for an EF1 tornado, which is pretty crazy. Hey, Leland, for the $5 super chat. We go to sleep in Weldon Spring, Missouri. You are, I mean, you can go to bed, just have ways to receive alerts. Basically, if you're west of, I'm going to draw a line again. If you're west of this line, you can sleep. But if you are east of this line, you need to stay. I mean, you don't have to, you can go to sleep too, but just make sure you have ways to receive alerts. If you're in a tornado warning, obviously seek shelter. Back over in Arkansas, let's go to the Clinton storm first. We still have rotation right now off to the north of Clinton, coming up on Fairfield Bay, also tracking towards Mountain View and Concord. Batesville is eventually in the track of this. So seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. I don't think this tornado warning near Odin's going to continue. Very contaminated in my opinion here, but if we have a tornado near if we have a tornado in this warning, which again I don't think we do, but if we have one, it'd be near Odin coming up on Sims. It'd be this area right here. Tracking near 270, near 27 and 88, just north of Mount Ida. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning outside of Hot Springs. It's a large one, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail coming up towards Hot Springs, Mount Ida, and Norman over the next several minutes. So stay away from windows if you are in this tornado warning. Had a fry, I think, go down the wrong way. But yeah, generally what we're looking at there. Also, a large outflow boundary is really kind of kicking out in front of this line here northwest of Little Rock. As long as this is outflow dominant down here to the south, I think the tornado risk will be low. So generally in this corridor, we're not really looking at much of a tornado risk. It's mostly wind. Further to the north of Conway, that is where we're talking about more of an elevated threat for damaging winds and as well as a potential for a tornado or two. So that'll be the main concern there. Still have a confirmed tornado warning here. Again, it can be downgraded. There's nothing there anymore. The more concerning storm is the one now coming up towards Somerset. They will likely issue a new warning at any moment here for those near DeSoto. Still a large, but still broad area of rotation right now near DeSoto, heading up towards Highway 21. So if you're in this warning, or this general area, definitely get ready to go to your safe place, mainly for DeSoto in Missouri. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, so one concerning trend that I'm seeing here is the convection that we were supposed to see in Oklahoma is not really occurring. So we do have a couple of cells that are popping up here around the border, but it's not that basically second wave of severe wind that we were talking about earlier. And this is leading to a concerning trend on the HER because this is basically getting rid of our morning convection in Tennessee, Kentucky, and Mississippi tomorrow. What this is going to do is it's going to lead to a more robust warm sector that could be more favorable for tornadoes. So hopefully we start to see some of these storms in Oklahoma convect more than the HER is showing. But as of now, we can go back even a couple of runs on the HER, and we can see that there was a lot more convection in and around our warm sector for tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Riley, for the update. And once again, tomorrow's risk of severe weather is already elevated. It's an enhanced risk of severe weather for Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama. You're all included in this. A slight risk also includes all the way up to Illinois and Indiana, just outside of Indianapolis. Again, the hatch tornado risk right now that we have in place for tomorrow is across areas in Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama. And I honestly agree with this. They might even push it a little bit further back to the west as well. But we are likely at least going to see a few tornadoes, maybe even a couple strong tornadoes. And then on top of that, if we don't really have much morning convection, it could even get upgraded. I'm not ruling it out. I wouldn't rule out. If we had 3 days in a row of moderate risks, that would be pretty insane. But I'm not saying that's impossible here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah. All right, we do have a new tornado warning for Washington and Jefferson counties in Missouri. That's the storm that we were just talking about here near DeSoto. So they've gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. Will pop up in a second. Thank you, Mason, for the $5 super chat. All right, here's that new tornado warning. This is a pretty large one. It goes all the way up towards Arnold. Somebody just asked about Arnold in the chat. Arnold, you are included in this tornado warning. I mean, you got a few minutes to go to your safe place, so you don't have to rush, but just get to your safe place as soon as possible. Main area of rotation right now is near DeSoto. And it's going to be tracking right up towards Highway 21, Cedar Hill Lakes, Scottsdale, Barnes Mill, just west of Kimswick, and west of Peevely, west of Festus. Still very strong velocities in our mid-level rotation here. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a strong tornado with this. I've said that a lot today, but wouldn't surprise me. Also, in our tornado warning back off to the southwest in our QLCS tornado threat, we still have multiple areas of rotation that are currently moving to the east and northeast near Verbenham and also near Ironton. So seek shelter if you're anywhere in this tornado warning. Damaging wind's the biggest concern, but there is a chance for spin-up tornadoes as this moves east. This line of storms is quickly making its way into southeastern Missouri as well. It's moving pretty fast. I think this is moving east at, let me get the exact mileage, it's about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Thank you, N250 for the $20 super chat. Go back to Arkansas. They have canceled the tornado warning west of Hot Springs, which I agree with. Still a tornado warning back up near Fairfield Bay. No tornado debris signature still. We got a little hook that is formed on this and an inflow. So possible tornado trying to drop right now near Clinton. Coming up in Fairfield Bay, Arkansas here over the next few minutes. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. We have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be across parts of Arkansas, southeast Missouri, and southwestern Illinois. Severe weather threat will continue over the next couple of hours. An isolated tornado threat, large hail, and wind damage is all possible. They have still noted that the peak intensity for tornadoes is still as high as 120 to 150 miles per hour, especially with our discrete cells that are out there. Damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour, and then hail up to the size of tennis balls is also still possible. That goes from Little Rock all the way back up to St. Louis. These pronunciations hurt my soul. Okay. This is our latest radar scan on this storm near DeSoto, just southwest of St. Louis. Still rotating right now west of Somerset. Really no new updates. Again, there's no debris signature right now. That's just a strong area of at least mid-level rotation that's coming up on Hillsborough. Also, the confirmed tornado warning has been canceled, I believe. Yeah, so it has been canceled. So we are back down now to normal tornado warnings for the time being. Just a bunch of radar indicated tornado warnings here across Missouri and as well as back through Arkansas. Here's our new radar scan. I'll zoom out here for a second, just so it comes in. Where are the chasers tonight? Sleeping. Just be honest, I'm pretty sure everybody's probably sleeping or currently traveling. We have an entire map here that you guys, I'll just give you a sneak peek to our like map here that we have. You can see all the red dots. Those are all chasers. I'm going to take it all just to red dots. These are all the chasers are right now that we at least usually have on stream. So, yeah. No, nobody's near any storms right now. Almost every chaser chased Oklahoma and Texas today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There were very few chasers. I don't think, I mean, at least of the chasers that we have on our streams, there's basically been no chasers that chased anywhere in Missouri or Arkansas today. So, why are they so far south? I think everybody was banking on there being a storm that fired up in North Texas or southern Oklahoma. That's what everybody was pretty much banking on today. New tornado warning right along I-44 near Cuba. Can we get the camera for I-44? I don't know. I think Cuba, one of the cameras is in here. Bourbon, maybe. Send me the thing. New tornado warning here. That's going to be back over here near Cuba. Going towards Sullivan. This is, again, a QLCS tornado threat moving to the northeast. Right along I-44, so seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. We are now up to 4 tornado warnings just outside of the St. Louis area, just south of Wentzville and southeast of Jefferson City. All right, we do have a camera that's going to be inside of our tornado warning, so we'll keep an eye on it in Bourbon. That'll be on the bottom right of your screen. It's on I-44. Do you think Rolla is clear? Yeah, Rolla, you're good. St. Louis is the new Tornado Alley. Right, we can't just say it's Tornado Alley after one big tornado hitting the city. Like, I mean, like if there was like Tornado Alley is more like it's just a general region, but like generally speaking, if you were to call something like Tornado Alley, there has to be like historical evidence of that. It's actually pretty windy right now. I don't know where this actually is. I think this is St. Louis, maybe. It's actually pretty windy here. I just saw like it was really windy. I think this is St. Louis, unless this is Festus. This actually might be near Festus. Yeah, this is near Festus, I think. It's on 67 or 55. I-55 at 67. It's actually pretty windy right now in Festus. Once this car comes by, you'll see the wind going a little bit more. It's definitely windy. Probably around 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts and a ton of lightning. All right, that camera's bottom left. The Bourbon one bottom right. If it come, I'm assuming it's gonna come back. That one is inside the tornado warning. Just lost connection. We actually have a stronger area of rotation right now over Cuba near Leesburg. So that's heading up towards Bourbon. And bottom right of your screen is a live shot there in Bourbon on I-44. That's going also towards Sullivan. A lot of other areas of rotation also in our line of storms right now near Verbinum. We've had a lot of damage reports also recently just west of Verbinum, one of which is a tree down about 10 miles east of Salem on Highway 32, and then another one just south of Salem, a tree down 3 to 4 miles south of Salem. So again, trees going down is a very common occurrence. Probably, again, usually these aren't from tornadoes. It's usually just from the high winds from a line, and so we've continued to see that here over the last several minutes. We still got multiple areas of rotation though with this line that could literally produce tornadoes at any time, so continue to stay in your safe place there. Latest scan just west of DeSoto, we do have again still strong rotation in the mid levels coming up towards Hillsborough and Highway 21. That'll eventually track towards Arnold and Eureka, and you still got a little bit of time in Arnold, but I'll get to your safe place as soon as possible. It's also a little area of rotation northwest of Eolia, east of Bowling Green. More of a wind threat, but definitely a potential tornado risk here at some point in the near term as it heads into Illinois, going towards Whitehall, Winchester, and as well as Pittsfield in Illinois. And we still have a tornado warning north of Little Rock. This is near Clinton. Still some rotation. I'm still leaning toward this being more contaminated, more of a wind threat, but still plenty of lightning. And it's still producing damaging winds around 60 miles per hour, heading towards Concord, Batesville, and eventually south side and northern Arkansas. We also have a severe warning for Hot Springs. If you're over in Hot Springs, get ready for 60 mile per hour damaging winds and also quarter-sized hail. Alrighty, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So I think we actually just broke the EF5 drought over in Chandler Municipal Airport, Arizona. We have a wind speed measurement of 292 miles per hour. So definitely a significant wind gust went through Chandler Municipal Airport in Arizona.
Alrighty. This is Chandler Municipal Airport in Arizona. This is definitely a glitch. I don't know how this even happens. I mean, how do we get a 293 mile per hour wind gust? This is miles per hour, by the way. Chandler Municipal Airport in Arizona. No, out of absolutely nowhere. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how in the world you get a wind gust like that. I don't know what instrument breaks for that to even happen. Like, I literally don't understand how we get a 294 mile per hour wind gust. That's not uncommon, by the way. This happens, I feel like, every, 3 months where we get, some random wind gust that just shatters records. It's like record shattering. It's not actually a wind gust, but it's just some random, mismeasurement of wind. Shout out to Carlo with the $50 super chat. Good night from Texas. Thanks, Max, Riley, and mods. I share your stream and link on all my socials. The service you and your team provide is invaluable. Keep up the great work. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your generosity. W's in the chat for Carlo. Really appreciate that. Thank you, CJ, also for the super chat. Chesterfield, I mean, I'd still say weather aware. You can go to bed if you want. Just have ways to receive alerts. I wouldn't be too scared. Just be mindful. Again, we still have a discrete cell to the south. It probably will not make it up there, but we'll see. The line of storms is also coming out of the west, and that's still producing a threat for tornadoes that are embedded in our line. Isn't Chandler the place in Arizona that was 1,000 degrees on one of those newscasts or whatever? Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, so actually you're completely right. I think the maximum reading we've ever seen off of this ASOS was actually about 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit. So for whatever reason, this ASOS is not the greatest. It's not the most accurate sometimes, but I mean, this clearly, this is a very real reading. We obviously had wind speeds of 293 miles an hour. I don't think any glitch could have caused this. So yeah. Alrighty.
So yeah, it's just a cool summer day over there with winds of 290 miles per hour and 1,000 degrees. I mean, that's Arizona for you, I guess. I mean, to be honest, I went to Arizona once. That's basically what it felt like. Without the wind, though. It was just hot. Thank you, Madison, for the super chat. Rogers, Arkansas. Yeah, you're good in Rogers. Anywhere in northwest Arkansas. You guys are still in the tornado watch, but there's nothing behind you. You're chilling. Tornado watch should be canceled for most of eastern Oklahoma, too. There's a little storm near Munster and Gainesville that is strong. I don't really think this is going to do much, but we'll keep an eye on it. We also have a severe storm near Paris that's still producing half-dollar sized hail, 65 mile per hour winds as well. Line of storms once again is coming up towards Little Rock, Hot Springs, and Hot Springs Village, just southwest of Conway. Get ready for that if you're over in Little Rock. And then just north of Conway, they have gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning. So we are back down to 4 tornado warnings as of now, all of which are in Missouri. We're actually going to be back down to 3 in about 4 minutes. One of them has actually been allowed to expire. It's a bunch of weather right now just to the south and west of St. Louis. Bunch of storms. Thank you, Madison, for the super chat. Do you think the line will, with the giant tornado warning, will weaken before heading to Soto? I think it'll weaken once it gets to... It'll really start to weaken once it gets to about this line. So basically, about an hour and a half, 2 hours from now, it'll really start to weaken. I think it's going to stay this intense at least through probably DeSoto. With that said, I don't know if this is... I mean, this is going towards DeSoto. Yeah, I would say if you're in DeSoto, definitely stay weather aware. I mean, this is 45 minutes from you. It's moving much faster, by the way, than our discrete cell. The discrete cell's moving pretty slowly here. Moving north at 30 miles per hour. This line's moving east at 60, so it's way faster. By the way, this is live right now on the Bourbon camera. This back over live in Bourbon, Missouri, and it is very windy. I know you can't maybe tell, but it is very windy here. Right inside of our tornado warning. Also, a lot of lightning. This is right inside of where the rotation's getting the strongest, right along I-44. At least the biggest RFD surge is right along I-44. Tracking up into Bourbon. If we had a tornado, which I don't think we do, but if we had one, it would be just to the north of I-44. Coming up towards Japan and as well as Sullivan. It's like 9,000 of us in Rolla. Rolla is out of the, you're not even in a warning. You're good. You are good for the night. I'll keep Bourbon bottom right of your screen. We've been seeing some stronger rotation in this line, mainly west of Potosi. No debris signature yet, but definitely a stronger area of rotation just east of Steelville. Need to really keep a close eye on that. And then back over near Ellington, plenty of areas of rotation in our line going towards Ironton, eventually Farmington and Frederickstown. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in these tornado warnings. We got multiple areas of rotation and high winds continuing to move east-northeast. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, so I wanted to do some really important calculations and figure out what the wind chill would be for that combination of temperature and wind speed. Turns out that it's actually so hot that wind chill is no longer a thing, and the wind would actually increase the amount of heat that you feel. So basically, I took it to ChatGPT as one does, and it's basically comparable to a blast furnace.
Alrighty. Very insightful. So if it's 1,000 degrees and we got winds of around 300 miles per hour, you're cooked. That's basically, you're chalked. That's the easiest way to put it. Thank you, Avatar, for the $20 super chat. Hello? Hello? Hello with a question mark. Back over to the northwest of DeSoto. We still have this discrete cell. It is rotating, not as much as before, though. But could still drop a tornado as it goes up towards Arnold, just west of Festus. It's once again starting to clear out a little bit out of the south. If it can clear out, it might produce another tornado, but it's not as strong as before. I'm much more concerned about this line of storms right now. And it's also, this line of storms covers a much larger area, which is also concerning. There are some radar Omega cyclone ports down here in southeast Missouri that we're also keeping an eye on. This is a live shot from White Oak outside of Poplar Bluff. Radar Omega, again, has a ton of live cameras just like this inside of the app, and you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. We're going to put up a couple of these cameras near Poplar Bluff as this line continues to get closer to those cameras. We can kind of get an idea of how windy it'll be and whatnot. But if you download Radar Omega with the top link in the description, you get access to all these cameras that are across Missouri. Got a ton in Tennessee, Kentucky, even back through Georgia. We've got some in Arkansas, Texas, and also a bunch of storm chasers that are inside the app as well. And so we're going to be keeping an eye on those cameras further down to the south near the Poplar Bluff area here in case there are some high winds. Tornado warning has been condensed for Jefferson County, Missouri. It's still moving to the... Apparently this is moving northeast at 59 miles per hour. There is no way it's moving northeast at 59... Or maybe it is. I don't know. It doesn't look that fast. But apparently they're saying it's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, which I kind of doubt. However, it is definitely producing at least some rotation. No tornado actively. If we have one, it would be coming up on Hillsborough, going right up Highway 21, and then eventually tracking towards Kimmswick and Arnold, just to the southwest of St. Louis. So again, stay in your safe place if you are in this tornado warning. Hey, CJ for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Lisa, for the $20 Venmo donation. I appreciate that. Thanks you for all the updates of Rolla, Missouri. No problem. Yeah, Rolla is chilling. You're good for the night. What does the Radar Omega app look like? I've been using it the entire stream. That's what it looks like. You can customize it too to the way you want it to look. This is just the way I have it looking. We just got a new severe warning for Wichita, Kansas. We actually got a big surge of wind right now coming towards Wichita. We have cams in Wichita. We have a couple on the west side. Definitely an interesting storm out here. Just off to the west of Wichita. Quarter-sized tail. Apparently only 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think it's higher than 60, to be honest. But nonetheless, I'm gonna have a camera ready for this because it definitely looks higher than 60. Coming up towards Wichita, Kansas. We got multiple storms actually in Wichita, or in Kansas, excuse me, right now. Thank you, Logan, for the $20 super chat. In Ironton, Missouri, and our sirens in Ironton, Missouri, are not going off, and our emergency weather alerts did not go off either. Well, that's not good. Where's Ironton? Isn't it in this tornado one? Or are you back off to the west? Well, Ironton's not in the warning right here. You're not in any warning right now. That's probably why. You're just on the outskirts of the tornado warning, so you're not technically in this warning right now. With that said, I would definitely stay weather aware just in case something does end up happening. Because this line will be coming towards you. I would have to guess you're going to get a warning here at some point here soon.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a brand new tornado warning. That one is going to be back over in Illinois, along the Missouri-Illinois border. That's going to be back up in Pike County, Missouri, or not Pike. Yeah, Pike County, Missouri, Pike County, Illinois, and Calhoun counties in Illinois as well. It'll likely be this, and yes, it is for Louisiana in Missouri, near Clarksville, Missouri, at Atlas, Martinsburg, Pleasant Hill, Nebo, and Pittsfield. You are all included in this new tornado warning. Seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Main area of rotation right now is heading up towards Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh, you're in the path of this in Illinois. Thank you, Laffy and Aaron, for the super chats as well. I think for most people in St. Louis, like, I'm not too concerned right now about this part of St. Louis right now, even though there's a tornado warning to your south. Unless this supercell is able to cycle, which it could. I'm not, like, super duper concerned about everybody in this area. I'll just make sure you have ways to receive alerts. If you want to go to bed, you can. We are still keeping an eye on this because it is still rotating, and it might continue to rotate all the way up towards St. Louis. I mean, unfortunately, this is kind of tracking towards St. Louis. And we've had a lot of convection, and the one thing that would stop this storm from probably producing a tornado would be this convection out of the south. So if this can kind of flirt and mingle into this, area, again, into this storm, there is a potential that this does weaken, but for the time being, it does not look like it's going to weaken anytime soon. And even if it did briefly weaken, it'll probably still be rotating. So, generally speaking, I do think this is going to continue to produce a threat of a tornado all the way up towards St. Louis. Thank you, Ashton, for the $10 super chat. That is true. I do read a lot of crazy town names. Back over in Bourbon, Missouri, we still have an area of rotation here going up towards Sullivan and Stanton. It's not really rotating though as much as before. It looks like it's a little bit outflowy now. So still a little bit of rotation, but not as crazy as before. That's what it looks like right now in Bourbon. It's a low quality camera, but at least you can get an idea of what it looks like right now on the interstate. Looks like an interstate. It's not even that windy. It was a little bit windier before. It's not as windy now. It's again back over near Sullivan. Thank you, Michael, for the super chat. Also, thank you, Shifty, for the super chat. I think you're good in Switzerland. How many hours have I streamed this year? Somebody want to count that? So we should count how many hours I streamed last year and this year. I think Riley actually calculated how many hours I streamed last year, but I don't remember the number. Riley, if you find that, let me know. He's gonna look. I streamed a lot of hours last year. Latest radar scan still showing a, again, strong mid-level rotation right now near Hillsboro. Gonna be going up towards Arnold here over the next 15 minutes or so. Still plenty of rotation here. The storms also embedded into this line are still rotating as well. We'll probably, I don't know if,
A new tornado warning
I don't know
has
if we'll
been
get a new
issued.
tornado warning for this. I think they are going to issue one. So there's now a new tornado warning for Iron, Washington, and Franklin counties here in Missouri. This is going to be back over just to the southwest again of St. Louis. It's a continuation of our line of storms here near Ironton, I-44, Union, St. Clair, south of New Haven. So if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter. It's a massive warning. We have multiple areas of rotation embedded in this line that are continuing to push east. So the tornado threat will continue here across this line. Additionally, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds are likely. This is from Rabbit is Good, Rabbit is Wise on Twitter from yesterday in Arnett, Oklahoma. Look at this time lapse of this storm. This was the Arnett, Oklahoma tornado that happened yesterday. What a crazy time lapse. That's really cool. Wow. Hey, Eternal for the $10 super chat. I don't think this tornado's got a rating yet today. I don't even know if it really hit much, but yeah, this one was pretty crazy yesterday. We had it on stream multiple times. So, pretty cool. Looks like one of the cameras went out. Hey, Payne, can you send me the next camera in the line for this on I-44? By the way, this storm going up towards St. Clair, not as concerning as before. Yeah, I do think this tornado threat, at least on the most northern segment here of our tornado warning, is not as concerning as before. They could even remove part of this warning here for the St. Clair and Union areas, but stay in your safe place for now. I think the biggest concern right now is everything down here just south of I-44. That's all currently tracking the direction of Farmington and also going in the direction of Festus and eventually possibly in the direction of St. Louis. Biggest concern right now for the St. Louis area would be this discrete cell that's attempting to make its way right now up towards D-Pair and then eventually go towards St. Louis. Velocities on radar are still not super strong. Mid-level rotation's been a bit stronger near Hillsboro. It's currently tracking up towards Arnold and Kimmswick. All right.
A new tornado
Chase for the
warning
super
has
chat.
been
What do
issued.
you think about Troy, Illinois? I'll look at that in a second. We have a new tornado warning for Monroe and Jefferson counties. Monroe County, Illinois, Jefferson County, Missouri. Actually, might be. We have multiple areas of rotation starting to develop just west of St. Louis. The tornado warning for Arnold expires in 5 minutes, so it's probably just a new warning here. Yeah, it is. All right, so we have a new tornado warning south of D-Pair, southwest of St. Louis for Sunset Hills, Arnold, Columbia. Main area of rotation right now is this west of Festus, heading off to the northeast. So yeah, if you're in this warning, seek shelter. More people are getting included in this warning now. We got a lot of the suburbs now, just southwest of St. Louis, included in this. Does not include most of D-Pair or Kurtwood community or Shrewsbury, but it does include Sunset Hills, I-44 between Eureka back through Sunset Hills, and then Valley Park, Morshells, Baldwin, and Green Park. So again, tornado, if we have one, will be down here just to the west of Festus, and it's going to be coming up on Arnold, I-55 west of Columbia over the next several minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. St. Louis is a tornado magnet. Kind of feels like that the last few days. And this hasn't produced a tornado in probably about 40 minutes now, but it's been trying. By the way, for 2024, people were asking about it. I was live for 24 days and 14 hours in 2024. That is a total of 591 hours across 112 streams in 2024. We were basically live every 3 days. We were live once. So we were live a lot. This year,
a new tornado warning has
more.
been issued.
We have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be in Arkansas. That is going to be for Sevier and Howard counties in Arkansas, all the way back down here west of Murfreesboro. And that would be why we actually have some stronger rotation near Dirks. This will eventually go towards Daisy in Arkansas. So seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We're right up to 7 tornado warnings just like that. We were kind of sitting pretty there for a little bit. Now we're right back up to 7. Last couple scans are starting to show some broader rotation down near Arnold. Let's hope that trend continues. It's still too uncertain whether this thing's going to recycle or not, especially with it being more discrete. It's going to depend on more of our southern convection and if this thing can actually organize. I'd still be saying weather where if you're in Deep Air or St. Louis or Clayton. Again, this storm, if it does cycle, definitely could try to drop a tornado here near St. Louis. Back off to the west, we got multiple areas of rotation. The one up near Sullivan's much broader. It's definitely a little bit stronger here just west of Ironton, heading in the direction of Farmington. So seek shelter again if you're in Ironton. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour is really the biggest concern as of right now. Bottom middle of your screen is from St. Louis. That is a live shot of a skyline view there, so we're going to keep an eye on that. And back down near Poplar Bluff and Piedmont, we're mainly watching for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. The tornado risk, generally speaking, is lower right now near Poplar Bluff, but we're keeping an eye on this segment in case anything does try to spin up as it moves east. We are sitting at 7 tornado warnings, believe it or not. We're about to be back down to, I think, 5 in a second. Yeah, we'll be back down to 5 tornado warnings in a second. And again, one of which is this one, which will end, and we'll have really just this tornado warning, and then our line of tornado warnings back off to the west. We still have one in southwest Arkansas, and then we still have one here up near the Missouri and Illinois border, which this one's broader rotation as of right now coming up onto Pittsfield, just south of I-72. So we'll see a couple of these tornado warnings get taken off here in just a second. Thank you, Aaron, for the super chat. I think the tornado risk across most of across most of Missouri is low. I still think the greatest chance of it would basically be in this general corridor here within the next hour or two. It is a little bit lower down here to the south, mainly because our line of storms is way more broken and less organized. But that could change in the next 30 minutes to an hour. I mean, we're really just watching trends right now more than anything, because we can't look at computer models for this at this point. It's just too late. I mean, storm's already ongoing. But generally speaking, our tornado threat does appear to be the highest in and around St. Louis. We could still see a tornado in Arkansas. I mean, this storm over here north of Dirks is definitely rotating. It doesn't look like much, but I mean, it is rotating right now near Dirks. Plenty of rotation there going towards Daisy. This is similar to what we saw back over in, what was it? It was southwest of St. Louis earlier. We had a tornado, and it looked similar to this beforehand. We had a decent little mesocyclone on it, just like this. So it's definitely rotating, going towards Lake Gresson. But no evidence right now that this is on the ground. It's just it's a stronger area of rotation in the mid-levels. By the way, Paris, Texas, you are actually under a severe thunderstorm warning. That is for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. And what the heck is happening here? We got storms firing up right now west of Fort Worth. Bro, what? Got 2 little cells that have just popped up west of Fort Worth. This is literally so random. I'll have to keep an eye on that. That's interesting. I don't know if they're going to go severe or not. I mean, it's literally 11:16 p.m. Those are really late to fire. I have absolutely no clue if that's going to do anything, to be honest. But do I have a Riley? Can you send me the sounding for Fort Worth tonight? I just want to look at it. Thank you, Rich, for the super chat. I don't know if there's any injuries in Plevna. I have not heard of any. I think there are minor injuries from what we relayed last night, but I'm not entirely sure if there are any like new updates on that. Thank you, Kelly, for the super chat. Also, thank you, C Sharp, for the super chat. Highest tornado threats around St. Louis. I mean, it's basically, I mean, I don't mean St. Louis specifically. I just mean like the suburbs more than anything. It's just general area here that I've circled. Like that's where the highest tornado threat is for the next hour or so. There are other storms that are rotating, but this is the corridor where I'm expecting the greater tornado threat. We still have multiple areas of circulation in our line of thunderstorms as well. One to the west of DeSoto, one just west of Potosi. Potosi's already been under 4 tornado warnings, I think, today. I think this is the 4th one that Potosi's been under. All in the last like 3 hours, by the way. So that's quite literally unbelievable. And then back over here west of Ironton, I mean, this is all rotate. There's a bunch of small areas of rotation in this line here that are currently coming up into Ironton. By the way, this is what our hodograph looks like back over in Dallas, Fort Worth. So if for some reason the storm over in DFW does actually mature in our environment, I'm waiting to see what the sounding looks like, but the hodograph is actually very curved here. So there's lots of wind shear for whatever reason, if that storm over in Dallas, Fort Worth actually can grow and actually look like a decent supercell, like we could actually have a tornado threat. This indicates again a lot of wind shear, and also it is like, I mean, this will be a spinning storm pretty easily, so we need to keep an eye on that storm. Let me go back to that storm just really quickly, see if there's any new stuff on it. It might not live. I don't know if this is going to really stay alive that long, but definitely something to keep an eye on here. We've had storms pop up late at night before like this, and they've kind of gone crazy. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but like, I mean, we've had it happen before, so we'll keep an eye on it. No lightning yet, which is a good sign. Let's hope that continues. The storm up near Gainesville isn't really much of a concern, mainly gusty winds. You're still going? We are still going. We are coming up on... We just hit 9 hours of live streaming today. Light work. 9 hours of live streaming has been achieved. I think yesterday we hit 10.5 hours, or just over that. Max never sleeps? Pretty much. How do you exercise? That's a great question. I exercise my voice. Does that count? By the way, this tornado warning up near Pittsfield in Illinois, that one's probably going to be canceled. I don't see much rotation here anymore, so that one's probably not going to continue as a tornado warning. We still have rotation just to the southwest of St. Louis near Arnold. If we have a tornado, it'd be coming up towards Arnold over the next few minutes near Kimswick and I-55. Bottom right of your screen is a live shot inside of that tornado warning right now. I'm going to put up another camera that's also in this general vicinity. Bottom left of your screen. So yeah, there is still enough rotation here for a tornado. As long as this can stay discreet enough. We still have some convection off to the east. That could hinder the development of a tornado here, but it's still rotating. It's been rotating for like 2 hours, I think now. It's been rotating for a while. Get a standing desk. Our new weather studio will have a standing desk. We are going to have a new weather studio in about a month or so. Maybe sooner. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So 2 updates for you. We do have an update on that storm in Fort Worth. So what I'm looking at here is our echo tops, and we can see that this did actually reach a peak earlier. I think that's probably around, 38,000 feet. So it was a relatively tall storm, but it looks like the top of that storm is starting to come down and already collapse. It could go back up, but so far this is indicating that it is actually in the process of shrinking. We also just got a new mesoscale discussion, which I'll go ahead and pull up. So this is for a increasing severe threat around eastern Kansas. Large hail and wind damage are the primary threats. Any tornadoes that we see should be weaker than 95 miles per hour.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. So definitely at least a hopefully good trend here. Hopefully these storms continue to just kind of weaken. Hopefully there's little, pop-ups, nothing else than that. Yeah, cloud tops have definitely gone down a little bit here over the last few minutes. 36,000 feet right now. We're keeping an eye on these though. Again, if you're back over in Fort Worth, obviously we have a lot of Texas viewers a lot of the time, and nothing imminent right now for Dallas Fort Worth. There's not even been a lightning strike yet, but it is something to keep an eye on. Back over in southwestern Arkansas, we still have a tornado warning near Dirks. Still got a little bit of rotation there. That could be contaminated. I'm not 100% sold on this right now, but over in Daisy, be ready to go to your safe place. Main concerns, damaging winds around 60 and quarter-sized hail in southwest Arkansas. Line of storms pushing towards Hot Springs right now in Arkansas. Mostly wind. Currently moving to the east. Not super concerned right now about a tornado risk out of this line. And then back over in Conway and also near Russellville, we are talking mainly about a wind threat here. But the line of storms, again, has been falling apart for a lot of the line, at least, has been falling apart here across Arkansas. So mainly a damaging wind threat. They do have a tornado possible label on our area of storms here, just off to the west of Batesville. But generally speaking, it is mostly just wind. All right, latest radar scan to southwest of St. Louis. We still got an area of rotation coming up near Arnold. If we have a tornado, it'd be going up towards I-55, Sunset Hills, and eventually heading into Sunset Hills and I-255 here in the next few minutes. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place in case this does drop a tornado as it eventually tracks in the direction of St. Louis, Missouri, just to the south there of Clayton. I'm not 100% sold again that this is going to produce a tornado. I think it's more of a wind threat. I think there is still a chance we get a brief tornado, but does not look super likely. Our line of storms back off to the west. We still have multiple areas of rotation in this line near Potosi, one southeast of Sullivan. Go further down to the south, we got multiple areas of rotation near Ironton. So again, seek shelter if you're in Ironton. Just to the west there of Cape Girardeau. And the storms are now just beginning to reach areas west of Poplar Bluff. Mostly a wind threat as of right now. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat. This is just me, or is 2025, even without storms around here, around and clear blue skies, been quite windy this year? It's been pretty windy this year. I think a lot of people have experienced higher winds than normal across like the entire country. We've had a very windy year, especially in the winter months. Thank you, Kelly, for the super chat. Tornado sirens were going off 5 minutes ago in Maryland Heights, Missouri. Where's Maryland Heights? Let me look where Maryland Heights is. Maryland Heights, you're not even in a warning, so I don't know why sirens are going off for you. Not in a warning as of right now. I have tornado sirens going off in Tomato Town, Missouri, bro. There's no way I just read that. No way I just read that. All right, I'm going to draw a line again. If you're west of it, you can go to bed. If you want, you don't have to. If you're west of this general line, you can go to bed. The tornado threat, again, is pretty much zero in this area. Back over in Wichita, Kansas, we do have a significant wind threat coming into Wichita right now. If you guys see any cameras on Wichita, let me know. But there is actually a significant wind threat going through Wichita right now. This is a severe storm with 60-mile-per-hour winds, in addition to some quarter-sized hail in Kansas. So continue to stay away from windows if you're in this warning. I'm trying to see if there's any cameras with wind views. It looks a lot windier on this camera. I'm just curious if it's actually windy or not. Yeah, it looks windy. It's nothing crazy. Actually, I found a camera. what it looks like right now in Wichita. Pretty tame. I saw some wind go by a second ago. It didn't really look that crazy. This back over in St. Louis, on the other hand. St. Louis, this is a skyline view. There's obviously plenty of lightning right now in St. Louis. Highly electrified storm here just out of the south. That's our supercell that's attempting to produce a tornado just off to the west of Arnold. Still have some rotation there. Heading up towards Sunset Hills over the next few minutes. Hey, Chris, for the super chat, do I cover hurricanes? We do. So, decent amount of lightning there. Do have a... Let's go back down here to the south. We even have a storm firing up over here. It's another one firing up in Oklahoma. Look at the storm in Oklahoma firing up. Look at the DBZ values, too. This is like literally just so random. We got another storm that just randomly fired up out here in Oklahoma. A little bit of hail and wind. I wouldn't really expect a whole lot of a tornado risk out of this, but it's pretty interesting that we have just random storm firing up over here. Very random. All right, back to the Dallas-Fort Worth storms just real quick. I want to see if these are doing anything right now. Yeah, we got like it looks like three different updrafts on this storm west of Fort Worth, and it does not look like they're succeeding very much. Hey, if you're back over in DFW, just stay weather aware. I'm not too concerned about this, though. If these for some reason do scale up, I think hail and wind are the main concerns. The tornado threat's pretty low, even though we have a lot of wind shear. But I think it would take a lot for those to actually produce. Across Arkansas, it's mainly wind right now. The tornado warning, again, is likely going to expire here at any moment. It's going to expire officially in 2 minutes. The biggest concern currently remains around the St. Louis area, where we have multiple storms rotating along our line of thunderstorms. Additionally, we still have a tornado warning southwest of St. Louis, which we still have a little, not really couplet, but a little tightening there just southwest of Arnold. That's going to be coming up on I-55 near Maxville and Tenbrook. So if we were to get a tornado, that's the area that we're looking at near Seckman. I-255 and Sunset Hills will be in the path of this within the next 10 to 15 minutes as this moves to the north-northeast. Thank you, Anthony, for the super chat. St. Charles, Missouri just got hammered. Wind, hail, and no power. Sirens are going. Surprised there's no tornado warning. Actually, I'm actually kind of surprised too. It looks like we do have downburst winds here. Radar is actually measuring winds, well, around 55 miles per hour. It's near severe limits. There should be a severe warning here, though, in my opinion. Winds might be translating higher than that. It shows actually 60 on the terminal radar site. So we probably have around 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts just north of St. Charles out of this little segment of storms going towards Grafton and Jerseyville. Thank you, girl, for the super chat. Will you be doing any hurricane forecasts, and are we going to a La Nina or El Nino season? That is a great question. Riley, which season are we going to? El Nino or La Nina for hurricanes? You know, the long term? He thinks La Nina. I'm pretty sure it's La Nina. But, I mean, we're probably not doing like a long-term forecast for hurricane season. We don't usually do that. We've never done one before, at least. I mean, we could do one this season, but like I just don't find there being much of a point in one. I'm pretty sure it's like, we're pretty neutral right now. I'm pretty sure it's going towards La Nina, but it's not supposed to be a strong one. Like, we're pretty much on the borderline of both. Riley's looking into it. Apparently yeah, Hayden, we have virtual rail fans in Wichita, and I don't know why they're not on the program. Just a heads up. Make a note for after stream. I'll have to do that. Storm in Texas near 45,000 feet. Did it scale? Did it get larger? It did get larger. We're at 43,000 feet. Well, that's not good. Let's hope that doesn't continue. Up to 45,000 feet now. This is suspicious. Again, I don't really think we're gonna see that much here, but I don't want to like doubt this storm, you know. I don't want to doubt it. In case it does do something. We have a live cam in Lantana, Texas, but it's not. There's no lightning, so there's really no point right now. The severe thunderstorm warning for McPherson and Saline counties. Back over here, south of Salina in Kansas, just upgraded to golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tracking towards Canton right now. And also back over in Wichita, Kansas. Still a significant threat of damaging winds right now, approaching Augusta, El Dorado, east of Newton. Stay away from windows as this continues to track to the east. Thank you, girl, for the super chat. What can we do for towns and cities that do not get warnings or sirens for tornadoes? I mean, weather radio, phone alerts, those are like the best ways to do it. TV, watching a weather channel, whatever it might be. Like, there are multiple ways to receive warnings outside of just tornado sirens. Tornado sirens, honestly, you should never rely on because, like, they can go out and not work and stuff. It's like one of the things I would never rely on. This tornado warning ends in 12 minutes. If they do continue this long tornado warning, it will probably only be for this area, if I had to guess, for Fredericktown and Farmington. If they don't, which they might not continue it, it'll be probably for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds with a tornado possible label. So Farmington, Fredericktown, be ready for high winds and also potential for a tornado. Velocities are getting broader on the storm near Arnold. We got a lot of convection out in front of this, so hopefully this continues that trend of just kind of a weakening trend here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We can kind of hope that that continues. They just have issued a new tornado warning for Jefferson County in Missouri. So a new tornado warning for Jefferson County in Missouri. It is further down to the south. All right, that's this. So large area included in this new tornado warning. Farmington, just west of Perryville. DeSoto. You're all included in this tornado warning. So seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. Again, this is our QLCS tornado threat, which means tornadoes embedded in a line of thunderstorms. Hey, Richard, for the $5 super chat. Watching max velocity is the best you can do. A weather radio helps too. You're not wrong. We're live almost for every weather event. There's very little weather events that we're not live for. Thank you, Lord, for the super chat as well. I think generally speaking, for most of Illinois, it's mostly going to be isolated wind. Tornado threat is slightly more elevated in this region, just to the north of Cape Girardeau. And then up here, it's a lot of wind and hail for the most part. It's a very low tornado risk, in my opinion, like north of St. Louis. I feel like north of this line. It's a low tornado risk. So I'm not too concerned about areas north of St. Louis. Still have a large area, again, of spin-up tornadoes that are possible here over the next several minutes near Bismarck, going towards Farmington. Fredericktown's also in the path of this. St. Genevieve, eventually in the path of this. Still got 3 tornado warnings, all of which in Missouri right now. Hey, Brandon, for the super chat. If you're in Florida, if a really bad hurricane hits you, are you leaving or riding it out? I hear that's a great question. It just depends. It legitimately just depends. I don't personally, like, I'm kind of in a mixed. It just depends on where it makes landfall, honestly. That's like the biggest thing. And the other thing is too, if we get hit by a hurricane here, like, I got to figure out where to put my weather studio. We had a problem with Hurricane Milton literally last year where I was live and at the end of the stream I lost internet and power. And so the stream couldn't continue. But I mean, it was pretty much done by then. But like, yeah, that's one of the concerns with hurricanes. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max. So unfortunately, this concerning trend that we talked about an hour ago on the HUR is continuing. The convection in Oklahoma just really isn't playing out how it was modeled earlier. Our main risk area tomorrow, I'm going to go ahead and circle it. Ooh, maybe I need a bigger pen than that. Hold on. Our main area of concern is right in here, and you can see that the precipitation sort of moves out of there by 11 a.m., 12 p.m., noon. So what this means is we're basically going to have a lot of time for the air mass in our sector tomorrow to really unstabilize, and any convection that does go up can be more robust. And we're already starting to see this occur around 4 p.m. We see basically a line of semi-discrete supercells go up in a much larger area of our risk tomorrow. If this continues, this is what would make an upgrade to a moderate risk for tornadoes and or wind.
Alrighty, thank you for the update. That is for tomorrow's risk of severe weather. And as a reminder, we will be live again tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live. This is the risk of severe weather for tomorrow. We do right now have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk across the Ohio and Tennessee valleys, also across parts of the Dixie Alley. And this is where we're expecting the threat of significant damaging winds, large hail, and the potential for strong tornadoes currently in place there across Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, and Alabama. And I didn't even realize this. They have a 45% wind risk right now in place in northern Alabama. I don't even know how I didn't notice this. This is for tomorrow. They actually have a 45% wind risk. This doesn't technically meet the criteria for a moderate risk of severe weather, unless it gets hatched. In that case, it would be a moderate risk. But that does include Nashville, back into eastern Tennessee, just west of Knoxville, and also southern Kentucky, and also near Huntsville, Alabama. So very high winds are possible tomorrow. And in addition to that, it's going to be a pretty numerous to widespread area. So basically a borderline moderate risk of severe weather already tomorrow. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, our storm in Fort Worth just got warned with a special weather statement. Definitely not anything to be worried about overly right now, but it is up to 47,000 feet now. So it does look like this is actually managing to grow pretty tall. However, it is going to be moving into more stable air here in a little bit, but there's definitely still a small window for tornado potential.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, the top's right now at 47,000 feet. So this is definitely growing in size. And we could have a hail and wind threat coming up into Fort Worth in the next few minutes. Special weather statement here is for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour and nickel-sized hail. So they just issued a severe warning on it. So this is now severe. So quarter-sized hail or half-dollar-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming up into Tarrant County. This is a very populated area, which is the reason why we're talking about it. Because like if we get destructive hail or something, like this could be a multi-million-dollar disaster here. So hopefully it's nothing more than half-dollar sized hail, but right now it is warned for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds here for Arlington, Fort Worth, and Bedford. So, I mean, there was people talking in chat, and I was too. I was like, we're not going to see any storms in Texas, hopefully, for the rest of the night. And honestly, this came out of nowhere where we just have this random storm that's popped up in Dallas-Fort Worth. I mean, it's actually unbelievable. Like, we've had nothing all week. The models have not depicted anything happening in Dallas-Fort Worth pretty much all week. And now we have a storm there. Like, they've been predicting that we'll have a bunch of storms in Dallas-Fort Worth. None of them have actually happened in the DFW area. And now we are all of a sudden actually getting a storm at the most random time, by the way. And no models were showing this. So, got a report in the chat that somebody lost power in St. Louis. This is the latest radar scan. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation anymore. If we have a tornado, it'd be back up north of Arnold. It's pretty weak rotation right now. This warning goes for 20 more minutes. If I had to guess, they're probably going to cancel this tornado warning. The only thing that I could see happening is if this rotation gets strong enough on the west side of St. Louis, it could maybe issue a tornado warning, but I don't see enough there for a tornado warning right now on the west side of St. Louis. That'll be something to watch for. That's the terminal radar site that has a view of that. It's very rain-wrapped area. It's a very rain-wrapped area now. It's not nearly as organized as before. And they've just canceled the tornado warning. There you go. Pretty good timing. There you go, Pez for the super chat. How's Piedmont, Missouri looking? Piedmont is mostly just gusty winds, not really much severe weather left down here. The line of storms, again, has been falling apart here over the last hour or two, going towards Poplar Bluff. But generally speaking, the threat of severe weather is definitely lower for Poplar Bluff right now. They have issued a severe warning for Fredericktown. That's for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds with a tornado possible label. So that'll continue. And then back over in Farmington, still a large area of rotation where we could see spin-up tornadoes basically anywhere in this line near Bismarck as it comes up on Farmington, eventually going towards Bloomdale, and eventually St. Genevieve is in the path of this. Guys, there's too many questions in the chat. I cannot read everybody's question. There's 27,000 people still watching. If I could answer every single question in the chat, I would be Houdini. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Believe it or not, it's for North Texas. I can't believe this. They've issued a new mesoscale discussion for North Texas and southeastern Oklahoma. Severe threat may increase over the next couple of hours with hail and isolated wind damage possible. Note they have not ruled out a tornado potential as well. It's a low chance, but it's possible, just depending on if these storms can continue to scale and if they stay in an unstable environment. It's basically what it's going to come down to. The storm definitely looks sus near Fort Worth. We'll have to keep an eye on it. It's going to be going towards Irving and Dallas here soon. It's more of a hail and wind threat right now. Again, good amount of lightning starting to pop off with this thing now. So we'll be keeping an eye on this. We also have a camera in Fort Worth I'm going to put up on screen. Bottom middle of your screen. Thank you, KJ, for the super chat. Popeyes or KFC? I usually get Popeyes. Thank you, RL, for the super chat. I know you get asked 1,000 times, but was Benton County in Arkansas good for tonight? I think you're talking about up here. If you're talking about up here, you're good. The only area in Arkansas that I'm still concerned about, which I'm not super concerned about most of Arkansas, it's just mostly isolated damaging winds right now. This line of storms has been falling apart pretty quickly, and the tornado threat's been very low. But I would keep an eye out if you're anywhere just to the east of this line still for an isolated wind and tornado threat over the next few hours. Thank you, Bell, for the super chat. Shout out to Jennifer and as well as Lisa for the Venmo donations. By the way, there is a 60% chance of a watch being issued back over in North Texas and Southeast Oklahoma. It would probably be a severe watch if we got one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning for Madison County, Missouri. That is for Fredericktown. Mainly because of this right here. We actually got a tighter area of rotation now coming up on Fredericktown. Also going towards Junction City over the next few minutes. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This will continue to move to the east over the next several minutes. Hey, Delmer for the super chat. You said you didn't think anything would happen in Dallas-Fort Worth area. That's why it happened. You jinxed us. Hey, I'm gonna be honest. Like, you can't blame me. I mean, there's no blaming me at this point. We just got another warning in North Texas. This one's gonna be for Fannin, Grayson, and Cook counties, right along the Red River. So they've warned this for Sherman and Denison for quarter-sized hail and 65-mile-per-hour winds. I'm gonna be honest. Like, this came kind of out of nowhere. I mean, like, literally, these storms firing up were not modeled. So it's kind of surprising. We definitely have downburst winds coming up into Fort Worth right now. Not seeing really any rotation quite yet, but it is definitely producing some level of damaging winds. A little bit of hail, too, near Azle. Confirmed tornado in Iron Lake, Missouri? I don't think we have anything confirmed as of right now. Do have strong rotation, though. There's several areas of stronger rotation along our line, so we could get a tornado literally anywhere from about north of Greenville near 67 all the way back through about, I wouldn't even say up to Festus. I'd say it's probably back up here to 67. If you're in DeSoto, like, there is a little bit of rotation here. I'd seek shelter just in case. I think it's more wind than anything, but we can still get a QLCS spin up tornado with something like this. Thank you, Dakota, for the super chat. It's Azle. Gotcha. Hey, Brandon for the super chat. Missed my super chat. Been hearing a lot about national weather antennas and four weather is. I haven't heard anything about what you're talking about. I think we might have talked about something about weather radios in the Ohio Valley tomorrow, though, earlier. I think Riley talked about it. Thank you, Ken, for the super chat. Warren County, Illinois. Nothing up in Warren County, Illinois. Just gonna be some gusty winds. That's about it tonight. Yeah, if you're in Ohio, you are fine. There's nothing happening in Ohio. Tomorrow, though, there could actually be some severe weather, but tonight you're good in Ohio. So latest scan in Dallas, Fort Worth. Again, a burst of wind is going to be coming up into White Settlement over the next few minutes, going towards Fort Worth, just to the south of Azle. Hey, Dakota for another super chat. Arnold, I think, is fine. I think the threat of severe weather is lower, at least out of our line of storms west of St. Louis. I think St. Louis can be fine tonight. We have had a little bit of rotation, even broad rotation over St. Louis, even over the last few minutes, but there's just too much rain and there's too much convection and rain cooler around this for this thing to even be tornadic. Like, you can see there's a little bit of rotation, right? But I don't think this is going to be tornadic at all. With all of the rain that is falling around this, it's just going to be too hard for this to actually get a clear inflow and actually have a mesocyclone that sustains. I just don't think there's going to be much here in St. Louis. It's going to be a lot of rain. There could be some localized flooding. Back off to the west, if for some reason this line starts to intensify a bit more again, which I don't think it will, but if it were to, there could be a tornado risk going up towards St. Louis. I think the most concerning area right now is going to be near Fredericktown, Cape Girardeau, basically this kind of corridor here. It's like our main risk right now for the next hour or two. St. Louis technically not in that. Hey, Brian for the super check. Check out Dallas. Rotation has begun. I don't think there's really any rotation yet. It's not rotating yet, but I do think we are starting to get at least some... I'm gonna look at base velocities. I do think this storm is actually somewhat concerning because if for some reason, I mean, Fort Worth has a lot of wind shear, like all of North Texas has a lot of wind shear still. If we go over to our significant tornado parameter values, do this. It's just a measurement of our tornado environment. Like, it's still fairly favorable across like all of North Texas for like the next hour or two. So we'll see. It's possible. Obviously, this is a very populated area, so let's hope this doesn't do anything. The HRRR on the latest run does have this blowing up into a bunch of storms now. So that's like the latest run, which is interesting. It has this storm forming, and then it has it blowing up into a cluster. This is across the board. It's interesting. I don't know. I really don't know what's going to happen here. I mean, like, this is just so weird because it's happening at almost midnight. There's a live shot in Fort Worth, bottom middle of your screen. We're keeping an eye on it. It's interesting. It is interesting. I think it'll be mainly hail and wind, but I definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time for that thing to rotate, though. I'll give it like 15, 20 minutes probably until it really starts to do something. Hey, Karen for the super chat. If you're in Sykeston, you are good. I don't know why you're laughing so much by asking that, but you are good in Sykeston. It's mostly going to be gusty winds. Just have a way to receive alerts, at least a couple ways to receive alerts. As this line continues to push east. Just in case it does try to reform down to your south. I think it's going to be the most intense in this segment for the next hour, and then it should probably weaken as it moves further into Illinois. Still have plenty of wind with this, and also it's still rotating coming up on I-55. Same thing south of Fredericktown. So... Thank you, Vikings, also for the super chat. Also, thank you, Vikings, for another super chat. What about Wichita, Kansas? Wichita, Kansas is already starting to clear out, I'm pretty sure. The main storm's already moved through. Yeah, so you're pretty much done in Wichita. The storms are mostly off to your north now. So if you're in El Dorado, mainly isolated wind and hail. The hail threat's lower now. It's mostly 60-mile-per-hour winds. We just got a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, 75 miles per hour, back up in Bridgeport, Kansas, just south of Salina. This is the most significant severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now, believe it or not. It is in Lindsborg, Kansas, with 70-mile-per-hour winds, going towards Canton, just northwest of Hillsboro. That's kind of surprising. Off to the north of St. Louis, we still have a couple storms producing isolated damaging winds right now. Tornado risk is much lower up there. All around St. Louis, it's raining. We're going to have a flash flooding risk for sure as we go into the overnight hours with all the rain that is falling. So be ready for flash flooding in and around St. Louis over the next several hours as heavy rain continues to fall here in this area, across western Illinois, and also in eastern Missouri. Hey, no name for the super chat. Honestly, I think you can go to bed almost everywhere. Just make sure you have ways to receive alerts, including Arkansas. Thank you, John, for the super chat. Can I finally go to bed in Kirkwood in St. Louis? Yeah, you're good in St. Louis. Just again, I would still have ways to receive alerts. I don't think anything's going to happen in St. Louis tonight. Just have ways to receive alerts. Thank you, Atlas, for the super chat. Hey, Max, I'm in Shanghai, China. Am I good to go to bed? You know, isn't it like 12 o'clock, like PM there? Isn't it like daylight? Go back to Dallas, Fort Worth again. We're going to keep going back and forth. I'm honestly... There's actually another cell. There's another updraft trying to go up right now. We got more going up here southwest of Dallas, Fort Worth. That's crazy. It's mostly wind right now. There isn't really much rotation here. But if you're in Dallas, Fort Worth, be ready for half-dollar size tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado risk is low right now. Everyone, you can go to bed. I mean, you could. Everybody could go to bed if you want. No, I'm not holding anybody here. Unless you're in a tornado warning or like in a severe warning, I'd still at least stay away from windows. Sherman, Texas. It's going to be 60 to 65 mile per hour winds, half-dollar size tail for Sherman. Can Max go to bed? I can't go to bed for like another 5 hours, so we'll be here for like... Live coverage should continue for the next 24 hours here. We're not going to bed anytime soon. Thank you, Billy, for the $5 Venmo donation. Been watching nonstop for 2 days as entertainment. Thank you. Well, I'm glad I can, I guess, provide you entertainment. Thanks for watching. Holy crap, you're still live? Guys, we've only been live for 9.5 hours. Like, this isn't anything crazy. We've only been live for 9.5 hours. This is like light work. We were live for 10.5, I think, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. We were live for a long time yesterday. I mean, we've had multiple days in a row, I think, of long streams. The only day we didn't have a long live stream was on, whatchamacallit, on Saturday. We had a 10-hour and 40-minute stream yesterday. We had a 2.5-hour stream on Saturday. Friday was 10.5 hours. 4 days ago was 8.5 hours, and then the day before, or actually, no, that was it. All right, so we basically had an 8-hour or 9-hour stream, almost an 11-hour stream, 3-hour stream, and then 11 hours. So, yeah. Park Hills, Missouri. Can you give me an update? Park Hills, Missouri. You are chilling, Park Hills. Greatest threat is off to your east. Still have a large area of at least wind right now near Bloomsdale. Yeah, this is more of a QLCS tornado threat going towards Bloomsdale. It's not an actual, like, discrete supercell here that's going towards Bloomsdale. So, just a line of storms that could spin up a tornado or two here over the next few minutes. Same thing near Frederickstown. That rotation that was stronger off to the northwest of Frederickstown a few minutes ago, that has gotten broader. That has also actually moved off to the north of this tornado warning. And we have, believe it or not, we have no warnings at all now in all of Arkansas. Arkansas is warning free for the time being. So good news there. This Dallas-Fort Worth storm still looks interesting. It's trying to organize. Latest scan still showing a downburst area of wind approaching I-820 near White Settlement, so probably around 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Half-dollar size tail is going to continue with this as well. We got another little storm trying to bubble up near Stephenville. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Hey, Eric for the super chat. Are you ready for hurricane season? Not personally. Being in Florida, no. No problem, Haiti. I'm still very curious to see how this Fort Worth storm plays out. It's not rotating though. Still a very high wind shear environment. If it can stay latched, I mean, it's going to be out in front of this boundary. If it can stay out in front of it, there's definitely a tornado threat. It should be wind and hail though for the next like 20 minutes, and then maybe a tornado threat down the road. Hey, BC for the gifted membership. Is this source system organizing as heads towards Indiana? Not today. Tomorrow, though, you do have a slightly more elevated threat of severe weather. Tonight, this line should fall apart before it ever gets to Indiana, but there could be some rain and isolated wind in the early morning hours. Be the main concern. Thank you, Bryson, for the super chat. Thank you, Nerd by Nature, for the $20 super chat. This might be a Riley question, but what have you heard regarding the 2 tornado emergencies last night for damage, surveys, and ratings? We haven't had any ratings, damage, or we've had damage photos. We've had a lot of those on Twitter. And yeah, I think everything's been on Twitter so far and Facebook, but otherwise we haven't had any ratings yet from the tornadoes yesterday. We've only had a couple that have actually been rated, and we're probably not going to have anything on the wedge tornadoes like the large ones probably until at least tomorrow. So we'll be providing updates in tomorrow's stream regarding those. Thank you, No Name, also for the super chat. I think the biggest concern tomorrow is going to be, I think most storms are going to fire right in here, like near Jonesboro and near Memphis in the afternoon tomorrow, and then really go further east, and they'll be producing more significant threats as those move east. We just got a new severe thunderstorm watch. A new severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued. This is going to be back over in southeast Oklahoma, and guess what? North Texas. Believe it or not, there is a severe thunderstorm watch here. That is going to be until 5 a.m. Central Time. This will mainly be for the threat of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. It'll be scattered. There's also a threat of scattered hail up to the size of tennis balls. And then lastly, a couple of tornadoes are possible. Muskogee, Fort Smith, McAllister, Durant, Sherman, Denton, Dallas, Granbury, Terrell, Gun Barrel City, Greenville, and Parrish are all included in this. Thank you, Reagan, for the super chat. And also Hank for the super chat. All the storms in Kansas mostly are moving east. The one that's down near Wichita is moving more north, though. Just kind of spinning, honestly. These storms are all kind of going different directions. I'm not gonna lie. It's like they're all spinning around. It's like it's all spinning stuff here. It's mostly going to be wind, though, with this activity. Some of these storms are moving north with an outflow boundary as well, going towards, like, Council Grove. Once again, mostly a win for Fort Worth. This storm could get tornadic at some point. I'm kind of waiting to see if that does happen. South of St. Louis, we still have 2 tornado warnings in effect. A little bit of stronger rotation now near Fredericktown, moving over towards Perryville. And then a large but broad area of circulation right now south of Festus in Missouri. That is heading in the direction of Chester in Illinois. Thank you, Mystic, for the 5 kids memberships. I appreciate that. Dallas just got another warning. We don't have a warning for Dallas. We only have a watch. We just got a severe watch, though, for Dallas. No warning as of right now. And we're going to keep you posted on that storm in Dallas-Fort Worth in case it does do anything. It's mainly half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It hasn't gotten any stronger than it initially has been over the last, like, 15-20 minutes. So, let's hope it stays that way. Thank you, Don, for the super chat. Yeah, some of the weather radios, and we're going to relay this on our stream tomorrow too, but yeah, some of the National Weather Service, at least of Nashville, has already stated that weather radios and some radars are going through updates Monday to Wednesday. So that does include tomorrow. So we just kind of gotta hope that people are aware of that. We're going to try to stress that on our stream a lot tomorrow. Make sure Riley is accounting for that. Hey, Josh, for the super chat. How does Festus look? Festus, I think, is doing all right. Again, I think the main concern is down to your south right now. I don't see a tornado happening in Festus. The only area of rotation is down to your south. Damaging winds, though, around 50 to 60 miles per hour is possible. The main area of circulation, again, is near Bloomsdale. It's going more towards Redbud rather than Festus. Thank you, Jason, for the super chat. I don't think anything's happening in Minnesota. It's just raining out there. I don't know why you think somebody is... I don't know how you're going through those emotions there in Minnesota. I don't know. Nothing happening in Minnesota right now. Thank you, Chris, for becoming a moderate velocity member. The warning's just been downgraded from half-dollar size hail to quarter-size hail, so not as significant, but still got some hail and wind hurt currently moving to Fort Worth. This is the latest echo tops on this storm. It's still around 43,000 feet. It peaked at about 47, or 49 actually, so it peaked around 49 just outside of Fort Worth. It's got a little bit smaller, so let's just kind of hope it continues on a weakening trend. It's a little bit weaker, though, than before. I'm hydrating. I've not had much hydration today. Were there any tornadoes in Kansas today? We actually had 2. We had 2 tornadoes back over to the southwest of Topeka. We had one near Alta Vista and another one near Eskridge. So we actually had 2 tornadoes today back over in Kansas. I got some good news for most of Arkansas. I mean, again, there's really not much here that's severe anymore. It's all just gusty winds. Nothing rotating. It's honestly looking pretty chill right now across most of Arkansas. I think it's going to stay that way for the rest of the night. Unless this line... I mean, the only thing that would change that is this line back off to the west that's firing now. That could definitely play a factor for our southwestern Arkansas friends that are watching. An update to our severe thunderstorm warning here back over in Kansas. We're up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. It is a considerable damage threat right now for a relatively large area near Lindsborg, McPherson, Marion, Florence, Newton. Here, just north of Wichita. We also have a report of damage back over in Wichita of a tree falling onto a house that caused damage on the east side of Wichita at 11:39 p.m. That is a new damage report there. We also have another damage report just east of Augusta near Leon of 3-inch diameter limbs that are down right now in Leon. Those are some of the newest updates out there in Kansas. Hey, Kat, for the super chat. I'll definitely check it out. Thank you. It's a good reminder, by the way, if you're not already, make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at Max Velocity WX. Again, we post a lot of rapid fire updates on those platforms. You can follow us on both at Max Velocity WX on Twitter and Facebook. They're linked in the description. You can also join our Discord server. The link is also down below. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. I'm not saying that place, but yeah, you're good in Wales. There's no way I'm trying to pronounce whatever that long town name is. Thank you, Scott, for becoming a member. I know what town you're talking about, though. There's a long one. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Perryville, just north of Jackson here in Missouri. I'm assuming that this tornado warning will probably continue, and then it'll be allowed to just be a severe thunderstorm warning after this. And then same thing here. This will probably not be tornado warning again. I would have to guess in Illinois, we'll probably just get a severe warning here just north of Chester for this QLCS tornado threat. So we might be down to no tornado warnings here shortly. That'd be a W. Hook south of Fort Worth. It's not a hook. There is an outflow boundary. It's not really hooking, though. Like this right here is not a hook. That's just some rain. Just like a little updraft that's going up right there. It's all wind right now. We don't have anything rotating on this storm right now. If there's any rotation, it'd be really high up. I don't see anything rotating at all right now in Fort Worth. The tornado threat should stay low with this storm, at least for the time being. It could increase later on, though. How about the storm firing up near Ada, Oklahoma? Yeah, this one was actually interesting. We looked at it a little while ago. There's a bunch of storms firing up right now in our severe watch in Oklahoma too, near McAllister. I think the majority of these will just be isolated wind and hail. There's a low tornado risk, though, near McAllister. Back over in Caddo, we're mostly looking at wind as well right now. Generally speaking, north of the Red River Valley, like we could still see an isolated tornado threat, but I think the majority of these storms will be wind and hail producers. It's hard to tell if this is rotation. I don't think it is. We're really far away from the radar site, but there is still a low chance of an isolated tornado too near the Red River tonight. We still have a very favorable environment down here. It's just the storms are firing off so late. So I think the tornado risk is going to stay low. Hey, Scott, for becoming a member. I think I already said that. If you're in Durant, the main concern is isolated wind and hail. I think you guys are going to be done here in a few minutes, but yeah, you're right now in the midst of the storm. Probably about 5-10 minutes, you're good. So another view of our rotation on a different radar site from Paducah. Doesn't really look like a lot of rotation right now near Frederickstown. It looks like they're going to go ahead and cancel this. I would have to guess they're probably going to cancel this tornado warning in the next few minutes. The one up near Bloomsdale is also pretty broad. Just a large area of wind right now moving towards Redbud. Did not mean to do that. Going up towards Redbud and eventually going towards Okawville and Coulterville and Sparta here in western Illinois. Thank you, Tyler, for the super chat. Chances of tornadoes in the Kansas storm, pretty close to 0. Thank you, Cody, also for the super chat. Can you please give us your prediction on the second set of storms coming to southeast Oklahoma? I think it's mostly isolated wind and hail. We just talked about that. But yeah, isolated wind and hail is the biggest concern. There's a low tornado risk as well. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning as well for Atoka and Bryan counties in Oklahoma. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail. So a considerable threat going towards Boswell. Hey, Max, do you enjoy what you do? I would not be doing what I'm doing if I didn't enjoy it. So yes, I literally only do this because I enjoy it. I enjoy covering weather. For the record, I would have never made it this far if it wasn't for me enjoying weather. Never in a million years. Thank you, Cadsney for the super chat, or the Venmo donation, excuse me. I can't see your initial Venmo. It's too long for some reason on my end. But I wouldn't be too concerned. Just have ways to receive alerts. No reason to panic. Most of this, again, the strong tornado threat is pretty close to zero at this point. I mean, these storms, if they produce a strong tornado, would actually shock me. With that said, there's actually rotation over here in Illinois. So north and west of Okawville, we actually have a discrete cell here. Also a little bit of rotation just south of St. Louis, but this is definitely a storm that might get tornado warned here in a moment. Area rotation right now moving up towards Albers, New Baden, I-64 west of Okawville. Aviston, Breeze, and Trenton are all in the path of this. So we may get a tornado warning here in a moment here just east of St. Louis. This is going to be in Illinois if we get one, which I think we might. You should be a weatherman? Oh, I am a meteorologist, for the record. Original first event was our checkup on Clarksville, Tennessee. There's nothing happening in Clarksville tonight. It's more of a threat for tomorrow. Be mainly a wind risk, couple tornadoes possible across western Tennessee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning. That is not the same storm, though. This is going to be for east of Festus. It's, again, the QLCS tornado threat. I really don't know why they keep tornado warning this, to be honest. But if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Bellevue, O'Fallon, south of Collinsville. Pretty large tornado warning. It's pretty much massive. South and east of St. Louis. I'm not a fan of this tornado warning, to be honest. I don't like when they do these large tornado warnings for like little QLCS spin-ups that have not really been happening on radar. It's just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That's going up towards O'Fallon as of right now. Bellevue, just west of Centralia. Just south and east of St. Louis. Going towards I-64. The area of rotation on that little discrete cell west of Okawville is not nearly as strong as before. There's still a little bit of rotation there near New Baden, going up towards Breese and Carlisle. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that little discrete cell, but not as strong as the last scan. I really think a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label would have been fine for this, unless we got tightening rotation. Because, like, again, it's just a little broad area of rotation right now. Nothing that strong. We haven't had anything confirmed out of this either recently. It's going up towards Prairie du Rocher, Redbud, and also going towards Waterloo and Belleville. O'Fallon's also in the path of this. No new storm chaser feeds. I mean, we could. I don't even know if there's a single chaser out there right now. I'm literally going to look at our map. There are. There's a convoy of chasers in Arkansas, but there's nothing happening there. They're all pretty much just traveling to tomorrow's threat. Most chasers, again, chased Texas and Oklahoma today, and most of them did not go further east. So. There could be a chaser out here, but none that I would know of that we have access to. Anyway, Anthony for the super chat. Is there a rotation west of Hot Springs on the Fort Smith radar? No, this is all outflow driven. If you look at the radar here, you can actually see the outflow boundary. Extends very far down to the south and west. All these storms are outflow driven here. So as long as this line basically is further to the east of every other storm, we're not going to see a tornado risk, basically. There are a couple pop-up storms southwest of Little Rock, but I don't think those will do really much of anything. Back over in Dallas-Fort Worth, we still have a severe storm here for Fort Worth near Arlington. It's mainly quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds going into Bedford, going towards Irving and Dallas. We will likely get a severe thunderstorm warning continuing with this towards the Dallas area, at least for damaging winds, if not at least a special weather statement. Heading in the direction of Dallas and Irving, just to the southwest of Carrollton. This is still a storm that is not really rotating, not really much of a tornado concern right now, but we'll keep an eye on it in case it does become tornadic at some point in the future as it moves to the east. And back up in Sherman, Texas and Denison, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail right now rolling through town. Eventually going towards Bonham, near Durant, Caddo, and Atoka. Mostly a 60 to 70-mile-per-hour wind threat up here. So if you're in Durant, you're about 5 minutes away again from being able to go to bed. I wouldn't be too concerned at this point. Most of the threat is now to your east. The highest wind and hail threat right now is heading towards Boswell, Hugo, and Fort Townsend. We have a different National Weather Service office that controls the warnings for this area, so we'll likely get a new severe warning for Boswell, Fort Townsend, and also for Antlers, Oklahoma here in the next 10 minutes or so for 70-mile-per-hour winds. We have more storms going up as well near McAllister, which is an area that we actually had a large tornado in earlier, just south of McAllister. But right now, nothing tornadic here, just gusty winds and small hail. Those will probably upscale and become severe at some point in the near future. And then back up in Wichita, Kansas, the storms are now off to your north, but we have a large area of spinning storm activity near Florence, Marion, Newton, McPherson, and also southeast of Lindsborg. And that is currently for 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. It is literally spinning in a circle. We have an outflow being shot off from this storm as well, which, again, this is not tornadic. It's just a large swath of wind right now going towards Emporia. So, generally speaking, not super concerned right now about our storms in Kansas. But mostly wind. No tornado risk on that activity right now. Also, this warning was just upgraded to a confirmed 70-mile-per-hour windstorm here. So there is an observation now of 70-mile-per-hour winds according to trained spotters in that area. We are sitting at 2 tornado warnings, one of which is again for Frederickstown, which this one's about to expire. The only tornado warning that we're about to have is this one for O'Fallon and Belleville. And again, the rotation's still very far to the south of Belleville and O'Fallon, west of Okawville. And I'm not really too concerned right now about the tornado risk with this. It's, in my opinion, this really doesn't need a tornado warning. It's just very broad rotation, but I would seek shelter just in case something does pop up here. We might get a brief, weak tornado with this line. More than anything, again, usually we just get severe warnings with tornado possible labels on them for this type of stuff, but seek shelter if you're in the warning. Hopefully that kind of covers everything that's happening right now. Thank you, Wagga, for the super chat. Can you look into the I-57 corridor between Salem and Effingham? I want to know if it's okay to sleep or not to worry. Effingham and Salem. I would say you're fine. Just have a way to receive warnings. I think the main concern over here will just be wind. We are keeping an eye on this little discrete cell that popped up near New Baden. There's a little broad mezzo on it, but it's not really doing too much right now. Might get tornado warned at some point, but it doesn't look super organized or healthy. It's like one last shot, basically, at trying to produce a maybe an isolated strong tornado, which has not really succeeded so far. Fort Worth right now, mainly quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. You see a CC drop or a tornado in a QLCS? You can. It just, I mean, a lot of the time, like with something like what we're seeing right now here to the south of St. Louis, if you look at the velocities on radar, I mean, like this is a potential QLCS tornado threat. Like we might have like some sort of couplet that forms very briefly in between a radar scan, or it might even form on a radar scan. But a lot of the time, you need to be close to the radar site to identify an actual tornado that's a QLCS. So generally speaking, this is still like, I don't think there's anything that actually should be tornado warned here, to be honest. I've already said it multiple times, but if we were to get a tornado, it would usually happen very quickly and very briefly, and it's usually very weak in between radar scans. Hey, Chili for the super chat. Can the radar track storms in other countries like Australia? Yeah, on Radar Omega, in fact, you can actually go to Australia and look at different radar sites. But these are all different radar towers. Like, these aren't like... Again, there aren't radar towers all over the country. Like, you don't have radar towers everywhere, but there are plenty of radar towers. Like, even in Germany, there's radar towers. You got some in Canada. Like, there are places. Not every country has a radar, though. And again, radars are localized. It's a radar shooting off radar beams, and basically, those radars are shot off, and they're looking, again, kind of like, this is like the radar right here, and it kind of like shoots out like this. I can't really do a motion like that. So it doesn't go forever. It's not like a continuous track on a, on a radar beam. Thank you, Chili. Oh, I already answered that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, also Jaded, for becoming a member. So a little bit of rotation trying to develop near Albers, Eviston, and Breese. Not an imminent tornado threat, but we're keeping an eye on that as it continues to move northeast. Also, shout out to Brian with the Venmo donation. Keep up the great work. Appreciate that, Brian. Thank you for the support. Let me go back to Dallas Fort Worth again. We just got a report in the north side of Dallas Fort Worth, 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts at the ASOS in Sansom Park. So that is a new report that we just got on this storm. I'm not seeing really any hail that's falling. If we have any hail, it's probably very isolated. No really definitive CC drop on this. Mainly quarter-sized hail, though, if we have hail, and then 60-mile-per-hour winds. The storm is also way smaller than before. It's down to 42,000 feet. So assuming that this stays around this height or lower, we're probably not going to see the severe warning continue. Even though we do have a couple of spots of wind gusts around 40 to 50 miles per hour. You might get a new warning. It's not going to be tornadic, though, anytime soon if this were to go tornadic. It's actually the terminal radar site. It's picking up on 70 mile. Okay, well, actually, there might be severe winds. We got 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts being reported on the terminal radar site just east of Keller, Texas, coming up on Grapevine. So a bit more of a significant downburst area of wind currently heading to the east towards Grapevine. Old Union, South Lake, Coleyville, eventually towards Cypress Waters. Back over on the Red River Valley, we still have a severe storm here producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds near Boswell, just to the east of Durant, east of Caddo, northwest of Hugo. If you're in Durant or Caddo, you are almost in the clear, by the way. But if you're back over in Boswell or Antlers, be ready for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds coming out of the west. There is a low chance of a tornado with this storm. I think it's very low, though. A little bit of rotation, maybe on... There's like a very small little area of rotation trying to develop maybe north of Boswell. With us being in a radar hole, though, it's definitely hard to verify if it is actually rotating. I think more than anything, it's just wind. Currently moving to the east. Also, we are back down to one tornado warning. They did cancel the tornado warning that was west of Cape Girardeau. Generally speaking, if you're in southeast Missouri, it's a really messy setup here. We don't really have anything organized. So I think mostly gusty winds and small hail will continue with these storms. And then generally speaking, our tornado risk is very low here, just west of Cape Girardeau. Thank you, Marcus, for the super chat. I guess the last few days of outbreaks in the plains debunked the idea of Tornado Alley shifting to the deep south. Well, Tornado Alley, again, I don't think is shifting. It's a region, all right? It's literally just a region. It's like changing where the Ohio Valley is. I mean, it's literally, I mean, like you can make your own Tornado Alley if you want, but like, I mean, it's literally just an area that is made as a region. I agree with Tornado Alley where it is. Like, we usually have a lot more tornadoes in Tornado Alley, very, very differently than Dixie Alley. But Dixie Alley has its own events, and Dixie Alley is usually only during a like 4, 5, 6 month stretch to the Great Plains, and where Tornado Alley is, it's almost all year round. So still have a tornado warning again southeast of St. Louis. Again, I'm not super concerned about the storm, as I've mentioned multiple times now, but we could get a brief tornado as this continues to move north. We just have a few areas of broad circulation. Moving up towards Redbud, very weak circulation. Eventually going towards Okawville and O'Fallon and Bellevue. All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and they have upgraded the warning for most of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're now up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, in addition to quarter-sized hail for Plano, Garland, Mesquite, Dallas, Irving, Carrollton, Balch Springs. Many areas included in this warning, and I'm pretty sure this includes well over 1 million people. Let me get the exact number here. This includes a ton of people, though. This includes 4.5 million people. Yeah, that's a lot. So 70-mile-per-hour winds right now moving through a very highly populated metro here across North Texas. If you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows. 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail will continue as this area of thunderstorm activity continues to move in the direction of Dallas. You check Oklahoma City Metro. Oklahoma City Metro is chilling. Bottom middle of your screen or bottom right of your screen is actually a live shot in Dallas. Or in Fort Worth. This is a full screen to it. This is right in Fort Worth. It's starting to rain a little bit. It's hard to tell how windy it is because this is a train camera and we don't have a view of a tree or anything. We're also not really looking in the direction, I don't think, of the wind. This is just a camera in the DFW area. The highest winds right now are on the north side of Bedford. The terminal radar site was picking this up pretty well. So the highest winds, if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, are approaching Grapevine. They're right now being measured now down back closer to 60 miles per hour. They're around 70. There's a couple pixels of 70, so we can kind of mix it around, probably say 65, 70. Coming up towards Grapevine, and it'll be approaching, I believe this is Dallas Love Field, maybe? No, this is not. This is this the DFW airport? Anybody know? I think this is DFW airport here, just northwest of Highland. Assuming that's where it is, that's where it's going to be coming up towards over the next few minutes, and then eventually going towards Carrollton on the northwest side of Irving. I used to live in DFW. I don't know how I don't remember where the where the airport is. That is that is Dallas Fort Worth Airport. All right. Yeah, so you guys are about to get hit by upwards of 70 mile per hour winds as this moves east. Back to our tornado warning in Illinois. Again, just broad rotation near Waterloo, nothing too concerning. Still have a little discrete cell near Breese. I don't think this thing's going to organize, but if it did, again, there's still a chance for a tornado threat going towards Greenville. I'll get a very low confidence that we're even going to get a tornado warning here or even a severe warning, but it is something to keep an eye on. There's a little uptick of lightning as well in this storm over the last several minutes as it goes towards Greenville and I-70. Also, quick update for those in Kansas. We still have 70 mile per hour damaging winds. That's actually rolling in the direction of Emporia. They have issued a new severe warning. This one for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Looks like an L. Got the L shape here, just west of Emporia. Stay away from windows if you're in this area. Tornado threat, again, pretty much zero across Kansas. Southeastern Oklahoma, we have a new large severe thunderstorm warning for McAllister, Wilburton, Hart Throne, and as well as back off to the west of Fort Townsend. That is for 60 mile per hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. And Dallas-Fort Worth, stay away from windows. Highest winds right now are moving in the direction of Carrollton, Garland, and Plano, where the highest winds are going to be here over the next several minutes. Hey, Dakota for the super chat. I have honestly not looked. We're going to have a video tomorrow morning talking about what's upcoming tomorrow and then also what's upcoming later this week. I have not had a chance to look, though. Hey, Brian for the super chat. I think I just covered that. I'm pretty sure I just talked about that in Illinois. That is a Grapevine camera. No, this camera is actually. I'm trying to get the exact location. Literally, this is in this is in downtown Fort Worth. This is a Fort Worth camera. This is in downtown Fort Worth, and we didn't really have anything too crazy on this camera. It was just raining. It's so bright there. Well, Dallas-Fort Worth, you have lights everywhere. Like North Texas, Dallas-Fort Worth, light pollution's insane. It's literally it's an entire metroplex. It's called the DFW Metro for a reason. There's lights everywhere, so it's gonna be pretty bright there. All the lights in Fort Worth, Dallas got big skyscrapers and everything. He's not on all day, is he? I mean, we've been live for 10 hours. Live for 10 hours today. Thank you, Alex, for the super chat. Tornado warning still continues southeast of St. Louis. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know why this is still warned, but there's still broad rotation right now south of Bellevue. Could get a spin up brief weak tornado in the next few minutes as this goes towards Bellevue O'Fallon. If you're in the tornado warning, again, just stay in your safe place. I'm not super concerned about this storm. Still have a severe warning near Perryville, north of Jackson, 60 mile per hour winds and a tornado possible label that is moving east northeast. Hey, Tori for the super chat. National Weather Service preliminary Grinnell, Kansas tornado is at least an EF2. That was a huge tornado. I mean, I'm not surprised at the rating of NEF2. It could be higher than that. We'll see, but I'm pretty sure there was a damage indicator that was like EF4 there. But we'll have to wait and see. It's preliminary. It'll probably change here in the next few days. Ratings for especially large tornadoes can take a long time to do, so might take some time. Hey, JT for the super chat. I got caught driving home from Arkansas in McAllister. Now that I'm chilling at home in Plano, waiting for the next storm. That's a W. Thank you, Vintage, for the $10 super chat. Overtime request is approved. Thanks. Really appreciate that. I needed somebody to approve my overtime. We're going overtime this week for sure. We're gonna have, this is the third 10-hour stream, I think, in the last 4 days, for the record. Third in the last 4 days. New severe thunderstorm warning for Greenville, Pocahontas, Breeze. Mainly a wind threat. There's been a broad area of rotation here near Breeze going up towards Pocahontas, Greenville, and Pleasant Mound. I-70 is also in the path of this. Thank you, Don, for the super chat. I literally just look at Google Maps. It's literally what I look at for businesses in the path of stuff. Florence near Wichita, huge wind gusts. We've actually had a few damage reports up here. Most of the wind gusts have been under 70 miles per hour. We had one near McPherson of 75. Generally speaking, our wind threat here is the main concern. Tornado risk is overall on the low side of things. I don't think we're going to see a tornado here in Kansas. We'll keep an eye on it. We had a new wind gust just west of Dallas, Fort Worth, back over in Westworth, Texas, of a 61 mile per hour wind gust. That was approximately 22 minutes ago. As I've already mentioned, the highest winds are actually up near Carrollton. That is where the Dallas-Fort Worth airport is. We've been seeing the terminal radar site pick up really high winds. It's likely over the airport now, coming up into Carrollton, and it's now exiting towards Farmers Branch, Addison, Hebron, Renner, Cowley, Plano, and Richardson here just outside of Dallas. So again, 70 mile per hour winds will continue. The tornado risk with this storm is pretty much zero, but it is still going to be continuing as a wind threat here as this moves east. Also, thank you, Alex, for the super chat. Do you think Pocahontas can paint with all the colors that of the wind? What? Thank you, Alric, for the super chat. Anything for Jefferson City, Missouri? I think you guys are chilling there tonight. Thank you, Jace, for the super chat. Thank you for the great work today, and thank you as well as this past week. What is a threat for Springfield, Decatur area within the next hour or two? Probably going to be mostly isolated wind. Very low severe weather threat, in my opinion, now for Springfield and Decatur. What's worse for Georgia on Tuesday? Let's go over Tuesday real quickly here. Maybe. It's a black screen. We saw risk for severe weather on Tuesday. Again, enhanced risk of severe weather in place for the Ohio Valley, Tennessee Valley. Slight risk from Indianapolis and Springfield all the way back down towards Shreveport. And marginal threat all the way back through North Carolina, South Carolina, and also through Mississippi. Again, generally speaking, tomorrow could be a bit more of a significant day of severe weather. Honestly, I think tomorrow has a slightly better chance of being... I think today's been very active, honestly. I know we haven't had as many tornadoes as we probably could have had, but I think tomorrow could be a significant day of severe weather no matter what. I'm expecting at least a few strong tornadoes, damaging winds, and also some large hail. I think generally speaking, the wind threat is going to be the biggest concern across the board. Most storms will be producing damaging winds, but there will be a few tornadoes and possibly a couple of strong tornadoes, especially right near the Mississippi River Valley and then tracking towards Huntsville and Nashville. I think this will be like the main corridor right here. I could see it spawning a little bit further back to the west too. They might extend the enhanced risk a little bit further back to the west. Obviously, we'll be live tomorrow, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live. Tomorrow does look busy though. It looks like we're gonna have multiple tornado warnings, probably another busy day. I don't know if it'll be as busy as today, but I definitely think it'll have, you know, the potential to be very active. So I need to refresh my app. Give me 1 second. Hey, Brittany, for the super chat. You saw a funnel in St. Clair County, Illinois. It might have been Scud. Kind of doubt you saw a funnel. There isn't really much rotating. Huge shout out to Temple with the $50 super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, you can go to bed in Arkansas. Arkansas is chilling. There's literally no warnings in Arkansas. We just got a special weather statement for Little Rock, which there's a lot of lightning, some gusty winds, but nothing severe as of right now. Hey, Christiana. I cannot say her name. I don't know why. Hey for the super chat. I was looking for Cape Girardeau or Cape Girardeau, Missouri tonight. There's no real. I would say there's really no risk of tornadoes in Cape Girardeau tonight. There's nothing really rotating off to your west. It's a very low chance. Gusty winds will be the main concern. Bro, go to sleep? What do you mean, go to sleep? It's not even 2 o'clock yet. It's literally 1:38 my time. We're chilling. How's Arnold? Arnold is fine. You can go to bed if you're in Arnold. A lot of rain behind this. Flooding will be a bigger concern behind this entire line of storms that's now been moving through St. Louis. My cat keeps meowing. I think she wants to be on stream. You want to be on stream? What's up, girl? She doesn't want to be on my... She doesn't want me to hold her. I got her on my lap at least. Hey, girl. How's it going? Can you do a recap of today's tornadoes? Honestly, I don't even know how to do that. I mean, we have to go back in the stream and literally look at every tornado. I can't really go back and just do a recap. It's not that easy. There was a lot of tornadoes in general. Got my shirt. Hey, girl. Yeah. Is this live? No, this is pre-recorded. Every weather outbreak is pre-recorded. What's the cat's name? Her name is Cheese Curd. That is her name. Just the cat is pre-recorded? Bruh. Happy birthday, Max. It is not my birthday. Hi. She's very relaxed in my lap. She's now relaxed when I hold her in front of my... For whatever reason, she hates looking at the setup. She absolutely hates it. It's just how her mood is. Hey, Nika for the super chat. Any tornado threat for Dallas, Fort Worth? Not in my opinion. They have downgraded the warning to 65-mile-per-hour winds. Like, I'm not seeing any rotation on the storm right now. I'm not concerned about a tornado risk for the time being. That could change in an hour, but just nothing looks organized here. So, she is 6 years old, by the way. Right, cheese curd. You're old. Thank you, Ren, for the super chat. How do you think London, Kentucky will be okay tornado-wise this time? Or do you think it'll be okay tornado-wise? I think tornado-wise in London, the tornado threat is lower. It's going to be more of a wind threat tomorrow. More of a wind threat for tomorrow. Again, I'll have a video tomorrow morning talking about it, I'm pretty sure. I think I'll have a video tomorrow morning. Don't know why I wouldn't. How do you read velocities on radar? So red means wind's going away from the radar, which is everything here pretty much. And then green means going towards the radar. We don't have anything like that. I have to go back up to the tornado warning to even have anything reminiscent of somewhat rotation, which again, I don't know why we still have a tornado warning here. It makes no sense. But these are the winds going away from the radar. These are the winds going towards the radar. And so that's generally what we're looking at. And when we have grays, that's neutral winds. And when we have a lot of gray in between green and red, that usually means broad rotation or no rotation. So we basically, in my opinion, we really don't have anything rotating here. So I don't know how in the world this is still tornado warned. I don't know why this ever got tornado warned. You know, Fallon and Bellevue are not like low density population areas. Like there's just no reason to tornado warning that in my opinion. But maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. I just don't see a reason for it. I think a severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible label would have been fine for it. This warning, on the other hand, near Pocahontas and Greenville, I think there's a little bit better of a chance of a tornado here. It's not imminent, but there has been some rotation with this. Going up towards Pleasant Mound. But generally speaking, should be mostly just lightning and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Thank you, Kayla, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. My favorite pie? There's good pies out there. There's some like really good dessert pies. I can't think of good names, but like there's some really good dessert pies out there. There's a dessert pie that I've gotten from Walmart before that's really good. Can't remember the name though. It's not key lime pie. It's like a chocolate pie of some sort. Apple pie? No. Peanut butter pie? Definitely not. Peanut butter pie is not bad though. Really, in Dallas? I know. That's what I said. I can't believe we have storms in Dallas. Hey, Ryan, for the super chat. I was working yesterday when we got that random tornado warning in Little Elm, Texas. If that happens again tonight, I might get a supercell tattoo. Solid. Sounds pretty solid. You should try a barbecue cheeseburger bacon wrapped onion ring. That sounds terrible. Sounds like way too much food. Tornado sirens in Dallas? Are they actually, do they have sirens going off in Dallas right now for this? No way, right? No way they have tornado sirens going off for this. I think they did. Oh, there is a chance, again, a lot of the time North Texas does do tornado sirens even for just severe storms, so that is possible. Hey Ryan for the super chat, I just read that, thank you. Shout out to Carter with the Venmo donation and also Ethan for the Venmo donation. I really appreciate that. Max, we can't hear you. It sounds like a you problem. I'm not gonna lie. You're the only one saying that in the chat. I have to believe that that is just a you problem. South of DFW this evening, isolated wind. I don't even know why I'm saying it's a you problem when they can't even hear me. Like, I'm just thinking about this now. Like, there's no value of me telling them anything. They don't even know that they can't even hear me, so I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know how to do sign language, so I couldn't help. I'm sorry. All right, the tornado warning's been canceled. I don't know why we ever had one there, but there it is. No more tornado warnings, hopefully for the rest of the night. There's still a chance of an isolated tornado, it's just much lower at this point. Is Tulsa safe tonight and tomorrow? Yeah, you guys are chilling. Return to severe weather maybe later this week into the weekend, but yeah, you're chilling for tonight. Thank you, Javier, for the super chat. I have not. No. Tomorrow's gonna push it. I gotta be honest. Tomorrow's gonna push me actually having a voice. I don't know if I'm gonna make it tomorrow. I have to like hydrate like crazy. After tomorrow, though, we at least get a break. No live stream Wednesday. It's just tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day, or at least a little bit. Hey, John, for the super chat. Get your cat a toy. Appreciate that. She's got plenty of toys. Right, Cheese? She's literally just laying on my lap right now. She's just chilling. Hey, Jennifer, for the super chat. Is tomorrow bad too? Tomorrow could be bad. I mean, it definitely has. I wouldn't say it has a high ceiling like today. Like today had a high ceiling. It kind of performed like compared to what we were thinking. Tomorrow, my opinion, has kind of like a middle ground ceiling. I think the ceiling is like a moderate risk type day. I also think the floor is like a slight risk. It really just depends on how things play out with our with our morning convection. So. Well, as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified when we go live tomorrow. We'll have a video, I think, tomorrow morning, so make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon as well. Also, don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. The links to those are in the description below. Thank you again, Radar Omega, for sponsoring today's stream. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms, you can download the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. It has tons of features like live cameras. You can get storm reports inside the app. Storm chasers are inside the app. There's a lot more storm chasers than ever inside the Radar Omega app. Highly recommend you download it. Top link in the description below. Comes with a live radar feed and everything that you need to stay ahead of the storms that are ongoing. So definitely recommend you check it out. Thank you again, Radar Omega, for sponsoring today's stream. We're not going to end coverage, but we are going to have Riley take over for the next like hour or so. So if you want any weather coverage, if you need to, if you're in any of the track of storms, if you just want to chill, if you have questions about today or tomorrow's setup, Riley will answer them for you. So if you want to go check that out, you can stay on this stream. You'll be redirected automatically to Riley's coverage and he'll continue live coverage from here. All right, thank you guys all so much for watching. Stay on the stream. If you, for some reason, don't get redirected to Riley's coverage, you can go ahead and click the link in the chat. I'll put the link in the chat to his stream as well. Thank you guys all so much for watching. Have a great, safe rest of your night. We'll see you guys all again tomorrow for another long live coverage. Also, thank you, Old Man Truckee, for the super chat, Jasmine for the super chat, and as well as No Name for the super chat. Appreciate that. Have a great night, guys. We'll see you guys all again in the next one. Goodbye.